What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4 Chapter 135. The Art of Duplication of Multiple Shadows. Hundreds of Hyuga Blue ink appeared, surrounding the people in groups, blocking external attacks. The people who had died with some of their companions had realized at this time that ordinary people like them were not the opponents of the guards and the ghost faces at all. Who told you to come? Didn't it say that I will plan again tomorrow morning? Are you crazy? Hyuga Lanmo looked at the Lord Bu in front of him, wearing a military armor, holding a long spear, and exclaimed angrily. It's better to break the jade than to complete it. I'm afraid there will be no chance tomorrow. We will endure enough. Master Bu's face was excited and indignant. At the moment, the ninjas everywhere have been caught by the power grid of the guards in the city, and many ninjas have become their prisoners. Have you seen? Even those ninjas are not their opponents, so you can do it? Retreat now? Hyuga Lanmo knew that if these ninjas couldn't beat Wu Yuha, they could only avoid the limelight temporarily. Definitely, he can kill the demon girl regardless, but there is nothing wrong with it. Where is her mother? What about Lord Bu's family? Does he really don't care anymore? And the most important point, when many ghost skins appeared just now, how did he feel that Wu Yu flower seemed to have been withdrawn? Yesterday in the castle lobby, he remembered that he had killed her with fire escape, burned her hair, and heard her sharp screams, but later, she was sitting in the seat of the city lord again, with an arrogant expression on her face. Therefore, Hyuga Lanmo felt that Wu Yu Hua's body seemed to be able to move among the hides of many ghosts. If her location was not determined, it would be impossible to take her life without authorization. But something he didn't expect, because of the retreat, another dispute arose. Hyuga Lanmo meant to let these people go out of the city through the secret path, while Lord Bu and many others meant to stay in Wuwang City when they died. Even if you were avoiding, you can only go to the refuge. F*K. I can't tell you clearly, right? Now Wu Yu has offended the people in the 5 ninja villages. Maybe after this is the battlefield. It's useless for you to hide here. Then we would rather die than leave. Sometimes the common people are just a muscle. In the end, he couldn't screw so many people alone, so he had no choice but to follow their wishes, no matter where he went, as long as he quickly withdrew from the street. After that, Hyuga Lanmo used the unblocking technique to break the barrier of Wu Wangcheng's sky, creating a chance for him to evacuate the ninja. Never let them run, chase them all. Advertisement. Wu Yu's attention was diverted, and the ghost warriors began to intercept the ninjas who fled. Because of this, they took more time to retreat against the common people on the streets. Everyone withdrew. Hyuga Lanmo announced, retreat urgently and go to the shelter. Why? We should take advantage of the victory and pursue, rescue the city lord and sister file size, and seize control of Wuwang City. Someone was indignant. What is the use? Although the demon girl is out of the city, there are still Shenong guards in the castle, and we don't have a ninja in our hands, and we don't know where the real city lord is. In the castle, how many ghost warriors are there? We don't know this. Just rush in rashly, don't we die? Hyuga Lanmo sometimes really admires the passion of some people. If everything can be won with a single tendon, do you still have to wait until now? A word choked these people out of voice. Everyone retreated, because Hyuga Lanmo knew the map of the underground passage in the city, so he took everyone to the refuge in the west of the city. Master Bu took the people in the city and informed them from house to house, asking everyone to leave as soon as possible. Among the cliff castles, Hyuga Lanmo stood on the highest roof, looking at the entire Wuwang City, as if falling into a dead end without a solution. The current Wu Yu flower can't be killed, it's disgusting to keep it. Wu Qianling still cares about her mother, and refuses to go with him, and Lord Bu's family, are they really used as victims? Hyuga Lanmo is not reconciled. Now, he is going to Wuqianling to ask, hoping that she can have clues to hostage. The different space shifted, and he reappeared in that luxurious room. Just as soon as the person appeared, he saw several guards escorting Wu Qianling out. He used the transformation technique to become a guard and followed. Wordless all the way, several people escorted Wu Qianling to the basement. Push her down in front of a woman. This person is the demon Wu Yu flower. At the moment she has a solemn face, her fists are tightly clenched, and Shenong is standing beside her. Advertisement. If it weren't for the Hyuga Blue ink, we wouldn't have been in such a hurry. At least we would have to wait for the ghost warriors to be completed before launching a war that would be best for us. But now, things have been revealed. The ninjas of the great ninja village have already known the news. When the time comes, Wuwang City will only be besieged. Hearing this, Shenong comforted in a low voice. Don't worry about the city lord. Don't we still have this Qianling mother and daughter? Her mother is not tortured like a human, but Wu Qianling is still alive. As long as she takes action, I believe that the people from the 5 major ninja villages come to kill as many as they want. Also, why should we sit still and wait for them to come to find the back account? We can attack tonight. Tonight? Wu Yu looked surprised, looked back at Shenong, and said softly, can we really do it? Definitely, as long as she activates the secret treasure, the people on my side will be dispatched immediately. Hyuga Lanmo, who had turned into a guard, was shocked. It turned out that Wu Yuha colluded with Shenong to start a big battle, and he was still fighting 5 ninja villages in a 1-to-5 manner. Isn't this pulling the people of Wu Wangcheng as a cushion? Okay, I will let her activate the secret treasure now. With that, Wu Yu grabbed the Wu Qianling who had fallen on the ground, dragged her and walked to the side of the elevator. Shenong followed closely, and Hyuga Lanmo also caught up. But when he didn't want to get on the elevator, Wu Yu glared at him and said, get out. She did not recognize him, and at this moment Hyuga Lanmo also discovered that among the many guards, he was the only one who followed the elevator. Wu Qianling was in her hand. He lowered his head and stepped back. The three of them got on the elevator and drove further down. Hyuga Lanmo came to a place where there was no one, and used the earth concealment technique to hide in the mountains and castle walls, and followed closely behind. After descending about 7 or 8 floors, the elevator stopped. Wu Yuha dragged Wu Qianling out of the elevator. Hyuga Lanmo hidden in the wall, staring at them. This place is no longer guarded, and the mountain corridor is empty. The three of them walked on the corridor for a while, and the front was bright and cheerful, and a huge amounts of white space appeared in front of the three of them. Chapter 136 Starting the Secret Treasure. This is where the secrets of the empty country. The secret treasure was started here? Shenong's face was surprised, and his eyes were filled with excitement. On the huge amounts of space, a strip of twisted stone carving patterns on the ground revolved and extended, and in the middle, a faint blue kala appeared. Wu Yuha looked around, her fists clenched tighter, her fingers stretched out, and she grabbed Wu Qianling's neck. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo heard a sharp cry from the scene as soon as he was about to take action. Immediately afterwards, Wu Qianling shouted, "You old witch, where's my mother?" It turns out that Wu Yuhua just solved the seal of Wu Qianling's mouth. "Your mother is here. As long as you are obedient, I will let your mother and daughter go out and live the life you want." Wu Yu smiled at the corner of his eyes and looked at the female doll in front of him coldly. "Don't think I don't know, we are useful to you and you kept us till now. If I listened to you obediently, you would have killed me and my mother." Wu Qinling said. "You are smart, but today is not what it used to be. In the past, I could bear you a little bit, but today, if you don't follow me, I can only be cruel." Then, Wu Yu patted lightly, finger. 7 or 8 people were driven out of the corner passage by a ghost. Mrs. Bu, Uncle Bu, Xiaozhen. These are the family members of Lord Bu. Bu Yuren is loyal to you and your mother, but he is ashamed of his family. He escaped without a trace with the evidence that I was a fake city lord. Has he ever found any helper to come back to help you eradicate this twitch of me? Fact. It proves that there is no such thing. Now his family is here. What do you want to do with it? I am up to you. Wu Yu looked tired, fingers stretched out, and looked at his nails, as if everything in front of him was not caused by her. "I want you to let them go," Wu Qianling said. "Okay, as long as you open the secret treasures, I will let them go." "Impossible. Secret treasure can't be hid. Absolutely can't." Wu Qianling's tears were hazy, and his face was tangled. When Wu Yuhua heard this, she stretched out her finger and clicked, but with this, the ghost on one side took out a person's heart. "Uncle Bu," Wu Qianling shouted loudly. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo was hidden in the mountain, and his fists clenched when he saw this scene. Who to kill next? By the way, you just called Xiaozhen by her name. Wu Yuha moved her fingers again. No, do not want. But how could that horrible person listen to her, stretched out his hand and grabbed the youngest girl in the crowd. Dust escape, the technique of stripping the original world, extinction. With the emergence of ninjutsu, the ghostly human skin was surrounded by geometric squares, and disappeared like dust in a blink of an eye. Wu Yuha looked back with the voice, her eyes fell on the top of the cave all at once. "It's you, Brad, you are still alive, you." Seeing him, she trembled angrily, wishing to cramp him now. "It's me." Hyuga Lanmo turned and fell. Knowing that she was not his opponent, Wu Yuha stretched out her hand to clasp Wu Qianling in her arms, and clasped her fingers tightly around her neck. "This time, I won't be fooled anymore, damn things. I know you care about her, you won't watch her die." Wu Yu is very knowledgeable, at the moment. Hyuga Lanmo's presence here has proved everything. This little girl is definitely the one he cares about. Hyuga Lanmo's fingers formed a seal, and a wooden duplication was split beside him. The owner turned around and ran to the Bu family on the side. "Go, I will take you away," he finished speaking, and ran out with the remaining 7 people in front of him. There was a whistle, and a few ghosts appeared outside. Huge amounts of flames spurted out, melting escape appeared. Ghosts used water escape to extinguish the fire, but when the water and fire met, water mist came out creaking. The human skin uses wind to escape, blows away the water mist, and then looks at the scene, where there are duplication in the 7 members of the Nabu family. Hyuga Lanmo used a different space to transfer 7 people away from the scene. In the scene, the wooden duplication had already begun to seal with both hands, and attacked Wu Yuha. But how could Wu Yuhua give him a chance to threaten herself? She clasped her fingers on Wu Qianling's neck and said loudly, "Come and try." Advertisement long nails appeared, cutting Wu Qianling's neck. In just such a time, the Lord Hyuga Lanmo had already returned to the scene. He saw the blood on Wu Qianling's neck and said, "Do you think you will succeed?" Wu Yuhua laughed. "This may be true. Anyway, Wu Qianling is dead, and there are real Wu Yu flowers. I am definitely going to open this secret treasure," she said. She used her fingers harder again. Although her nails pierced Wu Qianling's neck just now, it didn't hurt the most important thing. If she tried harder, the main artery in her neck would be cut by her. Hyuga Lanmo stopped moving and did not dare to move, and hurriedly said to stop him, "Okay, don't move her, I will withdraw." The Wu Qianling who didn't want at the moment shouted loudly, "You leave me alone, kill her, kill her." As she said, she began to struggle, and Wu Yu opened her eyes with cold eyes and said, "Don't you really think that I only have your mother and Bu's family as a bargaining chip? What do you think it is?" Hyuga Lanmo followed her gaze, and on the surrounding walls, several huge amounts of cages appeared in the wall openings. Following the call of Wu Yuha, a guard stepped forward and stabbed to death the people in an iron cage with a single knife, and then the next one came. "Help me, Sister File Size, help me!" In an instant, all the people in the cage yelled in all directions. Wu Qianling has no strength, and the appearance of fighting hard before disappears, turning to blindly looking at Wu Yuha. "Don't kill anymore, I beg you, don't kill anymore." Wu Yu snorted coldly and threw her on the curse on the ground. "I know that you are the same as your mother. You can ignore your own life and death, but you can't just watch the people in the city lose their lives in front of you. Since you are reluctant to bear them, I will perfect you, but you also want to perfect me, do it." At this time, she was really angry. If she were the real city lord, it would be great. This secret treasure still needs their mother and daughter to activate. Wu Qianling fell to the ground, looking down at the twisting curse on the ground, and the sound of murdering guards came from all around. Hyuga Lanmo wanted to rescue him, but saw Wu Qianling shook his head. "No, you don't want to do it again. If I cooperated with them just now, those people would not die. I was too naive." Hyuga Lanmo frowned and said, "This is not to blame you." Wu Qianling did not speak, but reached out his hand to pull out the hairpin on his head, cut the palm of his hand, and pressed it against the spell on the ground. Chapter 137, The Hidden Sky Country. Shenong, who had not spoken all the time, saw this scene and laughed. Yes, I have read the record. The heirs of the royal family of Sora, as long as they use their blood to comfort the secret treasure, and silently recite the spell, then turn the mechanical button, empty the secret treasure of the kingdom can be activated. The first and second steps are the most important. When the third step is reached, anyone can activate it. As he said, his eyes lit up and he took a few steps forward. Hyuga Lanmo quietly winked at the Mew duplication on the other side, and the other party took the order, disappeared into the mountain tunnel, and began to rescue those hostages. The palm of Wu Qianling bleeds, and the viscous blood ran through the spell like a stream of water, and finally filled the smallest groove in the middle of the altar. The blue chakra suddenly strengthened, and a strange cry resounded through the cave. Hyuga Lanmo heard this call, and the story about Hokage's story about Sora no Kuni was heard, and his eyes slowly widened. Could it be that there are 0 tails hidden in this so-called secret treasure? In the Naruto story, Shenong controls 0 tail and fights Konoha. Wu Qianling began to chant the spell silently. With the infiltration of blood, her spells kept repeating, and suddenly huge amounts of chakra washed away the entire altar floor. The secret treasure is activated. Wu Yuhua and Shenong made a vertical leap, hiding in the side of the mountain passage. And Wu Qianling fell as a sacrifice. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo sprinted down, and then fell. These two little dolls are quite interesting. They are rushing to die. The things hidden underneath will never let them go. They will definitely eat them. Shenong's mouth was slanted with a sneer on his face. On the other side, Wu Yu was in a better mood. That stinky boy, I wanted to kill him a long time ago, but he is very ghostly, but now it seems that when a smart person is stupid, he is willing to die for a girl. I never do anything to die. A sharp voice sounded, circling around the cave. Advertisement in the light of chakra, a boy hugged a girl and floated in the air like a god. Seeing this scene, Wu Yu's face looked grim. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Although she can use the fluttering method to attack forward as a ghost, she absolutely can't float in the air, and now, the boy in front of him is in a floating state. If she had this kind of ninjutsu, wouldn't her pretend be more stylish? It's a pity that she didn't kiss him. By the way, I gave you a big gift, I hope you will like it. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo smiled at the corner of his mouth, and turned around holding Wu Qianling and disappeared. At this moment, in the huge amounts of space below, an explosion sounded, wave after wave, huge amounts of gas wave came from below, and the tragic cry of 0 tail resounded across the sky. Shen Nong was shocked when he saw this scene, and jumped into the explosion, while Wu Yu frowned and stretched out his hand to use ninjutsu to protect the bottom. In the Chengxi refuge, more than 20,000 people from Wuwangcheng are hiding here. Although everyone has evacuated urgently, many of them have fallen into the hands of Wu Yu, and those who have heard out to inquire come back and say, "Tonight, soldiers in Wuwang City are arresting people from house to house." Hyuga Lanmo put Wu Qianling down, and many people in front of him saw her appear, all kneeling and saluting. Princess. At this time, he knew that Wu Qianling was the princess of the Sky Country, and the real Wu Yu flower was the name of the Sky Country. It was just during World War II that Kora no Kuni fought with several big ninja villages. After losing his advantage, he was driven overseas by Konoha and kept his name incognito. After that, Wuwangcheng was hidden for 2 years, that is, the main city of Kora no Kuni at that time. The secret fell on the seaside where the country of the river and the country of the wind meet, and a normal life was started. The rumors from the outside are that the kingdom of the sky has been destroyed. Indestructible, the old city lord doesn't care. He just wants the people to live and work in peace and contentment. The prolonged war did not bring any benefits to the people of the empty country. Even though Wuxinling is weak, she is not too old, but she has been edified by her mother since she was a child, and she has distinguished right from wrong, knowing that this incident is because outsiders have used Wuwangcheng, and knowing that no one can save the city, so she is here. After seeing Hyuga Lanmo by chance, he begged him to find Lord Bu and rescue the people in the city through the secret road in the city. In order to get the secret spell seal, Fagui Demon used various criminal laws on Wu Yu flower, but she didn't deduct it from her mouth. In the end, she had to give up and focus on Wu Qianling. Advertisement: there are secret treasures hidden in the dungeon of the main city of the Sky Country, and only the bloodline of Wuxi can be opened, and to open the secret treasure, there must be a secret spell of the daimyo. 20 years later, the old castle lord, who was once the name of the empty country, passed away. It is said that the present Lord Wu Yu spends diligence in politics and loves the people, and the people in the city also love peace. After that, the old city owner resisted the pressure, resisted all opinions, and shut down the secret treasure privately, which made some of the main fighters lose their confidence, and this saved Wuwang City. Their purpose is only one, and that is to start a war. Even if it pays for the lives of all the people of Wuwangcheng, they have to repay the humiliation they suffered in World War II 20 years ago. Princess, we know what you mean. Do you want us to leave the city, don't you? No, we are born as the people of Wuwangcheng, and when we die, we are the ghosts of Wuwangcheng. If the city is there, we will not live anymore. Master Bu burst into tears and was extremely firm. But they forgot that there have been 3 wars in the ninja world. Who can tell who is right and who is not? Some wars are just unwilling to provoke some people. What does it have to do with ordinary people? You can't hide people here, you can't do it here. Wu Qianling looked at the people in front of him and constantly shook his head. First of all, the ghost woman sneaked into the city secretly, and after gaining the trust of the city lord, she wounded Wu Yuha and changed her appearance. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. However, the few elders of the main battle in the nation of Sky, but completely disregarded the safety of the people. Even if they exhausted their national power, they wanted to take revenge. But I don't know, because this city and some of the empty space leftovers scattered everywhere are quietly launching a coup d'etat, changing the city of Wuwang. Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo curled his lips slightly. I have a different concept from yours, but whenever there is a possibility, I would not choose to give up my life. The so-called staying in the Green Mountains will not worry about not having firewood. If I were to be one of you thinking, I'm afraid I don't know how many times I have died. After a long time together, Wu Yuhua's only daughter Wu Qianling discovered this. Before she could go out of the city to find someone to rescue her, she was put on a forbidden curse by the temptress and was imprisoned in a city outside the city, in the manor. Afterwards, some of the main combatants in the city left the main city and went into exile in the world, and Wuwang City also began a plain and normal life. I didn't pick it up until 3 days ago, and the purpose of picking her back was also to prepare for the activation of the secret treasure. It's just that she didn't expect that they would hide these people in the shelter under the city. Chapter 138. You are not here. When everyone heard this, they all lost their voices. Wu Qianling shouted loudly. Everyone listens to the order, leave Wuwang City. I don't need anything, but I want you to live. After saying this, everyone seemed to have a backbone, and no one objected again. Little brother, is the map of the city still in your hands? Wu Qianling asked with a firm expression. Seeing her doing this, Hyuga Lanmo nodded, took out the Wuwangcheng map from the scroll, and handed it back to her. She looked at the map, then looked down at her watch. It was about to dawn, and she had to take people away now. Go, let's go. As everyone was getting ready to go, the whole refuge suddenly shook the mountain and shook violently. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly. They activated the secret treasure. Wu Qianling's face was nervous, and he thought in his heart, it's over, they can't escape. There are 2 things in Wuwangcheng's secret treasure. One is the so-called zero-tailed beast, and the other is the floating castle. The reason why the underground city and the surface city of this city are closely connected is that this is a floating castle of the Sky Country, and it is precisely because of this that the name of the Sky Country will appear. And Zero Tail and Wuwang City are complementary. Zero Tail uses its own chakra to support the city, and Wuwang City provides a place for protection for Zero Tail. Now the secret treasure is activated, and Zero Tail is discovered by Fogui and Shenong. They have activated the city to turn it into a huge amounts of air carrier. The violent shaking continued. Wu Qianling just said that he was going to take everyone away, but suddenly he stopped leaving. Many people felt uneasy and became anxious. And everyone doesn't know the outside situation. Naturally, they don't know as much about Wuwang City's secrets as Wu Qianling. 99% of the people here think that Wuwang City has experienced an earthquake and want to rush out of the refuge. Advertisement: Hyuga Lanmo has seen the Naruto story and naturally knows the current situation. He jumped vertically and blocked the passage, and used earth and ninjutsu to block all the entrances and exits of the other passages. Don't panic, everyone, stay where you are. It's not suitable to go out in this situation. This is an earthquake. Why are we staying where we are? Are you crazy? Just now the princess told us to let us out. You avoid it? The people in front called. Wu Qianling took 2 steps forward with an ugly face. Don't panic, brother Hyuga is right. Now it's messy outside and it's not suitable to go out. Everyone should stay where they are. It's you who said it, and it's also you who won't let us out because of the earthquake. Do you know what's going on now? We're going out. The ground shook again, and the crowd became more and more uneasy. Some people squeezed from the back to the front, some cursed loudly, some cried, and the scene was chaotic. Hyuga Lanmo blocked the door. He was a husband, and other people couldn't make it through. His voice was cold and tough, and there was no doubt. I said you can't go out, but you can't go out. As soon as these words came out, everyone became confused again. You are not from Wuwang City, so why do you care about us? Do you have hatred against the fake city lord, and then you want to get revenge on us? I tell you, the bad things she did have nothing to do with us. You hide, we want to survive, we want to leave here, this earthquake is so severe, we will all be crushed to death in a while. When other people heard this, they also shouted. Master Bu stepped forward and yelled. Don't panic, everyone. This kind of thing has often happened in Wuwang City, but it's actually not very dangerous. Before he finished speaking, a piece of earth and rock above the refuge shattered by a rumbling sound crashed. This time the shaking was much more serious than before. Someone was smashed and seriously injured at the scene. It didn't matter this time, everyone panicked. Everyone blocked the door and rushed out. At the moment, Wu Qianling and Lord Bu's words were not heard at all. The previous clamor for Wu Wangcheng, who wanted to depend on life and death, had already forgotten when facing true death. The old rhetoric. Let us off. Why do you keep us here? How old are you? If we are all dead, can you bear the responsibility? You are not from Wu Wangcheng, let us go. Wu Qianling stood up and looked at everyone. Yes, I was cowardly before, and I didn't organize people to resist that woman in the first time. I am not worthy to be your princess. If you want to go, go. Advertisement after all. Wu Qianling is only a child. I don't know what to do with the current situation. Let us live. Don't worry, there will be nothing wrong. If you can't go out now, it will be a big problem when you go out. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The shouts of the crowd came one after another. No one listened to Hyuga Lanmo's explanation. Master Bu was fainted and collapsed to the ground. With so many people, if they all rushed out, then it is very likely that all the guards in the city would catch them all. Someone pushed her to the ground and shouted excitedly. What is the broken princess? So many people have died in this year, so miserable. What are you doing? Speaking of which, you are just a little girl. What can you do more than others? If you found out that your mother was fake at the time, tell all of us that we would fight her even if we tried our best. As a result, you knew what you really wanted, but you hid until that women have all the military power, and you dare not stand up. You are just a coward. Now what is the ability to stop ordinary people like us? What I said is what you said, so you are not from Wu Wangcheng. These have nothing to do with you. Let them go. At the moment, the soft and weak Wuxinling stared his eyes at the moment. Looking at Hyuga Lanmo, his face was determined. We don't want to talk about the previous things, just say now, you let us live? Someone in the crowd cried. The young man, let us go out. We are dead if we stay here, it's all because we didn't listen to you before. We have to make noise and hide in this refuge. It's over now, right? You don't have to talk to the demon girl. Desperately, the earthquake took us to death. Anyway, we will die anyway. If we rush out, we may still be alive. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, he was furious and unbearable. What you said, she asked me to save you. Before I let you out of the city, it was your choice. The older generations have some understanding of the current situation, but some younger people don't know why the mountains are shaking at the moment. Coupled with the fact that they don't understand or believe in the daughter of file size like Wu Qianling, the princess of Sora no Kuni in rumors does not understand or believe it, so that the scene has reached an uncontrollable stage. Everyone yelled, and some older elders kept shaking their heads. Everyone squeezed out. Hyuga Blue Mo blocked the door and no one could get out. Hyuga Lanmo frowned upon hearing this. Qianling, they can only go out to die. This is a wrong decision. Where can you go if you go out? Chapter 139. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the crowd, furrowed his brows, and said loudly, I am not a saint, and I don't like to be a great person, but today you remember that your choice is with tears, and you have to go. Over. After speaking, he let go, and everyone rushed out. Wu Qianling stood by the wall with him. She looked up at him, tears in her eyes. Hyuga Lanmo turned to leave. She reached out and grabbed his finger. Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be angry with you. He slid his shoulders and said, don't worry, I don't care about the little girl, but if you want to use your rights as Wu Wangcheng file-size sister or Sora no country princess next time, think about you. Things done. After speaking, he pulled out his fingers and turned around and disappeared. The people hiding in the refuge rushed out one after another. The whole city was shaking, the thick fog in the city was gone, and the fragrance that lingered all the year round was gone. The enchantment above the city disappeared, and the whole Wuwang city seemed to have changed. It's normal. The city gate was closed tightly, and on the cliff castle, one after another strange machines stopped there. Many soldiers went northward with flying wings. Under attack, they set off and flew out. And the shaking in the city at the moment seemed nothing to them. Someone rushed to the city wall and shouted loudly. Only then did they realize that Wuwang City had floated into the sky, and suddenly they understood why Hyuga Lanmo did not let them come out of the refuge, and they couldn't escape Wuwang at all. The city, they are killing themselves and throwing themselves into the net. Above the sea in the distance, several warships appeared. Shenong had colluded with the Fogui demon. The two reached an agreement. As long as the Fogui opened the city's secret treasure, Shenong would launch an attack on the 5 ninja villages and set off a big battle. At the moment, the secret treasure has been opened, and Shenong, as an elder-level figure who once advocated war in the air, naturally kept his promise. He sent a signal to summon the military power he had accumulated over the years. On the battleship, Soraran lined up to wait for departure. When the horn rang, hundreds of people flew in different directions with flying wings. Hyuga Lanmo saw the difference in this scene. In his impression, Konoha was the only attacker in the Naruto story, but now it seems that their target is not only Konoha. The straight line is directed at the 5 ninjas. The villagers, no wonder they deceived the 5 ninja villages when they used conspiracy and tricks before. This is their own destruction, regardless of the 3 wars that have just passed for more than 3 years, but the power of Sororanen, let alone being an enemy of the 5 major ninja villages, they can't beat any of them at random. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo shook his head slightly, using the instantaneous technique, and headed towards the cliff castle. Tens of thousands of people suddenly appeared, and the ghost banshee was ecstatic. She stood in front of the castle launchpad, looking at the scene in front of her, with a smile on her mouth. It's really God to help me. When there is a shortage of manpower, God will send people to the door. Come and arrest everyone, whether it is an old man or a child. Don't let it go. Take medicine for them on the spot. I won't let them all become my soldiers. Yes. The guards around him retreated. Numerous soldiers took to the streets to capture the people. They had weapons in their hands. The obedient were given medicine on the spot, and they were killed directly by the obedient. For a while, the entire Wuwang city became a purgatory on earth. At the moment, Wu Qianling and Bu Sama were standing in a secret city building somewhere, looking at everything outside through the window. At this time, she realized how naive she was at the time. The people didn't know the situation. Didn't she know? She actually forced Hyuga Lanmo to make way for these people, but this has now become the case. Master Bu looked outside and closed his eyes distractedly. Princess, I let the flying wings be prepared. The princess should leave first. Lord Bu asked softly, for fear that a louder voice would arouse Wu Qianling's guilt. Flying wings. How many flying wings are in Master Bu's hands, and how many people can he save? Wu Qianling's eyes flushed, and he tightly grasped the old man in front of him. He shook his head slightly and said for a long time, there is only one set, still hidden in the secret room of my old house. I have asked Xiaozhen and others to get it for you. I can't save others. It's their own choice. On the street, the guards gathered groups of people together, forced them to take the controlled pills, and then brought them all back to the castle. Whether it is the elderly, children, disabled or dying people, they will never let it go. The whole city of Wuwang was wailing. All those who took the pills fell to the ground, the pain crawled all over their bodies, and the uncomfortable just wanted to abuse themselves. This poison is specially developed by Shenong and given to fake Wu Yu flowers to control people. Obedient people can take a pill of antidote every month, which can extend their lives. Disobedient people are like insect bites, from the inside out. It hurts and itchy makes it worse to die. Therefore, although the guard soldiers in Wuwang City had complained about the fake Wu Yu, no one dared to resist her. The flight speed of Soreran is very fast. Although they are not strong in ninjutsu, relying on the flying ability of their own wings, after reaching the destination, they launched a strong bombing attack on the ground coordinates. Advertisement or people moved by the little warmth? Whether it is the 5 great ninja villages or the innocent people in the city, life or death has nothing to do with him. He just needs to watch the excitement. Seeing the salt-soaked peanuts in his hand, his eyes were deep. Master Bu prepared this thing for him. He only said that he should be idle for a tooth sacrifice, and the safety clasp on his wrist was the same as the one who served him before. His child is tied to his wrist, saying that it can keep him safe. Soreran retreated, went back to replenish ammunition, sent out ghost skins and ghost masks and set off, and fought fierce battles on the road with the 5 ninja villages who came to counterattack. Hundreds of ghost-haired and ghost-faced people came forward from the land and went to support. Hundreds of Sora shinobu set off from the 5 major ninja villages and set off an attack. In the ninja world, a big war has begun. After a quarter of an hour, the feeling of inferiority to life and death finally disappeared, but the faint pain told them that they must be obedient, otherwise they would only have to suffer. Thinking of this, he pulled a peanut away, threw it into his mouth, and ate it. In Wuwang City, Hyuga Lanmo was lying on the window outside the bell tower of the cliff castle, under the city, watching everything that happened outside indifferently. Thinking of this, he laughed at himself and continued to look down. Hyuga Lanmo was upset, reached out his hand to pull off the safety button and wanted to throw it away, but after thinking about it, he put it back in his pocket. Anyway, he's not someone from Wuwang City, so what is he doing with so much nosy? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Struggling to resist, the loss is not small. Suddenly, the various ninja villages were shocked. Konoha was prepared because of the advance notice from Kakashi and others, but the situation in other ninja villages was much more miserable. Chapter 140 The assault is continuing. His gaze shifted down and fell on the ghostly Wu Yu flower on the small square in front of the castle. At the moment, she was proud of the spring breeze, with ambition and a smile on her face. In the city under the cliff, the people wailed, and chaos became a mess. No wonder so many people listened to her. Before he thought she was just using Mi Mengshang to control people. Now it seems that it is not at all. She will also use other pills to achieve the purpose of making people obedient. Now think about it carefully. The effect of Maimeng incense is indeed not very strong. When the smell is strong, it can make people temporarily hallucinated or unconscious, but when the smell is weak, or after the stunned person is awakened, the situation will get better. In this way, that pill is the most crucial thing in Wuwang City. Hyuga Lanmo raised his brows and continued to eat peanuts. The second wave of Congrans set out, followed by the third wave. There were a lot of people returning before, but less and less afterwards. In the last wave, only 5 people returned, blocking the ghosts of the major ninja villages on the road. All the ghost faces were also killed, and there was no news. After a day of war, what was going on in front of me? The city didn't know. Seeing the setting sun, Wu Yu was anxious. What's the situation? Why didn't the last wave of Congren come back? Next to her stood a tall man with a square face, sharp eyes and a stubborn look. Back to the city lord. My subordinates don't know it, but the city lord. Just now there was news from the medical ninja. Today, there are 170 people who planted ghosts and flesh bodies, and they have not been awakened by the forbidden technique. If it is later, the corpse is prone to corruption, then Bian has already started urging. That person's tone is cold, neither humble nor overbearing. Got it. Wu Yuhua turned around and left. Hyuga Lanmo was interested, the making of Ghostface Man. As a ninja who knows medical skills, he really hasn't seen how this fake Wu Yu flower makes Ghostface Man. He used the transformation technique to become a guard in the city and followed. The tall man in front of Wu Yuhua suddenly noticed that there was one more person in the team behind him. He turned his head to look, then stopped, waved his hand, and the others continued to move forward. Advertisement. When Hyuga Lanmo walked in front of this man indifferently, he stretched out his hand and grabbed his back collar, dragged him into one side of the alley. Are you still here? He looked around and found that no one was looking here, lowered his voice and asked eagerly. Hyuga Lanmo was surprised, pointed at herself transformed into an adult, and asked, do you know me? Definitely, your invisible eyes, no matter how they change, they have no focus during the day. Damn it. Hyuga Lanmo ran past thousands of horses and muddy horses in his heart. He thought for a long time, but he didn't expect that he would have such a flaw. Hyuga Lanmo looked up and down at the tall man in front of him. He was more than 2 meters tall, with a square face and a face full of stubble. He should be a high-ranking official who could wait on the fake Wu Yu flower. Why, since you can see it, shouldn't you catch me? What do you mean now? He didn't ask anyone to do it, he was going to let him go? The other party didn't speak, and just looked at him like that. Suddenly, he reached out and took out a pill and placed it in the palm of his hand. This is the poison taken by all the constrained people in the city. The only antidote is Shenong and Wu Yu. At first, I didn't put hope on you. He looked at him up and down, his eyes flashed with guilt, his eyes turned firm, and he continued. But you are the only one who can make her scared and mad, so I feel you can do miracles. Hyuga Lanmo frowned. We shouldn't know each other, you just believe me. Yes, you are the only one who can rescue Sister Filesize and Master Bu's family, rescue the hostages, and blow up the altar. Such an ability, I naturally believe. As he said, the 7-foot man suddenly knelt down. Little brother, as long as you can save Wu Wangcheng, I will do my best for you for the rest of my life without regrets. At this moment, Hyuga Lanmo couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. He told so much to the people in the city that they didn't believe him, and this person, he didn't even remember that he had seen him. He believed in himself unconditionally, and even told himself swearing a poisonous oath. After struggling for a while, Hyuga Lanmo sighed. Forget it, I'll help you again, but will it be good this time? I don't want people to point my nose and say that everything has nothing to do with me, so I don't need to be nosy. Yes. As he said, Hyuga Lanmo rubbed his fingers and stretched out his hand. He doesn't lack money, he lacks a reason to help them. Advertisement. After the incident, 3,000 soldiers under me will be dispatched by you. Somewhere in the South Daxia Sea, I have 3 warships, all of which will be given to you, and I have some savings, all of which will be given to the benefactor. I wonder if these are enough, if it is not enough. If you don't, I'll find a way later. The other party's eyes shined, for fear that this condition would not attract him. Hyuga Lanmo smiled. Yes, deal, go. He turned and left, and the man hurriedly caught up with the subordinate Wu Mang, the guard general of Wu Wang City, currently subject to the poison of the enchantress. Hyuga Lanmo nodded, pointed his finger at the fake Wu Yu who disappeared in the corner in front of him and asked, do you know one thing? Her body can shuttle through all the ghost skins to avoid attacks. I watched her for a day today, but no flaws were found. Do you know where her fate is? I don't know, but Shenong helped her become a ghost after she was skinned alive. Now her body and human skin have been merged into one. As for the situation you mentioned, I have only been in these 2 days. You saw it when you were fighting. As for her fate, the subordinates don't know it. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. It seems that the flaws in this temptress need to be discovered slowly. After these few battles, Hyuga Lanmo's biggest headache is those ghost warriors. There are too many. The ghost-faced man was made by the flesh. This temptress cannot possess her body, and she dodges attacks, shuttles back and forth, and rebirth is all carried out in the hide of the ghost. Sometimes, even if he kills all the ghosts in front of him, if he can't find her fate, she will still appear. This is a trouble. The transformed Hyuga Lanmo followed the fake Wu Yu flower to the laboratory where the underground medical ninja worked. More than 30 medical ninjas worked overtime day and night. Their eyes became red, their stature became thinner, and their heads and brains were drooping, and they couldn't even eat enough to eat. Only 2 or 3 days away, Hyuga Lanmo saw them again, but he couldn't recognize them. There are huge amounts of blood and red flesh stored around the laboratory, and they are all immersed in the potion filled with fulmari. On the outer wall, there were more than 200 corpses with ghosts, all of them with purple hair, black robes, and masks with ghost faces and smiling faces. Chapter 141 Underground Laboratory. The fake Wu Yu spent time in the laboratory, looked at these ghost-faced people, turned around and looked at the medical ninjas around, and shouted, "You guys can lift me up a little bit and work hard." Those people braced themselves and nodded constantly. Wu Yuha stood up and began to use the forbidden technique on the 200 ghost-faced people in front of him. She reached out and turned over and called her body to check Kayla. Her long purple hair suddenly grew long, connecting with the purple hair of the few ghosts in front of him. Then, black chakras poured into the body of the ghosts, and the eyes of the ghosts suddenly opened. The dark pupils have no whites. The time for each batch of ghosts and corpses to use the forbidden technique is not long, about 3 or 2 minutes. In order to save time, Wu Yuha occasionally activates more than a dozen corpses at a time, but in this way, her chakra consumes too much, and when she can't stand it, she starts to absorb the investigations of the ninjas she has captured. Carrot. No wonder she deceived so many ninjas to come over, waiting for the answer here. In order to fight, she used forbidden techniques to make ghost masks, and in order to make chakra inexhaustible, she deceived the ninjas, kidnapped them, and then used them for their own consumption. After consuming chakra and blood, this perverted temptress was even going to prepare skin and meat. Just as her long nails were about to deal with the dying ninja in front of her, a child's voice came from the huge amounts of in the laboratory. "Hi, old witch, how come your way of obtaining chakra is so disgusting every time you look at it?" Hyuga Lanmo, who was standing on the side, said, with his voice, he has restored his original appearance. Wu Yu saw that it was him, was shocked, and shouted, "Come here, take him." Immediately afterwards, she was ready to escape. This was a laboratory, she didn't want to turn this into a battlefield. But in the huge laboratory, there was no guard at all, so where did Wu Mang take the people? At the moment the door of the laboratory was closed, she moved her finger lightly, and a dozen ghost-faced men who had just been activated by her forbidden technique rushed up. Hyuga Lanmo opened his mouth and melted out. There was a ghost-faced man who could not dodge, melted on the spot, and turned around again. His body was already floating, and his fingers were sealed. Dust escape, boundary stripping technique. Huge amounts of bounds appeared, covering the dozens of ghost-faced people who surrounded them, and disappeared and turned into dust with a sound of destruction. Advertisement. The fake Wu Yu watched this scene in horror. She wasted a lot of ghost faces made by chakra and disappeared like this. Magnetic escape. Hyuga Lanmo floated in the air, and a large amount of magnetic evacuation magnetic sand appeared behind him, instantly sealing the walls of the entire laboratory. In this way, it becomes a blocked space, where people outside can't get in, and people inside can't get out. When he followed the enchantress to the laboratory to see her use the forbidden technique to activate the ghost face man, Hyuga Lanmo had already begun to use his brain to plan tactics. Her body can walk around along the ghostly skin, then he will come to catch turtles in an urn to see if she can escape. As for her ninjutsu principle, he guessed something more or less, it should be related to those hairs, but she used too many ghost hairs, it is not so easy to kill one by one, who knows that she is uncertain how many human skin warriors are hidden in these hidden places. Hinata Lanmo, what do you want? Wu Yuha looked around with cold eyes. The corpses in this laboratory were accumulated after she worked hard for a year. If it weren't for him, her plan would not be implemented until a few days later. At that time, her army of ghouls would have been completed. It wouldn't be like this, and the production would be rushed. In addition to directing the war, she would have to devote attention to it. Here. Definitely you are dead, as he said. Hyuga Lanmo waved his arm and made a vertical leap. Lei Dun appeared and struck her. Wu Yu dodges and wants to hide, but his speed is too fast. She waved her finger and wanted to let the ghosts come to help, but now they're in a closed space. Even if those human skins can get the signal, they will rush. Do not break this magnetic escape protection. She wanted to use the soil to escape, but she was reluctant to ruin the laboratory, just at the moment of her hesitation. With a click, she had been hit by Lei Dun, and immediately after, Rong Dun appeared. Wu Yuhua's body was melted away by Fu Dun. On the ground, only her screams were sharp and piercing. Finally, the scene was quiet, and the more than 30 medical ninjas who were avoiding the war all heaved a sigh of relief. They had been working for 3 days and 3 nights, and they couldn't stand it anymore. Some people fell to the ground. Hyuga Lanmo fell, and his body, perception technique had been maximized, to feel this huge amounts of everything in the experiment. He drew out the shuriken, threw it out, and circled for a week. The glass cover in the cave was completely destroyed, and the sound of shattering was wave after wave. Fulmary flowed all over the floor, and the blood-red corpse without human skin fell on the ground. He didn't want his feet to be stained with blood and got up and floated. The other medical ninjas also climbed onto the side table and avoided formalin on the ground. Witchcraft forbidden. Although he doesn't understand this kind of magic, he knows that the activation of witchcraft is different from the training of a normal ninja. Ninja physical training and storage of chakras. Advertisement to behave in ghosts and witchcraft, indeed to smoke the chakras that others have practiced. We don't know about the others. Yes, someone replied. In the different space, Hyuga Lanmo put the strand of purple hair into the test tube and injected it into the chakra. Seeing it twisted up and down, his eyes were deep. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Yeah. He put his hand in his pocket, took another look at the scene. The magnetic escape was cancelled, and the door opened. Let's go. On the surface, it looks extremely complicated, but as far as Hyuga Lanmo's understanding of witchcraft is concerned, some witchcraft are not complicated, and only one point can affect 100 things and unlock them all. As soon as these words came out, more than 30 medical ninjas at the scene hurriedly fled if they were given a new life. Someone replied that in the past few days, they have planted hair for the corpse here, and have repeatedly seen Wu Yu use forbidden techniques to activate the corpse. Naturally, they know some secrets she doesn't know. This ghost transmits chakra ninjutsu ability through her hair. She has no body at all, only consciousness. As long as these hairs are still alive, she will never die. Hyuga Lanmo turned his head, looked at the person standing on the table, and asked, "What do you all know?" Hyuga Lanmo came to the table, stretched out a handful of tied long purple hair, and asked, "These are cut from her hair." And Hyuga Lanmo burned the laboratory on fire, and left here. However, her consciousness can only spread in the human skin, but cannot spread to the ghost face person. Any other valuable information? Hyuga Lanmo asked again. Brother Hyuga, the ghost is not dead, a medical ninja said. Chapter 142 Fierce battle between two sides. For example, if you are haunted at night, you might be able to catch ghosts and kill demons with just one spell. So, if you want to take down that temptress, you just need to find that spot. Hyuga Lanmo pulled out the secret scroll of Uzumaki village, searched for a method, and then conducted various medical experiments, and used the fairy art. Anyway, as long as the ghost hair can be sanctioned, even a glimmer of hope, he will not let it go. However, after many experiments, many ninjutsu, fairy magic and charms have an effect on this hair, but if you want to get rid of all the ghosts in one fell swoop, you must continue to study witchcraft, fairy art, medical art. Hyuga Lanmo stopped all the experiments, leaned on the wooden table, racked his brains, and kept thinking. He sighed slightly, his eyes fell on the hair scattered on the table, suddenly his eyes lit up, and he thought. Although this ghost practice comes from witchcraft, it cannot be separated from the chakra in reality. Since it is inseparable from reality, it is an object that exists in reality, so what can definitely be added to this object, such as infectiousness, viruses? Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo was overjoyed, but when he turned to the follow-up implementation method, he froze again. He actually let go of all the medical ninjas caught by the temptress, who would help him grow his hair. However, in the current situation of Wuwang City, I am afraid that they would not be able to leave if they wanted to. Out of the different space, the war outside has begun, and the ninjas of the 5 ninja villages have come to the south sea coast of the country of Kawa, and they have begun to encircle the floating city of Wuwang. And the enchantress did not die, and brought a large number of soldiers and ghost warriors to fight. As for Shenong, he should still be studying the Zero Tail in the basement, but it hasn't appeared until now. Hyuga Lanmo transformed into the cliff castle, and after inquiring about Shang Wuming, he couldn't help but laugh. The medical ninjas did not run away, and they were all caught back. At the moment was in another underground laboratory, continuing to make ghost warriors. Wu Mang brought Hyuga Lanmo, who had turned into a medical ninja, to the new laboratory. And this time, in this laboratory, there was a ghost and human skin guarding it. Hyuga Lanmo, who turned into a medical ninja, was pushed into the laboratory. Yes, never run away again. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo cooperated very well and came to the test bench and secretly distributed the purple that he had planted with the virus among the many purple hairs on the test bench. Everyone continued to work, and the hair was planted on the blood corpse by them. Then they put on their clothes and masks, and waited for the enchantress to implement the forbidden technique. This time, she came very quickly. After activating the dozen or so corpses in front of her, she immediately took the ghost-faced people to fight. Hyuga Lanmo saw this scene and disappeared from the scene. Just wait for a good show now. On the clock tower of the castle, Hyuga Lanmo stood facing the wind, and Conran outside the city had begun to counterattack. The physical explosive attack of Soraran flight bombing can also have a destructive effect on fixed targets. If it is against a one-on-one ninja, Soraran who does not know how to use ninjutsu will have no advantage. Even if they could shoot with a bow and crossbow, they couldn't compare to Shinnen's water dragon that could lock the target. Wind escape, thunder escape, water escape, fire escape, appeared one after another. Wu Yu spends sitting in the city, directing Fagaran and Gimionran to fight. The ghosts are quick to move. The Gimion ninjutsu is so numerous that there are many in number, and they have the upper hand in the battle against the ninjas for a while. And there is another advantage in these ghost wars, that is, there is no feeling, they are like corpses. Even if the beaten arm drops, they will not make a sound and continue to fight. Looking at the civilian soldiers who were driven by ducks on the shelves and controlled with drugs, they simply went out to give away their heads. They were all driven down from the castle in the air, Wuwang City. Some fell directly into the sea and thrashed, some couldn't swim. Even if they could swim, they couldn't even board a battleship boat on one side. Only then did they know the cruelty of the war and how naive they were before. Above the sea, because of the constant wars, the sky is reflected in red, thunder escape, fire escape, constantly attacking Wuwangcheng from all directions. Above the city wall, bows and crossbows, ghosts with human skin and ghosts, all counterattack. Standing on the top of the tower, Hyuga Lanmo frowned as he watched the people struggling with life and death. He said that he is not a saint, let alone a good person, but he is definitely not a person who will die. He touched the safety buckle in his pocket with his fingers, then sneered, put the bracelet in place, made a vertical leap, and disappeared above the tower. Appearing again, he is already in the sea, wooden done. Advertisement. A large number of planks just wanted to emerge from the sea, and appeared beside the civilian soldiers. Those people hurriedly reached out and hugged the planks, which was considered temporarily saved. Water escape. A huge wave hits, like a water wave rolling in the sea, rushing many people holding wooden boards onto the sandy beach in the northwest. Everyone got on the shore with lingering fears. Someone looked at the wooden planks on the coast in amazement and said strangely, "The battleship is made of iron, and the boat is a kayak. There is not even a wooden boat nearby. How come there are so many planks suddenly appearing? And this wooden board is so rule, the cuts are neat." "It's Mew done," someone replied. "If I remember correctly, when I was caught by the temptress and threatened sister file size, Hyuga Lanmo used Mew done to save us." When the others heard this, they all bowed their heads. "We are so to him, and he saved us. We are so sorry to him." Yes, from the beginning to the end, everything he said was correct, but we were too self-righteous. We felt that they were too young to believe in them. Now that the city has become like this, it is our own fault. Everyone stood on the beach, feeling guilty. After Hyuga Lanmo saved a few waves of people, he simply let Mew Duplication stay here, and he went back to the city to watch the excitement. At the moment, the leaders of the major ninja villages that have been unable to attack for a long time have been in different locations and have begun to rework their combat plans. You know, in this attack, there are not many ninjas from major ninja villages. Through their own Anbu investigations, each of their ninja village leaders has a copy of the distribution of each other's ninjas. Konoha ninja mainly attacked the southern area. There are 2 teams with 6 people. Since Wuyan village is closer to Wuwang city than other ninja villages on the sea, 9 ninjas came to take charge of the southwest and western regions. There are 6 Saiyan villages, focusing on the northwest and northern regions. 7 in Union village, mainly responsible for the eastern region. However, Yanyan village was far away, and it had just arrived. Fewer people came, a group of 3. Chapter 143 Joint Operations. Although everyone did not discuss the battle plan in advance and worked on their own, it was very gratifying to find loopholes and start the siege after arriving on the scene. But this kind of relief is about to be broken. Because the opponent not only has a comprehensive defense, but also has a huge number of ghost warriors, and the ghost face man can ninjutsu, which is very tricky. And all the information exchanges between these ninja villages rely on their own secrets to investigate, and there is no communication at all. Even if they find their own attack positions, they will do their own things, and there is no comprehensive all-round attack plan. What to do? If this continues, we will consume more and more. On the side of Saiyan village, although the problem has long been discovered, joint operations are not the matter of a foreign ninja. They send of the 6 who came, 1 sneaked into Wuwang city, and the remaining 5 injured 3. Now everyone is clenching their teeth and insisting. For a long time, I'm afraid they will be defeated by the other party soon. Why don't we join other ninja villages to discuss countermeasures together? Someone said. Everyone knows this method, but no one wants to take a step forward. No, the other party didn't speak. How could we speak first? As if Saiyan village can't stand it anymore, how can we unite with other ninja villages without the approval of the superior? In the past few years after the Third World War, it was during the Cold War in the villages that no one was in contact with anyone, and no one looked down upon anyone. In the later period, things changed when Naruto and Gaara were 8 or 9 years old. As for joint operations, it didn't appear until Naruto was 13 years old, and it was still limited to Konoha and Sandaikura villages. As for other villages, until the Fourth War a dozen years later, the entire shinobi was facing danger. At that time, all talents really let go of their grudges. The same problem also appeared in other ninja village teams. Seeing the injuries and sacrifices brought about by the ninjas, everyone refused to bow their heads and ask for help. The east has turned pale, and seeing the sky is about to dawn, the ninjas have been fighting for 7 or 8 hours, but the Wuwang city in the sky is still solid, which makes them really impatient. At the same time, other problems reappeared. As the night disappeared and the day came, Kongren in the cliff castle in Wuwang city was dispatched again, starting a new wave of attacks. Launch, launch. Sora Shinobu set out. Wu Yuha stood on the wall of the castle, laughing, and soon, this world will be hers. At that time, she will let everyone see and let the ghosts be powerful and let them bow their heads. Look at which of them dared to say that sending ghosts is a demon or a demon, and it is a forbidden technique. Advertisement, come here, go and call out the last 100 ghost warriors in the secret room of the basement, and make a full counterattack. The soldiers adjourn, pick up all the corpses on the battlefield, and peel them on the spot. I need more corpses. As long as there is a corpse and hair, she uses the energy source to constantly make more ghost warriors. Outside the window of the tall castle clock tower, Hyuga Lanmo lying on the window yawned and looked up outside the city. These 5 ninja villages haven't won yet? His ability so weak? In his memory, in the Naruto story, only a few ninjas of Konoha might have wiped out Sora Ninja. Why this time, the 5 great ninjas went to the village and the battle was in the middle of the night, but it was not over yet? Also, among the plots I watched in my previous life, there is only a villain like Shenong, and this time, this enchantress Wu Yu Flower is really tricky. Hyuga Lanmo twisted his neck, stretched his waist, looked at the time, one stood up and flew out from the castle. A black shadow flew out of the castle quickly, and soon landed on the coast. Several ninjas appeared, all showing up to him. Who? I'm Hyuga Lanmo. I can kill the demon girl, but before killing her, let's talk about a condition. Hyuga Lanmo was casual and said. What conditions? The leader of Saiyan village asked, and at the same time, there was some uncertainty in his eyes. A child? Is there a way to eliminate those ghost warriors? With so many of them, after fighting for a while, he could do it without finding a way at night. My request. I need your 5 ninja villages to come together and answer together. I don't want to agree to this for a while, and I will regret it again, and it will be endless. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo's eyes curled up, and a smile cracked at his mouth. Immediately after a second, he had already rushed towards the leader of the Saiyan village. Advertisement. When the other people saw this scene, they were shocked and stepped forward to fight, but before they could get close, a handful of Kuwu had already reached the neck of the leader of Saiyan village. This little doll is so fast. This reminded them of the yellow lightning in the 3 wars. The lightning could still see the light, but this child, if it hadn't been shaken by the wind just now, they didn't believe that he had rushed over. What are you going to do? Saiyan village asked with a nervous expression on his face. What are you not doing? I just don't bother to explain one by one, so I kidnapped all the leaders of the 5 ninja villages. Let's sit down and discuss together. After speaking, he looked to the reef on one side. Over there, 3 duplications appeared, and everyone kidnapped the leader of the ninja village, and Konoha's Kakashi was here after receiving a notice from Hyuga Amo. The people in Saiyan village were surprised. Hyuga Lanmo, isn't it the kid who made the limelight in the joint competition? Is his ability so strong now? The joint competition a year ago was a battle between a group of ninja villages, and the leaders of the major ninja villages at the moment were all at the upper ninja level. At this moment, he even suspected that Kakashi Konoha did this for him. The other three people were overwhelmed and stood with the leader of Cheyenne village. Duplication and Hyuga Lanmo let go of the people in their hands. Why are you standing? Sit down, let's discuss business matters, Hyuga Lanmo said. I have nothing to discuss with Konoha. The people in Union Village looked stubborn. What's the matter? Do you want to go back and forth? Do you feel that your Union Village is bombed by Wuwang City 7 or 8 times? How much strength is left? 7 people came. Why didn't you send more people from Lei Ying? You know better than me. I don't know what is your purpose here. Do you think that the 5 major ninja villages will be successfully defeated by attacking Corman? It's been all night, don't you see what the situation is? Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly and continued. To make a long story short, if you do not listen, tell you, I have a way to get rid of the ghost, but I want to negotiate terms with you. Chapter 144. Hyuga Lanmo, you are Konoha's person, haven't Konoha been attacked? Killing the temptress is what you should do. What are the terms? Ridiculous. The people in Chuyin village looked angry. Why doesn't this kid always play cards according to the routine? Since he is from Konoha, why is there no way to kill the enchantress and arrested them? Is he funny? I'll talk about terms. What's the matter? I can't agree with you. Anyway, I am not commissioned by the village. Hyuga Lanmo hugged his shoulders, looked at the 5 people in front of him, and didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, Kakashi asked on the side, can you really solve that ghost? Can. What are your conditions? Kakashi knew Hyuga Lanmo. The reason why he brought the 5 ninja villages together, the conditions he asked for were definitely not for selfish desire. My request is, if I end this war, please spare Wuwang City and the tens of thousands of ordinary people in the city, and the attack on the 5 great ninjas has nothing to do with them, Hyuga Lanmo said. I don't agree. During World War II, Conran participated in the war. Who knows if the people in the city unanimously support this city lord? If so, if we let them go, wouldn't it be letting the tiger go back to the mountain? I also don't agree. The ninjas of Iwakura village also said. In their hearts, Hyuga Lanmo is an enemy in a certain sense, and they will oppose any request he makes, no matter what. Okay. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. Happily, that's why I must bring the leaders of the 5 ninja villages together. As long as one of them disagrees with this approach, even if the negotiation collapses, it's okay, everyone, go ahead. He waved his hand and the 4 duplications around him disappeared. As soon as he turned around, he floated towards the sea. When he was not far away, he turned and spoke again. Yes, I forgot to tell you that Wuwang City still has weapons unused. Do you know what it is? It's called a zero-tailed beast. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo laughed, then time and space shifted and disappeared above the sea. When the leader of the 5 ninja village heard this, the expression on his face was extremely shocked. What is Zero Tail? Someone asked. Others looked at a loss, they were not very clear about Zero Tail. The sea is foggy. Everyone turned around and looked at the sea. Thick fog appeared on the vast sea. Wuwang City had disappeared in the thick fog, and the ninjas of the major ninja villages stopped fighting in this environment. Advertisement, let's fight together, I don't know who finally said. Upon hearing this, Kakashi sighed in his heart that the first time the 5 ninja villages united, it turned out that Hyuga Lanmo brought it together. Good. This time, their battle plan changed, but Wuwang City's battle plan also changed. Every village sent to the dark part of Wuwang City has no news. It is like evaporating in the world. Even the perception technique cannot be used in this thick fog. The wind attribute ninja uses the wind to escape, and wants to remove the thick fog. But after a few attempts, the huge amounts of wind turbines only twist the mist, and there is no possibility of being blown away. Several ninjas were ambushed, and in desperation, the leaders of the ninja village ordered all the ninjas to withdraw to the shore. Above the sea, in the dense fog, it seemed that some greater danger was condensing. Hiss. Suddenly, some strange creature called hoarse, and the sound was like a hell ghost howling and rippling above the sea. In Wuwang City, chaos has become a mess. The soldiers threw their helmets and armors and fled frantically. The buildings on the street shook violently, damaged and collapsed. Hyuga Lanmo stood on the top of the tower, watching the huge monster that twisted and crawled out of the basement. His brows were tightly frowned. Wu Yu, the enchantress, laughs like a ghost. Suddenly, the city tilted to the east 45 degrees, and it was about to reach 50 degrees. Now the entire Wuwang City seemed to fall immediately. The people in the city slid towards the east city as if they were on a slide, and the guards on the wall were like fall into the sea like dumplings. The cry for help rang out. Wu Yuha, do you want to destroy the entire Wuwang City? Hyuga Lanmo floated in the thick fog, looking at the temptress's smile, wondering what she wanted to do. What if it is ruined? You don't think I will stay in the country for the rest of my life? My ambition is much bigger than this. Now I will take my ghost army and follow Zero Tail to destroy the 5 ninjas. The village is now, what's the use of keeping this Wuwang City? Wu Yuha looked around, her sullen eyes stern. No, this situation is not right. If the fake Wu Yu flower doesn't care about Wuwang City, why did she let people go to the city to pick up corpses during the previous battle? Obviously, she also just learned that Wuwang City would not be able to keep it. Advertisement: the ninjas' attack was not the culprit, so what caused Wu Wangcheng to become like this? All the ghost warriors in the city were dispatched. Wu Yuhua also abandoned the city. Zero Tail and Shenong also jumped into the sea and disappeared. As Zero Tail left, the whole city quickly fell into the sea. Hyuga Lanmo sprinted to the bottom of the city with both hands hard. He wants to hold up the whole city. It's impossible. Get away, get away. The people who fell into the sea shouted roar loudly. Wu Qianling saw this scene with tears on her face. As the successor of Wuwang City, she had already given up. Why is he still fighting? Huge amounts of Wuwangcheng was pressed on Hyuga Lanmo's body. He looked so small. Above the sea, everyone looked at this scene, and they were all moved. The city was still declining, and he would be crushed to death. Dodge, avoid. Everyone shouted loudly. He didn't give up. The city declined. Although the speed slowed down, he did not stop. Such a big city, where tens of thousands of people live, and there are huge amounts of underground city, the weight can crush countless Hyuga Blue ink. The city has pressed him into the sea. Wu Qianling cried heartbreakingly. Let's give up, we don't want it, please, brother, give up. I wanted to apologize to you a long time ago. I'm sorry, I didn't listen to you before. Little brother, I don't you die. Hyuga Lanmo's head is no longer visible on the sea, and everyone is mournful, and the crying becomes a whole. However, at the moment, only a sound of water was heard, and the whole Wuwang city slowly rose up. As the city continues to rise, Hyuga Lanmo appears below the city. He holds the giant city in his hand. His body is light yellow and golden, and on his eyelids, colorful facial makeup appears. Suao-chung rises to the sky. The sea boiled, and everyone screamed and shouted in disbelief. Chapter 145. What kind of supernatural power is this? That kid actually held up a huge city. He saved Wuwangcheng. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo's smile on his face, the technique of ultralight rock and the technique of immortality, Wuwangcheng was saved. The reason why all this is so thrilling is entirely because after Zero Tail left, the city fell so fast that it gave almost no room for anyone to think. Hyuga Lanmo rushed down to catch the city. Before he had condensed a large number of chakras, Wuwangcheng pressed him into the sea. Fortunately, he quickly activated the fairy art, and the chakra inside his body rose tens of thousands of times. Then he used the ultralight rock. With surgery, everything has been reversed. In the dense fog, no matter it was the people in Wuwang City or those who fell into the sea, all were cheering for joy. Compared to the coast, it is indeed extremely tragic. Although the 5 major ninja villages have formed a united front, the appearance of Zero Tail disrupted everything. It was difficult to deal with the ghost warrior side. The number of ninjas sent by each ninja village to destroy Wuwangcheng was limited. For a while, the ninjas in Ninja Village suffered heavy casualties. The major ninja villages initiated distress signals, but in the morning, Soraran had already attacked the major villages. The village must have been in chaos. I don't know when support will come. Several teams led the main battle against Zero Tail, and the Anbu fought back and forth. Other Shangren joined forces to fight the ghost Wu Yu, while some sent Zhongren and special Shangren faced hundreds of ghost soldiers in front of them. Although the Zero Tail is among the tail beasts, it is not counted at all, but the ability for fighting Shinobu is more than enough. These ninjas still don't know the secret of the ghost Wu Yu flower. Sometimes they have teamed up to destroy her, but they don't want to turn around. She has appeared among the ghosts again. The number of ninjas is getting fewer and fewer. Kakashi was anxious, and while fighting against Zero Tail, he asked, "Do you really not consider Hyuga Lanmo's opinion? His request is not excessive, but we don't want to find the common people in Wuwangcheng. Don't you all agree to such a simple request?" The leaders of Yanyan Village and Union Village, who had opposed opinions before, were silent. The captain of Yanyan Village had been killed by Zero Tail just now, and 3 of his subordinates had died. If this continues, let alone a victory, it is considered good to be able to save his life. Advertisement: he is a kid, and he really has a way to deal with Wu Yu's flowers. I don't believe it. The people in Yanyan Village were still stubborn. If so, you people are long-winded. It's really annoying. Even if you don't promise him, he can keep Wuwangcheng alone. Didn't you hear the joyous roar from the sea just now? Those people are shouting? Under Hyuga Lanmo's name, they have been saved by him? Mackay, who was playing against Wu Yu flowers, yelled, and even he heard them. Are they still pretending to be deaf? And this Wu Yu flower in front of me is too troublesome, right? Her ninjutsu is not particularly strong, but she wants to completely destroy her, but it is not easy. She seems to be a sorcerer, and can reappear after being killed. Against a person like her, his 8 doors Dunjia were helpless. The team leaders of Yanyan Village and Union Village were blushing. Indeed, Huan Roar on the Sea had heard them, and the Anbu who had gone to detective also came back to report, saying that Hyuga Lanmo alone held up the entire descending Wuwang City. Although they don't fully believe this information, at the moment, facing Zero Tail and Wu Yuha, do they still have a chance to choose? Okay, we agree. Kakashi, you go to negotiate terms for us. As long as he helps us eliminate Wu Yuwa and Zero Tail, we are willing to sign an agreement with Wu Wangcheng on behalf of the village, but we will never seek revenge in Wu Wangcheng. Good. Kakashi turned around and ran towards the sea. When he saw Hyuga Lanmo, the opponent was floating in the air, dragging Wu Wangcheng with one hand, and sending peanuts to his mouth with the other. Huh, they agreed? But it's too late. I don't have time here. If I leave, isn't this city falling into the sea? There are still many people above who haven't retreated. Hyuga Lanmo looked disapproving. But our mission is about to fail. Kakashi knew that he was cold outside and hot inside, but he knew better that if he didn't want to take care of something, he wouldn't take any action at all. Don't worry, isn't it Zero Tail? Let Union Village send Yaochi Rabbi to come, and it will definitely be wiped out at once, but Wu Yu is a bit troublesome, but if all her ghost warriors are wiped out, it will work. Dispelled her temporary arrogance, so, I won't be okay if I don't make a move. Hyuga Lanmo said while chewing on the peanuts. Kakashi frowned slightly. Hyuga Lanmo, help. He changed his hand and dragged Wu Wangcheng and said, Mister shouldn't beg me. They changed their combat plan again, someone said in hindsight. Advertisement with the evacuation of Zero Tail and Wu Yuha, the thick fog on the sea slowly dissipated. When the captains of the two ninja villages ran towards the floating sea of Wuwang City, they saw the sight from a distance. Suddenly, I don't know who yelled. In the thick fog, there was no trace of Wu Yu Flower, and the ghost-haired warriors quickly evacuated. Even after Zero Tail issued a wave of attacks, they withdrew back to the sea and disappeared. NS. What is that scene? In the rest of their lives, I'm afraid they will never see it again, right? Several ninja captains were shocked when they heard it, and they quickly notified the village and asked the people in Onbi to investigate again. They felt uneasy thinking about the situation in their village. Isn't it the tail beast? We insist that as long as the SEAL team or the people of our village come, we will definitely be able to take him down. Are we failing the mission? Don't hesitation. Whoever opposed Hyuga Lanmo before, ask for help. If not, you will be at your own risk. Kakashi shouted loudly. What to do? Where did they go? When the team leaders of Yanyan Village and Union Village heard this, they couldn't say anything in their hearts. Looking at Wu Yan again, the people of Cheyenne and Union's team stared at themselves with resentment, and had to harden their heads and ran to the sea. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After speaking, he stopped talking, and Kakashi was helpless when he heard this, so he had to leave. Metkei on one side saw him so, his eyebrows raised. This is the first time I've seen you lose your temper? Kakashi has always been calm and self-sufficient with indifferent personality, and will never be so emotional if he is not a last resort. They ran away. Back to the shore, the leader of Yanyan Village and Union Village knew that Kakashi had failed and returned, furious. Anbu came to report, Zero Tail and Wu Yuwa were picked up by Sora Shinobu, I don't know where to go. Chapter 146. An 8 or 9-year-old child, dragging a special huge amounts of the city with one hand, shines, he is floating there, his clothes are floating in the wind, and his whole body is full of free and easy randomness, like a fairy standing in the wind. Promise in general. The two came to his feet, looking at him above, and the feeling of pressure under the whole city made them breathless. This feeling of pressure builds up, and their moods follow the emotion of worship. Before the two people still doubted his ability, at the moment, in this situation, they can no longer describe their shock in words. The leader of Union Village knew that he was really rude before, so he knelt down on one leg and said, Little brother, please help us. At this moment, he dared not even mention negotiations. The ninja in Yanyan Village didn't want to kneel, but seeing Hyuga Lanmo's gaze on him, he had no choice but to kneel down. Please help us. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the distance away from the dense fog, and said, You don't need to beg me. Zero Tail and Wu Yuha personally go to attack the ninja village. They will definitely fail. Go back. No, if that's the case, our mission has failed. Anyway, please help us, the captain of Union Village said again. He lowered his head and was very sincere. At the moment, he regretted it in his heart. If he had agreed to Hyuga Lanmo's condition at the time, he wouldn't be so embarrassed now. Although the leader of Yanyan Village was unhappy, he lowered his head when he thought of the consequences of the failure of the mission. We were rude before, please help. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, he sighed slightly. Well, since you are so sincere, I promise your request, without recklessness, prepare the documents and let them all sign. Yes. Above the sea, Wu Mang ran over holding the folder. When the two saw the file, hesitation flashed on their faces, but they had no time. They hurriedly read the content above. It was nothing more than Hyuga Lanmo helping them defeat the Ghost-Haired Temptress and Zero Tail. The 5 big ninja villages can no longer. It is difficult for Wu Wangcheng and the descendants of the Sky Country. The two signed the documents, and Wu Mang went to the shore again. At this time, Hyuga Lanmo had let Mu Duplication replace him, withstood Wuwang City, and his body ran to the shore. Advertisement seeing him coming from a distance, everyone hurriedly made way for him. Lanmo, do you really have a way? Kakashi asked uneasily. Other people also looked at him, and their hearts were different. So many people, after playing for so long, didn't win the Wu Yu flower. Would he have a solution? Definitely, solve the temptress first. With that said, Hyuga Lanmo pulled out a scroll, stretched out his hand to open it, flipped the knot seal with his finger, and pressed it on a certain mark on the scroll. He whispered, Wu Yu flower has been resolved. We're here waiting for the Zero Tail to appear. Huh, it's so simple. When the person on one side heard this, his jaw almost fell to the ground in surprise. The leader of the Yanyan village rolled his eyes and snorted coldly and said, I know, you are just pretending to be a fool, and you are not capable of it. You are lying to everyone. What is on the scroll? I drew it crookedly. Bug. Then press it on. Is it a seal or a psychic? The leader of Union village also frowned. Brother Hyuga, are you lying to us? It's so simple to solve the problem. Could it be that Wu Yu is not here, and you deliberately did this to make us think she was already? It's over? Conversely, we do this. Do you believe it? The others also shook their heads, looking at him as if they were looking at neuropathy. Let me just say it. A kid. What can be done is a lie, the ninja of Yanyan village exclaimed with a dissatisfied accent. Hyuga Lanmo was neither rushed nor impatient nor annoyed. He turned around and sat on the side of the reef. Everyone is anxious, just wait here. What are you waiting for? We are wasting time with him here. We might as well go after the temptress and Zero Tail, and walk around. The people in Yanyan village shouted angrily. The people in Wuyan village have already turned and left, ready to go back to the village first and report the situation here. The leader of Union Village was even more angry. It was even more irritating when he remembered that he kneeled before asking him to go on a horse. Explain, we will kill Wuwang City now. Anyway, there's the Temptress's den. We just destroyed it. In the entire ninja realm, no one can tell what we are. Advertisement, as he said, he angrily pointed to Wuwang City, which was dragged by wooden duplication above the sea. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were slanted, and his voice was low. Oh, do you want to enter Wuwang City and slaughter the ordinary people in the city who have no ability to fight back? Okay, you try. As he said, he just moved his fingers a few times, huge amounts of blue ink on the sea surface, standing against the wind, some floating in the air, some standing on the sea surface, all eyes are on beach. There is no sound at the scene, and the needle drop can be heard. Although everyone is not very clear about Hyuga Lanmo's ability, they still know about holding up the main city with one person. Anyway, I believe in Hyuga Lanmo anyway. He said that the method has hurt Wu Yu and Hana was hurt. He said let us wait. I think just wait, suddenly Metkai said. Kakashi looked at Metkai. For a long time, his eyebrows were bent, and he nodded in agreement. Yes, I believe it too. Time stood still again, although other people were unwilling and some evacuated, but they were helpless. 5 minutes later, Anbu came back and reported, Zero Tail and Wu Yu are back. Immediately afterwards, the surface of the sea churned, several search ships appeared in the sight of everyone, Kongren appeared above the sky, and the ghost-faced man and the ghost-haired mankind in the distance came towards Wuwang City at the fastest speed, and the Zero Tail followed it closely. Rear. Hyuga Lanmo threw the last peanut into his mouth, stood up, and said softly, isn't this coming back? Everyone was shocked, but at the same time they breathed a sigh of relief. According to time calculations, this army of temptresses should not have reached any ninja village. Indeed, Wu Yuhua and Zero Tail abandoned the city with expressions of excitement along the way. They decided to start with the nearest Wuyin village, and then swept all the way to take down the 5 great ninja villages, and then rule the entire ninja world. But I don't want to. The army is still moving forward. Wu Yuhua felt a pain in her brain. Then, all the ghosts were suffering from headaches, some were out of control, some were killing each other, one it's like having encephalitis. Chapter 147. Wu Yu was shocked in her heart, and quickly approached Shenong to help her check her condition, but she didn't have a clue after some investigations. At the moment, if they go to fight again, there is only one dead end. Without the aid of the ghost warrior, with the zero-tailed ability, I am afraid that any tail beast can crush it. Wu Yuhua and Shenong knew that things were not good, so they hurried back to the city, because there is a laboratory in the city. As long as they get rid of their illnesses and come back, they're just around the corner. On the contrary, if they insist on moving forward, they are afraid that the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, at the moment, the Fagui army and Zero Tail have returned to the South Daxia Sea. But from a distance, they saw that the floating Wuwang city was still floating in the air. On the city wall, countless people were enjoying roar. Around the city, hundreds of sun rays were guarding all around. What's going on? Wu Yuhua endured a headache and looked at the scene in front of him. Shenong, who was above the Zero Tail, frowned tightly and was surprised that that kid could have such a great ability and could save Wuwangcheng. On the coastline, ghosts have rushed up. Many ninjas gathered together, and the scene of fighting with them before is still vivid. These things don't feel. Ghost-faced people are good at 5-element ninjutsu. Ghosts are fast, dance up and down, and fight against each other, which is very troublesome. Don't be afraid, everyone. Since I have promised to help you eradicate these evil spirits, I will definitely do it. So, everyone just stand in place and don't move around. Among the crowd, Hyuga Lanmo said that if they rushed out, it would block his battle plan. Therefore, he only needs to stay where they're quietly. Hyuga Lanmo, don't brag. They're all rushing up, but you are going forward. You don't get up, don't you let us fight back? Are we waiting to die? The Anyan village cried again. Ink and annoying. Sooner or later, I will kill you, Hyuga Lanmo roared coldly. The ninja of Yanyan village heard this and shut his mouth. The past is like smoke, but it is still vivid. What should I do if the village makes trouble? Advertisement. The people in Yanyan village thought of the consequences, and one by one bowed their heads, not daring to say a word. Hyuga Lanmo pulled out the scroll again. I know you didn't believe in my ability before, this time, I let you watch it. He stretched out his hand, the scroll opened, and his fingers became imprinted, and once again landed on the twisted picture like a bug. Ah! Squeaky. In all directions, all the ghost warriors screamed, and the ghosts cried and howled sharply. Some of them fell to the ground and rolled, and some killed each other. After the ghost masks were torn off by the same kind, they revealed the bloody heads inside, which was extremely disgusting. The scene was in chaos, and Wu Yu, the enchantress, was even more thug with eyes. She held her head and yelled unbearably. What's the matter? What's the matter with you? Shenong looked around in horror. He hurried forward to check Wu Yu's body, but no matter how he diagnosed and treated him, he could not find the root cause. On the side of the ninja group, there was also a look of surprise. Mekkei laughed loudly. How? You believe it this time? Hyuga Lanmo can really subdue those ghost warriors. You see, there is no need to send a soldier. One pawn, as long as one curse seal, solved them all. At the moment, can anyone else believe it? They looked at the ghost warriors in all directions, listened to the endless screams, and looked at the Wu Yu flower lying on the ground in the distance. They were very surprised in their hearts. What method did this child use? How about this? Let them fight for a day, the whole army of ghost warriors that WW couldn't be destroyed? Ah, yeah, squeak. The screaming continued, not only here, but even the ghost-haired human skin of Wu Yuha hiding in the secret room of Wuwang City was also roaring, and the purple hair on the laboratory desk was also distorted. They didn't even know how they were destroyed by Hyuga Blue Mo. I just want you to die, Hyuga Lanmo sneered, and Ji Yan's fingers began to shift. Shenong stood on top of the Zero Tail, avoiding the blood in front of him, and after a sprint, the entire Zero Tail attacked Hyuga Lanmo. Advertisement at this point, it is the same as the dead temptress, who likes to smoke other people's cha kela. The ghost Wu Yu flower has fallen to the ground, her figure quickly withered, and her whole person is like a ghost and human skin, shriveled. All the ninjas scattered around, but the huge amounts of Zero Tail was too fast. It swung its arms and already grabbed a few ninjas, and the chakras on the ninjas were quickly sucked up by it and thrown aside. The medical ninja who was locked up in the laboratory looked horrified. What is the situation? The whole city seemed to be dumped just now. Now this hair moves by itself for no reason, as if tortured by someone. The pain was unbearable. Her eyes looked at Hyuga Lanmo strangely, and she asked, "You really did it? Why is this? Even if you die, you have to make me understand it better, right?" While speaking, he had sneaked into Zero Tail's body and rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo. At the same time, Zero Tail's body changed. It was originally like a huge amounts of earthworm, it suddenly became a tooth and claws with many arms. Monster. Shenong prides himself on being a genius doctor. He feels that he can be regarded as the #1 person in the medical ninjutsu of the ninja world, but in the matter of at the moment, he can't even see that Wu Yu's illness is caused by spells. Or is it another reason? With that, another round of pain struck her, and her brain was like being bitten by thousands of ants. Hinata Lanmo, what demon technique did you use? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. As his fingers changed, thousands of ghost soldiers on the scene screamed again, and the scene was tragic. On the beach by the sea, Shenong holding Wu Yuha standing above the Zero Tail, has already rushed over, through the ghost chain, information sharing, the ghost girl has known through the ghost face, it is after Hyuga Lanmo's handprint, that he started to get sick, and all the mysteries were on this child. Since you refuse to tell the truth, I will kill him today, cut you into slices, and then dig out your brain. I don't believe it, I can't find the reason. And Wu Yu's hair turned white quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. She stretched out her hand to stroke her hair, tears running and screaming loudly, and then with her last struggle, from her hair to her whole body, it all turned into a pool, blood water. Not only she was like this, but all the ghost-haired warriors around her were like this. Their hair turned white, struggling and screaming, and finally disappeared as the body twisted into blood. Chapter 148 Hyuga Lanmo's several vertical jumps avoided, 1,000 wind random blade. Countless wind blades hovered from all directions, cutting off Zero Tail's countless arms, but the next second, Zero Tail's arms grew again, and the ninja besieging on the ground was a piece of cake for it. Hyuga Lanmo's Lan Dun appeared, and cut across his huge amounts of figure. Lan Dun laser cut its body again. If it is an ordinary human or animal body, I am afraid that it has already been seriously injured at this moment, but the Zero Tail in front of it seems to have no flesh. After the body is cut, it grows again at a rapid speed. The body becomes larger, and the cut part will disappear instantly. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly. After several vertical leaps turned, he had already crossed its body. So what about this? Mu Dun, the technique of high-density cuttings. Zero Tail is huge in size and capable of regeneration. From the outside, it looks invulnerable, but all objects have their own life gates. Ninjutsu, Shienju, witchcraft, and medical skills, no matter which one, have their opposites. Zero Tail definitely has its own life gate of unknown fear. What exactly is it? Does all physical attacks have no effect on it? For example, Mu Dun's high-density cutting technique. This ninjutsu is an upgraded version of cutting technique, mainly for large beast enemies. The general cutting technique is to grow wood bombs from the recipient's body to kill people. This cutting technique, wood bombs, is small, but dense, and is especially suitable for large enemies like Zero Tails. Hyuga Lanmo's Mu Dun resorted. Countless wood bombs exploded from Zero Tail's body. In an instant, the entire Zero Tail disappeared, even the mask on its face that said, Zero Tail, fell on it, to the ground. However, apart from this mask, there was nothing else at the scene, no zero-tailed corpses, and no Shenong appeared. When everyone saw this scene, they hurriedly looked for the Zero Tail from all around, but it didn't exist at all. Don't relax, be vigilant. Someone reminded loudly that it was a perception ninja. He could feel that Zero Tail was nearby, and it was not dead. Hyuga Lanmo felt it too, and physical attacks were useless to it. Advertisement Myoko. Zero Tail appeared again. Hyuga Lanmo used the ninjutsu of suppressing tail beast power, but it still didn't work. Then there is only one way. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and Zero Tail attacked again. It had 8 or 9 arms. In the chaotic situation, it suddenly grabbed Hyuga Lanmo, who had not escaped, and laughed. Hyuga Lanmo, I didn't expect it. I would be surprised. This time let you see how powerful my air supremacy is. Shenong's arrogant words appeared from Zero Tail's body, and they suddenly emerged from the sky. It's as if its body can suddenly disperse and condense. Hyuga Lanmo was grasped by it, and the ninjas around saw this scene. They were nervous. Everyone stepped forward to help, but they weren't Zero-tailed opponents at all. If they waved their arms, they would be caught by it if they were not careful. Bring your chakra. Shenong laughed wildly, and Zero Tail began to absorb the chakra in Hyuga Lanmo. With the absorption of Zero Tail, the numerous shadow duplications protecting Wuwang City disappeared in the distance above the sea. Shenong saw this scene and asked, "This time you were willing to talk about it, how did you kill the ghost, you say?" "It's very simple, just plant chakra infectious bacteria in her hair." Although Hyuga Lanmo was caught by Zero Tail and was constantly absorbed by chakra, he didn't care at all on his face, as if he was sucked. People are not the same as themselves. "Grow chakra bacteria for your hair. You nonsense, how can chakra bacteria be planted in the hair? You are slanderous." Shenong, as a person who likes to study medical ninjutsu, let alone hear about it. Even with this idea, he never appeared. At the moment I heard that Hyuga Lanmo used this method to kill Wu Yuha, which made him unable to believe it. After all, this was the first time he had heard of this kind of thing in the entire ninja world. "Definitely, like now, am I also sending germs to your chakrari?" As soon as he said this, Shenong was shocked, and hurriedly let the Zero Tail in front of him let go of Hyuga Lanmo. Who knows, as soon as he landed on the ground, the whole person was in the state of a fairy. Not only that, he burst out 7 kinds of tailbeast's chakra, radiant, rushing forward. Advertisement. The impact of this picture is a bit more surprising than before when he dragged Wuwang City with one hand. "What's that? Chakra the tailbeast, and it's the chakra of the 7 tailbeasts. How could it be possible?" Everyone was stunned. In Wecheng, Hyuga Lanmo used the power of the tail beast against the beasts and the intensified 2 and 7 tails, but at that time he just exploded the tail beast chakra, and did not let man seize exactly what tail beast is in his body. And now, under his dazzling golden light, all 7 tail beasts appeared. 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, and 9 tails. Although vaguely, they didn't make a mistake, that is the power of the tail beast. Boom! Huge amounts of the tail beast chakra lashed out. Not only the ninja at the scene, but even the opposite Shenong was dumbfounded. He wanted to hide, but there was nowhere to escape. The tailed beast chakra attacked its body, and Shenong shouted, "What kind of monster are you?" Indeed, at the moment Hyuga Blue Mo is like a monster, the power of the tail beast under the art of the fairy, and all the yang attribute tail beast chakra. Originally, physical attacks were ineffective to Zero Tail, but now, a large number of golden chakras are coming, and the dazzling light hits Zero Tail. Huge amounts of beams burst through the sky, accompanied by a sharp cry. Zero Tail, together with Shenong hidden in its body, were all distorted in pain, and then burned and disappeared in the tail beast yang attribute chakra beam. The world calmed down, waves hit the shore one after another. Hyuga Lanmo gathered the power of the tail beast, turned and left. Lanmo, suddenly, Kakashi stopped him. His face was full of surprised expressions, and his affairs refreshed his knowledge of him one by one, but he didn't expect the secrets he had hidden so much. "Duo. Tailed beasts. So many tailed beasts. What's the matter?" he asked softly, and the other ninjas were all tense and listened with their ears pricked up. They used to make fun of him rudely before, but now it seems that they are the people who look like Joker. This child, let alone a few tailbeasts, is the human pillar of a tailbeast, and they dare not offend him. "It's okay, if you have it, you have it," Hyuga Lanmo replied indifferently. Chapter 149. The Roar Crowd. Then, why can the power of the tail beast kill the Zero Tail? Kakashi asked again. After he returned, he should tell the 3 generations of the details of the mission. The previous Myojin and Munin attacks were invalid for the Zero Tail, then why is the physical attack that is the same as the power of the tail beast really possible? This is very strange for him and even the other ninjas on the scene. Because of the origin of the Zero Tail, Hyuga Lanmo turned around, although he was still an 8 or 9-year-old child, but at this moment, in everyone's eyes, he was like a frightening and strange great man. Their eyes were alienated, guessing, afraid, and awe. Hyuga Lanmo ignored their expressions and continued. "You probably don't know that the Zero Tail actually appears through the darkness of the human heart. It is not so much a physical body that it grows, but it is a conscious existence, which is why the Zero Tail can't be killed. The reason for the dark consciousness, as long as it exists in the hearts of Shenong and Zero Tail, it will always appear uninterrupted, unless the darkness in it can be removed." "What then? Can the tail beast attack it?" Kakashi continued to ask, confused. "If Zero Tail uses the darkness of the human heart, then the best way to remove the darkness is sunlight and warmth. Therefore, I called the tail beast chakra in my body, and it was still a positive chakra. Huge the dazzling can make the darkness have nowhere to hide. It is a forcibly used positive chakra to kill Zero Tail and Shenong, and thwart him to ashes, leaving nothing, white to black, yang to yin." When everyone heard this, they admired this child, although he was very young, but he was smart and capable. He could think of this way. Then, if it were us, wouldn't it be impossible to eliminate the Zero Tail? Someone next to him asked gently and cautiously, for fear that Hyuga Lanmo would not answer their question, with a hint of flattering tone. "You want to ask, can Zero Tail be influenced by the kindness of human nature?" Hyuga Lanmo had already seen through that person's thoughts. The other party nodded, and he replied again, "I am not a high monk. I don't know about this, but I know that it is better to kill a monster with no humanity than to kill it." After speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave again. Who knows that the people behind asked again, "Well, Wu Yu Flower, Ghost Wu Yu Flower, did you really use the chakra virus to infect those ghosts to death?" "Chakra doesn't have the virus, but the hair is not sure." Hyuga Lanmo, who had already floated to the sky, replied, and then disappeared. Then, Wuwang City above the sea floated towards the distance, disappearing into people's sight. Advertisement on the coast. The ninjas of the 5 great ninja villages stand by the sea, looking at the south. Their thoughts have not returned for a long time. That boy is called Hyuga Blue Mo. Above the South Daxia Sea, Wuwang City. At the moment, everyone looked at the tower and made a sound of joyous roar. Under the tower, Wu Mang took 3,000 soldiers to prepare. There were a dozen soldiers standing beside Wu Qianling, and a huge amount of jewelry box was placed under each of them. As soon as Hyuga Blue Mo appeared, he saw the scene below. He jumped down from the top of the tower and fell in front of Wu Mang and Wu Qianling. Are all ready for me? Yes, thank you. Suddenly, Wu Qianling stepped forward and hugged Hyuga Blue Mo. All of a sudden, her tears fell, her whole body was tightly on him, her heart was moved. Did your mother find it? Hyuga Blue Mo still remembers the real Wu Yu flower. They haven't seen her from beginning to end. I found it. I've been sent to the hospital. Wu Qianling looked up at him, with tears in his eyes but a smile at the corners of his eyes. Everyone started to rush forward. Little hero, thank you. I want to see him. Don't squeeze. Avoid. Hyuga Blue Mo jumped and floated in the air. Everyone calmed down and looked up at him. Then he waved his hand and said, don't get excited, we are all alive. As soon as these words come out, not only is there no thousand spirits, but all the people in the city are all moved. Yes, to live. This simple requirement is sometimes a luxury in their lives. If there is no Hyuga Blue Mo in Wuwang City this time, then they have everyone been brought back by the temptress. And the remaining city in the only sky country, hasn't it been destroyed long ago? Master, 3,000 soldiers are here to follow the order, please master to count. Advertisement Wu Ming below suddenly knelt on the ground and bowed a big bow to Hyuga Blue Mo. As soon as he knelt down, the 3,000 soldiers he led behind him also knelt down. When everyone in the city saw this scene, they all knelt down. The scene was magnificent. Hey, don't do this. Hyuga Blue Mo hurriedly dropped. He stretched out his hand to help everyone and said as he helped, you don't need to do this, am I for money? With that said, Hyuga Blue Mo turned around and came to Wu Qianling, stretched out her hand and tightened the 10 big boxes of jewels in front of her in a different space. This is all mine, right? Definitely, Brother Mo, this is all yours. Okay, everyone don't thank me anymore, I should go back to my master. After saying that, Hyuga Blue Mo handed a book of medical ingredients to Wu Qianling. This is for you, temptress. The antidote to the poison is configured according to this ingredient, and then 1 pill per person can detoxify everyone. Brother Mo, are you going to leave? Wu Qianling stepped forward and grabbed his finger and asked. Yes, this mission failed, I have to go back and let me know. When everyone heard this, they realized that, in fact, he came to Wuwang City under the entrustment of the enchantress, and he did not do anything for the enchantress. The enchantress died in his hands, not because of the mission failure. Brother Mo, Wu Qianling hugged him again, can you stay? When other people heard this, they also persuaded, yes, stay, the city lord is still in a coma, as long as the city lord wakes up, she will thank you very much, and we haven't treated you yet. We are not cooperating, we are not obedient, we haven't apologized to you yet. No, 10 boxes of jewels. I have already accepted them. I really don't have to thank you again. Hyuga Blue Mo pushed Wu Qianling away, looked at everyone again, turned to Wu Mang who turned to one side, and said, no brother, since I have received the money, I don't want the others. You can keep the 3,000 soldiers, I am a wandering person. There are so many people around me, it's not early, so I won't stay. NS. Master. Wu Mang knelt down again, if the master refuses to accept us, we can only thank you with death. As he said, he suddenly drew the scimitar, not only him, but also the 3,000 soldiers behind him. Chapter 150 Don't go back to Konoha, damn it, Hyuga Blue Mo scolded in his heart, and stepped forward to block. Hey, brother Wu, you are not making sense, are you forcing me? I really don't like taking a group of people roar. You guys, don't you embarrass me? He said many things, but the 3,000 in front of him did not take down the scimitars on his neck, one by one, as if they were dead. Some people even took the knives forward, and the blood remained along the neck. Good. In desperation, Hyuga Blue Mo nodded. If I accept it, get up. At this time, everyone took the knife back. Since you are all my subordinates, now listen to my orders. Everyone protects Wu Wangcheng, must not slacken off, stay all. Yes, master, by the way, master, I have named our team, do you think it is okay? Wu Mang said, reaching out his hand to pull out a banner and spread it out. In the middle of the flaming flag, 3 words, Japanese Army, were written in black ink. Hi, my sister. Hyuga Blue Mo held his forehead, went forward and pulled the flag, and then burned it with fire. Done. You don't need a name to know, so that's good, but also a name. Your name is all I didn't get it right, and I'd like to name it for me. At this time, Hyuga Blue Mo stopped staying, turned around and wanted to leave, but didn't want Wu Qianling to rush up again, and immediately hugged him. Brother Mo, what do I want you to do in the future? We haven't hosted a banquet yet. How about entertaining you? You can't go. Master, please take me away. Wu Mang also stepped forward and knelt before him. Countless people behind him also looked at him blankly, as if they had 1,000 words. At the moment, there was a commotion behind the crowd. Someone appeared in the distance carrying the seriously ill Wu Yu flower. Everyone made away, and the guards quickly came to him with a stretcher. Hyuga Blue Mo saw this scene and knew that if he didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to leave. He reached out and took out a summoning charm and stuffed it into Wu Qianling's hands. If you have something to do, please come to me again. If you burn this thing, I will appear. Let's not say much, tell your mother, thank her for her kindness, her health is important. Take care of her injuries. After speaking, he turned around and jumped towards the city wall. Wu Mang chased after him. And Mu Dun duplication, in accordance with the requirements of the people of Wuwang City, placed the city in the place where Wuwang City was once placed and disappeared. Advertisement Hyuga Lanmo left Wuwangcheng and headed north. He wanted to return to Konoha, but he received Tsunade's call. Time and space shifted and appeared again. He was already in a hotel in a small town in the Kingdom of Wind. Tsunade was walking back and forth in the room anxiously. Seeing him appear, he hurriedly stepped forward, then nervously opened the door and looked. After seeing that no one was following outside, he returned to the room. The mission failed, isn't it? That Wu Yu flower is a fake? Yes. Hyuga Lanmo replied. It seems that this news spread very quickly, sir already knows. Yes, I know it, but are the rumors true? You. A worried expression flashed in Tsunade's eyes. She looked at him up and down, with a little uncertainty in her heart. It took a long time before she asked again. There are really many tail beasts in your body. Hyuga Lanmo did not deny it and nodded. No, it's unscientific. How could there be 2 9 tails in this world? As far as I know, the 9 tails have been sealed in Uzumaki Naruto's body for 4 generations, and there are other tail beasts, almost now in their own human column power. In the body, then what's the matter with your tail beast? Hyuga Lanmo couldn't explain it, just spread his hands and said, I don't know, it exists anyway. Now there are 7 in total. Hearing this, Tsunade gasped. She felt that her head was congested, and she couldn't react. She rubbed her fingers nervously, with a worried expression on her face. Then do you feel any discomfort now? The tail beast will be very dangerous if it backlashes. By the way, I heard that you will evade? At the moment, Tsunade realized that he seemed to know too little about his apprentice. Yes, sir, Jilai also taught me the wood escape cultivation technique and the sealing technique of the Whirlpool clan. Besides, since the tail beast appeared in my body until now, I haven't found that the tail beast can't control it or the phenomenon of backlash, so don't worry. Tsunade nodded. Her mind is a bit messy now, she needs to calm down. After a while, she sat down and drank a cup of herbal tea, got up again, and came to him. Lanmo, every word I say now, you after listening and remembering. He nodded. If Konoha summons you to go back, you can go back anyway, you know? In the future, if you don't have to be a last resort, don't use the power of the tail beast anymore. By the way, don't use the name Hyuga Blue Mo in the future. Change it, for Shangmo. Tsunade said solemnly, staring at him tightly, holding his shoulders with both hands, with serious expressions in his eyes. Advertisement at this moment, Hyuga Lanmo couldn't tell what he felt inside, but he felt a little sour in his nose and a little hot in his eyes. He thought that Mr. Tsunade would stand by Konoha's side, but at the moment she didn't. All her words and thoughts were taken from his safe starting point. He nodded heavily, reached out and hugged her. Sir, thank you. Stupid boy, what thanks? Promise me, live well. If the tail beast has a backlash, you must tell me. I will help you, no matter what. I will find a way to save your life, you know. Yeah. Hyuga Lanmo nodded heavily. That night, Tsunade left the town. She said that she was going to the Wetbone Forest. The Master Slug's medical skills were invincible in the world. She was going to talk to her about Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo had nothing to do when he was idle, and he began to study the map of the Kingdom of Wind, but this idleness only lasted for 3 days, and the summoning talisman of Qian Ling burned. When he appeared in Wuwang City again, he was stunned by the sight in front of him. The whole city was almost destroyed. On the streets, the bodies of ordinary people were everywhere, and Wu Qianling had disappeared. The soldiers who died in the city's guards had wounded hands. When a soldier saw him appear, he dragged his ruined legs and came to him. It's a group of people dressed in black and red clouds suddenly. There are 6 people in total. When they come, they say that they're looking for you. They're all abnormal. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an explosion, and the castle on the cliff was razed to the ground. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo shifted from a different space to the cliff. At the same time, as his toes landed, 6 people quickly surrounded him. I thought you were afraid to show up. The first person, with a mask on his face, and a kaleidoscope in one eye, is the Uchiha who brought the soil. Chapter 151. Among the other 6 people around, the white and black Ju symbiote held a corner. Seeing him looking towards him, Baiju laughed. Haha, little brother, we meet again. There is another face that I am familiar with, that is, the dried persimmon ghost shark. The rest of the people, Hyuga Lanmo has never seen it. At the moment's Akatsuki organization is still in a secret state, the initial stage, so who has ever been recruited here? What have you done? Hyuga Lanmo didn't know, but anyone who could join Akatsuki was by no means a general. What do you want to do? Hyuga Lanmo stood among the 6, her eyes grim and her fingers pale. The Wuwang city that he worked so hard to save was so destroyed by them? He wants them to pay the price. Definitely pulled you into the organization. It would be a shame if someone like you didn't join Akatsuki. Baiju said excitedly. He had been persuading Madara before and ordered that Hyuga Lanmo be blocked and let him become a member of Akatsuki's organization. Member, but Madara never listened, always saying that he was still a child and ability was exaggerated by them. It wasn't until 3 days ago that the 7-tailed beast chakra exploded in Hyuga Lanmo's body and spread throughout the ninja world, and Madara hurriedly gave orders to win Hyuga Lanmo at any cost. Uchiha took the soil to stand in the leading position, his eyes were deep, and he looked at Hyuga Blue Mo in front of him. If he had read it right, he used the space-time shift. What if I don't agree? Then we will kill all the people in the city. Among the six, a stranger who speaks yin and yang spoke up. He wears a tall hat, a blood-red waist drum around his waist, black skin, and the clothes of the Akatsuki organization, just like the impermanence from hell. Haha, it also depends on whether you have that ability. Hyuga Blue Mo glowed all over, entering the fairy mode directly. The battle began, and the Beiheiju complex retreated to the back. Baiju's expression was excited and yelled loudly. Hiwei's face was solemn, and he looked closely at Hyuga Blue Mo, who was flying up and down surrounded by 6 other people. He whispered, "Have you seen this kind of existence? 7 kinds of tail beasts come together. Have you already known that he is this kind of existence?" Baiju laughed when he heard Heiju's words. "How'd I know, but the more I think about it, the more excited I become. If we get him, the monthly reading plan may be advanced. Then, haha, my mother will be resurrected." Rarely, the corners of Heiju's mouth raised. Although he was highly skeptical about Hyuga Blue Mo, this unsolved mystery was not important. What was important was their plan. Advertisement: Uchiha's fire escape with soil is like a dragon tongue, wrapping him in it. There is also a person who is fast and able to fly, like a goshawk, shooting a poisonous feather arrow every time he kills. And that black impermanence, the huge hat is full of hidden weapons, and the drum on his waist, every time it hits, it will make people headache. There is another ninja, the rebellious ninja of Union Village. The twin hammers are equipped with thunder to escape. When they are cut down, they are so powerful that they can even smash the concrete floor into a big hole. In the thunder, he is also good at using water to escape. His water escape is not the same as other water escapes. There is thunder in the middle. As long as it is contaminated with a little, he will be numb all over, making it worse for life than death. The ability of the dried persimmon ghost shark is better than the other 3. His chakra is amazing, and the big sword shark muscle in his hand is even more troublesome. Every time he cuts a person, he ignores it, and he likes to suck the other chakra. And these few people, pulling out one at random, seem to be above the ghost witch. Definitely, this is just the feeling of Hyuga Blue Mo, because sometimes certain ninjutsu is like this. When you don't understand it, it feels so powerful that it is indescribable, but when you catch its fate, then everything is simple. Just as many ghosts can be solved by only one infection. But I have to admit that, except for the 3 people I know, he is not completely familiar with the ability of the few people in front of him. The big sword shark muscle slashed, the current thunderbolt attacked from the left, the sky goshawk blocked the upper part, and the poisoned feather arrows cooperated with the attack. The black impermanence of the waist drum was extremely annoying, and the B***** chi sound was sudden and slow, as if it was knocking on people. In general, Hyuga Blue Mo flew up and down, her fingers were printed, and Huo Dun Lei Dun attacked from all directions. As soon as he turned around, he was already in the state of kaleidoscope riding round eyes, and Susao Nengu appeared, and he was still in the state of immortal Susanoo. His whole body was glowing with golden light, and he was extremely sacred. Suzuo Noji burst out of his palm, and slapped the black impermanence to death on the ground. Don't think too much, the real Hyuga family members. Hyuga Blue Mo stood in the midst of Suzuo, with bloodshot eyes, looking at the 5 remaining people in front of him. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement: the feather arrows landed on the periphery of the chakra of Susanoo, and they fell one after another. Seeing this scene, Baiju laughed. What did I say? He is a genius, a genius. In the face of such a master, his feather arrows have no effect. Uchiha took the soil to see this scene, wondering in his heart, how could he have a riding wheel? Definitely, this is something that people who don't know about his pupil skills will find it extremely magical, and Hyuga Blue Mo knows too well. He is a person who has copied his ninjutsu ability. In the long list, the kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes have appeared, but there is no need to Zuo Nengu. The blood spurted out, and another member of the Akatsuki organization saw this scene, and even used the blood to attack Suzuo Nohu with the water escape and the thunder escape. Sweeping huge amounts of the palm of his hand, Lei Dun landed on Suzuo Nohu, but he never hurt Hyuga Blue Mo at all. He avoided Suzuo Nohu's palm, but when he turned around in the next second, he found Hyuga Blue Mo just stand in front of him. It's a fly, and the goshawk in the sky flew back, and the feather arrow in his hand shot out again, and a new round of battle began again. 6 extremists from Akatsuki's organization went out, and 3 of them died at the moment. Heiju retreated from the scene with Baiju. In this situation, he had already seen that none of these people were opponents of this young man. And the person who killed Union Village Renren was not Hyuga Blue Mo's body, but a duplication, and the body was still in Suzuo. What's the matter? He was about to look back at the Hyuga Blue Mo who was protected by Susao Nohu, when the person in front of him, a thunder, fell from the sky, split a soul and flew out of his body, and died on the spot. Ever since the black impermanence was shot to death by himself, he definitely started to use it. And Suzuo on the ground didn't know when he had an extra feather arrow in his hand. It was an arrow at the little goshawk in the sky, and the other side dodged, but the bow and arrow carried a powerful chakra. All escaped, but was swept to the waist by chakra's left edge and died. Are you from Uchiha's family? The other party asked a somewhat idiotic question. Uchiha rushed up with the soil, and Huo Dun cooperated with the time and space to shift, superbly and confusingly. Chapter 152 Shao's Conspiracy. This proves that the Uchiha belt soil at this time has not been able to use the Susanoo. No wonder the majority of netizens have always believed that the Uchiha belt soil's ability is not as strong as Yu Uchiba Itachi after seeing Hokage. Facts have proved that the eyes of the masses are discerning. Bringing the soil rushed up, and after Kawushang's hand was tied to Suzuo, he turned around, and 7 or 8 explosive charms exploded on the scene. Susanoo retreated. Hyuga Lanmo rushed into the explosion, where there were still 3 people. They had already used the time-space to transfer and fled the scene. Hyuga Lanmo looked down at the spell that he had just taken out in the large scroll, and shook his head slightly. It was specially prepared for Uchiha to bring the soil. Unfortunately, it was useless. Knowing that they escaped so fast, he didn't need it before. Suzuo can stop. Somewhere in a secret cave, an old figure was leaning on a stone chair. Behind him, the huge amounts of outer golem showed a ferocious expression, and pipes were inserted into him. Yi Ju appeared in front of him and whispered a few words in his ear. He was shocked. His eyes were deep, and blood-red rays of light flashed in his eyes. He has a writing wheel. Isn't he blind? It's writing round eyes, kaleidoscope state, and also used Susanoo, Haizu said again. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara stood up. He looked around, his fingers gradually grasped, and the 7-tailed beasts gathered together, still writing round eyes. No wonder Orochimaru wanted his body in every possible way. Some things will be used in the dark. Some people don't let him taste the sufferings of the world. He doesn't know the importance of breaking through the darkness. If you want someone to agree with our thoughts, you must let him empathize. His eyes were gloomy, and after speaking, he coughed. Seeing this scene, he nodded slightly. At the moment, the 5 great ninja villages are still looking for him, and the people in Konoha are the most anxious. Why don't we push the boat along the river and close him to the desperate situation? It will be hard for him not to enter dawn when he falls. Go. Uchiha Madara waved his hand and leaned weakly on the seat again. Advertisement. In Wuwang City, Hyuga Lanmo looked at the devastation in the city in front of him and sighed slightly. He came to the East Refuge in the city. As expected, many people were hiding here, along with the city lord Wu Yuha and her daughter. You're back. Wu Qianling rushed up, reached out and grabbed his fingers, and looked up and down. Are you okay? Some strange people are looking for you. Go quickly, don't stay here. As she said, she pushed him out. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and grabbed her fingers, and said, I was negligent. I should consider the consequences. Originally, he wanted to resolve the matter of Wuwang City, so he left, but he didn't expect that the incident of the 7-tailed beasts he had exploded here would arouse the attention of the entire ninja world, but they couldn't find him and even took Wuwang. The city got down. This time it's the Akatsuki organization, not necessarily who it will be next time. Although the 5 ninja villages signed an agreement with him to ensure that they would not infringe upon the innocent people in Wuwangcheng, he understood their style of doing things, and it was clear that it didn't work. Wouldn't they come secretly? The ability of Soraran was low, and after this battle, Soraran suffered a heavy loss, and the few remaining powers weren't the opponents of those ninjas at all. These consequences he should have thought of. No, this is not a safe place, we must leave. The city can be rebuilt if it is ruined, but everyone is sitting here and waiting to die. It is really a dead end. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo turned around and left the refuge. This time, he did not ask these people for their opinions. Anyway, everything they said was wrong. His duplication had asked them before. Where is the city of Wuwang? As a result, these people's brains are useless. Let duplication put the city in the same place. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. With tears in her eyes, Wu Yu looked back at the many people under the reef, and then at Hyuga Lanmo. Suddenly, she knelt down, not only her, but also the tens of thousands of people behind her, down. Is it with him? Then he will consume it to the end? Advertisement Wu Mang was also among the crowd. Before he ran out to find him, he returned to the city. Later, Shao organized 6 people to attack. He fought hard to resist and was seriously injured. Hyuga Lanmo stood on the shore, looking at the vast sea in front of him, and said, a place that no one else can find. Hyuga Lanmo didn't help her anymore, turned around and sat on one side of the reef. He wanted to leave directly, and worried that Akatsuki would find a back account. Although it's hard to find the secret here, if Akatsuki uses all means, absolutely can find it. After speaking, he laughed, and then he reached out and took out the 10 boxes of jewels given to him by Wu Qianling in the scroll, and put them in front of Wu Yu Flower. The city lord, the original is returned. The construction of the new city requires money, and those warships and the like can also be transformed into merchant ships. The materials here are scarce, but I have seen that the land is still vast. As long as you work harder, you can definitely start again. After landing again, the people in Wuwang City swarmed out of the city. This is a new place. On the huge island, there are no people. They no longer have to worry about a sudden attack. Hyuga Lanmo, please be the leader of our empty country. As she said, she fell to the ground and refused to get up. Everyone looked at him, and those scorching eyes reflected on his heart like a soldering iron. I am not in high age. Although you are young, it turns out that everything you say is right. We need a leader like you. Please lead our country in the sky. Wu Yuha knelt down again, pray loudly. Hyuga Lanmo appeared under the city, using wooden duplication to separate 5 selves, using the art of immortality, and cooperating with the tailbeast chakra, using all his strength to raise the entire Wuwang city. Then he disappeared on the vast South Daxia Sea with the huge city. Then duplication didn't think much, and left the city and the people in the city where they used to be. In the end, this place became the target of public criticism, letting those who want to threaten themselves forcefully. At the moment, regardless of the pain, he just knelt on the ground like that, with hopeful expressions on his face. Hyuga Lanmo hurriedly stepped forward and pulled her up. Although he was very strong, she was not his opponent at all. but her legs were bent and her head was kept low. Even if he was pulled up, she was still in this position, as if no matter what. Nothing will change the same. Please be our leader. I am willing to hand over Wu Wangcheng. I am willing to be your subordinate and do my best for you. He looked at the crowd and sighed slightly. Aren't you embarrassing me? How old am I? I still want to live a happy life for a few years. Where is this? City Lord Wu Yu asked strangely, looking at the scene in front of him, supported by someone. Chapter 153. Time passed by every minute and a second. Although it has entered the late autumn, the so-called autumn tigers are not a joke. The sun is scorching at noon, and there are bumpy reefs all around. He wants to see if they can kneel. How long will it be? 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, and 1 afternoon passed. City Lord Wu Yu fainted, and the medical team came forward to rescue her. She woke up leisurely, but shook off the medical staff and shouted, City Lord Hyuga, if you disagree, no one is allowed to get up. Even if he leaves, we must kneel down. He saved Wuwang City. Without him, we would have died long ago. Since he doesn't want us anymore, it doesn't matter if we die. When the people below heard this, they replied loudly, yes, we absolutely stick to it. F*K. Hyuga Lanmo really wanted to scold his mother, but seeing so many old, weak, sick and disabled kneeling there, the swear words came to his lips, and he swallowed again. Good, you were great, I lost. I promise you to stay. As for the leader or something, we will discuss it later. After saying this, Wu Qianling stood up and rushed over and hugged him. Brother Mo, great. Wu Mang also stepped forward and knocked his head 3 times before being dragged to the hospital. Baya is waiting to be excited, isn't this causing him trouble? The next 3 days were 3 days when the elders of Wu Wangcheng quarreled, and there was only one reason, and that was that they wanted to promote Hyuga Lanmo's name as a short country. Isn't this a joke? Hyuga Lanmo could never agree, so they had their endless quarrels. I believe in his ability, he is a big name, absolutely no problem. This is not a question of ability. Can Sora no Kuni be called a country? As early as 20 years ago, the older generations banned the Sora no Kuni. Now because the little brother Hyuga is here, we have the country is brought out. How is this different from Shenong and that evil woman? Now that we have lived far abroad, do we still have to remain anonymous? Don't we have the right to restore the clan name? Hyuga Lanmo was a headache because of their quarrel, and he couldn't help it. He patted the table. Don't talk about it, the country of the sky is the country of the sky. Good, advertisement. Then you are our name. Bah. Who wants to be a big name? It's good for me to stay here. What do you want me to do? Hyuga Lanmo exclaimed dissatisfied. After that, there was another quarrel. These old guys have a kind of ability that doesn't give up until they reach their goals. Although they seem to be arguing and arguing with each other, in fact, it's not that he is forced to agree to their demands in this environment. In the end, it was impossible for the daimyo to do it, that was not his style, but Hyuga Lanmo agreed to their leadership of Soreran. Before Wu Wangcheng, it was because the existence of Kongren was wiped out, that the ghost fat lady took advantage of the loopholes, and Shenong awakened Zero Tail. If they had their own team, they would not be afraid of foreign enemies invading. Besides, they could still find ninjas for protection before, but now Wu Wangcheng is overseas and needs its own armed forces. In this way, the old town lord Wu Yuha regained his daimyo status, and Hyuga Lanmo was elected as the village chief of Kongren village. According to the previous system, Kongren needs to find another place to live and cannot stay in Wuwang City. Although this uninhabited island has a vast area, it is a lot smaller than the 5 major countries. Fortunately, there are many islands nearby. Therefore, Hyuga Lanmo took his own 1,000 guards and Wu Mang with his injuries. And some people who helped leave Wuwang City and settled on an island with huge amounts of not far from Wuwang City in the southeast corner. Looking at the empty surroundings, Hyuga Lanmo got a headache. Why did I agree to stay? At the moment, isn't it good to eat barbecue while soaking in hot springs in other places? It was originally a documentary about the growth of a wandering ninja. Are you forced to farm? He rubbed his brows and looked miserable, but the people around him laughed and laughed. There are grown trees on the mountain over there, cut it down, let's choose a place to build a house. Wu Ming was the most happy, usually indifferent, he was busy with a cane at the moment. Master Village Chief, you sit down and rest. I heard you just now, do you want to eat barbecue, don't you? I'm going to prepare it, someone said happily. Stop. Do you think I'm faint? In this state, what kind of barbecue do you eat? Hyuga Lanmo shook his head, sat on the rock, took out a generation of salt-soaked peanuts from his pocket and ate it. Yes, yes, the lord of the village is our savior, not the stunner. The man still looked happy and turned to work. He looked around, then looked at the last 3 air ninja warships traveling on the sea, and sighed slightly. Advertisement if you come, let it rest, 2 done, 2 liubi, wood done, the technique of the great forest. The 2 types of ninjutsu laid the foundation for everyone in the empty ninjutsu village. The village chief is so amazing. The crowd applauded roar as they looked at the city walls and the trees in the village. Hyuga Lanmo turned around, disappeared, and appeared again. He was already in Wuwang City. This place is a bit more miserable than that. After all, the people who Wu Yuhua sent to him are healthy and capable, and the people left here are. All are old, weak, sick and disabled. Above the cliff castle, Wu Yuhua dragged her seriously ill body to a meeting with a few elders. Although some capable people in the village have gone to reclaim wasteland outside the city, there are too many problems in the city. Hyuga Lanmo stood in the corridor, listening to what the people inside said one after another, only to realize how difficult it is to protect a country and build a village. And the most important problem now is that the people in the city don't have enough food in winter, and there are no houses. Everyone can squeeze in the underground city to get past, but there is no food. What do you eat? I'll go. Hyuga Lanmo appeared at the door of the meeting room. Now the Kuo no Nong warship is not going to the Fire Nation. You will give me the contact address, and I will run. You will write down all the materials you need, and I will go when the time comes. Take. When several elders heard this, they stood up and looked grateful. He hadn't been willing to take care of these nostalgic matters before, but now they took the initiative to make them really surprised. So Hyuga Lanmo took a trip, and because of this trip, he learned that there were some contact points in the major ninja villages in Wuwangcheng. These contact points were all engaged in business, and all the income went to Wuwang, city-owned. Young man, are you the only one? Can you get so many things? Seeds, farm tools, some ironware, and over there, medicinal materials, cloth, daily necessities. So many things. In a small town outside the famous city of Fire Country, the owner of the rice shop looked at Hyuga Lanmo worriedly. It's okay, bother the store, help me pack it up, and then buy some paper, pen and ink for me, thank you. Chapter 154. He became a public enemy. The shopkeeper nodded, and reached out to take the money from him. If he hadn't had a token of Wuwangcheng, she would have suspected that he was a fake contact person. He ordered so many goods by himself, and there was no caravan, let alone hired carriage. How does he transport it back alone? Hyuga Lanmo is not very clear about the things near the Damingfu city in the country of fire, so he sits in front of the store and waits for the owner to purchase. At this time, 5 or 6 people walked on the street, and the man-headed cursed loudly. That Hyuga Lanmo should have been slashed by thousands of swords, betrayed Konoha, and took refuge in Konan, and now he is arrogantly declaring war on the entire ninja world. It's overwhelming. It's not just self-defeating, he is also very guilty. Have you heard? Last night, he gave the 3 princesses of the Daming Mansion strong. Oh, I heard it was terrible, another person said. This kind of scum can't die. Just, Hyuga Lanmo was sitting at the door of the store, and he gaped and was a little confused when he heard this. Are they talking about yourself? It seems to be right and it doesn't seem to be right. For example, Sorare and Konoha has something to do with him, but how can he not know about other things as a party? Hello, brothers, the Hyuga Lanmo you were talking about is Konoha's Hyuga Lanmo? He stood up and chased after him. It's definitely him, who else can anyone else be? What happened to him? Don't you know? With such a big thing, the entire shinobi world is shaking, but you don't know that B************** D has declared war on the 5 great nations. One of them exclaimed with excitement and emotion. Hyuga Lanmo was stunned, and he repeated, you said he declared war on the 5 great nations? Just him? Is that right? You don't believe it, do you? Who can believe this, but it is true. Now the daimyo mansion has become a mess. The Hyuga Lanmo not only fought against the 5 great ninja villages in the name of Sororenin, the book, and also sent a war note to the big names of the 5 big countries. Just last night, he also harmed the 3rd princesses of our big name mansion. Do you think he is still a human? Crazy and crazy, it's not a human being, beast, the others echoed. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo's face was embarrassed, and a smile came out from the corner of her mouth. He said, everyone, is something wrong? Then Hyuga Lanmo is still an 8 or 9-year-old child? Isn't it too far-fetched? What is 9 years old? He is 18 years old. We have a portrait of him, don't believe me. As he said, a man withdrew a scroll and opened it. Inside, there was a picture of a 5 big and 3 thick man with stubble on his face, eyes like copper bells, and a gluttonous mouth, which was very ugly. Hyuga Lanmo pointed to the picture scroll with a helpless look. This is not Hyuga Lanmo. The Hyuga family has always had a good skin. How could such a monster come out? Just say so, that's why he did so many maddening and inhumane things. Anyway, the Daming City is already in a mess. If you don't believe me, just go and see for yourself. With that said, the man put away the picture unhappily, dragged a few people, and left cursingly. Hyuga Lanmo returned to the store. After explaining a few words to the shop shower inside, he hurried to the famous city of the country of fire. This small town is not very far from the city mansion. Along the way, pedestrians on the road are talking about Hyuga Lanmo. After entering the city, Hyuga Lanmo knew the seriousness of the matter. On the street, there are announcements and portraits offering him a reward everywhere, and everyone on the street is talking about Hyuga Blue Ink. Originally, he only heard that he was strong in the small town, and it was weird, but he didn't expect that in the city, the matter was even more excessive, such as kidnapping and selling children, drinking human blood and eating human flesh, attacking the 5 major ninja villages, and he also liked it. He did what he did to suck other people's chakras by kissing. Isn't this the crime of making a ghost woman? Why did you press on him? Going further inside is even more lively. At the entrance of the Daming Mansion, there is conscription, and on one side of the bulletin board, there is a declaration of war. Hyuga Lanmo walked in and took a look, furious. I saw the statement on the declaration of war. I, Hyuga Lanmo, declared war on the name of the country of fire in the name of the country of the sky, vowing to chop off your head, invade your country, strengthen your daughter, and enslave your people. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement. I definitely know that I have a lot of relatives in Wuwang City. I have heard of what happened in Wuwang City. The boy did find refuge in the nation of sky, but it was also to help us. In the country of the sky, who can have such great ability? No one else but him. It's really hard to live a quiet life. Which B************ D is making a prank? Hyuga Lanmo saw these short words and stretched out his hand to cover his face. I went to the other 3 ninja villages again, all of which were similar to Union Village. The strongest reaction was Yanyan Village, new hatred and old hatred. They could not wait to cramp Hyuga Lanmo, and frustrated their bones. Everything was ready. Just when the store was worried about how to take it away, Hyuga Lanmo saw that there were no people on the street, so he moved directly to a different space and transported everything back. Moving from a different space, Hyuga Lanmo, dressed as a businessman, appeared in Konoha. He wanted to look at the scene here. It was quiet here, and people on the street seemed as if nothing had happened. The alien space moved back to the small town. He sat at the door of the Midian, feeling helpless. The store saw the person who disappeared out of thin air, and it took a long time to react. She patted her thigh heavily, with surprise expressions on her face. He is Hyuga Lanmo. The store was originally a business site set up by Sora no Kuni in various places, so naturally speaking to his own village, and those who do not know the situation, I am afraid it is easy to be fooled. Instead, I went to Union Village. F*K. People on the street were emotional. The announcement still posted his declaration of war, which was similar to that of the Fire Country's Daming Mansion, except that the object was replaced by the 4th generation of Riking I. Among them, the sentence of robbing his daughter was not. Probably Reikage has no daughters, right? When everyone nearby heard this, they said in unison, Hinata Lanmo. The shop owner came back, holding a bunch of things in his arms, and cursing as he walked. One by one, Hyuga Lanmo saved the ninjas from the 5 ninja villages. It was obviously a temptress who made trouble, but they pressed him on him. Unacceptable. God. Who is this? He raised his voice to the sky and asked loudly. Hyuga Lanmo finally met someone who was speaking for himself, stood up, and asked, the shopkeeper, how do you know that he was wronged? Chapter 155. Back in the city, after Hyuga Lanmo put the things down, he returned to Cornin Village. Everyone was busy building. He also began to use ninjutsu to help. He temporarily left behind about the 5 great nations. Until the evening, when Jiraiya's summoning spell came, Hyuga Lanmo sat up, and after a shift, he appeared somewhere above the valley in the country of fire. Jiraiya was standing on the grass on the edge of the cliff. Seeing him appeared, he greeted Roar happily. 3 generations walked out from behind the big rock on one side, blue ink. When the 3 met, the scene suddenly became awkward. Go back to the village, I will find someone to help you see. If you can extract all the tail beasts, it is best. If not, staying in the village is also a protection for you. The 3 generations have sharp eyes, and their eyes are full of calculations. Hyuga Lanmo understood that the summoning this time was not entirely the meaning of Mr. Jiraiya, but the meaning of the 3 generations of Sarutobi Hizen. He sneered, pull out the tail beast. From ancient times to the present, all people who have been drawn to the tail beast will die. For 3 generations, do you want me to die? Jilai also heard this and looked at the 2 nervously. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo's situation is really a headache. 3 generations want to help him, don't know if he will accept it? What are you talking about? How could I harm you? If I want to harm you, do I have to wait until today? I started when I knew that there were 5-tailed beasts in your body. Now every village surrounding you. Where do you think you can escape? The voices of the 3 generations gradually rose. Even if you start early, you won't succeed. Hyuga Lanmo turned her back and looked at the lights in the distance. He has not been for 4 years. He can be slaughtered and can only evade in order to survive. Although 4 years later, he is also running to survive, but at the moment, he has a bargaining chip against anyone who is against him. You, Hyuga Lanmo, don't know what is good or bad. Now Yanyan Village has launched a joint war against you against the other 4 ninja villages. If the other 3 ninja villages agree, Konoha has no choice, so while you still have the opportunity to return to Konoha, Konoha can also help you mediate. At that time, there may be a way out for you. The 3 generations' eyes were cold, and their narrow pupils were tightly contracted. I don't need anyone's help, and I have a way of life. On the contrary, if I go back to Konoha, I might die faster. Hyuga Lanmo's voice was low, and her tone was decisive. Hyuga Lanmo, as a member of Konoha, you have never heard Konoha's words since childhood. This time, you made enemies everywhere in the name of Konoha. As the 3rd generation of Hokage, I will never allow you to make any damage. Ye's thing. Advertisement 3 generations of legs opened, eyes widened, and his voice gradually increased. Chakras all over him had burst out, and he was ready to fight. And behind the surrounding mountains and rocks, several Anbu people had already appeared, and they had been prepared. Hokage-sama, you promised me that you won't do anything to Lanmo. Ji Lai also looked around and stood in front of Hyuga Lanmo. I'm doing it for his good. When I bring him back to Konoha, he will know that I am doing all this for the village. Although I did not write those declarations of war, I remember that the declarations of war received by each village pretended to be me on behalf of Sora no Kuni. If you want to come to war, it has nothing to do with Konoha, right? Hyuga Lanmo opened his mouth and said. The 3 generations were angry when they heard this, unrepentant. After he finished speaking, he printed, "To done, to Liubi," with both hands. The reason why the 3 generations can ascend to the throne of Naruto is entirely because of his strength. Compared to Danzo, who only knows to play tricks, his ninjutsu skills have definitely reached the limit of the strength of his chakra, so he is called Professor of Ninjutsu. Above the valley, huge amounts of circular walls appeared, and several Anbu jumped onto the wall, guarding each side, cutting off his retreat. I heard that your ninjutsu ability is very strong. I believe you will not use time and space transfer tonight. Sneak away. Gentlemen are magnanimous. Villains are relatives, you can't be a villain. Sarutobi Risen was afraid that he would slip away, so he even urged him. Hyuga Lanmo laughed, haha, after hearing it. It was really ironic to hear this sentence from a small population. Don't worry, I won't run away. Obviously, this is someone planning and setting up, but some people know that he was wronged, but still refuse to let him go. Although he is young, he knows the sadness and preciousness of human nature. Advertisement however, Hama Kakashi knew better than anyone about Hyuga Lanmo in Wuwangcheng. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Among these people, he also includes himself. How could such a person pull the people of the Sky Country against the 5 great nations? He laughed on the surface, as if he didn't care about anything, but he was warm in his heart and would never give up lightly. Kakashi couldn't replicate this, so he could only follow other Anbu to use ninjutsu to attack Hyuga Amo. After saying this, the 3 generations and the surrounding Onbi all rushed up. These Onbis were carefully selected by him, and one of them was the masked Kakashi Hagi. Although they had forgotten themselves as required since the day they entered the Anbu, they only had the belief in obeying orders in their hearts. 3 generations saw that although Kakashi used the writing wheel, but did not copy successfully, knowing that this card is temporarily useless. Kakatobet's eyes flashed behind the mask. Is it right or wrong for them to do this? After finishing speaking, Hyuga Lanmo made a seal with one hand, and a gust of wind blew up in all directions. In the wind, waves of black magnetic sand appeared. It's not that they don't believe him, but they don't believe the 7-tailed beast in him. Therefore, in the Wuchang joint assessment, he protected everyone's safety by himself, and after winning the first place, he did not embarrass the people who ridiculed him. In the Wuwangcheng change, even if everyone he didn't believe him, and he didn't give up that city. In the end, he saved a whole city and the ordinary people in it with his own ability. Hyuga Lanmo is definitely not the kind of person who wants to dominate the world with his own ability, pulls the country of the sky, and fights against the 5 great ninja villages. Hyuga Lanmo stood in the middle of the magnetic sand, looked at the 3 generations in front of him, and said, "Don't you want a tail beast? Come and get it." Kakashi wanted to replicate Hyuga Lanmo's ninjutsu, but couldn't do it. First of all, Hyuga Lanmo used the blood succession boundary. There are definitely some blood succession boundaries. As long as Kakashi carefully observes it, it can be copied, but Hyuga Lanmo also added a thing that many people can't do, and that is one-handed printing. Chapter 156 You should cooperate. And Hyuga Lanmo, who was besieged in front of everyone, stood there, the magnetic escape around him as if he had life, protecting him in all aspects. Anbu's physical skills, hidden weapons, fire escape, water escape, and wind escape came from all directions. Magnetic escape blocked on the left, shot on the right, bounced back and forth, and was fast. Hyuga Lanmo stood under the protection of the magnetic escape. His eyes were slightly closed, and the mirror perception opened, not letting go of any blind spots. 10 minutes passed and there was no flaw. Even if a ninja used the earthen hidden village to attack from under his feet, he could feel it and easily dodge it. Some of the people in Onbi made a gesture, and the others changed their combat plans and continued their attacks. Trouble. Suddenly, Hyuga Lanmo whispered 2 words, and then in the dark night, he who could clearly see him closed his eyes, and the mirrored perception was released to the maximum. There were 7 dark parts in front of him, plus the knot behind him. There are 8 people in the 3 generations of Yin. Wind escape, thousands of winds. A large number of wind blades rushed out and hovered in front of the 7 dark parts. They withdrew their ninjutsu and tried their best to protect themselves. At the moment, the magnetic escape near Hyuga Lanmo suddenly turned into countless magnetic escapes, shot at them. Be careful. Jilai, who had been standing on the side watching the battle, yelled, and rushed up. 2 escape, 2 guy. The earth escape like a trough emerged from the ground, covering all the 7 dark parts around it, not only the Changfeng Rambian, but also the magnetic needle, all blocked from safety protection. Hyuga Lanmo raised his eyebrows, admiring Jiraiya's ninjutsu and adaptability. He has used Shikaze Ranban so many times, and this is the first time someone can think of a countermeasure in a flash. Moreover, 7 people were protected at once, and the 3 generations on the other side had nothing like a flower in their hands, and they stopped Feng Dun and Magnetic Dun. Psychicism. Suddenly, he yelled, pressing his fingers on the ground. King Kong, the incorruptible body of the Monkey King, appeared on the battlefield, and after he appeared, he almost didn't stop, so he rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo sneered in his heart, and when he tried hard, Kyubi appeared in front of him. Although its size is small, Kyubi's consciousness and Hyuga Lanmo are connected, and after the appearance of the Saru demon, it has already felt the master's meaning. As soon as it appeared, it exploded the chakra body, spraying a wave of chakra shock towards the opposite side. The huge amounts of sound resounded across the valley, and shockwave rushed to all sides with the vigor of the wind. Although the ape demon is not a bad voice, even in the face of the chakra impact of the tail beast, it can stand 1 or 2, but the 3rd generation and the nearby Anbu are long in human flesh. Under the impact of huge amounts of, he was unstable, slanted, and dodged. In just a moment, Jilida has already seen who is high and who is low. Today, even if the 3 generations go out in person, it is impossible to take Hyuga Lanmo away. If this continues, only them will be injured. Enough. He rushed up and stood in front of Hyuga Lanmo, looking at the people on the opposite side and the Monkey King and the Ape Demon who was about to rush up. Hokage-sama, you promised me before, this meeting is only with Hyuga Lan. Mo talks about the problems he faces now, he won't do anything, but now, what are you doing? 3 generations of eyeballs turn around, it's already clear. He stood up and looked at the opposite Hyuga land Mo, he had already put the tail beast away. His tail beast can be retracted and released freely. This is the first time he encountered it in his half of life. He put away the psychic beast. At the moment, if they fight again, they will definitely not get any benefit. Hyuga Lanmo, you should understand that I am all for your own good. 3 generations took 2 steps forward, with a look of hatred for iron and steel. Hyuga Lanmo looked at him contemptuously. A smile curled up at the corner of his mouth, and then turned away, not even looking at him. The 3 generations touched their noses and realized that they had no capital to use force. They laughed in an instant. Haha, I was impulsive today. I just want to try your ability. Now it seems that a small amount of danger is to you. It does not constitute harm. When I heard this, I thought to myself, this is still a small amount of danger. Today, the 3 generations can be considered as going all out. If they continue to fight, maybe he will even activate the ghoul seal. Since you don't want to return to Konoha, I won't force you, but you have to think clearly about everything. Even if you didn't write those challenges, you should stand up and explain clearly. Reluctantly, Sandai waved his hand with an awkward smile and ordered Anbi to leave. Advertisement Jilias saw people walking away, looked back at Hyuga Lanmo, and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know there was an ambush. Hyuga Lanmo activates the divine power, and the alien space transfers and disappears. Since Yanyan village first sent the request to attack him, then start from here? Tsunade could think of asking him not to return to Konoha anyway, could he not think of it? After finishing speaking, he continued to look at Hyuga Lanmo, hoping that he could answer a few words to himself, but they just stood like that, without even giving him a look. In the past 2 days, the Anbi of the 5 ninja villages has launched an investigation into the South Daxia Sea, but the islands where Wuwang City is located have been enchanted by Hyuga Blue ink, and they have used ninjutsu to create a lot of reefs and mists, so for the time being, those Anbu can't find it here. But if he really goes to war with the 5 ninja villages? So, did he fall into the conspiracy of the man behind the scenes? He didn't go to find the person behind the scenes, but was foolishly hit by his strategy, wouldn't he be extremely stupid? Reappearing, Hyuga Lanmo is already on the roof of Yanyan village. He is wearing a huge black cloak, hiding in the dark night, like a nighthawk, with layers of white light appearing at the bottom of a pair of blue eyes. Sir, the problems you think in your hearts are not problems with me, don't judge me by your cognition. Hyuga Lanmo looked at Yanyan village and thought to himself, I will let you go today, but don't do too much, otherwise, I don't guarantee that I can continue to think calmly. In his hand, he held a piece of paper, which he had just brought from the toying office of Yanyan village. It was a crusade about his crusade. Yanyan village would unite the names of the other 4 serious villages and the 5 great nations. Crusade him in the empty country. You can do it yourself. Konoha didn't give you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You can clean up the mess in the future. 3 generations turned and disappeared. Hyuga Lanmo turned his eyes. Sir, you should know about this kind of thing. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Seeing that he was leaving, Jilai said again, Blue Mo, in fact, you should cooperate with Konoha. Maybe Konoha can solve your problems. He disappeared, returned to Kongren village, and came to the beach. He sat on the reef and watched the waves beating against the shore. He had to think about what to do next. Chapter 157 But if they still refuse to give up and work together to investigate, sooner or later, they will definitely find this place. Sora no Kuni, even though it is called the name of a country, is it actually? There is not even a ninja who can handle it. If the 5 major ninja villages come together to attack, I am afraid that these people who have survived will all become victims. Since he could agree to stay here, others would never want to turn this into a battlefield. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the vast sea, sneered at the corner of his mouth, and then let go of the paper in his hand. This piece of paper hovered into the sky like flying fallen leaves under the blowing of the sea breeze, and then fell sharply and fell into the sea without being soaked. He clapped his hands and turned back to the village. My lord of the village, you are back. Look, the office and residence we built for you are full of daily necessities. The adults can live there tonight. The adults have been living in the wild these days. Outside, I feel wronged. Someone pointed to a hillside in the distance, and a wooden building appeared in his sight. Everyone had no place to live, but they had prepared a place for him. Thank you, but I won't live tonight. I have something to do on the land side. During this time, there is no shortage of food and supplies here. You guys work on the island and don't go to sea. He absolutely can't turn this place into a battlefield. Even if the target of the person hiding behind the scenes is him, then he will go to solve the matter. A hotel in the famous mansion of the Country of Fire. Here is the restaurant on the 1st floor, the residence on the 2nd floor, and at the handrails of the stairs on the 2nd floor, you can hear the noises on the 1st floor. Have you heard? Yanyan village has gathered 5 major ninja villages and is preparing to jointly capture Hyuga Lanmo. I heard that tomorrow, the ninjas sent by major ninja villages will go to the southern part of the country, but there is secret news, saying no, the false city has disappeared. It is worthy of being an empty country, a city. If you say you move away, you will move away. What about moving away? The country of the sky, the den of thieves, you can still find them. Yes, it's a pity that we are not ninjas. If we don't, we can also see things like the crusade against Hyuga Lanmo. Those who have sinned so badly are not sorry to die. 1,000 swords and 1,000 swords will not solve their hatred. Advertisement, oh, it's not good, the 3 main fathers jumped off the building. Just as everyone cursed Hyuga Lanmo, someone rushed into the hotel and shouted. Everyone fried the pot, and they all rushed out of the hotel and ran towards the tallest daimyo mansion in the city. Hyuga Lanmo was also among the crowd. The Daming City of the Country of Fire is antique, full of retro buildings, and the place where Daming Mansion is located, there is a more famous ancient city tower, towering majestically. At the moment, a woman was wearing a white dress, standing against the wind, her long hair dancing with the wind. On the other side, there was a tall and thin man with a fan on his head. The fan was painted with fire-like pictures of the Country of Fire. At the moment, he looked anxious and was persuading the woman upstairs. Daughter, don't think about it. Daddy will definitely catch that Hyuga Lanmo revenge for you, don't do stupid things. Under the city wall, everyone was cursing Hyuga Lanmo, as if he was the worst villain that day. Hyuga Lanmo stood in the crowd, frowning at this scene. Although it takes a little bit to wash away, but you have to do it, let's start here. The B************* D behind the scenes sent a challenge book to a few ninja villages in Daming Mansion and disappeared without a trace. He, the person who was kept in the dark, could still wipe his butt. However, this *** can't be wiped, because it grows on his own swelling. Hyuga Lanmo's instantaneous technique appeared on the tower. He sat not far from where the woman was standing, took out a handful of salt-soaked peanuts, and reached out to her. Does the princess eat peanuts? When the woman saw this scene, she turned her head and looked at it. A handsome little boy was sitting on the city wall. She shook her head slightly. I'm like this now, what's the face to eat? She turned her head to look at the vast crowd below, and shouted, Hyuga Lanmo, I will not let you go as a ghost. Hyuga Lanmo sneered and said, then I thank the daimyo in advance. Oh, it's not me, that's because someone has planted and framed them. Besides, why don't I remember that I once played a war against the 5 great nations? Don't I want to live anymore? I can't do such a stupid thing as being an enemy of the 5 great nations. I see, this is someone who is deliberately instigating my relationship with the 5 major countries, everyone. Advertisement. His voice was loud, and everyone heard it on the small square in front of the tower. He caught the princess's body, but did not return to the city wall, but floated in the air. The woman looked surprised and began to struggle. What are you doing to save me? Let go of me and let me die. The daimyo stopped 10 meters away, looking at him as if looking at a monster. Princess, I've been wronged and looted by someone who is treacherous and looted. People who can't die are alive, why don't you think about it? Hyuga Lanmo raised an eyebrow at her, then turned around, put the 3 princesses beside her, and announced loudly to the people in the city. Everyone, introduce myself. I am born and raised by Konoha. A few days ago saved tens of thousands of people in the kingdom of the sky, and killed Hyuga Lanmo who had a ghost and a witch and 0 tail. He said he was Hyuga Lanmo, how could it be possible? Is that still a child? 3 princesses, please take a closer look. Was it me that night? Hyuga Lanmo turned around and put the 3 princesses in front of him again, letting her take a good look. The 3rd princess looked surprised, and then shook her head heavily. No, that person does not look like this, let alone an adult. No, I didn't believe it was you at first, but I think that since someone planned this matter, it must have a purpose. As for what this person wants to do, I don't know. You are the person involved. I hope you can do it as soon as possible. Find out, as long as you have the answer, as the name of the Country of Fire, I will definitely announce the world and return you innocence. Yes. The name of the Country of Fire, I didn't do the next battle, please watch it out, Hyuga Lanmo asked with cold eyes. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, he turned around and put the 3 princesses back on the city wall. The ninjas surrounded him. The Land of Fire made great progress and greeted him. You are Hyuga Lanmo? There are 7 tails on his body. Hyuga Blue Ink of the Beast? Hyuga Lanmo turned to look at the people in the city, and said loudly, I believe everyone has heard the conversation between my princess and the princess. The truth is not what you said, and the portraits on the street should not be signed by me. It's such a Yushu, and everyone loves, how could it be that bad guy? I hope everyone calmly treats the rumors. The underground people were in an uproar, and there was a lot of discussion. Someone took out a portrait offering a reward and shook his head while comparing. After she finished speaking, she jumped down, and the protection ninjas all around stepped forward, but none of them were as fast as the child sitting on the side. She flashed away and caught the 3 princesses. Chapter 158. In the next few days, Hyuga Lanmo ran around looking for the murderer who had planted him, but it has been fruitless, and with the passage of time, coupled with the help of Yanyan village, the whole thing has reached the point where it can no longer be delayed. In desperation, Hyuga Lanmo can only choose to solve the problem face to face. The so-called sharp knife cuts the mess, and then everything can return to its original place. Therefore, he used 5 duplications to go to the 5 ninja villages to notify the movie class figures, hoping that they would go to the Qingbing Ridge on the southwestern coast of Snow Country to solve the problem. Because they used duplication, Hyuga Lanmo knew what they had encountered. 5 great ninja villages, Konoha 3 generations of Naruto Tobahiro, Union 4 generations of Reikage, several senior elders of Wuyan village, 3 generations of Soil Shadows in Yanyan village, Onoki, and 4 generations of Saruto Keizeki Rasa. After receiving Hyuga after the letter sent by Lanmo duplication, they all agreed to Hyuga Lanmo's request, and promised to arrive at Qingbingling, the country of snow, in 4 days, and solve the misunderstanding in the face of Shishi. So Hyuga Lanmo carried a backpack and waited at Qingbingling early. The snow country is also a country that has never encountered any wars. It is sparsely populated, it is now controlled by wind and raging waves. The main political forces are concentrated in the north of the sea. The Qingbing Ridge on the southwest coast is considered a no-man's land, suitable for gathering of 5 shadows. Hyuga Lanmo waited for 4 days in the wind and snow, but no one was seen. He wondered if someone was delayed on the road, so he waited for another 2 days. But still no one showed up. Just as he was waiting to lose his patience, he received a charm call from a Xiaochangpu. After he appeared, he found himself in the dead forest north of Konoha, and there was no trace of Calamus in the forest. Tsunade-san once reminded him not to return to Konoha anyway, but what can some things be solved by just avoiding them? There is not even a bird called in the quiet here. In the dense woods, the sun's diagonal weaves generally scatter from the gaps in the leaves, and pieces of dark yellow or red leaves are floating and falling from the trees. Hyuga Lanmo stepped on the fallen leaves in the forest and made a rustling sound. He walked slowly forward, the sun was shining in front, and a clearing appeared in front of him. In the clearing, a Myojin gate stood in the middle. His eyes were deep, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, as expected. They didn't want to talk to themselves at all, and they didn't care about misunderstandings and plantings. Even Konoha only believed what he wanted to believe, not to mention other villages, and now Konoha was about to start. Advertisement. Although he doesn't know who is planning all this behind the scenes, however, he knew what the consequences of planning all this would be. The 5 major ninja villages were afraid of Konoha. Suddenly there was a monster like a human body with 7 tail beasts. At the moment, the challenge book that was planted was nothing more than for everyone. An excuse to stir up trouble in the great ninja village. So, what will happen to the other 4 ninja villages? They will not listen to Hyuga Imoku's active explanation, but they will definitely put pressure on Konoha from diplomatic, political or military aspects. The 3 generations will consider this matter from all aspects. He is not 1,000 armed pillars, and he will not generously give the tail beast to others in order to balance his strength. The tail beast in Hyuga Lanmo's body is what he wants in his heart. He was jealous. The so-called guild cannot be found in Sora no Kuni. The other 4 ninja villages are afraid of Konoha's possession of this super weapon, and they will inevitably become the target of public criticism. Everyone's guns will be aimed at Konoha. Therefore, he has to give himself and everyone an explanation. As for the so-called uniting of the 5 ninja villages and launching a crusade against the country of the sky, I am afraid that only Iwagaki village called Wantuo, and the other 4 ninja villages would not join him at all. The ninja village, which had just been attacked by Sora Shinobi, wanted to use the simplest and least possible force to obliterate such a dangerous existence as Hyuga Lanmo, so the best way was to force Konoha. What is the truth? What's the misunderstanding? No investigation is needed, they only want him to die. The corners of Hyuga Lanmo's mouth were cold, and he walked towards the Myoshin gate step by step. The grass blades under his feet were slightly yellow, and under the floating breeze, it undulated high and low. Don't go there, a familiar voice sounded, and Uchiha Itachi rushed over, but just after he ran a few steps, he was dragged back by his father. What are you doing? You want to break our plan? At the moment, in all directions, dozens of Uchiha family members appeared around the forest, surrounding the clearing. A member of the Uchiha family, Hyuga Lanmo, was surprised when he saw this scene, and then he already knew the answer, a good method for 3 generations. Advertisement. He used the Uchiha clan to encircle him. He won, and he was wronged by Hyuga Lanmo, and it was the Uchiha clan who captured him. After losing, the Uchiha clan backed away and let go of the dangerous elements with 7 kinds of tail beasts. Lanmo, go quickly. This is a trap. They want to catch you. I believe you didn't do those things. Lanmo, let's go. Uchiha Itachi shouted loudly, his eyes extremely bloody red. Uchiha's people all around rushed up. At the periphery, the people from the seal class had already arrived, and they were ready to catch the tail beast again. Hyuga Lanmo made a seal with one hand, and as Uchiha's fire escape appeared, his wind escape rushed over. The fire was in the wind, and the weeds on the ground burned. Uchiha Shisui was also among the crowd. He came in front of him in an instant, and punched his stomach with a fist without a word. Hyuga Lanmo dodged backwards, tilted his foot, and kicked toward his door, but in the next second, he was no longer visible. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind him, and his hand was stuck in the back of his heart. Hyuga Lanmo dodged, and the blade of the wind back swept across his face. The other party dodged, the kaleidoscope riding wheel appeared, the pupils rotated, and the magic technique was used, but it didn't work. Hyuga Lanmomu appeared, and the branch with teeth and claws grabbed him like a demon, and he jumped away. Other members of the Uchiha clan rushed up. Hyuga Lanmo leapt several times, and the wind blade in his hand continuously shot out, colliding with the opponent's kuwu, making a thumping sound. Uchiha Shisui rushed up again. He held kunai in his hand, up and down his hands. Every time he throws a hand knife, a cutting knife like fire appears in front of him. It is fast and powerful. Huge amounts of light follow the attack of the cutting knife. Head-on attack. This kind of ninjutsu is very suitable for long-range attacks. Hyuga Blue Mo dodges quickly. This is Uchiha Shisui's lightning cutting, worthy of the genius ninja of the Uchiha clan. The fire burned to the side of the woods, and Huo Dun sprayed from all directions, and waves of heat and flames continuously swallowed Hyuga Blue Mo. Standing in the distance, Uchiha Itachi was severely held by his father. He watched the battle at the scene, only wishing Hyuga Lanmo to be okay. Chapter 159. Uchiha stops the water at the same time, on a cliff in the distance. Shimura Danzang's mouth turned up. This is what he wanted. Yes, Hyuga Lanmo. No wonder Orochimaru wanted to get you when he died. It turns out that you have so many secrets. The strength of the seven-tailed beasts? It's really like a monster. He beckoned slightly, and dark parts appeared on all sides. I want to see people in life, and corpses in death. Yes. The people from Onbugen rushed down under his command. At the Myojin Gate, Hyuga Lanmo alone played against the entire Uchiha clan. Itachi had never gotten started, but Uchiha Shisui was a trouble. He was fast, lightning cutting like a chaotic smallpox, under his rapid rotation, shooting from all directions, coupled with Uchiha's fire escape, the scene was chaotic and hot. The speed of the two is so fast that people can't see the fighting situation at all. Ninjutsu wave after wave, rushing from all directions, lightning like light waves continue to rush into the sky and spray out in all directions. Wearing a black cloak, Hyuga Lanmo quickly circulated in the battlefield, flying up and down, the wind in his hand with a blue light, drew waves of power on the battlefield. The members of the Uchiha family surrounded and attacked, and everyone's body movements were not slow, and Hyuga Lanmo specifically played against Uchiha Shisui, which gave other members of the entire family a chance to pass the breath. So that Hyuga Blue Mo had not defeated a Uchiha family member at such a fast speed. The kaleidoscope riding wheel eye appears, Susanoo. The huge amounts of yellow half-body Susanoo appeared, and all the Uchiha clan members were shocked. They knew the history of the family, but they never knew that the Hyuga clan could actually use the riding wheel eyes. But they don't have time to study this matter carefully, they need to fight. Uchiha Shisui was extremely clever. Seeing that the opponent's strength increased, he also used a kaleidoscope. The green beard No appeared, holding the spiral sword in his hand, and rushed towards the opposite Hyuga Lanmo. Advertisement at the moment it was an immortal fight, and the surrounding Uchiha ninjas couldn't participate at all. They all froze in place. Unexpectedly genius Shisui could use Suzuo. But the distant Danzo saw the sight of his eyes shining, and his inner desire kept rising. If he had that kind of eyes, it would be fine, then those powers belonged to him. The two Suzuo collided, huge amounts of yellow-green light rushed to the sky through the fire, and the light wave exploded across the battlefield. Many people couldn't stand the impact and raised their clothes one after another to prevent shockwave from hurting their eyes. The sound of collision revolved in the death forest. Two huge amounts of Suzuo are like a god of war, one gold and one green, and the sparkle of calcium carbide covers the four directions. At this time, the atmosphere in Konoha Hokage's office was tense. The three generations of Naruto Sarutobi were watching everything that happened on the scene through the crystal ball. His mouth was open and he couldn't believe it, looking at the scene inside the crystal ball. There were countless, appeared in my mind. Just when he thought the two would fight for a while, suddenly Hyuga Lanmo revoked Susanoo. Be careful. Uchiha Itachi could see clearly, fearing that Hyuga Lanmo would be in danger, and loudly reminded him. And Uchiha Shisui's Susa spiral sword has pierced towards Hyuga Lanmo at the scene. Before the huge amounts of spiral sword fell, I heard Hyuga Lanmo's finger knot printing saying, Mew done, really thousands of hands. Huge amounts of thousand-handed Buddha appeared, countless attacks rushed to Suzuo Nengu in front of him, punching, like raindrops, with full force. What kind of scene is that? Everyone was frightened. How could there be such ninjutsu in the world? Not only the people at the scene, but even the three generations stood up and walked around the room excitedly holding the crystal ball. Thousands of hands, the ninjutsu of a generation of Naruto Senjutsu, has never appeared since the death of a generation, even he has not seen such a scene in half his life. Does Hyuga Blue Mo still use the power of the tail beast? No need at all. If he wants to start a war in the ninja world, the Mudden ninjutsu he has in his hands is enough to eat a pot of 5 ninja villages. And the Anbu sent by other ninja villages in the periphery to watch this scene was even scared to pee. What is this ability? Shocking the world, weeping ghosts and gods, it is hard to see in this life, but when thinking of Hyuga Lanmo's position and status, their fears are crushed like mountains and oceans. If this incident is not handled properly, this child is their enemy. They simply can't beat such an enemy. Although they are only the secret part of the investigation mission, at this moment, they really hope that the shadow-level figures in their village will see this situation. This kind of picture is hard to see in this life. Advertisement Uchiha Shisui's green Susanoo was beaten back several steps, but the thousand-handed Buddha did not relax at all. The huge amounts of fists have not yet finished. Continue to attack. Continue. If this continues, Uchiha Shisui will no longer be able to withstand it, but can other Uchiha family members rush forward? Faced with such a god of war, they only itch when they rushed forward. Hinata Lanmo. Suddenly, a cry like Hong Zhong sounded on the other side of the battlefield. In the front, thousands of hands were still fighting. In the back, someone called his name. Hyuga Lanmo looked back and sneered, Danzo? At the moment, he appeared here to disgust him. Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly, and his gaze fell on the Myojin Gate not far behind. The Gossip Matrix Seal. The curse seal has not been activated yet, and it is all hidden in the ground. As long as he enters the range of the Mingshin Gate, the seal curse seal will be activated. When the time comes, the surrounding seal classes will be on, and he will have no way of retreat. If Hyuga Lanmo guessed right, the curse seal that restricts chakra is hidden in this curse seal, just to contain them. But Danzo called him in spite of the danger, just to make him rush through the eyes of the Myojin Gate when he turned to attack him, and then activate the entire Gossip Matrix seal. However, Danzo doesn't know, Hyuga Lanmo is a seal master. At the moment, he turned his head to look at Danzo, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and suddenly he dashed towards the opposite side. Danzang's finger activated the secret signal, and all the people in the sealing class were ready. He rushed over, but that Mu Dun really is still fighting with thousands of hands? Doesn't this kind of ninjutsu not require the parties to use chakras to fight stably? He came over, arrived at the Mingxian gate, and all the seal squads rushed up, but the scene was quiet, nothing happened, and the gossip matrix seal did not start. Danzo did not expect that things would turn out to be like this. He watched him come in front of him and stretched out his hand to block his attack. Chapter 160. He is dead, but it was too late. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he took out his heart, and then kicked his body out with one kick. I said, seeing you once and killing you once. The cold voice burned in the flames. Konoha betrayed Shinobu, this time he was determined. Looking back again, his eyes flushed, and his gaze swept around the seal group in front of him. They retreated quickly and Uchiha's people rushed up. Suzor can be. The huge amounts of battle armor appeared again, sweeping through the army, and on the other side, thousands of hands were still there. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't believe their eyes. These two ninjutsu, they had never seen any one of them. The most unbelievable thing is that Hyuga Lanmo can control both at the same time. Ninjutsu. Some Konoha ninjutsu knows that the possibility of two kinds of ninjutsu breaking out and being controlled at the same time is zero, unless the two chakras are softened together. That is a new ninjutsu, not two different ninjutsu. On the battlefield, waves emerged, huge amounts of flames swallowed everything. Uchiha's clan once again concentrated their strength and used fire escape against the Susanoo in front of them. Thousands of fists knocked Uchiha Shisui's Sushui and disappeared. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. Uchiha Tomotaki led Uchiha Itachi to rush up and rescued Shisui in the last fist. At the same time that thousands of hands disappeared, Hyuga Lanmo rushed over and Suzuo charged, so Uchiha's clan was seriously injured to the ground. He didn't kill him because he knew this was a three-generation conspiracy. He wanted to use his knife to kill the Uchiha clan, but he just couldn't do what he wanted. Suzuo disappeared. Hyuga Lanmo looked around coldly, as well as the Anbi hiding in the other four ninja villages in the distance. Since it was Konoha's explanation, how could it be said of the past without them visiting? Hyuga Lanmo wanted to explain that he did not declare war against the five great nations, but he knew that this explanation was useless. When he showed the existence of 7 kinds of tail beasts in his body, he was already condemned by them. NS. After his super weapon can't be used for his own use, only beheading is the most beneficial to all their ninja villages. What they care about is not misunderstanding, not planting, but the tail beast in his body and his ability. If the attitude of the 3 generations is the same as that of other ninja villages, he is understandable, but he repeatedly wants to arrest him for experiments, then he would give him a big gift. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo looked around. In the flames, the expressions of these people were distorted by the shape-shifting ugly. They all stood in formation, surrounded by the open space, but no one dared to rush up easily. The flames of the forest in the distance reflected the sky red, and heavy smoke hovered upwards. The previous light waves disappeared, as if the whole world was quiet. Hyuga Lanmo laughed, turned and walked towards the Mujin gate in the center of the open space. As he walked, he was still nagging. You people, do you have any brains? How can I declare war with the 5 great nations? What does my declaration of war do to me? Good thing. Do you chase and wander around? Do you think I'm a fool? Don't. Uchiha Itachi wanted to remind him, but was covered by Uchiha Tomotaki. What do you want to do? He is not worthy of you. In the next second, Hyuga Lanmo's feet landed within the range of the Mujin gate. In the entire open space, a huge light appeared, the gossip matrix was activated, and the chakra spell seal was restricted from functioning. The sealing team seized the opportunity to attack again. The Anbu of the major ninja villages hiding around saw this scene with a look of surprise. They all took a few steps forward and looked at the center of the open space in shock. What happened? Why did he get into the encirclement by himself? Uchiha Itachi is controlled by his father. He constantly shook his head. Why is he so stupid and the trap is so obvious that he walks in by himself? Is he crazy? Hyuga Lanmo stood in the gossip matrix, raised his hand and looked at his fist, unable to gather chakra. He looked around again. The cold expression on his face was murderous, but the corners of his mouth were slightly bent, as if everything was within the plan. Everyone rushed up. They took the white seal cloth and rushed towards him. He can't use chakras, just now, the seal squad leader exclaimed. 20 or so people rushed up to cooperate in the battle, and a seal barrier appeared in the sky, pressing down, and at the same time, the seal group in all directions began to seal, and the white cloth wrapped the Hyuga blue ink. Ah! Within the white cloth, there was a rebellious voice from Hyuga Lanmo. Suddenly, huge amounts of yellow light appeared. Before everyone understood what was going on, a big explosion exploded from the middle of the formation. The entire valley was shaking, and people who were shining brightly couldn't open their eyes. Huge amounts of shockwaves spread rapidly from the middle to all sides. Everyone, including the dark part hidden in the forest, was vomiting blood from the shock of the shockwave. Advertisement and the more than 24 people in the seal class disappeared into the shockwave like smoke on the spot. Hinata Lanmo. Uchiha Itachi's shout resounded through the valley. He died. Not only the people at the scene, but even the 3 generations in the Hokage office were shocked. He fell into the seat with a sad expression on his face. He couldn't believe the scene he saw just now. How is it possible? He is so strong in ability. How could he die in such a simple way? Could it be? The 3rd generation's eyes widened, and he said the next few words in a daze. He committed suicide on purpose. There is no way to survive. Everyone is chasing him, wanting to solve this matter peacefully and solve the misunderstanding, but the movie class figures in the 5 major ninja villages don't give him a chance. How will he live in the future? Wandering around the world. Is he only 9 years old? So he gave up and committed suicide. Suicide you, hurry up and find Grandpa. Hinata Lanmo, who was wrapped in a white cloth seal, hadn't seen anyone move around for a long time, and when he heard the speculation of a nearby ninja, he couldn't help but yell. At this moment, everyone reacted. Hyuga Lanmo was not dead. As for how the explosion formed just now, they don't know, but the boy at the moment is being wrapped in a white sealed cloth bag and placed on the door of Myojin, twisting down. He's still alive, he's still alive. Not only the people of Uchiha, but the Andi of other ninja villages seemed to be relieved. It would be a shame if such a character died in this way. They didn't know that Hyuga Lanmo would never give up his life on his own. For him, nothing in the world is as important as being alive. The reason why he exploded chakra was to destroy the seal technique hidden on the sealing bag. Only by breaking the seal technique that suppressed chakra could he continue his plan afterwards. Uchiha's people stepped forward and grabbed the sealed bag and ran towards Konoha. Not far behind, the dark part of the other 4 ninja villages, although severely wounded, was also close behind. They had to see Hyuga Lanmo enter with their own eyes. Konoha. Chapter 161. The Uchiha clan returned to Konoha with the sealed Hyuga Blue ink. 3 generations could not wait, and the people from the analysis team and the interrogation department were ready. Yamanaka Keiichi and Morino Ibiki were nervous. About the Death Forest battle, the two witnessed it with their own eyes. They were standing on the hills in the distance until everyone discovered that Hyuga Blue Mo in the seal cloth was still alive. Quickly rushed back to Konoha. Yamanaka rubbed his fingers, glanced at the other 2 analysis class members Feiju Qingding and Saint Simon, and asked softly, "Have you checked his birth record?" "Yes, and after comparing the blood bank records, I am sure it is from the Hyuga family. At the moment, there are too many unsolved mysteries about Hyuga Lanmo, and anyone taken from him will be enough for them to study for a lifetime. There are 7 kinds of tail beasts in his body. It is clear that the tail beasts in each ninja village are in their own positions. Why does the tail beast appear again in his body? Is there 2 of every kind of tail beast in this world? And as the human pillar of the 7-tailed beasts, why is he okay? Not only will there be no backlash, but the tail beast can come out of his body to help fight? People who are not from the Uchiha clan, whose eyes are normally blind, can use a kaleidoscope to write round eyes. I have never heard of him injecting blood cells between the senjutsu, but he can use Muden, and he can also maximize the ninjutsu between the senjutsu. Countless blood succession boundaries are gathered in one body: ice escape, crystal escape, magnetic escape, haze escape, steam escape, melting escape. How much do they know? In the room, everyone was waiting nervously. The 3rd generation of Hokage had already rushed over. Seeing that everyone was ready, he nodded slightly. Time passed, and finally, there was a notification sound from outside, and then Uchiha Tomotaki appeared in front of everyone holding the sealed Hyuga Blue Mo. Everyone greeted them, and many people's fingers were trembling. Yamanaka Hai felt his throat hoarse, and it took him a long time to squeeze out a word. "How is he?" Uchiha Tomotaki nodded. "There is Anbi following, without stopping all the way, everything is fine." "Okay." Sandai nodded and waved his hand. The medical ninja on one side stepped forward and took the child from him. "Hyuga Lanmo, how do you feel? Although the chakra sealing technique used on you is relatively powerful, as long as you don't break it forcibly, it will not cause harm to your body. We are also afraid of the power of the tail beast when we do this." Yamanaka Keiichi stepped forward to explain. Morino Ibiki has sullen eyes. He is a well-known ruthless man in the Konoha interrogation department. At the moment, he looked at Hyuga Lanmo, who was sealed in front of him by the white cloth tape, and he had only one comment in his heart: absolutely, monster. Advertisement, start. The people in the sealing class stepped forward, and they were ready to unlock the seal. Yeah. The 3 generations looked at the environment around the room. It was airtight, and a fly would not slip away. Start with your head first, don't open all the seals, the mountain is hidden, and then hand it to us you. They want to look up all the memories in Hyuga Lanmo's mind. They want to know, why is he so strong? Yes. The people in the seal class stepped forward and started to operate according to the steps. Everyone watched this scene nervously. The people around the dark side were waiting for them, for fear that Hyuga Lanmo would rush away from the chakra seal and resist to the end. If he breaks out here, then things are out of control. You must know that this is in the village of Konoha, not to mention his thousands of hands in Susanoo. Even if it is one of his chakra shockwaves, it is not Konoha. Bearable. The seal squad first transferred the seal spell down, and then slowly began to untie the white seal cloth on the head. Inside the room, everyone held Roar's breath and watched this scene nervously. With the actions of the seal class, finally, it was unlocked. As soon as Shan Zhonghai took a step forward, his eyes were filled with excitement that could not be concealed. But, in the next second, everyone in the room of the interrogation department was shocked, and some people screamed shallowly. Because what is exposed in the white seal cloth is not Hyuga blue ink at all, but a dry wooden puppet. Oh, what's the matter? After a long time, the 3 generations of Sarutobi Risen cried loudly. Roaring anger hovered in the interrogation. Outside the door, Uchiha Itachi, who was worried about Hyuga Blue Mo, heard this, curled his mouth, turned and disappeared. Advertisement at the moment. In the Yilei ramen restaurant, Hyuga Lanmo was eating special ramen carefully made by Calamus, with an exaggerated smile on his face. Carabas, where is my summoning charm for you? Hey, lost it. I carry it with me like a baby every day. I take it out occasionally. I don't want to use it if I want to see you. I don't know why I lost it. Champu curled his eyebrows and peeled the egg for him, while putting the stewed pork beside him into his bowl. It's delicious. By the way, Calamus, give me some of the jerky you made. I'll leave in a while, and I can only secretly come if I want to eat your jerky in the future. There was a lot of trouble about Hyuga Lanmo's challenge to the 5 ninja villages, and Champu naturally knew that when she heard this, she turned around and ran to the backyard. After a while, she took a large paper bag of dried meat and stuffed it into his hand. She smiled and said, I was worried about you at first, but now that everything is fine with you, I'm relieved. Great. Definitely, I will live well. Holding a bag of dried meat in his hand, Hyuga Lanmo was also full, waved to her, turned and left. When he walked to the door, he passed Narashika for a long time. The man was stunned, turned and chased it out. Where's Hyuga Lanmo? When Hyuga Lanmo appeared in Wuwangcheng with huge amounts of wind turbines, everyone was shocked. There is always no electricity in the city. The materials here are scarce. Starting today, everyone will make every effort to build and try to let the people of Wuwang City and Kongren Village live on the right track within 3 months. As the huge wind and electric shock turned their heads, the people in the city rang out a warm roar of joy. Here, when Hyuga Lanmo has begun to build the village in an orderly manner, the Konoha Hokage office is in a mess. 3 generations of Naruto, we just listened to your opinion at that time, and didn't go to the snow country to negotiate with Hyuga Lanmo, but the result? You wanted to hide him privately, saying, where is he? I said, he is not in Konoha. The person caught that day was a fake, a wooden duplication, or a wooden duplication that has changed the wood. 3 generations have explained to the other 4 ninja villages many times in their letters. But they just didn't believe it, and now they even send cronies. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, he just felt his head explode. Chapter 162. Nonsense, our Andi people followed you until Konoha and Hyuga Blue Ink were in your sealed bag. You hid people. You want to swallow the 7-tailed beasts, or you want to use him. Come and start a war against the other 4 ninja villages. An elderly person from Yanyan village is the most difficult to deal with. Handing over people, if you didn't say that you would catch Hyuga Lanmo and give us an explanation, we would not believe you, let alone be led by your nose by Konoha. Hyuga Lanmo has become his own weapon, you are too much. Don't forget, he is a public enemy. He once sent a challenge to our 5 ninja villages on behalf of Sora no Kuni. Don't think that this is the case. The people in Union Village had a very tough attitude. Sarutobi had a headache. At the moment, he regretted provoke Hyuga Lanmo. If he was not ambitious and wanted to take him as his own, he would not put him together. Now it's all right. The other 4 big ninja village asked him for someone. Everyone ran away. Where would he go to find him? Hyuga Blue Mo disappeared. Konoha and the other 4 ninja villages, although they didn't believe Konoha's words, they all joined the search for him. In the black market, the price of Hyuga Blue Ink has also risen from 30 million to 30 billion, becoming a super wanted criminal who has won the championship for a long time in the black market. And people all over the world are crazy about Hyuga Lanmo. Some want to catch him to make a fortune. Some regard him as an idol, and some even directly develop Hyuga Lanmo related products. Don't miss it if you're passing by. Hyuga Blue Mo's special jug, and this is a limited edition. Dare to ask the world's worries. It's romantic to lift the jug. Hyuga Lanmo, romantic wit, special jug. Everyone come and see. He still has his autograph and photo on it. A middle-aged man stood on top of the stall, holding a steel hip flask, and selling it to the crowd on the side of the road. A young man came over, stood before the booth, and asked softly, brother, if you occupy Hyuga Lanmo's portrait rights, don't you pay for it? The boy's long black hair and big eyes flashed with dark blue light. He looked at the uncle in front of him and stretched out his hand. Pay for it. Go. What kind of portrait rights are not portrait rights? Avoid buying things and don't delay my business. A madman stood beside the boy. Seeing this scene, he frowned. My lord, do you want to beat him? Hyuga Lanmo looked at Wu Mang on one side, and then looked back at the photo of himself on the hip flask. He had to admit that although the photos were a bit too criticized, the battle armor in his eyes were yellow. Advertisement, but at least this time, he is more like him than he has been circulated in the past. He is very handsome, not like the previous portraits, with stubble eyes, gluttonous mouth and lumpy face. At least this compares now, it looks good. Rusty, don't always fight and kill, people will think we are too uncontrollable, let's go. Hyuga Lanmo waved his hand, walking from this side of the street to that side, almost every item was tainted with his breath. What Hyuga Lanmo glasses, Hyuga Lanmo's favorite candy, Hyuga Lanmo hotel, everything. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo couldn't help but vomit. I really didn't expect it. I haven't left the island for more than a year. It turned out to be like this outside. They rely on me to make money one by one, but they even pay a dime in taxes. It's really sad for not giving it to me. My lord is not short of money, Wu Mang replied. That's true, but, my lord, look. Wu Mang pointed to a sign in front of him and said. Looking in the direction he was pointing, Hyuga Lanmo's chin almost fell to the ground, because a large sign was erected outside a hot spring club in the distance, which read, Our store's new favorite female swimsuit by Hyuga Lanmo. On the side of the sign, a group of women were lining up, some holding Hyuga Lanmo posters and some shy faces. You said, if he saw me wearing such a swimsuit, would he like it? A woman whispered to the girl on the side. Another person replied, Definitely will like it. I heard that this item is a limited edition, and Hyuga Lanmo likes it the most. After speaking, the two giggled. His neck was stiff. He looked back at Wu Mang on one side, pointed to the sign and the team, speechless. Wu Mang laughed exaggeratedly, and whispered, I didn't expect adults to like this taste. Where is it? There is no hot spring in southern Mexico, and they have been busy building this year. Coupled with the fact that people outside are looking for him, the people on the island will not let him go out of the island at all, so he hasn't been in a hot spring for a year. Advertisement at that time, Hyuga Lanmo was opposed. He felt that he did not have that much credit, but he did not want to vote by the people of the whole country with 100% of the votes. As long as he dares to think of going out, she can cry from morning to night, whimpering softly, ups and downs, crying blindly for you to see. Suddenly, there was a scream in the hot spring pool, and then a person rushed over and hugged him in his arms. That girl, if she has no other ability, her crying skill is definitely #1 in the world of tolerance. Helplessly, the whole country agreed to change the name to this, and it was useless for him to object. 10 minutes later, the two of them had already soaked in the hot spring, with comfortable expressions on their faces. Hyuga Lanmo lay on the edge of the hot spring with a white towel on his face, all in a gesture of enjoyment. The name is to thank Hyuga Lanmo for saving the city, and the homophone of Nanmo is Lanmo. At that time, people from the major ninja villages and Akatsuki organizations kept going to the South Daxia Sea to find Wuwangcheng, and it is also impossible for them to never communicate with the mainland. For the sake of safety, Wu Yu Wakai proposed to make the Kingdom of the Sky and Wuwangcheng renamed. There was no way. Hyuga Lanmo had to endure for a year according to the agreement before he got the consent to leave the country. The nation of Sora is now the nation of southern Mexico, which was decided after careful consideration by several elders and the city lord Wu Yu. Hyuga Lanmo thought of the past on the island this year. The corner of his mouth slowly raised a smile. He lifted his head and took off the white towel from his face, and leapt on him with the hot spring water. Moreover, the name of the Kingdom of the Sky was only circulated among a few elders, and among the people, most of them only admitted that they were from Wuwangcheng. Therefore, the change of name went very smoothly. Finally, it was decided through a vote to change the country of Sora to the country of Nanmo, and the city of Wuwang to the city of Nanmo. In the past year, the people in the country looked at him tightly and refused to let him come forward for anything. They were afraid that people from the 5 ninja villages would suddenly appear and take him away. Just in case, the domestic elders also let Wupchin. Ling looked at him personally. Chapter 163 Meeting Old Friends. Hyuga Lanmo uses an open air bath, which is shared by men and women, so there are all kinds of people in the pool. At the moment, a woman in a bathing suit hugged Hyuga Lanmo tightly. Her face was full of tears, and she murmured, "It's you, it's really you, Day. What Day? This little brother, sorry, I don't know what your name is." Suddenly, Tsunade's voice rang from behind the woman, silently let go of Hyuga Blue Mo, and nodded heavily. "Yes, what's your name?" Hyuga Lanmo smiled, stood up straight, and bowed deeply to Tsunade in front of him. "Sir, you can call me Amo at Shimosangin, long time no see." The corners of Tsunade's eyes were red. After holding back it for a long time, she still couldn't help it. She turned her head, tears fell, she reached out and wiped her eyes, and said, "The hot spring water mist is too big, it smokes the eyes." Hyuga Lanmo laughed and stepped forward to hug Tsunade. In the small town restaurant, the 4 of them sat down. Tsunade coughed his throat, and asked in a low voice, "How are you doing for more than a year?" "I'm very good." Hyuga Lanmo got up to pour the wine for the 2 of them. When it was Wushu's turn, he stood up in fright, took the flask from his hand, and said, "Subordinates, come by yourself." Silent saw the scene and relaxed. "You don't know. Although your news has been flying all over the world this year, none of them are true. We can't find you, even if it burns the call you gave me. Phew, I didn't see you appear either. At that time, my husband and I thought you were." Speaking of this, silence turned to tears again. Hyuga Lanmo hurriedly said to comfort, "It's okay, everything is fine for me overseas, you two can rest assured." "Yeah, by the way, Lan. No, Amo, your eyes? Could it be that you opened your eyes?" Both Tsunade and Silent noticed. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes and pupils could actually see. Those watery eyes were darker and darker than a year ago, but there was still a white halo in the dark. It's shallow, you can't find it without looking carefully. "I didn't roll my eyes, but I can see it now, thanks to Mr. Tsunade. If my husband taught me medical ninjutsu, I wouldn't be able to heal my eyes. Now, my eyes are completely fine." When the 2 heard this, their faces were relieved. Advertisement, "It's great. I couldn't cure it before. I didn't expect you to cure yourself," Tsunade said. "This is also what Mr. teaches well. Haha, you learned well." The 4 of them were very happy. They ate and said that the people in the restaurant were very busy. Hyuga Lanmo is definitely a person who has a bottom line and can distinguish right from wrong. He is a good person. He didn't care about the righteous and evil, so he saved the people of the whole city. This kind of thing may not be possible even for the 5 great ninjas in the village. He is a bad guy. It is clearly his challenge to the 5 ninja villages and the 5 great nations. He is notorious and ambitious. Everyone in the ninja world knows. The challenge to the book is a conspiracy. They knew that he had a tail beast in his body. They wanted to kill them quickly, so they planted them and framed them. In fact, in the Battle of the Sky, he saved the 5 major ninja villages. If it weren't for him to stop Shenong, and the 5 major ninja villages will be hit hard by the ghost girl. He is using them, who can guarantee that he has nothing to do with Shenong and that demon girl. The 2 people at the corner table quarreled fiercely. Hyuga Lanmo got a piece of beef stuck in his throat, his face flushed, and the silence on one side helped him knock for a long time, and he drank water again before he was relieved. He turned to look at the corner of the hotel, stretched out his hand, trying to stop them from quarreling, and finally sighed and said nothing. Tsunade smiled happily when he saw this scene. It's been a year, and the heat is still unabated. I didn't do anything, you said? Hyuga Lanmo shook his head and continued to eat. Maybe you think you haven't done anything, but if you think about it carefully, what a sensation Soraran attacked the 5 ninja villages, what a sensation, you used your own power to destroy the strategy of Zero Tail and Soraran, and how capable, after adding it, Tsunade laughed again. At this time, Hyuga Lanmo discovered that he had done so many earth-shattering things without knowing it, and he could understand how things have passed since more than a year, and why everyone still cares about him so much. After dinner, Hyuga Lanmo bid farewell to Tsunade and Silent. This time he passed through the country of the river, mainly to the country of the wind. He had some personal things to do. The four were separated. Hyuga Lanmo headed west with Wu Mang. In the vast desert, the wind is raging, and a storm is about to come. Advertisement besides, he is not alone now. His current goal is not only to live alone, but to enable his country and people to survive the 4 wars in peace. Oh, Hyuga Lanmo's eyes lit up. That's right, you are getting more and more educated. You don't understand this? The so-called ink artist is made of pine smoke, like black charcoal, can be smashed and rubbed thousands of times to make a square ink, soaked and ground before it can be used for writing. The combination of ink and pine smoke means. Hyuga Lanmo stopped when he said that, the corners of his mouth curled up, an unpredictable expression in his eyes. But compared to Datong Mukagaya in the 4th World War, his ability is still nothing? This time Wu Mang went to the Kingdom of Wind, and was commissioned by Wu Yuha to go to various commercial sites to collect the commercial profits of this quarter, and Hyuga Lanmo followed it because of the system. Okay. Hyuga Lanmo used the earth to escape and move the rock more than 10 meters below the desert, creating a temporary shelter from the wind, and the 2 of them hid in. Now the 7 tail beasts in his mirror system have grown up, but the 1-tailed Morizuru and the 8-tailed ox ghost have not even replicated, although he is invincible in terms of ninjutsu, and there are 7 types of tail beasts in his body. Wu Ruo, don't call me an adult outside in the future, it will cause misunderstanding by others. The wind was raging outside, and the whine of the wind sounded like wolves. The 2 hid in a cave to avoid the storm. The other party hurriedly lowered his head. Yes, it was a slip of the tongue just now. Mo Sanjian, a Mo, yes, Lord A Mo, why did you give yourself such a name? It feels so strange. Yes, my lord. Wu Mang's eyes widened on one side and saw that he hadn't spoken for a long time, and then said, it means that he will become a wise man after experiencing thousands of things like Mo? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Wonderless. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were warning. Therefore, he must copy and clone all the 9 tail beasts before time is too late. Wu Mang's mouth curled up, nodded heavily, and said, it's all cultivated by adults. My lord, we have to hide, or it will be very dangerous. Wu Mang covered his mouth with his sleeve and looked into the distance, and said, Chapter 164. Within the Kingdom of Wind. The wind was raging outside, a camel bell rang. A caravan entered the cave, a dozen camels, dozens of people were mighty, almost blocking the entire cave. Oh, sorry, hide from the sand. The caravan leader explained to the person sitting inside. Hyuga Lanmo and Wu Ming were squeezed into the corner by them. There was nothing they could do. In other words, they were all victims of the storm, and they couldn't drive them out. In this way, a crowd of people squeezed into the cave, and the caravan began to cook, and then gave Hyuga Lanmo and Wu Ming 2 pots of water and pancakes. Thank you. Hyuga Lanmo is very content, because he knows that in this desert, for ordinary people, water and food are precious. Finally, after a night of wind and sand, the sound of the wind outside disappeared, everyone came out of the cave, the sky was blue, and the surrounding sky was surrounded by layers of white clouds, which was very beautiful. Hyuga Lanmo and Wu Ming are preparing to set off, but they don't want the caravan leader to stop them. Why does Big Brother say that? I think the weather is good, Wu Mang asked, looking at the blue sky. No, please believe my experience of walking in the desert for more than 10 years. This is the mouth of the storm. As long as the mouth of the storm is removed, a big storm will appear immediately. You must not walk. With that said, the old man actually recruited Roar's own men to come over and brought Hyuga Lanmo and Wu Ming back into the cave. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, a strong wind blew again outside, and the sky was dimly lit with sand and rocks. Not long after, a few people flashed in at the entrance of the cave, followed by a curse. What kind of spooky weather is this? Fortunately, there is a cave. Dizzy, why are there so many people here? What a bad luck. The head of the cave entered the entrance of the cave cursingly, and the people behind followed. After they saw the situation in the cave, they shouted dissatisfiedly. Get out, from now on, this place has been requisitioned by us, you all leave. With that said, these few people stepped forward and began to push people out. Get out, get out, get out of me. The caravan didn't want to cause trouble, but they didn't resist. They just sat there, looking at each other, and no one would leave. In this kind of weather, ordinary people had only a dead end when going out. Advertisement, forget it, it's windy and sandy outside, why should you let them out? Suddenly, someone at the entrance of the cave said. As soon as the words fell, the 4 people in the cave with their teeth and dancing claws quickly calmed down, and then lined up in 2 rows, respectfully saluting the person at the entrance of the cave. Yes, please. Da Ming. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly when he heard this. The others all stood up. In their hearts, no matter which country's name is, they are not something people of his identity can sit and greet. Under the wind and sand, the light from the entrance of the cave came in, and an 11 or 12-year-old boy appeared there. With a wave of his hand, he threw off his cloak and stepped in. He is dressed in a snow-white gown, a black cloak, short black hair, and a pair of sunglasses on his face. He is slender and walks lightly, as if he is a worldly expert, and he is full of a self-righteous sense of vulgarity. Sit down, daimyo. One of the 4 people suddenly pulled out a chair from the scroll, and then put on a beast leather cushion. As soon as the man turned around, Function sat down handsomely. Sitting in the corner, Hyuga Lanmo held his head in one hand and looked here. The caravan captain Mao walked forward 2 steps with his waist down, and asked the 4 people in front of him softly, "Masters, may I ask which country is this famous?" One of the 4 turned his head to look at the man in front of him, raised his chin, with a look of arrogance, and replied loudly, "We are the secret name of the Kingdom of the Sky, Hyuga Lanmo. Don't you guys come here soon?" As soon as he said this, Hyuga Lanmo's hand holding his head almost slipped, and Wu Mang on one side was surprised. He looked back at him and then at the boy in white. In the caravan, someone took a breath, and a woman screamed, stepped forward, and threw herself at the man's feet. "It's Hyuga Lanmo, Hyuga Lanmo. God, I actually saw Hyuga Lanmo alive. Are you already a great name in the country? My God, rich and handsome, the idol in my heart." The fat woman hugged the boy's thigh tightly, looking intoxicated and unable to extricate herself. Advertisement Hyuga Lanmo saw this scene with a sweat on his face. Others were also surprised. Some people took out the pictorial and looked at it carefully, and found that it really looked like it, and sighed loudly. The world is really amazing. I didn't expect us caravans that only walk in the desert to encounter the legendary Hyuga Blue Mo is really amazing. The caravan immediately took a place for them, and everyone squeezed into the cave, just to make more space for the 5 people in front of them. So, this cave became like this. One half of Hyuga Lanmo and the caravan huddled together, including Wu Mang and the camels, and the remaining half was the fake Kora no Kuni daimyo, Yus. The 4 subordinates of the fake were even more pretentious, spreading the carpet, setting the table, burning incense, and brewing tea. Tisk tusk tusk. Wu Mang saw this scene, shook his head slightly, and turned to look at Hyuga Lanmo. "Your Excellency, no, Amo. I suddenly found that our South Mo country seems to have treated you badly. You have come to us for more than a year. Well, we really haven't served you like that." Hyuga Lanmo raised his eyebrows slightly and said softly, "I don't mind if you raise your grade next time, but if you can take away the grinning fairy Wuxinling from Morin village, everything can be reduced." "Forget it, then. Too much trouble." Wu Mang refused directly. Looking over there, the good show is still going on. The women are on the court. There are very few women in the caravan, but it's not. 2 women appeared on the carpet carrying melons and fruits. "Lanmo Opa, this is the sweetest melon in the Kingdom of Wind, you can taste." The counterfeit nodded, and the fruits remained. After a while, the caravan leader set off again. He carried a good fur and stepped onto the carpet. "Hanada Daimyo, this is the famous white fox skin of our country of wind, for you." "Okay." The man nodded again, and then his expression was inscrutable. Seeing this scene, Wu Mang clenched his fist angrily, and gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "The real Hyuga Lanmo is in this squeezed corner, surrounded by angry camels, but the fake ones are pretending to be my adult. Name, slander, sir, beat him?" Wu Mang calm. "How did I discover that since I asked you to beat a wild dog that was about to bite me last time, you can't hold back your temper? You want to beat this and that every day, why are you in a hurry?" Hyuga Lanmo held his head and continued to look over there. Chapter 165 Fake Hyuga Blue Ink. After the caravan leader left his fur, he did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he knelt on the carpet and looked at the boy in front of him with a pair of eyes. For a long time, he said, "Hyuga Daimyo, I don't know the country of Sora. People in Daxia do not lack fur in winter. I specialize in fur business. If there is a shortage, we are willing to expand the business to the country of the sky. They are caravans that run in the desert all the year round. They have no way to expand their business. Today, God has sent the way to them, and they naturally want to give it a try." When the boy heard this, he shook his short hair and reached out to touch his sunglasses. This action caused the 2 women next to him to scream in a low voice, as if they were handsome and they had a heart attack. "Our empty country really needs fur for the winter, but not everyone can do business with our empty country. Our Wuong city has a population of hundreds of thousands of people who always wear cotton clothes for the winter, and no one has ever worn fur for the winter. So, this market is huge." As he said, the boy had stretched out his finger and rubbed it. "I don't know if you can do such a big business." I understand. This is a little meaning, please accept it." The caravan owner immediately understood what he meant, reached out and took a small box, and handed it over. The subordinates next to the counterfeit took it and opened it. 2 gold bars were placed in a small box. Although not much, they were of good value. F*K. I want to punch someone, sir, you can speak, I can't help it. Standing in the corner, Wu Mang looked at that side angrily and yelled in a low voice, "We are not cold in Nanmo country at all in winter, let alone fur. Even cotton clothes are rarely worn. This liar, I want to beat him to death." Hyuga Lanmo raised his head and glanced at Wu Mang. A cool color flashed, and said in a low voice, "Don't let me repeat some words twice." Yes. Originally, there was no reckless anger, but when he saw Hyuga Lanmo's cold eyes, all the anger was gone. No adult was angry or terrible about anything in the world, and he didn't want to provoke him. In the past year, Hyuga Lanmo tried to urge him to train, but he often tortured him. On weekdays, when he was joking, he could do anything, but when his face was serious and his dark blue eyes became deep, his legs trembled with fright. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo was exactly this expression, and Wu Mang was naturally afraid. Just this little thing is not enough for a random business in my empty country. Forget it, you still don't want to do this fur business. Anyway, Cheyenne Village let us go over this time, and it's also for business talks. Suddenly, the young man sitting on the main seat waved his hand, and the people around him immediately understood, and he reached out and threw the box in his hand back. Advertisement. Seeing this scene, the caravan captain quickly picked up the gold and held it in the palm of his hand. Daimyo Hyuga, this is the income of our caravan in the past 6 months. It is already the most. Or I'm trying to get together to see if anyone else has it. The leading ninja waved his hand. The caravan boss stepped back. After a while, he punched some money and put them in the small box along with the 2 gold bars that he had just now. The opponent's person just reached out to take it, but didn't want a cold wind to blow through. Hyuga Lanmo grabbed his finger and snatched the small box back. Brother, since they don't want to do business with you, don't embarrass them too much. As he said, he held the box in one hand and dragged the uncle out of the carpet. The 5 people over there were a little unwilling to see this scene. You must know that the 2 gold bars are not a small number. The 4 of them met their eyes, and hurriedly stepped forward to block in front of Hyuga Lanmo. Where did you come from? Is it your turn to intervene in this matter? With that, one person dragged the uncle back to the carpet again. Uncle, don't be fooled. How can someone like Hyuga Lanmo be in business? Think about it, he is a ninja. After saying this, the uncle felt vigilant in his heart. He stood up and looked carefully at the young man with sunglasses in front of him. I heard that Hyuga Lanmo is blind. Let him take off his glasses and take a look. Hyuga Lanmo smiled at the corner of his mouth, and walked 2 steps forward, looking at the young man on the carpet. The other 4 people stepped forward and stopped in front of him. Sucky boy, you want to die. These 4 are also ninjas, but the strongest in ability is Jongnan. At the moment, the 4 rushed up. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were cold, and before he took action, he heard someone shouting from behind. My lord, punch are they. Do it. Just when Wu Mang was about to kill him, the young man on the carpet suddenly knelt down. Please, don't kill them, we know what we were wrong, we won't do it again. The 4 ninjas on one side were still being beaten by Wu Mang fat, wailing and circling in the cave. Advertisement, what's wrong? Hyuga Lanmo turned around and sat where the boy was sitting before, with slender fingers, and began to eat the grapes on the table. Hearing this, Hyuga Lanman's finger on the fruit stopped. He turned to look at the boy in front of him and laughed. How much money did you swindle? The man glanced at the caravan in front of them and did not dare to say it for a long time. He leaned forward to avoid the physical attacks of the 4 people in front of him, and Feng Qingyun stood aside. Wu Mang rushed up, punched one by one, and the 4 people in front of him fell to the ground in unison. The man in the caravan looked surprised, and only then believed what the long-haired boy said. Looking at the person in the seat again, he didn't worry at all, and continued to eat the fruit in front of him, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. No, not much, that's all, that's all. The man finished speaking and took out a scroll from his arms. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Everyone in the caravan was stunned. Isn't Hyuga Lanmo the strongest ninja in the ninja world? How could you kneel down for a wandering ninja? What happened? The long black hair floated behind his head, and his thin lips were eating grapes, as if biting on the splashing spring water, making people quench their thirst. By the way, this time, since there is no recklessness around him, he doesn't need to do anything at all. He is even more handsome than the Hyuga Blue Mo in the picture album. Wu Reckless. After this year of training by Hyuga Lanmo, ability has already been promoted to Special Shinobu. In the face of these guys, they can make life worse than death without using ninjutsu. I shouldn't pretend to be Hyuga Blue Mo. When the 2 girls saw this scene, they covered their mouths in surprise. They didn't know the boy, but why did he have a natural impact all over him? Chapter 166. Wu Ming stopped beating, took the scroll and handed it to Hyuga Lanmo. He stretched out his hand to open it, but there were a lot of scattered things, but the more he watched, the frown became tighter, just like this. Can a team that pretends to be their own below level cheat so much money? Seeing this scene, the teenager looked nervous. He didn't know what the boy was capable of, but the brawny man beside him was scary. He didn't use ninjutsu just now, just beating people fiercely was scary enough. Looking at his 4 accomplices, their noses and faces were swollen, almost dead. And why is the boy on the main seat frowning? Wu Mang looked at Hyuga Lanmo's expression, and shouted. My adults are not satisfied, just this little money? Yes. The 4 people who couldn't get up while being beaten up reluctantly got up, and handed over the scrolls in their arms one after another. And it's 4 copies? It seems to be evenly divided? Hyuga Lanmo's chin almost fell to the ground. He stared at the 5 people in front of him. They thought he was still unsatisfied, so they reached out and took out again. After a while, they took out some loose gold and some small and exquisite pieces. Inlaid exquisite jewelry rings and necklaces. Such a team has deceived so much by relying on its reputation? Hyuga Lanmo feels that the back of his head is full of blood. Kill. Kill them. Just when these 4 words came out of his mouth and Wu Mang was about to start, he waved his hand. I ask you, did you ever hurt people's lives? Thinking about it, there are a lot of people posing as themselves now, and they are just one of them. If they meet a wave and kill a wave, Then he really becomes a big killer without blinking an eye. It's the devil. Never, never, our level is not good at all. We have never killed anyone. The young man knelt on the ground, shaking with fright. If the other 4 were still at or below the level of endurance, he was not even a ninja. Okay, because you didn't kill anyone, get out, Hyuga Lanmo said. However, I won't be allowed to use my name to deceive people in the future, otherwise, I will kill you. Yes, yes. 5 of you supported me, I held you and rushed out of the cave. The wind and sand were huge outside, and they held hands for fear of being blown away. Until this moment, one of them suddenly became frozen. He turned his head and looked at the yellow sand in the sky. There was no trace of the cave at all. He asked the people around him loudly. Do you still remember the last person just now? A sentence? Advertisement? Anything to kill? No, the previous sentence. Don't use my name to deceive people anymore, otherwise, kill me. After he finished speaking, everyone thought of it, and then everyone was stunned. Under the yellow sand, if the 5 people were struck by lightning, for a long time, they all began to shake their heads. We have all escaped long ago, so why are we so unlucky? It's impossible to meet the real him. But the more they think about it, the more similar they feel. But he looks like it, but he is not blind. This sentence resolved the doubts of the 5 people. Then the next vote. What are we doing? F*K. I'm definitely going to do it. The money we have accumulated for more than half a year is gone. If we don't do this vote, how can we leave the country of the wind? In the past 6 months, they faked Hyuga Lanmo, but they did not make a lot of money. Sometimes, the meeting gifts in a small town can be as many as tens of thousands, and in some places, just let them attend business events can give them hundreds of thousands, and Cheyenne Village this time, although the money is not a lot, but they really need it. In the cave, everyone waited for another 3 or 4 days before the storm completely passed. The caravan leader took everyone to say goodbye to Hyuga Lanmo. They set off towards the east, while Hyuga Lanmo and Wuming continued to move west. 2 days later, the 2 arrived at the entrance of Cheyenne Village. After a thorough investigation, the 2 entered Cheyenne Village and then separated. Wu Mang went to the commercial outlets of Nanmo country to help Wu Yu spend the quarter's profit, and Hyuga Lanmo went to find a tail. At the moment's one-tailed Shozuru has been sealed in Gaara's body. He should be 7 years old this year. As a human column force, at this age, he is the most difficult to suppress the power of the tail beast, plus the trauma of the soul, the age that became cruel. Sura who only loves himself, this is how the people of Cheyenne Village commented on him. Hyuga Lanmo wore a black cloak and a cap, and walked into a restaurant. He traveled through the sandy land. It was too dry and hot, so he needed to fix it. Boss, please have a pot of clear water, Hyuga Lanmo said, took off his hat and threw on the dust on his body. Advertisement looking out, 2 people met at the entrance of the store. After whispering, they turned around and left. How could the 2 of them meet here? Take it. Although they don't know what they're planning, it is certain that this matter has something to do with Gaara. Before, he was still worrying about how to get close to Yue Renjuli, and now he has a chance. Kankuro looked around and whispered back, yes, tomorrow, there will be a few ninjas in the village taking Gaara to the gravel beach. Then, it will be yours. Thinking of this, Hyuga Lanmo flashed back and retreated. After Kanjiro walked out of the rocky forest, he followed. Hey, brother, what did you say to the 5 people over there? Those people are not good people. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. 10 miles outside the city, in the Gobi soil and rock forest, 5 people are sitting in the shade under huge amounts of rock pillars. Brother Hyuga, are you there? 5 people appeared and said, we're here. How about it? Have you all planned it? 1 minute and 1 second passed. About half an hour later, Kankuro appeared in the soil and rock area. An idea appeared in Hyuga Lanmo's mind, and he got up and chased it outside. It seems that he should not be stunned for the time being, and see what will happen in the future. Over there, several people murmured. Hyuga Lanmo hid here and frowned. This be ******** D counterfeit. Dared to cheat in his name. Excessive. With so many people, it's not easy for us to start. By the way, did you bring the money? It was said before. After arriving in Cheyenne Village, half of the deposit will be paid, and the remaining half will be paid after the event is completed. Originally Hyuga Lanmo was going to step forward to expose them, but when he heard the name, Gaara, he stopped. Hyuga Lanmo hid in the dark, looking at them. Kankuro was nowhere to be seen, but the sneaky person met with another person at the corner of the street and then walked out of the village. If he remembers well, one of them is Gaara's older brother Kankuro, and the other is one of the Hani Shang Lanmo's subordinates he encountered in the desert cave. Chapter 167 Kankuro is 8 years old this year and is already the ninja of Cheyenne Village. When he heard this, he frowned slightly, and his face with a painted face was angry. You don't need to worry about my business. Yo, the little guy is not big, and his temper is not bad. Hyuga Lanmo laughed, walked beside him, and looked around. You come out to see those people alone, are you afraid of being taken away by them? You're annoying. Suddenly, Kankuro yelled in a low voice, changed hands and attacked him. Even if he is only 8 years old this year, he is definitely not shallower than his peers. After a few physical attacks, he waved his fingers and there was a puppet in front of him. After a few fierce attacks, he continued to wear Hyuga Blue Mo's clothes. The corners were not touched. It's not that I said, why is your child so temperamental? I'm not doing it for you. Those people are liars. I think you gave them money? That's what you saved up, right? You little, save money isn't it easy? Hyuga Lanmo took a few steps forward. Moji. Kanjiru's stubborn expression calmed down Roar's breath for a while, and then rushed up again with his puppet. F*K. This is Gao Lang President Fan Bai who is walking here, and you think I'm grimacing. Hyuga Lanmo dodges his puppet, and with a palm down, he cuts off the chakra line between Konkuro's finger and the puppet. Instead, the kid kicked and rushed up, but Hyuga Lanmo held his head with one hand, tightly grasped his headgear and the hair inside, propped it to one side. Kanjiro lay hands on his feet, but he couldn't reach Hyuga Lanmo at all. His scalp was aching, and he couldn't help lowering his voice. You let me go. Finally, his irritable tone eased a bit. Are you still beating people? Hyuga Lanmo asked, lowering his head. You let me go. If you ask you won't answer well? Can you still hit someone? Hyuga Lanmo continued to ask, fingers hard. About 10 seconds later, Konkuro finally stopped all his movements and replied. If you don't fight, you won't fight, okay. Hyuga Lanmo released his finger, and he turned angrily and continued to walk towards Cheyenne village. Hey, why are you looking for them? Hyuga Lanmo knew that their plan would be implemented tomorrow, so he wanted to know what was hidden in the middle. Advertisement, it doesn't matter what you do. You will be deceived, they're not good people. It doesn't matter what you do, let me go, this is a stinky stone in a pit. I am young and have a hard temper. When he reached the gate of Cheyenne village, Konkuro entered the village, and Hyuga Lanmo followed him. He turned his head in amazement, just to see him putting the tong card in his pocket. He looked at him up and down and asked, you are not Cheyenne village. It's definitely not, I'm a wandering ninja. This time I came to Cheyenne village to help my employer collect profit. By the way, little guys, what are you going to do tomorrow? Tell me, maybe I can help you then. Konkuro lost his voice, he just sighed slightly, and walked toward the village with his head down. His voice was very low, but Hyuga Lanmo still heard. Don't follow me, the less you know, the less you know. Okay, otherwise it's not good for you. People say that there are multiple friends and multiple paths. Tell me your troubles are not good for me, but not necessarily good for you. Hyuga Lanmo smiled, and raised a pair of eyebrows slightly. The other party looked back at him with surprise in his eyes. He seemed to be considering what he said, and then his brows were folded together. Impossible, you can't solve any problems at all. After speaking, he continued to walk forward, but he didn't want his feet to be unable to take a step no matter how hard he tried. The black magnetic sand that had originally emerged from the ground was firmly tied to his ankle. This magnetic escape appeared from the ground, and there was no one else beside him, so, Kanjuro looked back. The person stood there with a calm face, wearing a thick black cloak, and a mysteriousness all over his body. You are the blood successor boundary. Well, do you believe in my ability this time? Hyuga Lanmo stretched out a magnetic knife on one of his fingers, smiling brightly. The other party nodded and let go of the magnetism under his feet. He turned to stand in front of him and said in a low voice, tomorrow morning you will be waiting for me. I entrust you to do something for me. Definitely, if I fail, I won't blame it. Once you succeed, I am willing to give you all my savings and wait for me. After speaking, Konkuro turned around and ran away. Hyuga Lanmo looked at his back and sighed slightly. This kid is so stubborn. He has been chasing all the way, and in the end he didn't say what they were planning. After returning to the hotel and sleeping comfortably, Hyuga Lanmo waited at the intersection early the next morning. Not long after, Kanjuro rushed over panting, and then waved his hand, and the two ran towards the entrance of the village. Advertisement straight north, almost 30 miles away, at the gravel beach in a gorge, they stopped. They're liars. There was a trace of anger in Hyuga Lanmo's voice. He had given these 5 opportunities, but they didn't cherish it. After a while, wait for him to clean up the mess, don't blame him for being rude. Konkuro made a gesture to them, and the other 5 people began to be busy in the clearing of the canyon. None of them noticed that the person standing next to Konkuro was really Hyuga Lanmo. A total of 8,000 yuan, please pay for it. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Kanjiro didn't expect that he would have guessed it. That picture, you can hardly look directly at it. What are you asking so much for? You can see it after a while, and if I ask you to do it, you will do it. The other party twisted his nose and looked back at him. What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of fake Hyuga Blue ink? That is Hyuga Blue ink, the master of sealing. Even if it is sealed by the high-level sealing technique, it can be opened, even if it is used dozens of times more than ordinary people. A person who can also break through the chakra charm. Kanjiro glared at him and said in a low voice, what do you know? They're masters. The two hid behind the stone, looking at the flat canyon area in the middle. You can do your job well, what do you care about others? Konkuro replied dissatisfied. Is this the seal master you invited? Hyuga Lanmo couldn't help but vomit. In the gorge clearing, the 5 people pretended to have a meal, then stopped work and came over to settle the bill with Kanjiro. Hyuga Lanmo laughed and the two waited together. After a while, the person who pretended to be Hyuga Lanmo appeared, with his 4 accomplices by his side, and they waved their hands to this side. Hey, what's your deal with that fake Hyuga Lanmo? Gaara will really come here today? Hyuga Lanmo asked again. Hyuga Lanmo raised an eyebrow, this rumor is true. So, do you want to use Hyuga Blue ink to unblock or seal Gaara? At the moment, he was wearing a black cloak, frowning and watching them pretend. Chapter 168 Shira, who only loves himself. The man headed by the other side looked at Hyuga Lanmo, who was wearing a bucket hat. His entire face was covered under the bucket hat, and there was a cold and coercive aura. He stood there, although he didn't speak, but it makes people feel scared. Konkuro nodded, there was nothing nonsense, and he passed a purse. As soon as the other party reached out to take it, Hyuga Lanmo stopped the money bag. Such a familiar picture made the 5 people in front of them nervous for a while. They stared at it carefully, but after looking at the other's slender fingers, they were scared to pee. Oh, yeah, we remembered, we don't need to charge this money, by the way, we still have business, let's go first. What are you doing? Kankuro looked at Hyuga Lanmo dissatisfiedly. This was originally their commission, you let go and give it to them. Looking at those 5 people, where they dared to ask for money, they hurriedly backed away, turned around to escape, but didn't want to suddenly be unable to move. Their feet had been magnetically fixed at their feet, and they looked back at the teenager in horror. He stood there, the whole person was hidden in the cloak, and did not speak, but they saw that his hand was quietly forming a seal. The so-called one-handed payment and one-handed delivery, since it is here, why do you have to look at the power of your cloth and then pay? Hyuga Lanmo's cold voice came, and then he stuffed the money bag back to Kankuro's hands. I'm sorry. The counterfeit absolutely used the bitter trick again and began to soften its attitude. Puff, without waiting for them to continue speaking, the mouths of the 5 people were all muffled by the magnet, and they couldn't make any sound. Kankuro on one side saw this scene with a look of surprise, and looked back at Hyuga Lanmo. A curious light flashed in his eyes. Magnetic escape has trapped the 5 people in front of him and stuffed them into a crack in the stone on one side. At this time, several figures in the distance appeared at the entrance of the canyon. Seeing the target appear, Kanjiro pulled Hyuga Lanmo and hid. A group of people ran very fast, and under the sun, they slowly expanded like black spots. Soon, they were already in the canyon. Advertisement. The 9 people stopped. Gaara, the little one, was in the team. He had red hair and let out a cold air. He stood there like a puppet doll, lifeless, his eyes staring blankly around. Turning to look at the leader of the team who stopped, the opponent at the moment is also looking at him. He suddenly waved his hand, and the other 7 people around him quickly dispersed, surrounding him. Gaara, you should already know the answer, right? The man trembled, his palms full of cold sweat. Shira, who only loves himself. Although he is only 6 years old, he has repeatedly murdered his compatriots in Cheyenne village. Not to mention people his age, even adults, Shangren, are afraid of being alone with him. A few days ago, he actually killed his uncle Yashawan, who had taken care of him since he was a child. If the human column force cannot be used by the village, then the village can only obliterate it, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Gaara is young, so he has killed people like hemp and has no feelings. Not to mention the ninjas in the village who are unwilling. Even the 4 generations of Fengying can't keep him. And this action was instructed by the 4 generations of Fengying, and they must solve him here. Above the mountain, the 4 generations of Fengying have appeared, but that is his son, he will not do it himself if he is a last resort. Seeing the word, love, on his forehead, Luo Sha's heart tightened, his wife's voice and smile appeared in his mind. Did he choose the wrong one? It was he who personally sealed Ichimotsuru in the body of his premature young son. He originally wanted to produce human pillars like Union Village, Wuyan Village, Yanyan Village and Konoha, but the facts proved that he seemed to have failed. NS. Gaara has a weird temper. If he doesn't go well, he will burst into the tail beast state. So far, he has killed no less than 10 people. As the wind shadow of Cheyenne Village, he personally put a time bomb in Cheyenne Village. He has an unshakable responsibility. Even the death of Yashimaru was caused by him alone. Knowing that Gaara couldn't suppress the irritability, he even let Yashimaru do it himself. It was all his fault. Today, as his biological father, let him have a break with his son here. After speaking, the 8 people have already opened the battle and are ready to fight. Advertisement, as he said, his fists trembled, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness, and he looked into the distance. The huge amounts of palms seemed to destroy everything that was blocking him in front of him. The ninja who rushed up did not wait for a strong attack, but he was already thrown out. At the same time, Gaara subconsciously appeared, and the sand around him continued to condense. Gradually formed a protective circle. Kankuro, who was hiding in the dark, saw this scene and clenched his fist tightly. Hyuga Lanmo looked down at him and asked softly, "What the hell do you want me to do? Kill him like them? Or protect him?" There was a little exploration in Hyuga Lanmo's eyes. Kankuro tensed all over, and said in a low voice, "Wait, when Hyuga Lanmo's sealing technique takes effect, he can control the tail beast. You all want me to die, and all of you will kill me." Gaara sneered, eyes flashing cold, and before the other party moved, suddenly his body changed and he had turned into a half-tailed animal state, rushed over. For example, the Fengden used by the ninja on the east side, if the opponent is also a ninja, this range of Fengden will definitely be able to compete with the opponent, but his opponent is the half-tailed Gaara. He screamed violently, with saliva in his mouth, his eyes were like an irritated beast, and he waved it with the tailed beast chakra. Sure enough, he was a child, and he refused to admit the obvious truth. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hyuga Lanmo chuckled lightly. They were all arrested by me. Do you think they are the real person? Huge amounts of wind escaping, scratching the tail beast, did not cause any pain. On the contrary, it angered Gaara. Above the high mountains, the 4 generations of Wind Shadow Luosha stood in the wind, and in the valley, 8 upper ninjas surrounded the small children in the open space, waiting for them. He was so nervous, he refused to relax a little, and looked at the canyon with seriousness and concentration. The 8 Shangren rushed up from different directions and fought Gaara. Although their ninjutsu was strong, they were simply vulnerable to the directness and violence of the tail beast chakra. Yes. Today is your last chance. Fengying has orders. If you can control the tail beast today, we will take you back to life. If on the contrary, you still can't suppress the tail beast's power, Then don't blame us. You're welcome. Are you ready to kill me? Gaara stood there, like a dead tree swaying in the wind, lifeless, but cold and freezing. Stop talking. Look at it. Chapter 169. In this way, the sneak attack behind him could not be successful, and the 8 players faced off against Gaara, the half-tailed beast. In the gorge, the battle was fierce, and under the wind and sand, wailing voices rang out. What's the matter? Why is this? Suddenly, Kanjiro next to Hyuga Lanmo screamed with his fists clenched. He looked back at the 5 people in the crevice of the rock, with angry expressions all over his face. You lied to me. Why the seal was not activated? Hyuga Lanmo, you liar. You have clearly promised that your seal is the number 1 in ninja. As long as you take action, my brother will be fine, but he has been injured 3 times. Personally, the seal hasn't been activated yet. You will kill him. Kankuro yelled irritably, but it was not the time to settle accounts with those people at all. He turned and looked towards the canyon, feeling nervous. You, can you help me? Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Hyuga Lanmo. Help me save my brother. My father wants to kill him. I overheard this matter. A month ago, when my father had a meeting with high-level elders, he studied this matter. First, he asked my uncle to do it. If my uncle fails, he will do it here. Although I am afraid of him, he is my brother and it is me. The younger brother whose mother exchanged your life. Hyuga Lanmo looked down at Kankuro. He, a stubborn child who didn't like words, said so much to beg himself. Okay, I'll save him, Hyuga Lanmo whispered. Anyway, he came for the sake of a show crane, so it was nothing to do a little favor. You really can do it. Although I had this idea when I saw his magnetic escape yesterday, Kankuro didn't think he really had that ability. It's just that people want to try everything when there's no other way. Don't believe me? I'm much more reliable than those people? After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo walked out from behind Takashi. Kankuro saw the scene and nervously grabbed the corner of his clothes. You just went out like this. My father is on the mountain. He is 4 generations. Fungying. Hyuga Lanmo didn't speak and continued to move forward. Luo Sha was standing on a high mountain in the canyon and saw a person coming from a distance. He was wearing a black cloak like a ninja. This person was calm and came towards the canyon just like that, completely unaffected by the battle in the valley, and had no intention of avoiding it at all. Advertisement: why put the action to obliterate Gaara in this gorge? It is to not harm the innocent people in Cheyenne village, and it is quiet and will not be disturbed by outsiders. But who is this person? No matter who it is, the 4 generations of Fungying will never allow outsiders to intervene in this matter. Now it seems that a quick fight is needed. He leapt vertically and jumped down from the mountain. The fighting continued below. Gaara had already been in a state of being all-tailed beasts, and the 80 had sent him to death, wounded. He is ready to do it himself. Luo Sha's sealing technique is also well known in the entire ninja world. He has sealed a show crane in a black kettle many times, and he has also suppressed my love Luowei beastization many times. Although he is famous for sealing art, he can't be around Gaara all day long. He is Fungying, the military leader of the Kingdom of Wind, and the Fungying of Ninja Village. For some things, he must stand from the perspective of the village. To think about things. For example, now he is obliterating Gaara. He is thinking about the overall situation. Now Gaara is so small that he can't suppress the power of the tail beast, killing people like hemp. What about the future? As he grows up, how will his murderous behavior affect the tail beast and him? What price will the village pay? He must consider everything he has. 4 generations of Fungying Luo shot, huge amounts of magnetic escape. Shajin lance fell from the sky, and as he landed, he pierced towards the end of the ground. Kankuro saw this scene and turned his back. He squatted on the ground and started to cry. One is his father and the other is his younger brother. He was very uncomfortable seeing all this with his own eyes. Gaara's protective sand blocked the Jinsha spear in front of him, but he broke it all at once and scattered it. The tail is mad, and it is in complete state. The starlight pupils glow with cold luster in the dim eyeballs. The armor-like fur forms the same color as the gravel beach on the ground. The long tail is thick and strong, layers of tail armor with hazel lines. It rushed over, with a powerful impact. Luo Sha had fought with Shohi many times, and was very clear about its attacks. Magnetic escape, great burial of gold dust, advertisement. Luo Sha watched Liulu and listened to all directions. He had already seen the wandering ninja rushing over. He would never give anyone a chance to get a tail beast. He decided to bury Gaara with gold dust, and then use the sealing technique to pay Shohi. Definitely at that time, his young son was already dead. The reason why I didn't seal the tail at the first time was because Gaara was still in Shozaru's body, and the other was the ninja who rushed over. It takes some time to activate the seal technique. With his visual distance, at the current running speed of the wandering ninja, the time for him to activate the seal is not enough. If he bury the tail beast with a big gold duster, then use a simple seal to stabilize the tail beast, things are different. The vast gravel beach instantly turned into an ocean of golden quicksand, a violent shout, trying to condense the tail beast jade, but his figure was shaking. There was no chance at all. Its huge amounts of figure fell into the quicksand. All seal. Luo Sha jumped to a safe distance behind and activated the temporary sealing technique, preparing to seal the entire quicksand area, so that he could spend time to temporarily clean up the wandering ninja. Pressing his fingers on the ground, a huge amounts of sealing technique flashed out above the quicksand pit on the spot. He turned around, stalwart, standing on the side of the golden quicksand, waiting for the wandering ninja galloping in the distance. Hyuga Lanmo was not in a hurry just now because he found that the first tail was in a complete state, and the system began to copy the first tail state, which took 5 seconds. Now that everything was in time, he didn't worry, and ran all the way, waiting for the mirror copy to succeed, and after directly converting to mirror clone, he also came to Luosha. Who is here and what's the matter? Luosha roared loudly. His body was filled with a deep and majestic aura, without anger and majesty, with a strong aura. Me? My name is Mo Sanjian. You can call me Amo. Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, tilting his head to look at the golden quicksand pit behind Luosha. Are you really going to kill him? He is your son? This remark directly angered the 4th generation of Fengying. His eyebrows were cold, and he didn't want to be known about the murder of his father. When he held up his hand, Magneto Jinsha appeared next to him, and he rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo. Go up. Chapter 170. At the moment, it's Chakra, Magnetic Escape, Shajin Spear. Magnetic Escape, Magnetic Sand Spear. The two sides rushed together, the same ninjutsu, but different colors and styles. The sand gold spear is golden yellow, long and big, fast and powerful, while the magnetic sand spear uses black iron sand. Although it is as long and pointed as Luosha's spear, the contrast between the two sides is blue. The ink is much cheaper. The two spears collided, the sound was clear and sparks splashed everywhere. The two weapons were suspended in the air, Luosha's hands were sealed, and he controlled her ninjutsu forcefully, and then looked at the other side, although he was using iron sand magnetic escape, but he was standing there, and he didn't even see the other's Ji-ing. But at this time, the other party actually came over. Doesn't his magnetic escape need him to stabilize chakra? He looked at each other in surprise, and when Hyuga Lanmo passed by him, he discovered that the man hidden in the huge cloak turned out to be an 11 or 12-year-old child. His chin was tender and white, his lips were red and his teeth were white, and a strand of long hair fell on his arms. He turned his head to look at him, and a smile spread out from the corner of his mouth. Who on earth are you? Luosha asked with a horrified look in her eyes. Guess. Hyuga Lanmo is strange. This uncle is even more verbose than his two sons. Kanjiro and Gaara are both people who care about words like gold, and he has told him about it and asked. Stop him. He cried out, and several hidden dark parts around rushed up. Magnetic escape, magnetic thorn. Hyuga Lanmo's fingers waved and roared. Numerous magnetic spurs appeared, spraying towards the dark ninja of the sand-hidden village on the opposite side. That's it. Seeing this scene, Luosha turned around and gave up the magnetic escape spear, raised the sand in his hand, and the sand was fogged up, protecting all the dark parts in front of him, and the magnetic needle fell on the sand and fell to the ground. And the sand spear he controlled before was not controlled by chakra, and it was instantly pierced by Hyuga Lanmo's iron sand spear and charged over. Luosha dodged, and his arm was still pierced by the opponent's spear of blood. Advertisement: this place is located in the desert Gobi, where there are many iron sands. Hyuga Lanmo uses magnetism to escape, like a tiger gaining wings. The magnetic sand gathers in all directions again, constantly turning into magnetic needles and shooting at the 6 people in front of it. Get together, Luosha yelled, continuing to use the sands for protection, and rushed out by herself, trying to prevent Hyuga Lanmo from approaching the side of the quicksand. But he didn't want to see the child's mouth explode, Shenluo Tianzheng. Afterwards, he was ejected, and all the other Shangren who were protected by Jinsha flew out, fell on the surrounding rocks or the ground, and suffered serious injuries. What happened? What ninjutsu does he use? He obviously hadn't approached him yet, and he hadn't even seen his Ji-in. Luosha didn't know that the fingers hidden under Hyuga's blue ink cloak had actually moved. And when he issued this ninjutsu, those magnetic needles were still floating, which proved that he could use 2 kinds of ninjutsu at the same time. And his chakra possession is so amazing, just such an explosive ejection made him dizzy. What do you want to do? He was nervous when he saw the young man walking towards the golden quicksand giant pit step by step. He wanted to get up, but found that his hands and feet were firmly bound by the magnetic iron sand, and he couldn't get up and make a mark, and he had several ribs broken near his chest, but fortunately he didn't hurt his heart. All the magnetic needles came forward and stopped in front of a few people. If they dared to move again, he would immediately pierce them into a sieve. What are you doing? Play. The smile on the corner of Hyuga Lanmo's mouth has disappeared, and he turned around and said coldly, the 8-year-old Konkuro never gave up his brother. As a biological father, he didn't think about the problem. Just want to kill his own son, he is not worthy to be a father. Stop it for me, Luosha said again with all her strength. Pest scoffed into his body, and the pain passed from the magnetic needle. He wanted to condense chakra, but he couldn't do it. He looked at Hyuga Lanmo angrily, and saw that the other party was possessed with his palms on the ground. He said the word, broken. All the seals covering the golden quicksand disappeared. After that, the earth escaped up, and before all the ground appeared, the tail rushed out. Shanshu, Mingshenman, colorful facial makeup appeared on Hyuga Lanmo's eyelids, huge amounts of Muden Mingshenman fell from the sky, and the frame fell to suppress it. Advertisement: everyone was stunned. Luosha endured the pain and asked, are you Hyuga Lanmo? Currently in the ninja realm, the only person who can use the immortal magic wood Dunming Shenman is probably the only Hyuga Lanmo who had once been in Wecheng and suppressed the 2 tails and Neneos. The young man looked back, curled his lips, did not speak. The gossip seal appeared and landed on one tail. The chakra wandered. One tail gradually receded. Gaara appeared under the door of Myojin. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and picked him up, turned around and looked at Luosha and said, yes, I could have killed you today, but for the face of your 2 sons, I will let you go, but remember, don't do it in the future. Who says you believe in everything? Are you talking about the fact that you declared war on the 5 ninja villages more than a year ago? If you were in my position, how would you choose? At that time, we had no choice. Sora Shinobu just attacked the 5 ninja villages. In 1 month, you will have issued a declaration of war on behalf of Sora Shinobu. Regardless of whether this matter is true or false, we have to make a decision. Luo Sha said. So, your decision is, let me be the public enemy of this ninja world? Hyuga Lanmo asked with a face of frost on her face. Yes. Luo Sha was a man, and she answered with utmost precision. Okay, then I did this public enemy. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo pushed hard, and countless magnetic spears appeared beside him, and as his fingers waved, he rushed towards Luosha trapped on the side of the mountain. Puff puff, those magnetic evacuators were nailed to him. He vomited blood and asked softly, what the hell do you want to do? No matter how others frame it, our Shan village didn't take action. At most, we're the Anbu. People investigate and investigate, you let go of my son. Yes, Konoha has always been shot, Hyuga Lanmo admits this. So I didn't kill you today. I left you with your life. As for your son, what do you care about anyway? Hyuga Lanmo sneered, turned around, and disappeared on the scene holding Gaara. Originally, he wanted to let him go, but he had to challenge his bottom line, so he was embarrassed. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Kankuro. Kankuro saw everything that happened in the distance, hiding behind a stone in the distance, his mouth opened wide in surprise, and he couldn't believe it. You killed my father? Chapter 171 Going to the East Secret Island, You. Kanjiro looked surprised, his eyes widened, his face was full of horror. Hyuga Lanmo put Gaara in his arms, and then used the sealing technique again to strengthen the previous seal of the tail beast. In this way, the power of the tail beast on his body is not so easy to explode. You have to care about him and love him. The human heart is full of flesh. I believe that over time, he will become a kind and responsible ninja. Kanjiro began to cry, and now there was only one voice in his mind, that is, this person killed his father, it was him that killed him. Hyuga Lanmo saw him staying as a wooden chicken, tears streaming down, and said, people always grow up, learn to accept it. After speaking, he reached out and pulled a few counterfeit goods in the cracks of the stone, a different space transferred and disappeared. In the valley stone forest, 5 corpses were thrown there, and the heavenly vulture fell and began to peck at the human flesh on the corpses. In the distant sky, Hyuga Lanmo looked at the golden letter in his hand while flying. Lan Shangmen urgently calls. Please go to the East Secret Island of the East Daxia Sea for all Hyuga Lanmo in the 9th world to hold a celebration meeting. The meeting time, November 15th, it will not wait until it expires. When Hyuga Lanmo saw this letter, his brows curled into a ball. This letter was found from the counterfeit. Are they still organized? After reading the content carefully, his anger slowly rose. Although he was mentally prepared when he encountered this counterfeit, he knew that he hadn't come out for a year and that there were already more people out there who depended on his reputation to slander, but he never thought that they still have a circle of their own, and by reading this letter, there seemed to be quite a few people who pretend to be themselves. F*K. These people, above, below, righteous and evil, don't let him die. Hyuga Lanmo got angry. He decided to explore the den of the counterfeit to see what the hell they were doing. So, he summoned Hying and sent a letter to Wushu in Zhengshaoyin village, telling him that he had something to leave for a few days, and let him return to the country by himself. Advertisement. After receiving the letter, Wu Mang wailed for a while. Others said it was mainly Wu Qianling file-sized sister. It was really a headache. If this letter know that the adult was nowhere to be seen, it would be endless. Hyuga Lanmo doesn't care about those, and heads directly to the East Secret Island in the East Daxia Sea. Regarding the exact location of Tomi Island, Hyuga Lanmo didn't know. Fortunately, when he encountered a wave of counterfeit goods at the eastern port of the Fire Country, they believed that they would be able to find their destination. However, when they arrived in Unokuni, after the 3 people got off the ship, they boarded another luxurious cruise ship. This cruise ship is an exclusive private cruise ship. All people who board the ship must have a golden envelope. Hyuga Lanmo pulled out the crumpled golden envelope from his pocket and walked on board. Excuse me, is this the ship going to Tomi Island? I have this. The 2 guard ninjas guarding the entrance of the ladder looked up and down Hyuga Lanmo, and said coldly, take off the bucket hat so we can't see your face? Are you alone? So far, all of the people they have received have committed crimes, at least 2 people, and very few people have appeared. This is the first one. Hyuga Lanmo took off his bucket hat and asked, is it all right? Are you Hyuga Lanmo? My god, come and see, this is a weird thing. The guard ninja couldn't help laughing. While talking, other counterfeit goods also came over. Before they got on the boat, they began to compare who was more like Hyuga Lanmo. At the moment, the appearance of such a person made everyone couldn't help but roar the hull, laughed. Hey, your hair is wrong. Hyuga Lanmo has short hair. Who is your role with such long hair? And why don't you wear sunglasses? Can you pretend to be blind? Ha ha ha. Hyuga Lanmo turned his head and looked. There were indeed many impersonators on the boat. They were all tall and short, all of which were about the same size. They all had short black hair. They were not bad in length, but the fake ones were fake. Will you let it go? He asked coldly without explaining, reaching out and pinching his neck. The other party put a smile away and nodded in fright. Let it go. Although it looks the least, but if you have a gold envelope, you will naturally let it in, please please. Hyuga Lanmo boarded the cruise, and a service staff took him to the pre-arranged room. The boat takes care of board and lodging, but no matter how many people you come, the rooms are distributed according to the name of Hyuga Blue Mo. For example, a fake Hyuga Blue Mo brings 10 people. Yes, they can board the boat, but there is only one room. 10 individuals can only live in one room. After all, this is for the fake protagonist. On the contrary, like Hyuga Lanmo alone, he can naturally be allocated a room. After the service staff gave him the medicine key at the door of the room, he retreated. Just as he wanted to enter the room, a tall man pushed the door of the room against him. Advertisement: "Hi, buddy, our house is too crowded, I'll share a room with you." After saying this, the man wanted to squeeze into the door. But he didn't want him to push the door in front of him no matter how hard he tried. Hyuga Lanmo pulled the handle, he pushed the door panel, and the room door creaked with dissatisfaction. If this continues, I'm afraid the door panel will not be able to withstand it. Hyuga Lanmo stepped back and kicked the brawny man in the armpit, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Do I agree with you to enter my room?" The man's hands hurt, he took 2 steps back, his brows were cold and his face was trembling with a scar on his face. "You want to die?" As he said, he rushed up with his fist clenched. Hyuga Lanmo dodged, and kicked him on his chin with another kick. This time it was terrible. The strong man bit his tongue and the blood was dripping. The whole person rushed up like crazy. "I will kill you." In the next second, he couldn't even speak, and a blade of ice escape appeared beside Hyuga Lanmo, facing the brawny man's chest. He stepped back, with a look of shock on his face, turned and ran back to the next room. Hyuga Lanmo returned to his room, took off a cloak, and leaned back on the bed. After waiting for another half-day, the ship departed from the port of Unokuni and headed east. And as the ship left the port, the entire cruise ship started a carnival. Following the noise on the 3rd floor, Hyuga Lanmo woke up and slept all afternoon. He felt full of energy now. Stretched out, went out of the room, and walked towards the noise. In the large conference hall on the 3rd floor, the lights flickered and the music skyrocketed. A gorgeously dressed host walked up to the high platform. "Welcome all heroes home, NS." After saying this, there was a burst of jubilation below. Hyuga Lanmo leaned on the side of the bar, squinting at everything on the scene. Countless people who pretended to be him writhed around the court. Some were drinking, some were smoking, and some were laughing with their arms around the beauties. 5 Co Chapter 172 Lan Shangmen Merchant Group. For a moment, he actually felt that he had gone to the wrong theater, as if he had gone through. At this time, a fat figure stepped onto the high platform with a cigar in his mouth with a smile on his face. "Hyuga Lanmo, because of you, our business has reached a new level. We must take Hyuga Lanmo's make the business bigger and stronger. Let everyone in the human world know that Hyuga Lanmo is a hero. As long as Hyuga Blue Mo lasts forever, our cash cow will not fall," the fat man said passionately as everyone's goal. Hyuga Lanmo turned his head to look at the bartender inside, knocked on the bar, and asked, "Who is that person?" "Don't you know? That's the big boss. Are you new here? How much tax did you pay? What's the ranking?" the bartender asked, gossiping. "Unfortunately, I don't look good, otherwise he will also join the fake lineup." "What rank?" the bartender snorted, and Hyuga Lanmo followed his gaze. Behind the high platform, on a huge amounts of screen, many people's names were written densely, and the top of it was, "The best Hyuga of the year, Blue Ink ranking. Here is the table. 1st place, 2nd place, 3rd place." And so on. They also ranked, "What's your name?" The bartender saw his look of malaise, thinking that he was upset because of his low ranking, so he changed the subject. "Amo. Advertisement, Amo, you don't count this, you don't have your name in the rankings. It seems that you pretend to be Hyuga Lanmo, which is the least similar among these people," the bartender said while helping him. Poured a glass of wine. Hyuga Lanmo raised his eyebrows, and looked back. There were a total of 100 in the ranking, all ranked according to points, and in this venue, there were more than 100 people who impersonated themselves. He turned around and asked, "So many people fake Hyuga Lanmo, are you not afraid of being found out?" "What are you afraid of? Anyway, there is really Hyuga Lanmo carrying it. The 5 ninja villages have long seen him not pleasing to the eye. A year ago, I wanted to kill him soon after. It has been a year and he hasn't appeared. It's not proof that he is dead, it just proves that he didn't dare to come out, so no matter how loud the noise is outside, it's okay." The bartender looked smug. Hyuga Lanmo's face was getting colder and colder, and the 5 ninja villages suppressed it. Someone outside deliberately made a fuss, pressing up and down. This was preparing to punish him to death. After he picked up the wine glass and drank it, a sweet and spicy sensation rushed into his throat. It was not very delicious, but it had a different feeling. "What's the matter with those points?" he continued to ask. "That's the amount of money everyone turned in. Do you see the 1st place? This year, not counting your own earning, you paid 80 million to the big boss. This is worth more than the top 3 people in the black market. Those bounty criminals who have been caught in the black market have been chasing for a year, and sometimes they have not found themselves, and we, haha, just go out to deceive people and have a lot of income. You, do it well. First, your long hair has been cut. Really, Hyuga Lanmo is not long hair." The bartender talked endlessly, but from his words Hyuga Lanmo learned a lot when he arrived. For example, the boss of this ship is a businessman, and he runs the biggest secret trade group in the ninja world, Lan Shangdor. Because the host spoke, the music has stopped, and Hyuga Lanmo used chakra to help when he said this, so that everyone in the room heard his questioning. Everyone turned around, some laughed, and some sneered. "Didn't the bartender tell me? The merchant boss has a huge amounts of island called Dongmi Island. This is where the cruise ship will go. When it gets there, they have something beautiful. For example, all counterfeit goods in the ninja world are now under the management of his merchant group. The counterfeiters can take over tasks at various contact points, and the income is divided into 46%, 40% for individuals, and 6% from the internal merchant group. Become. As for some things, this trade group does not care, such as the life and death of these counterfeit goods. Advertisement for the purpose of the task: if the counterfeit accidentally offends a more powerful ninja or character, misses a trap, loses his life, it is their own responsibility. They are appointed, and they must not betray Lan Shangmen after being caught, otherwise the big boss absolutely there are thousands of ways to make them worse than death. This big boss is a fake, and the real root should look a lot like this person, but he is definitely not this person. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. They take what they need, and he doesn't stop them, but they use his name to bluff and deceive, and he absolutely doesn't allow it. However, the hands-on are not here. At the moment, let's see how they behave as monsters, and we'll talk about everything until the East Secret Island. The host slapped a good flattery, and when everyone heard this, Roar was delighted. Hyuga Lanmo tapped his fingers on the bar lightly, and when he raised his eyes again, a pair of deep blue eyes were filled with layers of anger. He wanted to rush up right now, hold root, and destroy the ship. But when he saw that the fat rudder in the corner was apologizing to the ninja on the side with his head down, he stopped. This trade group specializes in producing all Hyuga Blue Mo products, and the businessman has hundreds of sanren to protect his safety. Hyuga Lanmo leaned on the side of the bar, watching the host on the high platform in the distance pushing a small car with excitement, and appeared in front of everyone. Suddenly the spotlight hit him, the music stopped, and everyone's eyes were all looking towards him. High tower. So, on the surface, watching these counterfeit goods on the boat happily toasting and drinking, the boat also entertained them, but in fact, between them and Lan Shangmen, they can only be regarded as each taking what they need. Hyuga Lanmo frowned as he looked at the host on the high platform. I said, this little brother, are you kidding? How could Hyuga Lanmo appear here? This is a joke. He was chased by the Onbi of the 5 ninja villages and I don't know where he went. I've lost my life. Come here. If it's not for our boss's kindness, can his topic endure? Can he become a hero that everyone admires and fans admire? If he appears, I can guarantee that he will kneel down and thank us. Big boss, haha, everyone, the exciting time has come. Since the establishment of the business group for a year, thanks to your care, the boss of Root has specially prepared a generous bonus for everyone in order to reward everyone. The prize money is over. We still have a selection program. Boss, we are awarded prizes. This time the prizes are awarded according to the top 10. Therefore, if you keep working hard, you will definitely get rich, haha. The host shouted loudly. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo asked loudly, aren't you afraid that Hyuga Lanmo will come to you to settle the accounts? Chapter 173 Punishment Game. HMPH, it really is a guy who likes to make people imposters, for safety, even find a substitute for himself. It seems that if you want to catch the real route, you will have to go to the Eastern Secret Island to see it. Hyuga Lanmo endured it, he wanted to see how long they could linger. Next, the host announced that he was the most like him in the top 10 earning the most money by posing as Japan. Their bonuses were very generous. Every time the people underneath saw a person on stage, a wave of enthusiastic applause broke out. Finally, the top 10 prizes were awarded. The host looked at the audience and asked happily, everyone, the following shows are not rewards. Let's play a punishment game, okay? Alcohol, money, coupled with inferior character, can only create even worse things. Then today, let us choose the person who is least like Hyuga Lanmo, and let him hand over everything on him, including his clothes, how about? The host exclaimed excitedly, the people below haha smiled. Well, take out his money and take off his clothes, the person below shouted. Then this show cannot be attended by everyone, so people who are not Hyuga Lanmo please go to the 4th floor. The 3rd and 4th floors are connected, there are fenced stairs all around. When you go up to the 4th floor, you can see everything in the bar on the 3rd floor. So the host asked those who were taken aboard by the counterfeit to the 4th floor. It is to better choose the one who is least like Hyuga Lanmo from the rest of the 3rd floor. Hyuga Lanmo leaned on the bar, gently stroked the wine glass with his fingers, raised his head and took a sip, staring at the meeting place coldly. He did not leave. The music sounded, the sound was not very loud. The host stood on the high platform, watching someone leave and someone left. The smile on the corner of his mouth grew louder. Next, let us choose the person who is the least like Hyuga Lanmo today to punish him. Then I said the same thing about Hyuga Lanmo. The people below look for their own conditions. Those who meet the conditions stand on the right. Those who do not meet the conditions, how about staying in place? Good. The person below replied loudly, advertisement. So now, everyone, move to the left. The host said loudly while holding the microphone. The first, Hyuga Lanmo, is a blind man. Whoever satisfies the appearance of a blind man, go to the right. Hyuga Lanmo, who was relying on the bar counter, was originally on the left, so he didn't need to cooperate specifically to be considered a cooperation. After he heard the host's words, he held his fingers slightly. Some people particularly regretted hearing this condition. And with a happy face that met the conditions, the people watching the excitement on the 4th floor didn't think it was a big deal, and began to whistle. Oh, I still wear sunglasses in the morning, but it's a bit dark this evening. It's not a good idea to wear sunglasses. If you know there is this game, I came out with a mirror at night. It's over, I was left behind. I hope I won't be selected for a while. I was also left, don't worry, there must be other conditions. Half of the people left behind murmured unwillingly. This is just a game, so please don't pay much attention to it. The following conditions may be met by many people. If you think you are handsome, please go to the right. This time, many people left the left. The last one, Hyuga Blue Mo has short black hair, please review and choose for yourself. As soon as he said this, almost everyone on the left moved to the right, and the spotlight shook for a while, and finally fell on the left side of the venue. The only person left, he was leaning against the bar, with long black hair and piercing eyes. It is Hyuga Lanmo who has been drinking here since Jin and now. He raised his eyes to look at the high platform. The host was already bent over with a smile. He pointed to the person under the spotlight and said loudly, "Did you see? That person turned out to have long hair." We all know Hyuga Lanmo has short hair. He is the one who looked the least like Hyuga Lanmo in the entire venue. Everyone said, how to punish him. There was crazy laughter all around, because many people knew what would happen next. Then, now we have to invite this person who is least like our hero to come on stage, that unknown little brother. Do you dare to come on stage? The host noticed him as early as the moment he spoke, so he deliberately created a punishment game in order to shut up some people who did not contribute to Lan Shangmen. Advertisement. Why did Hyuga Lanmo really come here? Is he crazy? If he comes, are these people okay? At first glance, this person is a fan of the original owner. I can't understand how many people fake Hyuga Lanmo, but want to get close to him, so I don't know what method was used. I got on the cruise and stood in the position of the original owner on this occasion. Say this? If this kind of person doesn't show him some color, he doesn't know that Hyuga Lanmo's name is just a tool they use. The agitated General Hyuga Lanmo laughed. He walked up to the high platform, and said as he walked, "Please don't regret asking me to go up?" The host laughed, then waved his hand, and a few Sanran appeared beside him, some with weapons, some fierce, and they seemed to be very ugly. On the high platform, Hyuga Lanmo stood beside the host, and at the same time, looking back from this angle, he could see the fake root. He stood in the dark, watching what happened here. It can be judged from the host's attitude towards people that his status on this ship is definitely much higher than the status of the person who pretends to be Ruth. You have the courage, now that you are on stage, just hand over all of your things. Look at you, you don't want to do this job. I am afraid that your name is not on the list, right? The host said. While looking at the audience in the audience, his mouth grinned behind his ears, and his face was full of triumphant expressions. What's the matter? Really can't be fake can't be real. As soon as the words came out, there was a sighing voice below. Don't you dare to say this if you don't pretend to be like this. This would not take us seriously. If it weren't for us, Hyuga Lanmo would have been forgotten. That is, people who look down on our career should give him some color, punish him, punish him. The people below had a feeling of being slandered by others, yelling loudly, wishing to sack the young man now. It's as if you were real, and I am willing to bet to lose. Since you have participated in this game, you will pay the price if you lose. Come on, please hand over everything you have, the host said with a face. With a sneer, he stepped forward to pick up his clothes. But he didn't want him to just stretch out his fingers. He was grabbed by Hyuga Lanmo's wrist and pushed up, only to hear, click, his arm broke. Chapter 174 East Secret Island. Ah! The scene directly uttered a pig-killing cry, and the host rolled his arms into a ball. The people underneath saw this scene with a look of surprise. Isn't this flipping too fast? When the ninjas on both sides saw this scene, they rushed up, but in the next second, a blast exploded, and the scene became chaotic. Some people fled the scene, some shouted for fire. In the thick smoke, Hyuga Lanmo wandered out of the venue. In the next 2 days, the entire cruise ship was much quieter, and no one hired Roar to participate in any interesting entertainment. As for the fighting incident, the fake root gave everyone misunderstanding. Although there are many doubts about this matter, since Mr. Ruta explained it himself, and gave everyone reassurance, naturally no one will pursue it. The fake root still remembers what happened that night. Senzo was poked by the boy. As the right arm of Mr. Root who was higher than him, how could he swallow this breath? So he ordered that boy to be killed at that time. But I don't want many ninjas to rush up. Not only in 3 seconds, the hall on the 3rd floor was bombed beyond recognition. Fortunately, the rescue on the boat was timely, otherwise the people on this boat would be killed in the sea. After that, Morizo was escorted back to his room. After the medical ninja treatment, he became emotional and once again ordered all the ninjas to be dispatched to find the boy, and threatened not to avenge him. But he didn't want to. As soon as he turned his head, the young man had already appeared in front of him, and he held a long sword made of ice about 7 feet long and was pointing at Senzo's neck. Want to live? Morizo was so frightened that he didn't dare to breathe when he heard this, and there was only the fake route in the room, and the other ninjas were sent out by him to find someone. I want to live. Advertisement on weekdays. This Senzo relied that he was the celebrity next to Ruta, and he always bullied his subordinates, except for the big boss. He didn't pay attention to him. At the moment he met a ruthless person. How could he not see the other party wanted to kill his heart? In desperation, life-saving is important, so Morizo became the boy's running dog. If the order is passed on, this matter is a misunderstanding. All ninjas investigated should be withdrawn, so as not to disturb everyone's cleanliness. Yes. Senzuo nodded and bowed. As a result, all the people on the ship stabilized, and the ship fell into the hands of the young man. In the next few days, he stayed in the best room and enjoyed the best treatment. On the surface, everything on the boat was calm and there were no waves, but the fake Root could feel that a storm was coming. Finally, the ship docked and everyone reached the eastern secret island. Sen left and wanted to save Roar. But somehow, when he got emotional, he was foaming at the mouth and fell to the ground. There was no medical treatment for the medicine, so Roar died, and the doctor's conclusion was that he died suddenly. As for the reason, it can't be said. The fat fake Ruta followed Senzuo, seeing everyone looking at his eyes, and then looking at the young boy who was standing on the side with a calm face, pretending to say, "Since it's a violent if you die, let's be buried. Don't panic, I'll send someone to visit the East Secret Island in a while." After he finished speaking, he saw the smile on the boy's face, and his tense nerves relaxed. Seeing that he knows current affairs, Hyuga Lanmo said softly when he passed by, "Don't worry, I will help you solve your sister's affairs." The fake Lute, named Cheng Da, is a small farmer in Tongjiguo, but by chance, he met the real Lute. Because the two looked very similar, he was almost mistaken by Lut's subordinates, so he was forcibly detained by Root. In order to prevent this matter from being known to outsiders, Lute first killed Cheng Da's parents with poison, and then robbed his sister. Threatening him to listen to his own words, so for the next 2 years, he has been learning to imitate Root in the dark, occasionally acting as his stand-in to help him accomplish some things that he can't get away. This time, I took a boat to the port of Unokuni and picked up these fake Hyuga Blue Mo to come to the East Secret Island. It was he who came instead of Genrut. Even though he was a substitute for the big boss, he did not have any rights. Occasionally, those big bosses, the people around the boss, are in a bad mood, and they will secretly get angry with him. Advertisement Morzo even more, don't look at him cowering beside Rut, slapping his beard and smiling, but in his back, he was tortured and sometimes even fisted at him. But Cheng Da knew his status, he endured the humiliation and only hoped that one day he could rescue his sister. The appearance of Hyuga Lanmo, in one way, touched the hope in his heart, although he didn't know who he was. Don't know if he can succeed, but as long as there is a little hope, he will help him. The two didn't have much words, even if it was his past. Hyuga Lanmo heard about it when Morizo was in trouble. This chubby man didn't speak much, but he always helped him secretly. Hyuga Lanmo knew this, so he didn't need to say what he wanted, he also understood. Senzo died of illness. The management of the island asked Cheng Da about something on the ship, and these people were taken into the town. East Secret Island, a mysterious island hidden somewhere in the East Daxia Sea, has been the East Secret Island in contact with the outside world for many years, but few outsiders know about it. On the other hand, the eastern town of Tamyoji Island, on the surface, has a well-developed economy, and there are many people engaged in production and handicrafts, and all the products produced are hooked with Hyuga Blue ink, kettles, picture albums, porcelain, etc., which are readily available. Everyone walked on the street, and looked left and right. Soon, everyone was led to the west of East Secret Island by the leader. If Fuwang Town on the east side of the island is a gathering place for handicraftsmen, then the west is blue. The manor of Root, the boss of the Shangmen merchant group. The huge amounts of the manor occupies half of the East Secret Island. As soon as everyone arrived at the door, a special car came to pick them up. The steward in the car was full of words and began to introduce the legend of the East Secret Island. What he expressed was just how extensive Lan Shangmen's business was, and the income from this year alone was enough to buy several cities and so on. Everyone is the hero of Lan Shangmen. If you weren't for you running around in the world of shinobi, who would have known Hyuga Lanmo's name, and the big boss has the foresight, can hold him so high. Although our goods are in the 5 ninja villages are not very popular, but they sell well in other places, and your mission is also doing well. The housekeeper spit out and said. Suddenly his eyes fell on Hyuga Lanmo, who was sitting in the last row. Those who can get in the car are not entourages, they are all fake Hyuga Lanmo holding gold envelopes, and so is he. Chapter 175 Root's Ambition. Hey, man, you are not serious about your work. How does that long hair look like Hyuga Lanmo? You have to cut it. When you get to the house, I will give you a haircut myself. You see the big boss like this? No, it will make him angry. The butler shook his head dissatisfied, with a look of contempt in his eyes. Don't worry, the big boss is not angry. We met on the boat before, and he didn't say anything. Hyuga Lanmo didn't care and replied. The other party gave him a dissatisfied look, and the car moved on. The entire manor is magnificent, a bit more luxurious than the famous mansions in some countries. The car walked for about 10 minutes, and finally stopped in front of a majestic building. Everyone got out of the car and someone picked them in. The decoration inside is even more graceful and luxurious, the golden light is shining, everyone is dumbfounded inside. Someone whispered. Have you heard? This big boss didn't see any improvement in business before. It's a high incense to make millions in a year, but he didn't want to bundle sales of Hyuga Lanmo and made a fortune. The people in that small town all work for him, and his industry is more than that. I heard that there is a country behind him. Several people over there were whispering, and here Hyuga Lanmo was surprised when he heard the back. He hadn't heard of this from Senzo and Cheng Da. Could it be that there are other forces behind Root? This is not his nest? Also, when he was on the boat, Senzuo was afraid of him, and naturally he would not say much about some things, and Cheng Da was a dull gourd, he would not answer some questions or not. As for the topic about him, it has not dissipated for more than a year, and it has been spreading around the ninja world, and the heat is unabated. If you want to come back, there must be some kind of force to help. Everyone continued to walk in, and after passing through the lobby, they came to the backyard, which was the huge amounts of open-air buffet. The butler happily introduced everyone. Everyone, this is prepared for you by the big boss, please enjoy. The crowd rushed up and began to eat and drink. Hyuga Lanmo stood aside and did not act. He looked around with cold eyes, forming a sharp contrast with the crowd. The manor housekeeper stood aside, seeing this scene. His eyes were cold. He listened to the protection ninja on this trip. He said that this person has extraordinary ability. He injured Morizo and many ninjas on the first night on the ship, and then he didn't know why. Morizo actually suppressed this matter. What is even more strange is that Morizo died of a sudden illness as soon as he landed ashore. Is there anything in between? Is he a ninja from the 5 ninja villages? Advertisement. Over the past year, there have been many ninjas who have secretly come to the East Secret Island for secret investigations, and many have died here. This time, if this person dares to make any moves, or if he catches him, he will definitely die. Land. Come here, did you see that person? The long-haired one, watch it tightly. If there is anything wrong with him, drag it out and kill him. Remember, try not to do it in front of these people, but if you have to, don't worry about those. Anyway, on the Eastern Secret Island, these people can't escape even if they want to run. The butler said with cold eyes. Yes, a few Sanren appeared on both sides and began to monitor Hyuga Blue Mo in all directions. The steward turned and left. Today is a special day. They have been preparing for this day for several years. Finally, they can take the first step. Everyone ate and drank enough, and someone took them to a building in the backyard. Entering the building, following the stairs all the way down, everyone was taken to a certain huge amounts of underground room under the ground in the building. Everyone, wait here for a while, the big boss will appear in a while, the guarded ninja said. Why is this so-called celebration party still held in the basement? Is this something wrong? Finally, someone felt the strangeness of this matter and asked cautiously. Hyuga Blue Mo stood in the corner, watching all this with cold eyes. I don't know this. After the big boss comes, you will understand. The ninja turned and left. Everyone waited for a while, but no news. Someone wanted to go out to find the toilet. They were also rushed back by the ninja at the door. Now, they can't just leave, everyone must wait here. Finally, about half an hour later, the belated boss of the Lanxiangmen merchant group, Mr. Ruta, appeared. Wearing a heavy leather jacket, he wobbles 3 times as he walks, his eyes are piercing. He looks at people with 3-point arrogance, 7-point arrogance, and a kind of self-righteousness that despises the world. From the first glance he saw him, Hyuga Blue Mo had already affirmed that this is definitely a real loot. That kind of look can't be pretended by a fake loot anyway. Heroes, wait a minute, ha ha ha, the so-called good things are not afraid of late, today is too busy, sorry, Ang. The fat man walked in, waved his hand, and sat in the high position. Advertisement, everyone is my hero to Lanxiangmen. Over the past year, I have made money for our business group. What do you do with more money? Everyone. Enjoy life. Marry a daughter-in-law and have children. Money rolls money to earn more money. The people below yelled loudly. When the above route heard this, the flesh on his face was trembling. He stood up and said, everyone, your goals are too easy to achieve. The world, do you know what it is that money cannot buy? What? Right, ability, have you ever thought about it? No matter how rich you are, and your wives and children are hot on the bed, if you meet a desperado, can you still save it? Rudder asked loudly. If we have money, we can ask people to protect us. Please ask the ninjas of the 5 ninja villages to see who can hurt us, someone replied. Ha ha ha, what if you accidentally offend the shadow level characters of the 5 ninjas? Suddenly there was no sound at the scene, and everyone was whispering, wondering why this big boss made such an assumption. And Hyuga Blue Mo, who stood in the corner, looked at all this coldly, vaguely feeling bad. Have you all thought of it? If we offend a shadow level figure, there is no chance of turning over, unless we can also be the shadow of the 5 ninja villages, but the truth is simply impossible. Root said as he said. Extending his finger, the housekeeper next to him lit a cigar for him, and he sat down with his legs cocked. Boss, what do you want to say? Someone asked below. What I want to say is, in order to better protect you, in order to allow you to walk sideways in the ninja world and have a stable job, I decided to take a few steps from the boss who is now in business, and all follow me people, as long as I can succeed, in the future, I will be savored and savory, and Rongwa will add to my life. I dare not look down on you for a lifetime. Chapter 176. As soon as this remark came out, the voices of the people below grew louder. As a fake Hyuga Blue Mo, their work is dangerous. Over the past year, 200 to 300 people have died from the exposure of their identity alone, and business has not been doing well recently. There are too many scammers, and the people are not fooled. If things go on like this, they will be unemployed. Besides, who are these people? None of the 3 teachings and 9 streams in the ninja world is a good thing, but it is impossible for anyone with a little human nature to turn to Lanxiangmen to be a liar. If they hadn't only contacted the contact points scattered around the ninja world before, I'm afraid that the old den of the East Secret Island has been found out. Boss, what do you mean by taking a few steps up? Someone asked again. Root seemed to have been waiting for everyone to ask this question. He finally heard that someone asked him. He stood up happily. His eyes were bright and his face was greasy. He said loudly, that is, I want to regain my position. After speaking, he clapped his hands. Several doors on both sides of the huge crypt opened, and thousands of ninjas appeared behind them and rushed in. The 300 or 400 people in the venue were so scared that they were squeezed into a group, but soon they discovered that these ninjas were not hostile to them, they just came out to support the big boss. Some of these ninjas carried the forehead protection of a certain village's renunciation, some were unknown Sanin, and some did not even have the forehead protection. They just held weapons. They stood around the crowd with joy. The fat rudder smiled brighter when he saw the scene. He yelled twice, and the scene was much quieter. Have you guys seen it? This is my weapon, and this is only the weapon on the East Secret Island. I have my own ninja troops in Yuno Country and Thunder Country. As long as I give an order, I will surely attract thousands of people. The army will help me to level the Thunder Country and help me to be a big name. Damn it. What demon? Da Ming. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes widened, looking at the fat man on the high platform with a look of disbelief. Is he dementia? Just relying on these shrimp soldiers and shrimp generals, want to compete for the power of Thunder Country? He frowned. Why is this East Secret Island still such existence? He thought it was just a group of liars, but he didn't expect that the more he digs in, the more things he will do. Advertisement. I said on the boat that I had come here to hold a celebration party. When I arrived at the location, I learned that all the products about me were produced here. After he came to this manor, he gave him such a huge message. They want to start a war and rely on these people? My lord, what do you mean by thousands of troops and horses? Why have we not heard of it when we have been traveling in various countries for so long? Someone asked. Definitely it is the fans of Hyuga Lanmo. As long as we play the banner of Hyuga Lanmo, everyone will definitely come out to support me. Ruta shouted loudly, with a confident expression on his face. Hyuga Lanmo really couldn't listen anymore and asked loudly, since he is flying the banner of Hyuga Lanmo, shouldn't he sit in the seat of the daimyo? Why does Boss Root say that he sits by himself? Although there were a lot of people at the scene, the butler standing next to Rut had been paying attention to him silently, and he did not interrupt when others asked questions. When Hyuga Lanmo asked a question, he took the lead a few steps, staring at him coldly, and replied. Then it's definitely because of our adult identity? Everyone doesn't know? Our adult is the current name of Leiji country? His own brother, he sought to usurp the throne and won the position of the famous name. Then, in order to consolidate his rights, he expelled his own brother from overseas. My grown-up has tolerated for so many years, just wanting to accumulate wealth, and then rise again. Now the opportunity is here, with Hyuga Lanmo's name to help set off. I believe that everyone in the ninja world will support us adults. As soon as this was said, there was a round of applause from the audience. I don't know if these people have been brainwashed, or if they can't find the south, east, west, or northwest. With such a big loophole here, they believe him with passion. Then what if it fails? Hyuga Lanmo asked coldly. That's naturally Hyuga Lanmo's responsibility. Anyway, Kuni and him don't care about another misunderstanding. Ruta took a step forward and replied. As soon as he said this, the lively underground room seemed to be stained with a layer of frost in an instant. Everyone didn't know what was affected, and their voices fell a little bit low. How do you know that he doesn't care? You people are so stigmatizing his reputation, aren't you afraid that he will come to you to settle accounts? Hyuga Lanmo's voice was murderous in the cold. The housekeeper stood on the high platform and sneered, his eyes squinted, looking at the young boy below, and said, Come on, grab him for me. As soon as these words came out, all the doors around the crib were closed, everyone dodges, and many ninjas rushed forward to surround the Hyuga Blue Ink group. He stood there, his fingers moved a few times, and the black magnetic escape crawled all over the basement, enclosing it tightly. Advertisement. They closed the door just to help him, and now no one wants to go out. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion outside, rumbling and deafening. What's going on? What happened? Root called out loudly. He planned for a few years, but this hasn't started yet. He doesn't allow the slightest mistake. Someone rushed to the door of the underground room, but the door was obscured by magnetism, and it couldn't be opened at all. The butler was surprised when he saw this scene. Who is it? Could it be you? He raised his finger, pointed at the boy below the stage, and asked loudly, Who are you? They were planning to plan the name of the Thunder Country, which was previously only known to a few high-level internal officials, and it was impossible to divulge it. The 5 major ninja villages have a hostile attitude towards Hyuga Lanmo. Even if they know that someone has impersonated him, they will not be nosy. Even if a ninja comes to the East Secret Island to investigate, they will not yell at everyone as enemies. So, who is standing here today? What do you say? Hyuga Lanmo walked forward, exuding anger from the sky. Are you wondering what the explosion sound is? Tell you, my duplication blows up all the ships on the seaside. Today this one. The island will surely become a Shira field. After finishing talking, Hyuga Blue Ink released the seal, and in the basement, the wind suddenly appeared. Seeing this scene, the ninjas all around rushed up. With a bang, chakra shockwave exploded, slamming everyone on their backs. At the same time, the wind fled. Thousands of knives and knives circled the entire space, slicing some people who couldn't avoid it to pieces. On the high platform, the housekeeper dragged Rut to hide under the stone table. Rut trembled and trembled like a sieve. Who is he? Chapter 177. Under the stage, red blood sprayed everywhere like a fountain. All the people who were standing were dead, and those who were lying did not dare to get up. A strong smell of blood permeated this sealed space. The alarm sounded outside, wave after wave, sharply as if to warn of the end of the world. Then there was another explosion, and this time, it was a chain reaction. Boom boom. The huge amounts of explosion caused the entire East Secret Island to shake. Yushangren rushed up and guarded the high platform. These people are different from the shrimp soldiers and crabs below. They are not the general generation who can survive his thousands of swords. Who are you? Tell me if you have any misunderstandings. If you kill for no reason, even if you die, we don't understand it. Besides, it's easy to discuss everything. Ruta, who was hiding under the stone table, poked his head out. I was afraid of hurting myself again, so I hurried back, and the whole person and the housekeeper were nestled under the table, 2 fleshy eggs, like a sieve. I have nothing to discuss with you. Hyuga Lanmo's mouth curled up and stepped up. Lay done. Wind done. Earth done. Several Shangren attacked him with different ninjutsu. The magnetic escape protection appeared in front of Hyuga Lanmo, blocking all kinds of attacks. He made a seal with one hand and said softly, "Wooden escape, the technique of silent killing." As soon as this technique was released, more than a dozen branches drilled out of the ground and rushed directly to the few in front of them. One of them escaped, and the others were all caught and surrounded by the trees. The one who fled, had not yet counterattacked, had been directly smashed into black by Hyuga Lanmo's land dun, and fell to the ground to death. This person was the ninja who used Thunder Dun against Hyuga Lanmo before. At the bottom of the crypt, everyone saw this scene and was so scared that they couldn't help being scared. They stood up and wanted to get rid of the magnetic sand on the wall. Before moving, the magnetic sand on the wall was still like a wall. Who knew that when they went up to use kunai or ninjutsu to force them to break open, the magnetic escape turned into countless magnetic needles and shot at them. There was another wailing sound at the scene. Those who pretended to be dead cursed in their hearts and touched anything indiscriminately. The Shangren in front couldn't deal with this person. They just did it, right? Are you stabbed? A group of mobs, even those who are respected as the upper ninja ability, is also under the ranks of the 5 great ninjas, Murakami Shinobi. Advertisement. Everyone was quiet, explosions and roars were heard outside, and the protection ninjas on the island had already begun to attack the magnetic escape wall in the crypt. Seeing this scene, Naruto shouted loudly, "I'm inside, you trash, rush in and save me, oh, he's here, he's here." I saw the young man stepping on the corpses of everyone, walking over step by step, and then turned and sat on the high seat. As he took his seat, a dozen shadow duplication burst out beside him. All the magnetic escapes on the surrounding walls were removed, and people outside rushed in. Another killing began, and sure as war was like a bath of night, blood stained the entire basement, shouts, yells, ninjutsu fighting, and the sparks of weapon collisions filled the dead bodies here one layer after another. Hyuga Lanmo sits on a high seat with his legs on the huge amounts of stone table. Under the table are 2 trembling people. One is the owner of the island, and the other is his left and right hands, the butler of this manor. The 2 of them wanted to push each other out. Finally, when a head fell in front of them, the butler rushed out. Holding a handful of kunai in his hand, he stabbed Hyuga Lanmo in front of him. "I'm going to kill you. You have the courage, right?" Hyuga Lanmo thought in his heart, bending his knees back, and one elbow kicked off kunai in his hand. The fat lewd on the other side was ready to take this opportunity to escape, but he didn't want to just climb out of the bottom of the table and was firmly tied up by a long branch. "Ah, let me go. Please don't kill me." Rude began to cry, his nose and tears crisscrossing, his chubby body twitched and moved. And the butler was already frightened, because from this position he saw a pair of dark blue eyes. Although he is not blind, for a person who has been studying his looks all the time, this face and these eyes are him, the most familiar. If you remove his long hair, then imagine that he is blind, put on his previous clothes, and then put some baby fat on him. Before Ruth had finished speaking, a branch stuck in his thigh, and several branches climbed up on his cheek, gauging his mouth tightly. Advertisement. Looking at the protagonist sitting there, his face was indifferent, and the expression that he couldn't guess made people confused. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. As soon as I said this, it was like putting a scoop of cold water in a boiling pot. In an instant, all the people in the entire basement stopped fighting. They all turned to look at the high seat, even hanging on the boy. Root around him was shocked and dumbfounded. Hyuga Lanmo looked at his rolling eyes and said, "There are 18 ninja guards on the coast of the island. Each team has 5 people. One of them is Shangnan and the other 4 are crane tails. There are more than 100 protective ninjas to supervise the work of the workers. They are vulnerable. In the manor, there are 5 bulldogs and countless families, but they have no fighting power. As for the ninjas, I think, when you press the alarm under this stone table, it's all here already." He is Hyuga Lanmo, the butler who was called Lao Tang repeated it again. While the others looked carefully, the man was 11 or 12 years old, with long black hair, half-squinted eyes, hanging beams of Jenny's nose, thin lips slightly curled, as if with a cold smile, meaning. He fell to the ground in disbelief, his neck seemed to be jammed, and when he turned his head, he was extremely stiff. There were so many people on the scene beating and killing, and blood was flowing. They were mad and followed behind, but even the shadow of the other side was duplication. Can't beat it, he never dreamed that he would appear here. Old Tang, what nonsense are you talking about? Rudder asked after sniffing. You are Hyuga Lanmo. It's impossible, he can't be Hyuga Lanmo. For the past year, I have been investigating his whereabouts in the East Daxia Sea, and I have placed my own eyes in the 5 major ninja villages. There has been no news of Hyuga Lanmo. How could he be possible? Appearing here. He is a fake, he is not. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the steward Tang who was kneeling in front of him, and asked, "Go ahead, who else is behind you?" Cracking. Everyone threw their weapons and knelt on the ground, and old Tang also knelt down. "My ancestors, please forgive me, forgive me." Forehead. This old Tang was an old fox. Although he knelt in front of Hyuga Lanmo and shouted his ancestor for mercy, he was actually calculating whether the strength of the entire island could compete with the person in front of him. How is it possible? Isn't he rated as the least like Hyuga Lanmo on the boat? Someone whispered in the audience. Advertisement chapter 178. After saying this, old Tang Ling got down, he knelt down on the ground, and whispered back, Since you already know everything, I have nothing to say. Okay, since you're useless, go to death." After this, Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were cold, his fingers were unprinted, and the ice stab was aimed at him. Before the other party called for mercy, he was stabled by the ice. From piercing to quill, the blood exploded like a thorny chrysanthemum. He won't even give him a chance to regret it, Fox? He saw a lot. At the moment, Root is dumbfounded. He is really Hyuga Lanmo. He came to the East Secret Island. He came to them to settle the account. The people below knelt when seeing this scene. Hyuga Lanmo looked back at the hanging fat man and evacuated Mu Dun from his mouth. He asked, "Did you hear the question I was just now? Say it." Yes. Root has cried into tears, and all things have been explained. His external influence is nothing but the fans of Hyuga Lanmo, and there are several ministers who support him in the Daming Mansion of the Kingdom of Thunder, and then on the 2 islands near East Secret Island, there were an iron smelting factory and an appliance factory, and the others were nothing. Hyuga Lanmo listened to his report on the 15th and 10th, and then someone handed his account books up. He checked them one by one and found that he was not lying. Brother Hyuga, no, I call you ancestor, I am also for your good. You can have such a reputation now, and it is directly related to the land Shangmen I manage. Think about it, your identity if you go out, Roar will hug behind you, and there will be people giving money everywhere. With money, what can you do? So ancestor, can you let me go for your sake? Root fell on the branch and asked for mercy. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the ledger in his hand and whispered. You did not do this for me, but for yourself. Didn't you still say before that if the power of the name of the Kingdom of Thunder fails, you will let me back the pot? You forgot so soon? No, there was a possibility that the plan would fail at that time. Now as long as you help me, it will never fail. Ancestor, you think, if I become a big name, what about you? You will definitely become a super ninja. Become this before I drive on the existence of the 5 great ninja villages. I will package you as the strongest legend. Therefore, this matter is beneficial to both of us. Hyuga Lanmo laughed. He turned his head to look at Rut, and asked, do you think I'm the strongest and still use you for packaging and promotion? What do you think of me, an actor or a star? After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo's eyes suddenly turned cold, and Mu Dun branches slowly crawled, piercing towards Root's body. Advertisement, no, it hurts. The picture was so horrifying that it was unforgettable for a lifetime. If it was a joy to deal with old Tang just now, it would be a blunt knife to cut meat and torture people when dealing with Root now. The branches of the trees in all directions are inserted little by little, entering Root's fat body. It hurts him constantly yelling. My ancestor, I was wrong, I will never do it again, let me go, it hurts too much. One by one, you treat me as a joke, making profits in my name, and you want to use me as a backstop. If I kill you, it's cheaper for you. Hyuga Lanmo stood up, frowning, and staring coldly. Everyone below. From now on, I will withdraw all commercial activities that have been launched in my name, terminate any missions that are faked in my name, and remove all the products on the market that have my name and photos printed on them, and if anyone dares to use me. Behave in name, so I'm sorry, I will make his whole family pay the price. After Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, his fingers and fists were clenched, and at the same time, the lute hanging on the book was pierced to death by a branch, and the body was swallowed and covered by Mu Dun. The Tomi Island and the surrounding 2 islands are all in the hands of Hyuga Lanmo. And for the next 10 days, he had been dealing with the removal of his own name goods on the East Secret Island. All the people at Land Shangmen were devolved, and all goods bearing the name, Hinata Lanmo, were collected everywhere in the ninja world. Those who faked Hyuga Lanmo and did not participate in this celebration meeting, knew this matter and still did not repent. If it is also included in the culling list. Suddenly, in the dark, a purge activity about Hyuga Blue ink slowly spread. It wasn't until a month later that the incident gradually dissipated. Although this incident also alarmed big names in some countries, when they sent people to investigate, the conclusion they came to was nothing more than some commercial runs and intrigues. As for the East Secret Island, since then, it has really become a commercial island producing handicrafts and manufacturing industries. The business group was renamed Shang Yang. The leader became Cheng Da, and his sister was also in the East Secret Island as early as the change. When he was rescued by Hyuga Lanmo, some ninjas in Land Shangmen were willing to follow Hyuga Lanmo. If the conditions are good, they can choose to go to Nanmo Ninja Village to serve the village. Those who don't want to follow can stay in the East Secret Island to continue their protection work. Advertisement. As for Hyuga Lanmo's re-emergence in the ninja world, there was a lot of rumbling in the ninja villages. Everyone still didn't know where he was. The exact location of Sora no Kuni has always been a mystery. The southmost state of South Daxia Sea is located in the south of the South Daxia Sea and deep into the ocean. It is a full dozen days from the port of Xuanziguo. It is humid and the climate is warm. The area of the entire large island is like the former country of Vortex file size. There are more than a dozen small islands with a population of about 100,000. In the northeast of Nanmo State, there is an island smaller than the main island to meet the ocean currents. The place where you walk about 5 or 6 miles south on the island is Nanmo Village, a ninja village that belongs to Nanmo State. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo appeared in the village with 36 people. The villagers looked at this side, watching the scene differently. My lord, is this the ninja you brought back? A villager asked. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. Yes, they will be from our village in the future. Yes. Here, Hyuga Lanmo led everyone to visit the village. Over there, on the main street, a delicate figure rushed over. This woman has long golden hair, a water blue dress, and big misty eyes. When he was in front of Hyuga Lanmo, his face was flushed. Immediately afterwards, she dashed into his arms. "You're back," as he said, tears were about to fall. 36 people were holding a large package of gifts in their arms. Seeing this scene, their jaws almost fell to the ground. The difference between them was not because someone hugged Hyuga Lanmo, but the woman was simply too beautiful. N.S. Her eyes seemed to be able to speak, with a layer of mist in the mist, and her small mouth was like a peach with moisturizing effect. Chapter 179 Nanmo Ninja Village. No Qianling, do you dare to cry and try? If you dare to cry, I will send you back now, Hyuga Lanmo said. When everyone heard this, they were even more surprised. Shouldn't this kind of girl behave like a baby to herself? Why did you still say you want to send it away? Looking at the people around, there was no sign of turning around. Even the tall man who followed Hyuga Lanmo frowned. Wu Qianling laughed when he heard this, and the corner of his mouth was finished with a crescent. I just came to greet you and say goodbye to you. You thought I would cry. My mother let me see you for 1 year. The 1-year deadline is long. It's full. I'm not in charge of where you want to go in the future, but don't forget that you still have people in such a big village waiting for you to manage. Okay, you're back, and I'm relieved. I'm going back to the city. After speaking, Wu Qianling waved her hand. Someone went to the beach to arrange a boat. She smiled at Hyuga Lanmo and turned to leave. After 2 steps, she stopped and said, "Don't worry, I won't cry anymore." After saying this, she stepped out of the village. After a brief exchange with Wu Qianling, Hyuga Lanmo led everyone to the village, and the 30-odd Sanronin behind looked to the west. Someone whispered, "This is the former airborne base. This is different from what I thought. I remember that Kongren has advanced technology and can fly. You can't see any of them. What do you know? Now that Kora no Kuni is hunted down by the 5 ninja villages, it would be troublesome if it leaks out. Didn't you see that thick fog appeared when we approached here? And the enchantment in the nearby sea area, so big the enchantment of the scope is to protect the country of South Mexico. In the entire ninja realm, the only person who can arrange such a big enchantment is our village chief. Haha, when I think of chasing with him in the future, I have energy all over, do you know? He is my idol." The voice of the people behind was very low, but Hyuga Lanmo still heard it. He looked at the village. It has been 1 year and 8 months since its establishment. Although it is much smaller than some large ninja villages, after more than a year of construction, it has begun to take shape. There are more than 3,000 people in the village, and about 300 people can gather chakra. Advertisement. This base number looks like a lot, but in fact it is not much, and it is not the strength that the so-called Sky Country should have. Hyuga Imoku remembers that when Sora no Kuni left the south bank of Kawa no Kuni a year ago, he once disbanded Soraran, and all Soraran who had participated in the attack on the 5 ninja villages were thrown away, so the strength at that time did not represent the present. Besides, since South Mexico has abandoned the name of the empty country roar, it has abandoned the past and restarted. The past has become a cloud of smoke. What they need to do now is to develop themselves while protecting the safety of the people of the country. Master Village Head is back. This is the hare hunting up the mountain today. Master Village Head took it back to make a tooth sacrifice. A hunter from the village came and passed the rabbit in his hand to Hyuga Lanmo's hand. The village chief, this is the grouper I got when I went out to fish. It tastes very good. Don't dislike it, take it. Another person also came forward and passed the thing in his hand to his hand. No need, I have a lot of food at home. Take it back. Hyuga Lanmo refused, but the 2 people in front of him had already squeezed things into his hands and slipped away. Hyuga Lanmo turned around and handed the things to Wu Mang who was beside him. Send the things to Granny Chen, and give everyone a meal at noon. Yes. Wu Mang reached out and took it. The people behind saw this scene and commented again. Wow, our village chief is very popular. At first glance, he is amiable and warm village chief. Will we enjoy the blessing in Nanmo village in the future? Yes, I can't help but want to join this big family. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, his eyes twitched and his face was cold. He looked back at the Jinshi on one side. After the other party shook his head, he clenched his hand slightly. Well, let's go to the ninja school to report first. Learn a few. The rules in Tiankun will be evaluated by myself in 3 days. Those who are qualified cannot have to study at school. Do you have any comments? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Everyone cried out with dissatisfaction, but Hyuga Lanmo disapproved and said, it's just for training for a period of time. About the village secret system and all the treaties you abide by, everyone should always understand. Let's talk about it. Early the next morning, everyone came to the village again and Hyuga Lanmo received him personally. Advertisement. Today they need to make a choice between ordinary people and ninjas, because they are not natives of southern Mexico, so if they are ordinary people, they can only choose the ninja village and seek a life on their own. If they choose to be a ninja, although they have income, but a corresponding price must be paid. He stood up suddenly with cold eyes, and asked softly, are you sure you don't need to learn ninjutsu anymore? Hyuga Lanmo looked at the stacks of official duties on the table, turned his head and asked in a loud voice, sure enough, this closed-door policy is not good for our ninja village. It is impossible to receive an external mission. Yes, we are all adults. Hyuga Lanmo sat in the position of the village head, and smiled at this. Well, I know you have vision. Then from now on, everyone should go to the ninja school to report. In the evening, someone prepared a place for them, and everything seemed so harmonious and happy. We are ninjas. We're here to be ninjas with you, so we don't have to choose, we also have to follow you. Before Wu Mang finished the conditions, the people below have all expressed their opinions. Hearing this, Wu Mang turned around and looked at the few who were talking. A sneer flashed across his mouth without saying anything and followed. No comment, we must do our best to cooperate with the village chief's assessment. Everyone was happy and left the office. Everyone's faces were full of excitement, as if they had become one of the best masters in the shinobi world at this moment. As soon as he said this, not only the 30 people in front of him, but even the 5 Ons, Jin Shi, and Hong Yan standing beside Hyuga Lanmo felt a chill under their feet. Huh? Ninja school? My lord, I'm 30 years old, you let me go to school to study? The 3 raised their heads to look at the crowd. These people were silent for a long time, and finally someone stood up. Master Village, although I dare not say how strong I am in ninjutsu, I feel that I am absolutely at the level of forbearance. What other people are like, I dare not say. I promise, I can send out missions for the village now. Sure enough, in the afternoon, the village held a welcoming meeting. The venue was very lively. More than 30 people contributed gifts to the village. The people in the village were also very enthusiastic to them. Some even played the second string, and everyone sang and danced. Don't mention how happy it is. Chapter 180. Jin Shi lowered his head slightly and said, yes, there are only tasks for Nanmo City. Some protection tasks were agreed in advance half a year ago. Other cities are all small commissions. Why do you find chickens, ducks, cats and dogs? There is no external mission at all. Hyuga Lanmo knows that since Soran attacked the 5 ninja villages a year and a half ago, Wuwang City was moved overseas by him and a new country was established. Wu Yuha has blocked the entire country in order to protect the people in the city. Not only is there a haze around here all year round, but also the barrier is tight. Even if it is an exit, there is only one route after bypassing the reefs outside the many islands. Over the past year or so, although many people have come to the South Daxia Sea to investigate the affairs of the nation in the sky, they all returned to no avail. In order to keep him on the island, Wu Yuha really used the most extreme method. Now Hyuga Lanmo thinks of this, still vividly. A year and a half ago, after he left Konohagiraku Ramen, he returned to Wuwangcheng, which was far overseas at that time. At that time, it had not been changed to Nanmo country. After that, he was escaped from Konoha Uchiha's clan, and the incident of hurting many ninjas in the Onbi of the 5 ninja village spread throughout the ninja world. Soon, Wu Yuhan got the news. She talked around Hyuga Lanmo for 3 days and 3 nights, persuading him to stay here and not to leave. In fact, Hyuga Lanmo at that time came back to say goodbye to them, and planned to become a wandering ninja in the future. He didn't want to afflict Kora no Kuni, but he didn't want Wu Yuhan not to let him leave Wuwang City at all. In order to force him, he still stood in front of him. The people of the city wanted to commit suicide by jumping off the building. At that time, tens of thousands of people in the city were surrounded by the tower, kneeling on the ground, crying. Wu Yuha stood on the top of the tower, dragging Wu Qianling, who was only 6 or 7 years old, with a face of decisiveness. Anyway, if we hadn't had you, we would have died long ago. We are your people in life, and your ghost in death. If you go, we would rather follow you. If you die, we will all be buried for you. 5 ninja villages. I am looking for you now. If you leave, all of us are willing to accompany you to leave here. Desperate, you choose yourself. Wu Yuha, who had spoken 1,000 words, held tightly on the fingers of 1,000 spirits, and looked at the young man in front of her. Also betting on the future of the entire Wuwangcheng. We are not forcing you to stay and protect us, but we don't want you to go out and die like this. What about 1 year or 1 year? As long as the 1-year period expires, what do you want to do and do? I will never entangle you. Advertisement. As a result, Hyuga Lanmo made a verbal guarantee with Wu Yuha under the witness of the people in the city that he would never leave here within a year. In the past year, although there has been a lot of rumors about his affairs, the people in the 5 ninja villages did not find the true Hyuga Lanmo, and the friction between the two parties has gradually subsided. After calming down, the 5 great nations are also thinking, if Hyuga Lanmo is really found by them, can they really defeat him? This year, is he letting them go? Or they were fortunate not to deepen their hatred with him, no one can tell. But what is certain is that although the Anbu of each ninja village is secretly investigating the whereabouts of Hyuga Lanmo, none of the ninja villages has ordered him to kill him. Regarding his legend and strength, although he is well known, it makes people doubt, can he really be an enemy of the 5 ninja villages on his own? No one can tell. And at the moment, Hyuga Lanmo looked at the 3 assistants around him with a blank expression. F***K. There is no external task, how can we live in the future? The 10 boxes of jewels that the adult gave last time have not been used up. 3 pumps and generators have been installed in the village. The adults can rest assured that the village is developing rapidly towards the good side, Jin Shi calmly said. That's not what I meant, forget it, that's okay, it's not bad to follow the route of the mysterious country of South Mo in the future. Hyuga Lanmo rubbed his brows, stood up, and walked out. The development route of this country is not determined by a ninja village chief. He has to respect the wishes of all the people. My lord, where are you going? You haven't signed so many documents yet? Jin Shi asked. Fishing. So, above the sea in the dense fog, a lone boat floated. Hyuga Lanmo lay on a small boat, holding a fishing rod in his hand, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. Help, help. Who will help me? The shallow voice was with a faint pleading, as if someone was in trouble. Hyuga Lanmo sat up and looked around. The fishing line hammer was motionless on the sea, and the surrounding mist was misty, and no one appeared at all. The mirror image perception is turned on. Ninja Island, the sea, and the reef areas are all normal within a radius of 10 miles. Could it be that you were dreaming just now? Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo shook his head slightly and took the fishing rod back. The bait had been eaten. He put the bait out again. He threw the fishing rod out, dumped it on the boat, and closed his eyes. Help, help, is anyone here? Who will help me? It was a woman's voice, depressed in the deep, low voice, with deep pleading and helplessness. Hyuga Lanmo stood up. This is not a dream. In this sea area, he has set up a barrier for 500 miles, and the enchantment is 300 miles around. His position is almost in the middle of the enchantment. Under normal circumstances, no one will enter this side through the enchantment. And his perception technique can feel at most 10 miles nearby. He has already used perception technique just now, and there is nothing unusual. So, is it 10 miles away? Although under normal circumstances, no one would pass through the enchantment, and even to pass through the enchantment, they would have to pass through the outer reef to enter the inner southern Mexican islands, but this is not impossible. Hyuga Lanmo put away the fishing rod and drove the boat forward slowly. He closed his eyes to perceive the surroundings, and only the sound of the waves beating gently. Who is calling for help? He asked softly. I'm here. Someone replied. The voice was ethereal as if falling into the starry sky above the sea, with a shallow echo. Sir fishing? It's not early, it's time to go back. As the evening approached, the western sky glowed with a red and yellow halo. In the halo, 2 fishing boats passed by Hyuga Lanmo and raised their hands to hit him. Move to roar. A villager in Ninja Village. Oh, you go back first. Hyuga Lanmo also waved his hand to them. Then he thought of something and asked. By the way, when you were fishing, did you ever hear any strange noises, such as someone help or something? No, my lord. Did my lord fall asleep again, dreaming? The fisherman on the boat laughed. Chapter 181 Dead Man in a ship. Hyuga Lanmo waved his hand and moved on by himself. In the past year, apart from handling official duties and managing ninja training, he didn't have any major issues. Wherever he needs him in the village, they will tell him in the form of documents, and then he will decide whether to deal with it or not. There are few people in the village, and most of the ninjas perform protection missions in Nanmo City, and there are no missions outside the village, so he is even more fine. In his free time, he likes to come to sea to fish very much, 1 sail, 1 person, 1 pole, 1 afternoon, free and boring. Therefore, when the villagers saw him floating and sleeping on the sea, they naturally knew his habits. Hyuga Lanmo bid farewell to the 2 fishing boats, and continued to row the boats around here. There was nothing around, so he abandoned the boat and went up to the sky to check the surroundings, but there was still no clue. Just when he was about to return to the village, he suddenly smelled a faint smell of blood in the sea breeze. He turned around and was already 10 miles away. Following the smell, he went to the outside world until he saw a tragic picture. A large ship struck a rock and was destroyed. The entire ship fell slantingly on the reef. The deck of the ship was full of dead bodies. The corpses were torn apart, and the deck was stained with blood. It was dripping into the sea along the damaged place of the ship. Pirate? Impossible. Since they came here, there has never been a pirate attack. It is not that there are no pirates nearby, but that there is no pirate in the thick fog enchantment. Besides, this reef is inside the barrier. How did they pass through the barrier? Numerous questions appeared in Hyuga Lanmo's mind. He dropped his feet on the boat and carefully looked at the surrounding environment. Wind escape windblade? A sharp, soft knife? Someone killed the people in this boat? He walked into the cabin, and the situation inside was more cruel, but the dead body inside was different from the outside. The outside body was caused by ninjutsu damage, and inside, was it illusion? Everyone felt as if they had suffered a major horrible injury. Their hair exploded, their mouths widened, and their eyes were white. They fell to the ground, and everyone's body was directed towards Hyuga Blue Mo's position, as if there had been a place here. They are the same as people who are afraid. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo raised his arm and said, Sea Eagle. A goshawk hovered in the air and landed on his arm. He took out a pen and paper, wrote down the situation here, put it into the small bucket on the sea eagle's feet, and let it go away. Jin Shi helped him take care of the affairs of the ninja village, while Wu Mang usually managed the affairs of the guards of Nanmo City. This told them to quickly investigate whether there were any intruders from outside. This place is only 100 miles away from the barrier. If the scene of the crime is here, where did the murderer go? It is very likely that they have already entered the land of southern Mexico. Hyuga Lanmo continued to walk inside, but there were no corpses inside. It seems that the battle was carried out in the cabin and outside, but there were a lot of bloody footprints inside. The footprints of 2 people, a man and a woman wearing stubby high heels. They walked several times inside the cabin, and it seemed that they were looking for something. He thought of the voice, the perception was turned on, and really, there was a little girl in a small hidden space behind the pipe under the ship. Hyuga Lanmo quickly entered the bottom of the ship, turned left and right and finally found the place. He appeared in front of her, she hugged her legs and trembled all over, as if she hadn't noticed him. She just said in a very small voice, Help, help, can someone help me? Her voice was as if it were in the eyes of her throat, but it was magically heard by Hyuga Lanmo, who was 100 miles away, which was really weird. Hyuga Lanmo coughed slightly, and the other party was startled. He looked up and saw that his tall figure caught her eyes. She opened her mouth slightly with an expression of disbelief on her face. You are here to save me? He nodded. A smile curled up at the corner of his mouth, illuminating the darkness in the cabin like sunlight. Come on, I'll take you out. Hyuga Lanmo lowered and hugged her, and walked out of the boat. The village office of Nanmo Village. Hyuga Lanmo, Wu Ming, Jinshi, and Hongyan looked at the little girl in front of her. She had yellow hair and was wearing a light green shirt. She stared at the big eyes and said, I want looking for the mysterious kingdom of the sky. Is this a sky country? When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, he wanted to explain. Oh, that advertisement. Before he finished speaking, Hong Yan on one side had already stepped forward to stop him and shook his head at him. Little girl, we are the country of Southern Mo. As for the country of the sky, we don't know where it is. In Nanmo, there is an unwritten rule that no one can talk about the former empty country. This is a new country and a new people. They don't want to be responsible for the troubles caused by some militants. They think live your own life. Yes, little girl, we are South Mo. Why would you appear on the sea? Who else killed your full ship? Hyuga Lanmo nodded. No matter how great his ability and prestige is, he must respect the opinions of the masses. As soon as the words came out, the girl cried, and she whispered. My name is a Yuan. I come from the faraway marsh country. I want to find the empty country. She said nothing about the murderer. Everyone was silent. Jin Shi looked at the little girl in front of him, and said in Hyuga Lanmo's ear. My lord, there has been no whereabouts of those two. What should I do? Don't worry, all the answers are all on her body. The witnesses are here, and the cruel murderer is in Nanmo. If they keep hiding, they will not be able to find out their news. Now the simplest, most effective, and shortest investigation methods are all on this girl, but she refuses to speak. Let's talk. What the hell are you looking for in the country of the sky? I only give you one chance. If you don't say anything, then I can only send someone to send you away. Hyuga Lanmo did not threaten her, but I have thought of a way to find those murderers. The little girl curled her lips and began to cry with a, wow. Hyuga Lanmo was anxious. He circled her around. In the end, he had no choice but to pick her up and coaxed. Okay. Brother is not yelling at you. Elder brother is anxious. So elder brother will take you to buy. Is it delicious? Maybe she was really hungry, and finally the baby girl in her arms nodded. Reluctantly, Hyuga Lanmo had to take her to the village to buy food. With something in her belly, the little girl's emotions slowly stabilized. While eating the cakes, she said, actually, I want to entrust the mission of Sora no Kuni. Chapter 182. We sent out 5 groups of people in total, hoping to send the news, but 4 groups of people were ambushed on the road, and the group took me down the waterway, but the people who didn't want to chase didn't let us go ashore at all. Some guards and Sanren died on the road. As the waterway went all the way to the south, we entered the South Daxia Sea. I don't know how long after that, there was an attack on the boat. They chased it. I heard about the country in the sky. It's too late to go to Konoha and other ninja villages, so I want to find Conrant and trust a mission. I don't care if they're evil or right, as long as they can help me, I need it. Regardless of the young girl's age, she is determined, although she was crying before, but now she has a strong face when she talks about the past. Task. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes curled up, his eyes gleaming. What task? The little girl's words are like meteors in the sky passing over the southern country, with the color of firework, making Hyuga Lanmo seem to have found hope. Protect the Anti-Kill mission. A Yuan looked up at him. This big brother seemed very happy. Hyuga Lanmo put away his excited expression, turned to a sad face, and continued to ask, I can understand to protect, what does anti-kill mean? The little girl stopped talking. She clenched her fists, and then looked back at the entire ninja village. After shook her head slightly, she turned and walked out. Didn't you say you want to send me away? I don't have much money here, and you don't need you. Send it. You just have to prepare a boat for me. After speaking, she drew a purse from her waist and raised it high. You look down on us. Although, we are not a country in the sky, and the country of southern Mexico is not well known. Few people outside know our existence, but we are definitely not the general population. Let's just say, what task do you have? Hyuga Lanmo chased up, and did not collect the little girl's purse. You. A Yuan's eye looked at Hyuga Lanmo carefully, not even a forehead, and there are very few ninjas in this village. Except for 2 guarding ninjas at the door and 3 ninjas in the village, she really did not see other people. Moreover, the economic conditions here do not seem to be very good. In such a village, it is impossible to help her, but does she have other choices? There is a lot of fog here, not to mention finding other ninja villages. Even if you leave here and go to the land of fire smoothly, is it difficult? Are you really willing to accept my entrustment? This is a 9-dead mission. After all, you still don't know what you will face. It's not a confrontation between a dozen ninjas and dozens of guards. Are you sure? He stared closely at Hyuga Lanmo, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Can she really believe this kind of person? Advertisement? Definitely, you are the first external mission our ninja village accepts. I will definitely serve you with all my heart, Hyuga Lanmo promised, patted his chest. Then let's go through the normal procedures now. Then, without waiting for Yuan's objection, he stepped forward and picked her up and rushed back to the village. Then let her sit in her place, open the scroll for her by hand, and prepare her pen and ink. Please write down the application for entrusted tasks. The 3 people in the village were surprised when they saw this scene. My lord, what's wrong? From today onwards, I finally don't have to stay here every day to fish. This girl, a Yuan, from the country of Swamp, wants to entrust me to do the task. Don't worry, I will definitely make money back for the village, although I don't want people from outside to know about the existence of South Mo, but don't worry, even if I let them all know, they won't find it here, so. I decided to accept the application from little sister A Yuan. Hyuga Lanmo's enthusiasm. Cold sweat fell on the foreheads of the 3 people on one side. My lord, the documents in your village have not been signed yet. Jin Shi looked sad and stepped forward to persuade. Sign now. Tomorrow morning, Nanmang Middle School will be established, waiting for you to unveil the plaque and cut the ribbon, Hong Yan said with a nervous expression on her face. I will let the wood duplication go, and I will let duplication strengthen the enchantment and inquire about the situation of the enchantment in a radius of 300 miles. Hyuga Lanmo replied happily. My lord, you promised to give those new ninjas to the ninja school a test in 3 days. Time is too late, Wu Mang reminded worriedly. Don't worry, it's definitely too late, isn't it just 3 days later? I will definitely be back on time. Hearing this, a Yuan on one side shook his head slightly. Brother, I promise that it will be impossible for 3 days, and the ship will not be able to leave the sea for 3 days. Let alone perform the task, so I can write this application. After saying this, the three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand and pushed the paper and ink in front of her again in front of her. Don't worry, I promise to do what I promised you, please write an application. So, after more than half an hour of sailing, the ship again stopped at the port of Oshima. The next day, the wind was beautiful, the port of Nanmo Ninja Village, and a wooden boat was waiting there. Hong Yan took a Yuan and got on the boat early. After instructing her to be careful on the way, she got off the boat. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. What other ninja? I am the only one, Hyuga Lanmo replied. A Yuan frowned slightly, looked around, and asked strangely, where are the other ninjas? The little girl looked up at Hyuga Lanmo, her fingers trembling slightly. She lowered her head and picked up the pen, and wrote the application letter for the mission entrustment. From a distance, you can see the magnificent buildings of Nanmo City, compared with Nanmo Village, here and there are not at the same level. A Yuan stood on the boat, looked around in surprise, and then asked the boatman, Old man, the ninja hasn't boarded the boat yet. Why did you sail the boat? When she finished writing, Hyuga Lanmo picked up the big seal on one side. Every time they said that they couldn't do it, he had this expression, and there was determination in the cold that no one could resist. This expression is very familiar to the three people around him. They were all guards once, just because they were all the guards leaders of Wuwangcheng, and they were able to gather chakra. He spent a year in his life. The method of the devil's training made the three of them become Shangnan. The ship stopped in the port, and after setting off a set of firecrackers, Hyuga Lanmo got on the ship and the ship started. A red stamp was pressed with a click of pop. The ship started and firecrackers were set off in the port for auspiciousness. This contract is officially effective. We will leave for Numa no country early tomorrow morning, Hyuga Lanmo said happily. The old man laughed. Don't worry, little girl, let's go to the port of Nanmo City. They should get on the boat there. His eyes were extremely firm, and there was an irresistible expression in his cold eyes. Chapter 183. As soon as these words came out, a Yuan only felt that 5 thunderbolts were on top. She looked around in disbelief. The fog was thick and she didn't even know where she was. You, what are you talking about? Only you, are you crazy? Do you think this is a joke on vacation? That's a country, and you alone? You want to die? You can't drag people from all over the country. So many people are waiting for me to find someone back to rescue them. You are joking with me, and you set off firecrackers. Are you afraid that others don't know that I am on your boat? A Yuan squatted down, crying, but didn't want the boy to say something. You are right. She looked up at him in a daze, only to see him with a serious expression, looking down at her. Indeed, we left Nanmo Village and Dadao with such a high profile, just to let everyone know that you were taken by me, gone. Why? Is it the first task to win everyone's attention? The little girl wiped her tears and asked differently. Just now she saw that there were a lot of people watching the excitement on the city wall and port of Nanmo City, and those people were particularly enthusiastic about him, and the scene was about to catch up with the farewell important figures in the country. Definitely not, I'm here to bring out the 2 people who are going to kill you, Hyuga Lanmo laughed, and he is gone. How can he stay in the South Mo Kingdom in danger? Naturally, he has to find a way to take this danger away, that's it. Since the 2 people killed all the people in the boat and haven't found a Yuan, they went out to sea today to make it so lively, coupled with the rumors in the city, the 2 people must have known the news. He believed that soon, those 2 people would appear. The boat sailed slowly on the sea. Hyuga Lanmo sat at the stern, watching the dense fog on the sea and the rolling waves with a relaxed expression. A Yuan on one side looked at the old man rowing the boat, then looked back at him, his brows frowned, and his heart was overcast and rainy. Why did he save himself? What if she didn't meet him? But think about it carefully, if it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would have died on the ocean too, right? My lord, there is the barrier exit ahead. The waves are too big and the ship can't move forward, the old man said. I'm here, you take a rest. Hyuga Lanmo used wind and water escape. The ship moved forward at speed, and soon it left the barrier. Hyuga Lanmo waved his hand to the old man. Uncle, you take a Yuan to hide in the cabin. The splint area is small, I am afraid I will hurt you in a while. Okay. As he spoke, the uncle stepped forward and took a Yuan into the cabin. Are you really okay? A Yuan looked worried. Don't worry, if there is a problem, the uncle will send you back to the land, Hyuga Lanmo smiled. Advertisement, what do you mean, will he die? A Yuan said this when he was dragged off the cabin by the old man. After hearing this, the old man was reluctant. Little girl, don't talk nonsense, how could something be wrong with our village chief? Don't look at him because he is young, but he is definitely not a despised figure. The old man finished speaking and said down, here is down. A Yuan did not speak and the 3 of them fell into silence. After leaving the enchantment, it was 200 miles of thick fog, and after driving through here, it was a clear and bright weather. At this moment, Hyuga Lanmo sat on the boat and gently paddled oars, his expression relaxed. From a distance, the two men appeared above the sea with heavy fog. They couldn't see the situation in the distance. They didn't see the familiar ship until there was still 20 meters away. At this moment, a person sat on the boat. It's that person, the one who left by boat with that girl early in the morning, the man asked with a low voice. The woman nodded slightly. Are you going now? Come on, it's settled early, so that I can take that girl back for business. After the two said, they jumped off the boat and stepped on the sea towards the fishing boat ahead. The murderer appeared. Hyuga Lanmo turned his head and looked at the wind-escaped ninja. No, the opponent has surpassed the best combat position for long-range use of wind dun, so they're close attackers. Sure enough, the two rushed up. The woman held two kunai in her hands and flew up and down, while the man punched Hyuga Lanmo's head with his bare hands. Hyuga Lanmo turned over and escaped. At the moment, he used ninjutsu again, as if he had bullied them. Besides, Hyuga Lanmo also wanted to see, what method did these two people use to kill a boat? You know, there are ninjas on that ship. He turned around, flew with his feet, and hit the man's stomach with a punch. The other man stepped back and fell into the sea. The woman was frightened. How strong is this person? Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo dodges and swiftly speeds up. In a blink of an eye, he has already picked him up no less than 100 times with his hands. The man had already jumped on the boat again, and at the moment, he touched his waist with a finger, and a sharp soft sword as thin as a feather appeared in his hand. But the next second, with a clam, the man's body fell on the boat, and then he was bleeding from his chest and died. Among the weapons, the so-called 1 inch long and 1 inch strong, 1 inch short and 1 inch dangerous, and the blade is still a strong one in swordsmanship. No one killed? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Just as she nervously watched the battle between the two outsiders, suddenly everything was still outside. Hyuga Lanmo sneered at the corner of his mouth. The man was a swordsman who used melee attacks, but what about the woman? And the young man opposite, holding a handful of kuwu in his hand, dripping with blood, his face was calm, as if it was not him who had just killed someone. The movements of the two were still, and the woman watching the fight from the stern stood still. Even the soft sword that flashed by the light was still. Impossible. How is it possible? The woman looked at this scene in disbelief, and the other party only used kunai. In the cabin, A Yuan and the old boatman looked up along the gap in the splint and watched the battle on it. A Yuan's fingers were squeezed into a ball. If this continues, he will be killed. You. I'm going to kill you. The woman rushed up. On the way to the dash, her eyes suddenly changed color. Although they were also fiery red, it was definitely not a scribble wheel. This is a thin film weapon like the blade of the wind. This person used it to cut those people away, leaving no corpses. She flew out a few shurikens, turned around again, kunai appeared, and pierced at several vital points of his body. The man rushed up, the sword in his hand flipped, and the light waved randomly, and the cold shimmered. Kill him with a bang, Jian Feng, the woman at the stern urged. She was so nervous that she didn't even dare to imagine how that little brother would cut it to 7 or 8 yuan. He turned to look at her, and the woman had already stepped back. Chapter 184. The Bloodpool clan. Hyuga Lanmo is very clear about the bloody eyes with horizontal pupils. These are the eyes owned by the Bloodpond clan. They are named Blood Longan. In terms of illusion, they can be comparable to the Uchiha clan's riding wheel eyes, and the people of this clan come out to walk and endure. There are very few people in the world, and almost no one knows their existence. Unexpectedly, above the vast sea, there is a chance of 1 in a billion that he would encounter it. The other party used illusion techniques to scare the teenager in front of him to death with fear, but never thought that the person on the other side would not be moved at all. What's the matter? Why is it like this? The woman's eyes were tears of blood, and 2 lines hung on her face, which made people look shocking. Those bloody eyes were filled with resentful hatred, and a terrifying hatred appeared. Why is it like this? She rushed up, stabbing Hyuga Lanmo again and again in her hand, murderous, but helpless. I won't be tricked by the Uchiha family's illusion. Do you think you can do it? Hyuga Lanmo said. The other party's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth sneered. Unexpectedly, our husband and wife are going to die in your hands, but I can't stand your eyes on them. Why don't you fall into my illusion? Why? After finishing speaking, she rushed up regardless of life and death. Because you don't know too much. Hyuga Lanmo turned around to avoid her attack, and Kumu had already stretched out his hand, and the other party rushed forward, hitting the point. This woman knew from the moment her illusion technique failed, that today is her death date, so she rushed forward without any rules, just wanting to die a happy death. Compared with the illusion of the blood dragon eye, Hyuga Lanmo doesn't know if it's because of Mu Dun chakra or the mirror system. Anyway, he has been awake. As for the exact reason, he doesn't want to pursue it, and he won't be able to encounter the Bloodpond clan in the future. People out. Throwing the 2 bodies into the sea, Hyuga Lanmo came to the door of the cabin and shouted to the inside. Okay, come out. The old man and a yuan got out of the cabin. Hyuga Lanmo has already returned the oars to the old man. When I go back, slow down. The waves at the entrance and exit of the barrier are rolling, but it was calm at noon, so he set off first. The old man nodded. My lord, be careful all the way. Advertisement, okay. A yuan on one side was still in a circle, and was lifted by the boy in front of him. We are ready to go. Hold me tight. After finishing speaking, the foreground seemed to be distorted. When they reappeared, the two were already outside the capital city of Numa no country. A Yuan looked surprised and looked around in disbelief, as if he was dreaming. Is this the capital of the Numa country? Yes. Let's talk. Who are you going to kill? No matter who. Remember, I don't do anything that hurts the world and reason. Our contracts are clearly written, and you are not allowed to cheat. Hyuga Lanmo looked far away. Chu Tian said. A Yuan was excited. She looked up at Hyuga Lanmo in front of her, her eyes sparkling. Actually, I still have something to tell you. My country is not the country of swamp. The reason why I concealed something is because I didn't believe you at the beginning. Now that we are all here, I can no longer hide from you. She thought it would take at least half a month to get here, but she didn't expect that, apart from wasting time on the sea before, the two of them arrived here almost instantly. What is this ability? It is simply against the sky. So you lied to me. You have to know that if the client cheats during the entrusted task, I have the right to terminate the contract. This is the first time that Nanmo Village has undertaken an external entrustment, and Hyuga Lanmo did it. Be extra serious. I can add money and double it on the basis of the contract. Actually, it's okay to cheat occasionally, that doesn't hurt Taya. Let's just say, what are you hiding from me? Hyuga Lanmo's mouth curled up with a smile. A Yuan's face was solemn. It was getting late, and Nightingale wailed in the forest. I am not from the Numa country. Actually, I am from the Ghost country. My mother passed away 2 months ago to seal the sprites, leaving only me as a 6-year-old. Advertisement. When a Yuan said this, tears couldn't stop falling, her fists clenched into a ball, and a strong expression appeared all over her body. But I don't want to. I was imprisoned by a man named Huang Quan. He said it's ridiculous to accept me as a daughter and let me listen to him. Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo suddenly realized that this girl is Xian, the princess of the country of ghosts. 10 years later, sprites are in chaos. She takes the lead and seals sprites with the power of being a witch, and now. In terms of time, it was exactly 10 years ago that is, the time when Xian's mother Matria sealed the sprites, and the person named Wang Shen was the one who released the sprites and ghosts 10 years later. Unexpectedly, he had planned things for 10 years from now, and he wanted Ziyuan to listen to him. He wanted to deceive children because he wanted to grow up so that he could use him. It's really a good calculation. My mother's cronies rescued me. We left along the waterway. We wanted to find a rescuer, but we didn't want to. You know the rest. Sorry, I concealed my identity. At the moment, the people in the country of ghosts don't know that I have left the capital, but if I want to go back, I'm afraid I'll encounter more difficulties. Can you really do it? She has been skeptical since he alone said that he would complete the task she entrusted. Although he can reach a certain place in an instant, there is no guarantee that he can beat those people around Wang Shen. You must know the people around him. Ninjas are all upper-level ninjas, and their ability is abnormal. Jianfeng and Odong, who had chased them before, were his killers. If it works, you'll know. Go, let's go. Hyuga Lanmo picked up Ziyuan and turned to leave. Appearing again, it has come to the valley outside the capital of the country of ghosts. The road under the valley leads directly to the city gate. From a distance, the inside of the capital is brightly lit. The gate at the gate is closed, and the city wall is heavily guarded. Will there still be ghosts? Hyuga Lanmo asked. He just wanted to know about the other party's situation, but Xian thought he was afraid of ghosts, so he explained. No, my mother has sealed it up. As for some small things, don't be afraid. In fact, they are more afraid of them than you. They have to be afraid of you more. After Ziyuan finished speaking, he pointed to the front. I can wait for you here. If you can enter the city, you can give this letter to Lord Chan, and he may have a way to deal with Huang Quan. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, he was slightly taken aback, and asked, It's easier for us to go directly to the city? Chapter 185. What are you talking about? The two of us, going directly in is a dead end. Although I don't know your strength very well, I think you are at the level of ninja. You alone, can you beat more than a dozen? Shinobu? Hundreds of forces that dissipate shinobi? Okay, don't say anything, you go into the city. I think Master Zen hasn't heard from me for so long, I'm already waiting for anxious. Hey, don't look down on people. Hyuga Lanmo couldn't help knocking on her forehead. Well, am I the employer or are you the employer? We signed the contract. Whatever I say, do what you do. Shiyuan turned around, rubbing his head with a stubborn expression. Hyuga Lanmo doesn't want to talk nonsense with her, just listen to her for a while. If the Zen master can really help, it's best, but if you can't, don't blame him for being rude. Thinking of this, he left a duplication to take care of Xian and disappeared when he turned around. According to the address on the letter, he came to a mansion in the capital, entered the inner courtyard, and saw an old man in a study room. Uncle, I want to ask where Master Zen is. Who are you? Assassin, there are assassins. This old man, indiscriminately, screamed without asking the facts. Hyuga Lanmo made a magnetic escape, trapped his body, covered his mouth, and said, It seems that you are Lord Zen. I will make a long story short. Listen carefully. Don't bark. The other party's eyes widened and nodded in tears. Hyuga Lanmo handed him the letter. Let's take a look. Miko gave it to you. After speaking, Magi released the opponent's hands. Master Zen opened the letter and looked at the content inside, with a shocked expression on his face. Then he pointed to his mouth as if he was anxious. Hyuga Lanmo let go of the magnetic escape. Master Zen panted hard, and it took a long time to relax. He asked softly, Where is the Miko? I will send someone to pick her up. Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly and asked, What about after you picked her up? Naturally, I took her back to the city. Now everyone is waiting for her to come back. In fact, nothing happened in the city. He and Master Huang Quan just misunderstood. With me mediating in the middle, I believe they will soon be able to resolve it. Sorry. After speaking, Master Zen stared at him. Hyuga Lanmo laughed and said softly, want to continue acting? Unfortunately, I only have 3 days. I promised Wu Mang to go back to the village in 3 days, so I don't have time to watch the show with you. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo punched him and the opponent was knocked to the ground and fainted. Advertisement at the same time, the alarm bell rang outside, and groups of guards surrounded them. Hyuga Lanmo laughed. In that case, let's cut the mess with a sharp knife, right? Thinking of this, he walked directly out, and the magnetic shield around him appeared. Everyone gathered around, drew knives towards each other, and slaughtered him one after another. But after all, the opponent was a guard, not a ninja, and he attacked several times in reincarnation. The opponent's magnetic escape protection has never been attacked. Hyuga Lanmo jumped on the wall and said, tell Huang Quan that the witch has come back to find him to sell the account. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo was no longer in the dark night. When everyone heard this, there were differences in their faces. What's the matter? Isn't Miko in the city? Yes, I don't remember that the outside world is rumoring that Miko is retreating? Everyone guessed that someone went to Wang Shen's place to inform him. Outside the capital, Hyuga Lanmo returned to Ziyuan. The Zen master betrayed you. He said he wants to take you to see Wang Shen. What? How could it be? A cold sweat broke out on Ziyuan's forehead, because she no longer knew what to do. If Master Zen doesn't help her, who else can she rely on? Let's go. Go home. Hyuga Lanmo looked back at her, her eyes widened and she constantly shook her head. No, the method you said before is not working at all. If we go in like this, it is tantamount to dying. If I die, my country will be over. Sooner or later, Wang Shen will release the sprites. At that time, no one will stop him. Ziyuan, you should know what your own existence means. You come back to the city with me. You can stand by my side and let all the guards lay down their weapons. You don't believe that I can. Don't you even believe in yourself? After Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, he turned and walked down the valley. What are you doing? Since you are afraid to set off, then I will go by myself. Hyuga Lanmo pulled her not to help her attack the capital, but to let her understand what her bravery could bring to her. She glanced at him again and whispered, I suddenly want to call you brother. Advertisement, Huang Quan rebelled and wanted to imprison me for his use, so I went out of the city to find a rescuer. Ziyuan plucked up his courage and replied loudly. Yes. Hyuga Lanmo laughed, clutching her fingers harder. Hyuga Lanmo reached out and grabbed her wrist. 2 rows of guards appeared outside the city, and the captain of the guards came forward and said, Mikomi, why are you outside the city? I don't want to, Hyuga Lanmo said, moving on. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. After that, Hyuga Lanmo appeared full of golden chakras, and a huge aura surrounded him, forming a huge amounts of chakra halo. Why is Miko-sama outside the city? Open the city gate. Huge amounts of light fell on the 2 of them, above the city wall. The guards carefully identified the 2 high and 1 short people walking towards them. Someone shouted, it's the Miko. My soldier. Ziyuan ran after her. She clenched her fist tightly, her hands were full of cold sweat. Okay, I'll go with you. I think Huang Quan must not dare to kill me in front of everyone, but you. Shion swallowed the air in his mouth and stomped slightly. Don't go. Let's go to Konoha to find someone. You are so fast, as long as you want. I believe you can send me to Konoha. In this way, the 2 of them descended into the valley, entered the canyon road, and walked towards the gate of the capital city step by step. But the 2 of us will really die. If I die, what will my country do? Long words. The gate of the city opened wide. Hyuga Lanmo pulled her to continue walking in. His face was firm. There was no fear on his face. Shion was trembling all over, but the palm he held was warm and strong, giving her an inexplicable sense of security. She looked up at Hyuga Lanmo, and lowered her head in shame. If you are caught by them, don't blame me. It's your own choice. Then you stay here. But one thing I will explain in advance, this time, I will not let the soldiers who attack me be spared. Let me kill one by one, and if I get a pair, I will let them die. Chapter 186 The Majesty of the Lord of a Country. These 2 words shocked all the people present. They didn't even know that Huang Quan had rebelled. Although some people couldn't believe it, the person involved was right in front of her, and as a witch-sama, what she said could not be wrong. Miko, where's your rescuer? The captain of the guard knows that there are some people around Wang Shen who lives in the city. Those ninjas can't be defeated by anyone. My rescuer. Ziyuan looked up at Hyuga Lanmo who was holding his hand, raised his other hand slightly, and pointed at him. There was no sound. What? Everyone's jaws almost fell to the ground. Is this all alone? Master Miko, let's take a long-term view on this matter, right? Master Huang Quan has a lot of masters around him. How can he do it alone? People like us will naturally swear allegiance to Miko, but you know our ability. Master Miko, please don't go inside. Since we already know the adult situation, we will definitely find a rescuer. The captain of the guard on one side stepped forward 2 steps and stopped in front of the 2. Dodge. Hyuga Lanmo's face was frosty. No, the life of our Miko is not for you to make a joke. The captain of the guard shouted loudly through gritted teeth. Pissed. Hyuga Lanmo kicked him out, and continued to drag Shion down the main street. The mansion facing this street is where Huang Quan is now. At this moment, all the guards are already standing on both sides of the street. Even some people walked out of the house, watching this scene strangely. Under what circumstances the captain of the guard was beaten? Miko, isn't a Miko-sama. Suddenly, there were more and more people on both sides of the street, and the guards stood on both sides, separating the crowd from the two people in the middle of the street. Shion wanted to withdraw his finger. Hyuga Lanmo said in a low voice, "You have to believe in me and in yourself. Don't be influenced by the soldier. If this matter continues, I don't know where it will go. Fortunately, no one in the city knows that you have left. If there is a riot in the city, these soldiers will fight to death and life with the people of Wangchen. By then, only your people will be lost." A few short words reminded Ziyuan that she has no way out. Today so many people are standing on the street watching her enter the city, and the fact that Huang Quan's rebellion has been spread, it's impossible for her to turn around and run away. In that way, she would not be a good country lord, let alone a maiden who everyone believes in and respects. Well, life and death, shall we go to the end? Advertisement? The cold wind blew, and the two walked on the street, tall, and the old elders, who were pulled by their shadows on the ground by the street lamps, followed them and followed the guards and soldiers who came out from the city to greet them, as well as all the people in the city. The crowd followed behind them, and Roar headed towards the mansion of the lord. They wanted to ask the minister named Wangchen for an explanation. Finally, everyone arrived at the gate of the mansion, and many guards in front of the gate saw the figure of the maiden, turned their backs one after another, and stood on their side. The gate of the mansion had already been opened. Huang Quan appeared at the door with a smile on his face. "Master Miko, you are back. You were taken away by the gangster. I was very anxious. I sent several groups of ninjas to the rescue. Unexpectedly, they all failed. Now the lord is back, please." Master Miko enters the house. As he said, Huang Quan avoided his body, and the cat stretched out his hand in a gesture of please. "Huang Quan, do you really treat me as a kid? Your conspiracy and tricks can't deceive me at all. You deceive me, put me under house arrest, want me to obey your command, you want to narrow the emperor to make the princes, to seize this country, I want to release the sprites that my mother has worked so hard to seal up, and then control me, and then attack and seize the entire ninja world. You are a sinner in this country, a scum of mankind, come here, give my orders." Huang Quan rebels a thief. His heart can be condemned, if he seeks rebellion and rebellion, he will kill him. Little Xian's eyes widened, one hand placed in Hyuga Lanmo's palm, and said loudly. She utterly punishes the heart, speaks sternly, and is majestic. The people behind heard a shout, "This is the power of a country's monarch." Not bad. Hyuga Lanmo looked down at her and gave her a thumbs up. "Your current performance has refreshed my previous understanding of you." Xian was tight and nodded slightly, but did not relax. She has been with her mother since she was a child. Her mother has never slackened her education of the Lord. She knows what her existence means. Indeed, the reason why Huang Quan did not put Hyuga Lanmo in his eyes was because among the crowd, he was still like a child, and he didn't wear a forehead, and he was holding on to the maiden girl tightly. With no weapons on his hand, he naturally thought he was just a friend of the Miko or something, but he didn't think that the other party was a ninja. "What's the matter?" Xian's face was different. Advertisement. Everyone behind him was shouting, but Huang Quan, who was standing on the steps of the mansion in front of him, trembled his shoulders and laughed. Earth Escape, The Art of Earth Dragon. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Everyone was stunned. Sanren saw the situation. They were about to attack the crowd and rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo instead. Kill him. Hyuga Lanmo saw many ninjas slay in the crowd, and already knew that Huang Quan didn't take him seriously. What? He looked at the boy in front of him differently, and he, having returned to his original position, once again grabbed the finger of the Miko Xian. "Kill that traitor. Kill that B**************. Am I strange too? Are they stupid? Hey, aren't you attacking me? I'm here. Hyuga Lanmo was really speechless. After he finished speaking, he waved his finger, and a dozen ninjas in front of him rushed towards the crowd. Just as Hyuga Lanmo knew what it meant to take her into the city. So what? Hyuga Lanmo didn't use ninjutsu, and rushed directly, hitting Huang Quan's shin with a punch, and blood spurted down his nose. But he was stupid when he chose the wrong one, and it didn't prove that the other party would also make mistakes. Your mother couldn't beat me. Do you think you can deal with me as a little hairy girl? You don't want me when I give you face, then don't blame me for not giving you face. Huang Quan's smile was distorted, his eyes staring like bells. He looked at the people in front of him, and said loudly, "You are waiting for the ants, I will kill you all, and sacrifice the spirit of sprites." Hyuga Lanmo made a seal with one hand, huge amounts of Earth Dragon appeared, and his body turned over to separate the crowd from the ninja in front of him. The Earth Dragon rushed towards Sanin in front of him. Chapter 187. Sanin dodged and avoided, and in the open space in the middle of the mansion, Hyuga Lanmo was still holding Xian's finger, looking at Wangchen who had stood up in front of him. The Earth Dragon surrounded them, flying up and down. Sanren not only couldn't get close, but more than a dozen people were injured by Earth Dragons and fell to the ground. "Who are you?" Huang Quan asked loudly. "Entrusted by the Lord Miko of the Kingdom of Ghosts, I am the one who accepts the task," Hyuga Lanmo said. The mansion has high walls and a tower on it. At the moment, some guards in the mansion have already taken up their positions. They drew their bows and arrows. The arrows ignited the flames and aimed at the two people in the open space below. The entrusted person? Haha. Huang Quan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, regretting in his heart. Just now he underestimated the enemy because the other party was a child. If he knew it, he would be the first to clean him up. My Lord Witch, you don't think that all the people in the city are on your side. You see, the guards of the Lord's mansion listen to me very much. Therefore, this country does not necessarily require your existence. Without you, maybe we can live better. Kill. Huang Quan's eyes burst, and he cried out loudly. On the courtyard wall, many guards drew their bows, but did not want to release arrows. At the moment, a ninja killed 2 people with a single knife and shouted, "If you are disobedient, I will immediately order all of you to be killed. Family. They are all threatened people. Let the arrow." Feather arrows with flames radiated, like a rain of fire falling from the sky. Many people and guards on the scene turned to avoid them. Some people were tripped, stepped on, and cried. "Don't panic, everyone, I'm here," Hyuga Land Modi shouted loudly with chakra. Everyone looked back, and the young man was holding their witch Sama, standing at the gate of the mansion of the Lord, without even moving his footsteps. The flame fell, but strangely, the sky turned black, as if those flames disappeared without a trace in an instant. "What's the matter?" Someone shouted. "Look, what is that?" Advertisement. I saw that in the sky within the range of the feather arrows, and above everyone's heads, a large black object prevented the feather arrows with flames from falling. The flaming feather arrow collided with the magnetic escape, dyeing the entire top of the magnetic escape protection into a sea of flames, turning red. They were saved, and no one was hurt by the flames. The earth dragon disappeared. Hyuga Lanmo looked down at Xian next to him, and asked, "You stand here by yourself, don't be afraid, there is me." Before, Xian was still skeptical of him, but now, he has saved everyone without moving his body. He is a person with ability, and she believes him. Xian nodded heavily, and said, "Please trust me, I promise you will never move half a minute if you stand here." This is the attitude of a country's monarch. She will let all the people and soldiers see that she is here, with the people and with the country. A few Shangren around Huang Quan appeared. Dazzling ninjutsu attacked from all directions. Hyuga Lanmo's hands were sealed, and the magnetic escape protection rose. Jing escape appeared, and exploded toward the 2 ninjas in front of him. The flower of the crystal escape is like a wood explosion, and the fascinating pink crystal thorns bloom on the ground, and the thunder escape falls from the magnetic escape, like the world of thunder and lightning, splitting the central location of the magnetic escape. The lightning thunder, the crystal thorns are dazzling, the yellow lightning and the red crystal escape on the ground form a sharp contrast. The black magnetic escape is pressed in the air, like a sea storm. The waves are dazzling and turbulent. Puff puff, the 5 of them endure the death and do not look at their eyes. They are still unlocking, they can still fight. Why can't this ground fall? This sky can't escape. They are like turtles in the urn. Just like that, they were chopped to death by that person, and stabbed to death. Looking at the little girl in the middle of the storm, she was standing there, motionless. If it weren't for her hair fluttering in the wind and her skirt trembling violently, they thought she had been struck by lightning. Xian's fingers hidden in the sleeves were tightly clenched together, and her big eyes were slightly bloodshot. The shock in her heart was like thunder, making her heart beating. This little brother is really too powerful. If she didn't believe him, I'm afraid she was so scared that she fainted now. She believed that he would not hurt her. Sure enough, she was unscathed when the 5 Shangren fell to the ground and died. Go to me, kill them directly. Huang Quan cried out madly, his hands trembled, and a dozen black chakras, like insects, got in front of the dozen who rushed in. Shinobu body. Advertisement, let you taste the power of sprites. After speaking, the dozens of ninjas in front of them were like taking drugs, their bodies distorted, their complexions changed drastically, strange patterns appeared on their skins, and huge amounts of chakra burst out of their bodies. They rushed up, very fast, and the marks of the knot were one after another. Fire escape, earth escape, water escape, and blood succession limit burst escape appeared. Coupled with the power of the black sprites, they are as powerful as a tiger, and more than a dozen people have now outflanked them and killed them. The magnetic escape protects and disperses, blocking their various ninjutsu, water escape jets, fire escape burning, one by one hits on the magnetic escape. The explosion was deafening, and the ferromagnetic shield was exploded into big pits. Ha ha ha, this feels crazy, kill them. These are several Shangren shockwaves like crazy. The guards and people around him retreated, and then emptied out of the open space. Xian stood there, closing his eyes slightly, and firmly refused to move half a point. Hyuga Lanmo disappeared after a burst of smoke, and now all the attacks were directed at the witch, but the magnetic escape was like life, and where there was danger, it was blocked. Suddenly, these dozen crazy people were unable to move forward. Let the whole city be buried with me, burst the sky. Shuiji Boundary Blast Ninja, his face is full of black tattoos of spooky power, he shouted as crazy as he was crazy, his eyes filled with bloodshot eyes. The lines on his face are getting deeper and deeper, and the blood vessels on his body appear purple and black. He has lost control now, the whole person just wants to be crazier and crazier, even if he blows himself to pieces. Seeing this scene, Huang Quan frowned slightly. Just as he was about to stop it, it was as if the explosive ninja had begun to gather chakra. And this kind of chakra is not attacking outward, it is actually stored in his own body. Hyuga Lanmo floating in the air was shocked when he saw this scene. This kind of blood inheritance limit is different from Didara's explosive clay. It can be dealt with thunder and bombs. You can't just use ninjutsu. Extinguished. Chapter 188. He is him. Go and die. The opponent's body was already bulging out of shape, and chakra seemed to burst out of his body soon. If this explosion occurs, the entire capital of the country of ghosts will be razed to the ground. Looking at the Wangshen again, it seemed that he was also scared. He was horrified, constantly backing away and wanted to escape, but he knew it was too late. When the other ninjas saw this scene, they laughed. A group of lunatics got together and used the power of sprites. They were already afraid of life and death. Boom! The explosion of huge amounts of sounded. At the same time, the overwhelming black magnetic sand swarmed from all directions, covering the people in groups, covering up and down all directions without dead corners, while the wooden ingot wall appeared, and the magnetic escape was circled in circles, surrounded again. Ziyuan was standing at the door, and a small wooden ingot wall appeared, protecting her layer by layer. With a loud noise, the entire city was shaking, and the earth made a violent sound like anger, and the rumble matched the sound of the explosion. The cliffs on both sides of the road in the valley outside the city suddenly burst and fell, covering the road. Some old houses in the city couldn't stand this kind of shock, and they collapsed to the ground. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo was furious. You bastards. He didn't want to live, and he was holding back the people of the city. Since these desperados wanted to die, so he gave them a special method of death. Crystal escape, nerves intermittently crystallize. At this moment, he didn't want to use ninjutsu to send them directly to the west. He wanted them to taste the feeling that life is better than death. High-speed instantaneous technique. Within a second, Hyuga Lanmo's fingers had touched all the dozen ninjas present, and they felt pain all over their bodies before they knew what had happened. The whole body's nerves were torn apart, and the pain was unbearable. Advertisement, Why? A dozen people couldn't stand it anymore. Some of the sprites on their bodies disappeared directly, while others rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo angrily. Jing escape. The flowers bloom in 4 seasons. Hyuga Lanmo has removed the wooden ingot wall that protects Ziyuan. At this moment, he is standing next to her, his face is cold and his eyes are like ink. As soon as these words were finished, those ninjas who were in unbearable pain saw their bodies blooming with pink crystalline flowers, but the flowers looked like thorn chrysanthemums. What is this? It hurts. Even so, they didn't die, and they were conscious. You lunatic. They turned to call Hyuga Lanmo a lunatic. Seeing this scene, the people around rushed up, hitting these people with the stone fragments that had just been exploded. You are crazy, you bastards, go to death. More than a dozen ninjas are not as good as dead. This process makes people feel terrified. It is a kind of pain from the inside out. It is one of the most painful ninjutsu recognized by Hyuga Lanmo in the world. The soldiers rushed to the mansion, and the guards in the mansion rushed out. Huang Quan wanted to escape, but was blocked by the guards inside and outside the guard. I still have people, I have raised a lot of ninjas, come, he roared loudly. There are no ninjas for him to send, and those scattered people in the backyard have long since taken care of things badly and escaped secretly. A crystal thorn appeared in Hyuga Lanmo's hand and turned to look at Ziyuan next to him. Sister, tell him, let him die or live. Ziyuan clenched her fist tightly. She knew that if she pronounced Huang Quan to die at this moment, this little brother would definitely kill him with the crystal in his hand, but she could not let him die. No, leave him, I want to put him on trial before the people of the whole country, and I want to let him know that his plan will never succeed. Hyuga Lanmo disappeared from her hand, and raised her brows slightly. Okay. A war ended in this way, the country of ghosts returned to peace, and Xian returned to the Lord's mansion again. Because of this incident, the people of the whole country admired her even more. She is not only the witch of this country, but also the helm of this country. At noon the next day, Hyuga Lanmo was about to leave. Originally, he wanted to leave here last night, but Xian refused to live and die. In order not to let him leave, he even seized the commission and refused to give him a thank you banquet until this morning. After that, 10 times the price of the commission was handed to him. 10 times? Isn't it twice as good? Hyuga Lanmo's eyes beamed, and the gold and silver jewels that he once took down the pirate's cave are not happy now. This is probably a reward for completing the task. You saved the country's people, this little money is nothing? You must accept it? Shiyuan beamed his eyes and looked up at him. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo smiled. Don't worry, I won't be polite, then I will put it away. After he finished speaking, he waved his finger, and the 20-odd boxes of gold in front of him were all taken into a different space by him. Then I won't waste time. Goodbye everyone. Hyuga Lanmo waved to everyone, turned around and wanted to walk. He has long black hair and a beautiful scenery, and his oblique figure looks upright and handsome under the sunlight. Miko-sama, where did you invite such a ninja with excellent ability? What's his name? The minister on one side asked. Little Ziyuan stood at the gate of the mansion, looked at the boy walking down the avenue to the gate of the city, and said, a mysterious country. He said his name is Hyuga Lanmo. The audience was shocked when he said this. What? Hyuga Lanmo? My lord, why didn't you say earlier that it turned out to be Hyuga Lanmo who attacked the 5 ninja villages in the legend? I just know. Besides, I asked him again. He said he had never attacked the 5 ninja villages. It was a misunderstanding, but there are all kinds of right and wrong in the world. It doesn't matter to him. Xian smiled happily. The image of seeing him for the first time appeared in my mind. She hid helplessly behind the cabin pipe and whispered for help. Then he appeared. The cabin was dark. She couldn't see his appearance, but his tall figure, dark blue eyes, just like that. Remember her heart. Afterwards, she unexpectedly wrote the mission application form, and found that when he was on the mission alone, she didn't object too much except astonishment. Maybe, there is a certain number in the future. Hey, Hyuga Lanmo, we will meet again in the future. That afternoon, Hyuga Lanmo returned to the Blue Devil's village. When he put 20 boxes of gold in front of his 3 deputies, all 3 of them were frightened. So many? Didn't it say that it was 50 million at the beginning? This is more than 1 billion, right? Who is that girl? Wu Mang's mouth couldn't close in surprise. It is rare that Hong Yan, who has always been known for her coldness and arrogance, also laughed. She looked at the gold in front of her and gave Hyuga Lanmo a thumbs up. Chapter 189. Sure enough, if the village chief doesn't make a move, he will be able to make money that we can't even think of. Jin Shi's excited eyes narrowed into a line, and the village can finally build the bridge and pave the road. Definitely, we have to plan the construction of the next 5 years before we can start. By the way, we have to build a library and buy books. Hyuga Lanmo also looked happy. Well, you can do the rest by yourself. I'm going home to sleep. He slept late last night, and now he just wants to go back to take a bath and rest. Well, my lord, don't forget the assessment tomorrow. Early the next morning, in the western valley of the village, 30 ninjas were ready, waiting for Hyuga Lanmo to appear. From a distance, I saw him pushing a small car and appeared in the sight of everyone, and there seemed to be something on the small car. The village chief is here. Someone shouted. Someone came up to pick up people, and when they saw what was in the car, they shouted in surprise. The village chief prepared snacks, candies, drinks, beer, and jerky for us. Wow, the village chief is so kind, 36 people exclaimed happily. Wu Mang, Jin Shi, and Hong Yan saw this scene, but they didn't smile at all. The 3 of you looked at me and I looked at you. They gritted their teeth slightly and said nothing, but they could feel it. Every cell in his body seemed to be trembling, which was a manifestation of fear. Hyuga Lanmo came to the crowd and waved his hands. These things are left for you to eat after the assessment. There's a saying that it is better to first bitter and then sweet than sweet and bitter, so don't worry about the start of the assessment. Good. Everyone replied happily. First, the 2 fought, and Hyuga Lanmo watched with a slight smile. Then came the ninjutsu competition, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Finally, there was a mixed battle. This time, he was already floating in the air, and there was no expression on his face. Advertisement Hong Yan, who had been presiding over the assessment, saw this scene and looked back at Jin Shi on one side, and whispered, "It's about to begin." Yes. Jin Shi rubbed the soles of his feet, and Yu Guang stared at Hyuga Lanmo tightly. Boom. A loud noise appeared, and Lei Dun fell from the sky and directly smashed into the mixed competition crowd. As the chief examiner, Wu Mang, Hong Yan, and Jin Shi had already prepared, greased the soles of his feet, and retreated 300 meters away. Immediately afterwards, there was physique. The linked legs made people unable to see the tricks. The 8 diagrams palms were given to each person. Feng Dun cut their skin like a knife, and Huo Dun rushed from the front, back, left, and right directions to make people divide. It's impossible to tell where the opponent is. Half a minute later, all 30 people on the scene lay on the ground. They looked at the young man floating on their heads in horror and almost cried. Village chief, isn't this an assessment? How did you get started? Is your grades like this? You dare to ask me why I shot? Compared to the same ninja in the 5 ninja villages, you can't help but lower by 2 levels. You dare to brag in front of me and say that you are an adult. I don't want to go to the ninja school. At your level, even the students of Konoha Ninja School are unbeatable. Hyuga Lanmo's face was frosty, his voice was low and anger was revealed, and his eyes looked at the crowd, cold and biting. Wu Mang shivered and said softly, "This is just the beginning." Hong Yan and Jin Shi stepped back again. Sure enough, when everyone retorted, Hyuga Lanmo shot. Physique, ninjutsu, illusion, seal, combat, attack from a distance, close combat, blast bombing, soil and water cover, thunderstrike, ice escape, ice thorn. Everything, every place is dense, surrounded by more than 30 people, it is impossible to escape. Oh my god, here, earth escape. The voices of the scene can no longer be described as wailing. This is sure as hell, this is the scene of cruelty, is this their giggling village chief? No, he is the frightening death god. In 5 minutes, these people only persisted for 5 minutes, and even when Hyuga Lanmo didn't make a ruthless move and gave them water, they only persisted for 5 minutes. If it wasn't for someone to faint, and someone almost died in shock, he would still not stop the attack. Advertisement seeing that the trial had stopped, Hong Yan and Jin Shi hurried forward to check the condition of the injured. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the scene, and snorted coldly at the corner of his mouth. Treatment today, continue tomorrow. I am at this level, when will you be able to hold on to me for 30 minutes, whoever will graduate from ninja school? After speaking, he turned and walked towards the village. Until he left, these ninjas dared to howl. Is the village chief so scary? Someone cried and looked at Hong Yan on one side. She didn't speak, but was just helping him bandage the wound, but the expression on her face had told them that that was it. Where is this? If you can't bear it, leave as soon as you can. Wu Mang standing aside, looking at these people in front of him, said coldly. South Mo is not a resort. If you want to enjoy life here, I advise you to give up as soon as possible. After speaking, he also turned and left. Yes, Hyuga Lanmo is not very rigorous on weekdays, and sometimes laughs and fights, but he is definitely more serious than anyone in the face of cultivation. For the next 3 months, these 36 people spent almost every day like this. They were abused in the morning and cried with snacks in the ninja hospital in the afternoon. The most frightening thing was that their village head sometimes I will go to the hospital to see them. The sunny smile and humorous words make it hard for you to imagine that he is the one who beat them in the morning so that you can't find them in the south, east, west, or northwest. However, the foundation of these people is indeed much stronger than that of some guard soldiers who wanted to participate in the training in southern Mexico. After all, they used to be ninjas, and many people's ability was higher than that of ninja. These 3 months of training did not allow these 16 people fled from Nanmo village, and they became more and more frustrated. Finally, after 3 months, the power of them and the people persisted under Hyuga Blue Mo for more than 30 minutes. Definitely, the 30 minutes was still when he did not use the fairy mode and the power of the tail beast. Moreover, the amount of chakra usage is only the amount of ordinary ninjas he uses when attacking, but even so, they are already making rapid progress. More than 30 people have all upgraded to the upper ninja level, and successfully graduated from the ninja school. Lord of the village, then what shall we do next? Everyone has been bored here for more than 30 months. Wu Mang, Jin Shi, and Hong Yan, who stood beside Hyuga Blue Mo, all looked at him. They asked the village chief what they were doing. The village chief doesn't know what he is doing. If he knew, could he personally train them every day? Chapter 190 Let's Go Camping. Everyone looked at Hyuga Blue Mo. He sat at the table in the village chief's office with deep eyes. For a long time, he said, "Shall we go camping?" As soon as he said this, not only the 36 people in front of him, but the 3 people around him opened their eyes wide. "Okay, sir, I'll prepare." An expression of excitement appeared on Wu Mang's face. "Take Granny Chen and Xiao Ming with them. By the way, there are still no 1,000 spirits. After I was mad, the girl hasn't appeared for more than 3 months. I happened to go to the city to have a look. You are going to prepare a carriage. Go to a place farther away, prepare tents, food, and maybe spend the night there." Hyuga Blue Mo thinks that since it is a camping, he will start a camping with a greater momentum, so that these ninjas who have been beaten for 3 months let's relax completely. "Yes." Wu Mang replied happily. Leaving Nanmo village, Hyuga Blue Mo took a solitary boat to Nanmo city, the main island. Before he went ashore, someone at the seaside port outside the city saw him and waved his hands sharply. "Lord Village Chief, Lord Village Chief." Hyuga Blue Mo nodded gently to the other party, who had already rushed over and helped him tie the boat. "Long time no see, your lord. Have you come to the main city?" "Yes." He stepped inside. Someone wanted to give him a gift on the way, but he refused one by one. Some ordinary people were reluctant to leave and followed behind him, so this situation was formed. Hyuga Blue Mo walked in front, followed by a group of people, and these people were still increasing. "Master Village Chief is here. Did you receive the candied fruit that I entrusted to you last time? I made it by myself. How does it taste?" "Not bad." The owner of the candied fruit shop stood in front of the store. First, he saluted him from a distance and then asked. Hyuga Blue Mo was slightly embarrassed. There were too many people in the main city who gave him gifts. On weekdays, he didn't come to the main city very much. These people dragged some ninjas and villagers from Nanmo village to buy gifts to help them bring back gifts. Those gifts were too many, but he had no choice but to hand them over to the village department, so he really didn't know what kind of preserves. "Yin, it's delicious," but he couldn't cool people's hearts. He nodded in praise. Advertisement along the way, all the people who met him bowed their heads and saluted. Some people beamed their eyes. Some people wanted to pounce on them, but they held back because they knew that they could not disturb him. They had everything to do with him every day and they could no longer cause trouble to him. NS. The situation of the people in this city is much better than it was a year ago. The Lord Wu Yuha has also issued a decree that no one can entangle Nanmo village chief Hyuga Blue Mo, otherwise he will be detained and served. I remember that more than a year ago, Hyuga Blue Mo didn't show up. It would inevitably cause riots. Even if he didn't take the streets, but just floated by in the air, many people would chase him as if they were crazy. In Nanmo, he is the idol of everyone, their savior, and a godlike existence. Sir Village Chief. Suddenly a girl appeared at the corner of the street. She was wearing a water blue dress, and she was quietly looking, holding a large bunch of lisianthus flowers, standing there, not blocking his way, and still keeping a certain position with him. The distance. "Master Village Head, I like you." The girl raised the flower in her hand with a shy face. After speaking, she bit her lip tightly, and her entire cheek turned into red apples. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Blue Mo stopped, and when he was considering how to answer the girl so that she would not hurt her heart, suddenly a gust of wind appeared in front of him. "Brother Mo, how do you come to the main city?" "Now? My mother is waiting for you. Go, follow me to the castle." It turned out to be Wu Qianling. Hyuga Blue Mo waved to everyone and took her to the castle. The girl held the lisianthus flower with a look of excitement. "I said it, I finally said it." In the castle, Hyuga Blue Mo saw Wu Yuha and explained his intentions and prepared to take Wu Qianling away. She refused to let him go. After a while, she took out 3 pieces of clothes. "These are all made by my own hands. I dare not use the most luxurious fabrics. Knowing that you like ordinary and comfortable materials, you use this. You try, does it fit?" Wu Yu didn't even deal with official duties, so he held his clothes and compared them. Hyuga Blue Mo slowed down, nodded, tried on the clothes. They were all suitable, the details were also done well, and the styles were in line with his mood. Along the way, Wu Qianling couldn't believe her ears. She sat on the boat and looked up at him. "Really? Are we really going to camp? And we will stay overnight outside? Just you and me?" Advertisement, since my 1-year term expires, you don't seem to have cried. He didn't wear the clothes she made for him before. After she thought about it, maybe the material she used was too good. The buttons were also inlaid with gems, and the embroidery on the hem also used gold and silver threads, which looked too overwhelming, luxurious, so he refused to wear it. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. She looked at Wu Qianling on one side and said, "Go, have fun." "I found one thing." Hyuga Lanmo looked down at Wu Qianling, her eyes sharp and energetic. "Yes." Wu Qianling sat down obediently, and then a smiling face collapsed. "You must know that you came to me for camping, so I just brought something in the castle. It's a pity." Wu Qianling on one side was stunned when he saw him, stepped forward and took his mother's hand, and looked up at him with a smile. "What are you in a daze? Don't try." This time, she changed the way of ordinary people. The buttons are wrapped in cloth by herself, and the clothes are made by herself stitch by stitch. The colors and styles are all ordinary types. "I hope you will like it this time." "Thanks, okay. Sit down," Hyuga Lanmo said. "Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running." Hyuga Lanmo stood there, looking at Wu Yu, who contrasted her clothes in front of her. She couldn't tell what she felt inside. "What's up?" Wu Yu all laughed. He had never been so touched by giving him clothes before. Now, looking at his expression, she couldn't express joy in her heart. She stepped forward and took his hand and said, "Don't be too tired for everything, although I know that ninjas are very strong, but you also have to pay attention to your body, you know." When Wu Qianling heard this, a pair of big watery eyes dodged slightly, but his eyes fell on her face, causing her heart to throb and bang, and in desperation, she had no choice but to confess. Hyuga Lanmo laughed, and reached out and flicked her forehead. "What do you think? The little girl is not big, she has a lot of ideas." Hinata Lanmo. Wu Qianling stood up with a look of anger. "I'm only 1 year younger than you, okay?" Chapter 191. They need a sense of belonging. "I'm sorry, I really can't do anything. After trying many tricks, I realized that you are most afraid of tears. In order to prevent you from leaving southern Mexico and being chased by those people, I can only do that." "I knew it." Hyuga Lanmo stretched out her hand and flicked her forehead. "It's really strange, are your women made of water? You cry and cry, scaring dead man. Besides, you don't need your mind to think about it. If I really want to go, who can keep it? Stupid." Wu Qianling was surprised. "You mean you stayed because of me?" "Yep. Then will you still marry me when you grow up?" "Will not, Brother Mo. The location of the picnic is on a high mountain 50 miles away on the south side of the island. It has beautiful scenery and beautiful scenery. It is close to the sea on one side and the mountain on the other. In addition to the 36 ninjas who have just been upgraded from the ninja school to the upper ninja level, who came out for the outing this time, there are also Wu Mang and the village's Granny Chen and Xiao Ming, who have been in charge of the village's house, and 2 of them came to gather together. Village doctors for medicinal materials and villagers in 4 or 5 villages. When everyone arrived, some helped to set up a tent to make a stove, and some went to the forest to help the doctor gather medicinal materials. Hyuga Lanmo stood on the top of the mountain, looking at the other side of the mountain. There was a tidal flat with a very wide range. "Grandma Chen, what shall we eat tonight?" Hong Lin asked. Among the 36 people, his results are the best and the results are also the strongest. On weekdays, Granny Chen and Xiao Ming took great care of these 36 people. When they were training outside the village in the morning, the 2 of them would push a trolley to bring them water and food, and visit them in the hospital in the afternoon. If the village chief is a horror of smiling, these 2 have always been good to them. Advertisement, Brother Honglin, this season's sea crabs are the most delicious, and there is a large quagmire over there. There must be a lot of crabs in it. Shall we go catch crabs? Xiao Ming said. Okay, let's help too. Several other ninjas raised their hands. Well, as long as you get it, I will make it for you. The condiments I brought are very complete, Granny Chen said happily. She also prepared a lot of other ingredients. This is a picnic for more than 50 people. She must work hard to make everyone eat well. When more than a dozen people came to the tidal flat, they discovered that their village chief, Hyuga Lanmo, was standing in the muddy tidal flat. He stood there facing the sea breeze, and the light of the setting sun was shining on him, as if covering him with a golden light on his body. My lord? Hong Lin called out. Hyuga Lanmo slowly turned around and looked at them with a smile on his lips. Several people on one side saw this scene and couldn't help but slap wittily. I don't know why, every time the village chief shows this smile, I am scared. Me too. The others nodded nervously. Catch the crab? There are holes over there, there must be goods in them, let's do it. Hyuga Lanmo leapt forward and landed in front of everyone, then carefully took off his new clothes and folded them on a clean tree trunk, but his feet didn't even touch the mud just now. He started with everyone, and soon everyone caught hundreds of crabs, and later, someone came to help, and 2 baskets full of crabs fell into their hands. Back at the camp, more than a dozen tents and setup were completed. Wu Mang hunted the game and cleaned it up, chopped it into meat, and boiled a big pot full. On the other hand, Granny Chen has already cooked dozens of dishes, such as vegetables, sea fish, and meat products. Wu Mang also brought 2 large barrels of rice wine, which he brewed some time ago, and he was reluctant to drink it on weekdays, but today he brought 2 large barrels. The crowd gathered around the fire, eating and drinking, not to mention being overjoyed. There were 2 villagers sitting next to Hyuga Lanmo, and the 3 of them were talking while eating and drinking. Advertisement, the autumn harvest is coming soon. I think this year's harvest is pretty good. Hyuga Lanmo turned his head and said to Brother Wu, who was aside. The other party nodded. Well, this year's grain harvest should be no problem, but other materials are still lacking. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. Xiao Ming had already handed over a plate of barbecue. My lord, eat meat. Okay. Looking at the meat on the plate, Hyuga Lanmo thought about the people of Nanmo. How many people hadn't gotten oil stars in a year? A new place, a new country, in order to protect itself, has implemented a policy of shutting down the country. It is also an island country with limited material. It is not enough to rely on only one waterway to maintain the flow of goods. No wonder many Sanran envy people who are jealous of the 5 ninja villages. Compared to equipment, materials, and geography, the 5 ninja villages are better than ordinary ninja villages. You have to find a way to increase more maritime transportation. Hyuga Lanmo lowered his head and took a sip of rice wine. Brother Wu on one side nodded. Yes, our seafood is rich, because the channel is locked and barriers are implemented. Many seafood can only remain in the sea, which cannot bring benefits to our people, but the past 2 years have been much stronger than before, and this is all due to the adults. No, everyone worked hard. Dang dang dang. Suddenly someone played the 2-string piano, accompanied by the sound of wooden sound, which had a special flavor. Let's dance. Wu Qianling suggested, stepping forward to hold Granny Chen, and then began to sing and dance. While Wu Mang saw it, he also joined the dance ranks. Xiao Ming pulled the ninjas up and everyone joined. The beautiful 2-string piano, the brisk dance steps, the delicious food, and the dreamlike stars in the sky create a happy night for everyone. Laughing, making noise, playing late into the night, everyone went to rest, night dreams. The next day, after everyone got up, after eating breakfast, after hearing Hyuga Lanmo's order, 36 ninjas were shocked. What? The village chief, you let us turn that large area of tidal flats over there into land for everyone to cultivate? Someone asked in disbelief. Yes. Although we are ninjas, the blades of the country, and the heroes who charge and fight, but I hope you are ordinary people after the heroes, who can understand the difficulty of life, and the people who know how to care for others. You have been here for 100 days. Regarding some situations in southern Mexico, I will not say, you can also see that the people need land, and they also need us, so I hope you can help them. No matter the file size of the task, you will spare no effort. Everyone looked at Hyuga Lanmo. He stood on the rock and was very close to them. Although he was only 12 or 13 years old, every word he said deeply touched everyone's heart. Chapter 192. A seemingly simple task. The reason why they followed him to South Mexico is because they have nothing to do with them. They are the same everywhere. As long as they have food, can live, and can be ninjas, they are willing to continue. And in their hearts, even though he was the village chief, he was an existence of both righteous and evil, as the outside world had said. Especially after these 3 months of torture, they were even more affirmed of their own ideas. But at this moment, his image in their hearts has slowly changed from the original black to white, which is not only mysterious, but also has a breath of fireworks in the world. On one side, Granny Chen and Big Brother Wu had smiles at the corners of their mouths. This job looked like farm work, but in fact it was not. It was a kind of precipitation of will and mood, and a kind of emotional sustenance and concern. If these people really regard South Mexico as their own country and Ninja Village as their own village, they will choose to accept this task and help the people. If not, the muddy tidal flats can only be used by them to catch crabs. A place for fun. In the big ninja village, ninjas have received missions from D level, C level, B level, and A level from childhood. They can go up a little bit to reach S level missions. There are definitely many ninjas who have never performed S level missions in their lives. But absolutely everyone has performed D level tasks, such as finding cats and dogs, delivering goods, walking foot escorts, harvesting autumn and planting the land. Although they used to be Sanin, they now have a ninja village, so they can do what others can do. My lord, I am willing to accept this task, Hong Lin said first. Others also raised their hands one after another. My lord, we are also willing. Nanmo village is our home, and we are willing to work hard for our hometown. Okay. In that case, what are you waiting for, Granny Chen? I'll leave the lunch to you at noon. Okay, no problem. In this way, Hyuga Lanmo took everyone to the western seaside, and everyone began to work. The village chief, I am a ninja of the earth escape. I first use the earth escape to change the landform and make a D*E, so that when the sea is high tide, it will not be poured into the tidal flat. I am also a soil escape ninja. All of a sudden, 6 or 7 ninjas stood up. Advertisement. Others have committed difficulties. Compared with the ninja, some people are not suitable for this kind of work. But what Hyuga Lanmo wants is not for everyone, but for everyone to participate. Sure enough, a water escape ninja raised his hand. I can too. No matter if I can do it, I want to help. I can do it, so can I. Everyone joined in. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. Okay, let's get to work. This tidal flat covers an area of 200 to 300 acres, and it is not a small project for these ninjas to turn this area into cultivated land. In the woods on the shore, Granny Chen and the people in the village are busy preparing food for these ninjas. Only by eating and drinking well can everyone have the energy to work. 3 days later, after everyone completed the tidal flat task, everyone returned to the village. After this collective labor, everyone felt a stronger sense of belonging to Nanmo village. Next, Hyuga Lanmo assigned positions to them, and 10 of them entered Lan Shangmen, his own secret department in the ninja world. On the surface, Lan Shangmen has disappeared with Root's death. In fact, it is not. Hyuga Lanmo just put aside all the things in Lan Shangmen and pushed all the merchandise operations of Lan Shangmen to Xinshang. Mission, that is the Sunny business group of East Secret Island. He wanted to build Lan Shangmen into a separate, hidden department that only belonged to the ninja world under his leadership. This department can not only carry out Anbu's investigation work, but also open up Nanmo Village's ninja mission in the outside world. 8 people entered the Anbi, 5 entered the ninja school for teaching, 2 entered the ninja hospital, 2 were assigned to Jinshi to assist in the administrative construction of the village, and 1 was in charge of the village library. The others followed Hongyan and went to the south, Mochung, to undertake tasks in the city. In the capital city of the country of Sichuan, Hyuga Lanmo led Lan Shangman with 10 new people on one of the most remote streets in the slums to the west. My lord, this is the only base left in the country of the river. Since you destroyed loot 4 months ago, all the bases in the country of the river have been abandoned. Only here is still someone taking care of it. By the side, Honglin opened the information in his hand and said. Hyuga Lanmo nodded. He hadn't taken care of Lan Shangmen for more than 4 months, and it was quite good for someone to insist on protecting a stronghold in the capital of the kingdom of Sichuan. Advertisement, go. Go and see. Yes, 11 people were walking on the street. Although they didn't wear Nanmo Village's forehead guards, their aura was so strong that people would know at a glance that they were a group of ninjas. A liar, an old B**************. D. He also said that he is an omnipotent high-level firm. Even those Sanran are better than you. I can see that you are a gang of liars. You can't even find a cat. Return me. The money, my old wife, pay the money, pay the money. Why should I pay the money? You found your cat, you lost it again, okay. That cat is not mine at all, you are arrogant, you can see clearly, my cat looks like this, what high-level office, it is simply a garbage office. In front of a dilapidated store on the corner of the street, 2 old women were arguing. Hyuga Lanmo passed by the 2 of them with 10 people around him. He didn't even look at it, but Honglin, who was walking beside Hyuga Lanmo, stopped, with a look of embarrassment on his face. My lord, according to the information, it is this. Everyone stopped. Hyuga Lanmo looked surprised, and looked back at a plaque hanging on the dilapidated concierge. Lan's high-level office. Are you sure it is here? Yes, my lord, return me the money. An old lady was furious, and she stepped forward and grabbed the hair of the opposite old lady, so the 2 scrambled together. Seeing this scene, Honglin looked embarrassed, coughed softly in his throat, and said, Aunt Li? Aunt Li? Finally, the 2 people rolling on the ground stopped their movements, and the old lady also left the scene after receiving compensation. A cold wind blew outside the window, and a piece of late autumn leaves fell from the tree. The room was very dark. The small window glass was broken. I don't know if it was because I didn't have the money to buy the glass, or because I didn't have the money to buy the glass, or to preserve the mystery. The windows were papered up. Stand up. Aunt Li stood in front of Hyuga Lanmo, lowered her head tightly. Her hair was messy and her face was bloodied by the old lady. She apologized. Sorry, I haven't had any income for 4 months. I couldn't help it anymore, so I hung up the sign and wanted to get some work. I used to be a forbearance. Now that I am older and neglected to practice, the chakras on my body are long gone. I don't want anything else, I just want to have a bowl. Eat, so adults, don't kill me just because I'm listed for business. I didn't use your name, it's really useless. Chapter 193 Price floats all the way. 3 months ago, in order to eliminate some scum in Lanxiamen, the organization did carry out a cleanup plan. Anyone who carried out activities again in the name of Hyuga Lanmo was completely wiped out. Therefore, Aunt Li was a little scared, afraid that she would become the next one. Victim. Okay, I won't kill you, Honglin, restart Lanxiamen, don't need to be listed for business, take over tasks in the name of Secret Door, remember that all tasks less than A-level tasks should not be used. The rewards for people, who has the highest price now, starting on the black market, we may be able to slowly open up the task gap. When Honglin heard this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his palms, he looked up at Hyuga Lanmo, and muttered softly. Hyuga Lanmo didn't hear clearly, frowned, why are you such a mother-in-law, speak louder. Yes, my lord, you are the most expensive person in the black market. You are worth 30 billion, and you are a wanted criminal with a special reward. As soon as this was said, everyone in the room was silent, and everyone lowered their heads, as if they were the embarrassing person. Hyuga Lanmo stunned and stood up. I knew I wouldn't kill those who pretended to be me. Otherwise, I would just find someone like me to exchange for the bounty. Wouldn't it be a big deal? Problems with money? Adults, fake people, people in the black market can tell at a glance that a batch of counterfeit goods have been killed internally before, and I have tried this method, but they have failed. The same is true, your price will rise again and again. Hyuga Lanmo took a deep breath and nodded. Anyway, start it all. You go to understand the situation of the black market, Gangfeng, assist Honglin, you all must listen to his orders, and the rest will go to various places. The capital contacted the stronghold and gathered all the information here. From now on, this is the central office. My only requirement is to find a way to survive, to lay the foundation for Nanmo Ninja Village in the ninja world, and to lay the influence. I will come over in 3 months to check and accept the situation. This is the startup capital. Please pay attention to yourself and act in a low-key manner. By the way, if you integrate the black market information, don't forget to let Hying bring it to me. Yes. After Hyuga Lanmo left a box of jewels, he left the capital of the country of Sichuan. And with the brilliance of that Aunt Li's face, who would have thought that the small and dark shop she was in turned out to be Lan Shangman's general stronghold. From now on, she can sit at the door and enjoy the sun without worrying about her livelihood. Advertisement. After leaving the country of Sichuan, Hyuga Lanmo quickly received the information brought by the Sea Eagle. In the black market, there are really many people who have been offered rewards. First of all, besides the first rank self, there is a country of fire. Guardian Ninja 12 Guardians, Rain Ninja Hanzo's right-hand assistant, Rain Ninja, and Renin from the 5 ninja villages, and some people with Deadman's grievances will also put the opponent's name on the reward list. The black market does not pay attention to benevolence, justice, and morality, let alone right and wrong. There is only one law that has not changed for 10,000 years, and that is money. Hyuga Blue Mo sat on the grass at the top of the mountain, looking at the pile of materials in front of him, slightly raised his head and looked towards the horizon. The black market doesn't pay attention to these, should he pay attention to it? Right and wrong, in the eyes of others, this kind of thing should be indistinguishable in his eyes, right? He is now the thorn in the flesh of the 5 major ninja villages, and the villain in many people's hearts. Will he take this villain to the end? Whether he is right or wrong, as long as the people on this list are all killed in exchange for money, wouldn't it be a pleasure? But, being a man has a bottom line, although he doesn't care if others call him a monster and become two, but he will retain the most basic bottom line of his life. Thinking of this, he opened the list and scanned his eyes one by one. Some of the lists were crossed out, some were left, and then after leaving a line, he handed the list to Hyang and asked it to be brought back to the convergence department. All the people who made the list are not in the hunting ranks of Lanxiangmen personnel, and for the names of the people left behind, the internal personnel of Lanxiangmen can select opponents according to their own ability, hunt them, and send them to the black market to repay the money. This is a business of licking blood on the edge of the knife. It is something that many ninja villages disdain to do. However, the ninjas in Nanmo village have no choice. In order to have food and eat, they can live and have their own foothold in the ninja world. They must make sacrifices. Except for those who crossed out, the people marked with red pen are my target. This is a line of words left by Hyuga Blue Mo on the material. In the central office of the slums of the kingdom of Sichuan, Honglin understood it after receiving the information returned by the village head, and soon integrated the list and posted the news to each base. Definitely, the content of each base is different. Yes, because everyone's goals are different, and 4 of the 5 people marked by Hyuga Blue Ink are not difficult to find. In just 1 month, he has killed 4 bounty characters until the 5th goal, the matter was stuck. Advertisement Yun Yen. The black market is offering a reward of 20 million. He is 28 years old this year. He used to be the leader of Yuyan village's Sanjiao Yu Hanzang. He was cautious and fierce, especially good at hidden assassinations. According to Lan Shangman's secret investigation, his current approximate location should be in the northern part of the country of Rain and the southern part of the country of Earth. Since Sanjiao Hanzo died in Akatsuki's hands, he absconded and left Yuyan village, concealing his whereabouts. And among the ninjas who followed him, there was a very well-known perception ninja named Fuju. If this person uses perception skills, he can feel the presence of a ninja within 30 miles. Yun Yen is a very cautious and cunning person. As long as a ninja appears at his location, he will never appear. For so many years, neither Akatsuki nor other bounty ninjas have caught him. And Hyuga Blue Mo had been in and out of his location many times, but there was no news. In desperation, he could only choose a circuitous path. Although he was a bit wronged, it would be nothing if he could successfully win the 5th goal, Rain Sticky. The mysterious country of Rain, a country that is always rainy, because it borders the 3 countries, its strategic position is very important. It used to be in war all the year round. It was only a few years ago that it slowly returned to calm with the end of the 3 world wars. The little rain was falling down. Hyuga Blue Ink mixed in some grain merchants, all the way to the north, to the land of the earth. These grain merchants were introduced by Cheng Da to help them. He only said that his family is in difficulties and his parents have forgotten, so follow along. Go to business and earn some money to make a living. The reason why he tried so hard to pretend to be an ordinary person to go to the land of the earth through the country of rain is because Hyuga Blue Mo wanted to use this method to paralyze the perception ninja around Yuzo, and then find him smoothly. Chapter 194 Bounty Ninja. In order to encounter this cunning loach, Hyuga Blue Mo also used a sealing technique to seal the chakra on his body, and dragged him into a caravan for reselling food and walking in the land of rain and land. Food, no matter when or where, is what everyone lacks most. Especially grain merchants in different countries, as long as they have a safe journey and ensure that the grain will not become moldy or deteriorated, they can sell them at a good price. And Hyuga Blue Mo mixed into the caravan. There is only one hope, that is, to meet Yun Yen on this trip. Hey, can you guys use some strength? This mountain road is not easy to walk. You are so slow. Are you responsible for the delay in delivery time? Hurry up. Give me a quick push. The name of the speaker was Chen Mazi, an acting captain. He heard that the original captain was injured, and he was entrusted with this shipment. This man was despicable and shameless. When he met someone who was more capable than himself, he slapped his horse and slit his beard and treated the caravan. The people who work hard in the middle of the world are showing off their power and wanting to step on the ground and stomp 3 feet. Along the way, the people in the caravan endured anger and did not share his general knowledge. After walking for many days, everyone finally left the rainy area of the country of rain and set off towards the border of the country of soil. The Bailing Pass was in front of it. From a distance, these people could see several high mountains blocking the way, waiting for those close to the pass. At that time, I met a ninja who was stationed at the gate of the land of the country. After checking the goods in the pass, everyone passed the gate. Going all the way to the north and then to the west, the people's livelihood is getting worse and worse. Although the mountains here are much flatter than Bailing Pass, and there is a lot of arable land, although the soil is not as fertile as the country of fire, it is already suitable for farming compared to the neighboring forests in the northern part of the country of earth and the thousands of miles of desert in the country of wind, place. However, the land here is barren, and occasionally I encounter a small village with only a few people, and they are all left behind old people, all hungry and skinny. When the caravan appears, they kneel on the side of the road, constantly begging. Excuse me, is there a ninja here? We are willing to give it all, please save us. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo asked, Master, why are you looking for a ninja? I need a ninja to go to Yanyan village? Advertisement, we can't walk, are there ninjas in your team? Snapped. Just when Hyuga Lanmo asked, Chen Mazi rushed up, swung his whip and drew towards Hyuga Lanmo. Hole, who told you to talk to them, don't talk to them, you are impatient, right? If you want to die, I will fulfill you now, lest you hurt everyone. After saying this, the several adults in front all turned to look back at Chen Mazi, a bit of anger in their eyes. Da Zhuang blocked Chen Mazi's whip, constantly saying good things. The captain calms down, rest assured, I will definitely talk about him, we will definitely not make trouble, don't be angry, this is for the captain. In the past 2 days, Chen Mazi always troubled Hyuga Lanmo, and sometimes deliberately asked him to borrow money, meaning that he had to give him gifts to stay in the caravan. After being rejected many times, he made things difficult for him. With that said, Da Zhuang actually handed something wrapped in a handkerchief over. Chen Mazi snorted coldly, reached out and took it, and opened it. There was a smile on his face. It was a pair of heavy silver bracelets, even though they were female. The style, but fortunately it is thick and big, which can exchange some money. On the way, Da Zhuang did not take care of Hyuga Lanmo, but at the moment, he actually gave gifts to the B************* D instead of himself, which was a bit too much. What are you doing? You don't need to worry about my business. Hyuga Lanmo reached out to grab the bracelet, but was caught by Da Zhuang. Can you calm down? It's so easy for people to live in this world. You look up at everyone, who is not working hard to live, so I beg you, can you be a little bit sensible? Da Zhuang shook off Hyuga Lanmo, turned and followed the carriage. Chen Mazi laughed, staring at Hyuga Lanmo with a pair of eyes. That's right, I know something, everyone is better off. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo was angry, and went to find Da Zhuang. Although he sealed his chakra, it did not mean that he could be bullied. He came to him and grabbed his collar. You why bother with me? I can solve my own problems. I don't care about you, why did you die? Besides, where is this place? North of Bailing Pass, where bandits are infested, nothing else. If Chen Mazi throws you here alone, you will have a dead end. 1. Don't you see those villages? Why don't you cultivate the land well? And the young people ran away, because the place is not level. Why do the old people look for ninjas? They just want to clean up the bandits, but who cares about it? Besides, those people are very ghostly. There are ninjas here, and they hide without a trace. When there are no ninjas, they will come out to harm the caravan and the people. Who do you think you can beat as a 13 or 14-year-old child? Who can you keep? Da Zhuang roared loudly. When the people in the front team saw this scene, they all curled their lips and didn't say anything. Only Chen Mazi laughed. Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly, looked at the boy who was 1 head taller than him, and sneered. Don't make yourself a joke. After speaking, he turned and left, gritting his teeth aggressively. Don't know what is good or bad, I'm not doing it for your own good. Hyuga Lanmo didn't reply, he knew he was doing it for his own good, but he didn't need this kind of way to please the villain. That night, the caravan found an abandoned small village and sailed down. Finally, they no longer need to spend the night in the wild. At night, everyone unloaded the cart with the goods from the horseback and put it in a room. The horses were locked in an abandoned sheep pen on the other side. Except for the night watchman, everyone crowded in one room and closed it. I rest. Give you back. Hyuga Lanmo, who was sleeping in the corner, threw a pair of bracelets in front of Da Zhuang, and whispered. I am not a hypocritical person. I am not used to Chen Mazi because I have the capital, so don't underestimate me. Hyuga Lanmo's voice is very low, Da Zhuang can hear clearly. He puts the bracelet away, and apologizes softly. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult you during the day, but I have been with the caravan for 4 years and know what Chen Mazi is like. People, many children died in his hands over the years, and I don't want you to become the next one. He spoke in a very low voice, as if he was afraid that others would hear it. Chapter 195. Finally appeared. Hyuga Lanmo gave a good, and asked softly again. Since there are bandits in the vicinity, why doesn't the caravan seek protection from ninjas? If there are ninjas in the team, those bad guys will definitely not dare to mess around. If you have ninjas, you will die faster. Besides, the price of hiring ninjas is high. Our caravan has more than a dozen carts of food delivered to the arid area in the middle of the country. It can be sold at twice the price. But if you hire ninjas, for a ninja in a group of 3, the money earned is not enough for the ninja, but you can rest assured that Chen Mazi has a way. If you really run into a bandit, we can make a confession. Offer? Well, it's just to pay some passing money, 200 yuan for a car. These 3,000 yuan should be enough. Along the way, you can almost meet 3 waves of bandits. 10,000 yuan can solve the problem. Da Zhuang has long been used to seeing it. These, said softly. Hyuga Lanmo nodded slightly, remembering something suddenly, took out a portrait, and handed it to him. You look at the moonlight, have you seen this person? Above the portrait, it is Yuyan Village Rebel Shinobu, a supporter of Sancho Fish Hanzo, who is good at rain ninja, who is good at water and soil ninjutsu. He is hiding in this generation. No one knows where, maybe the people in the caravan can have some news. This person is easy to recognize. There is a scar on his face, so anyone who has seen him will remember it. This person seems to have seen. Da Zhuang looked at the portrait and was thinking. The paper in his hand was snatched out. Chen Mazi looked at the portrait of U9, and dragged Hyuga Lanmo out of the bed. UB asterisk 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 D, I think you have a problem. Sure enough, what are you doing with this portrait? What do you want to do? Die everyone? You know that the people who sell the goods can be nosy. You even brought their portraits. You don't want to die by yourself, don't drag us to pay you back. Hyuga Lanmo frowned. He looked at Chen Mazi in front of him without any explanation. Get up, we leave here quickly. You wait, I have to hand you over to the bandit, let you be nosy. When everyone heard this, they quickly got up, and Da Zhuang on one side stepped forward and said, Captain, this matter shouldn't be that serious, right? Besides, it's all trivial. How can we hand people over to the bandits? It's not necessary. Mo's life? What do you know? Why don't we ask for ninja escorts this way? Why are we careful after passing Bailing Pass? It's because of the bandit. This man has a portrait of the bandit leader. Can I not be nervous? Live. This time I don't need me to deal with him. Naturally someone will make him worse than dead. Advertisement. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, his eyes lit up, and sure enough, did Chen Mazi know where the rain was stuck? Chen Mazi was still yelling. The caravan came forward to persuade him, saying that he shouldn't be endless for this little thing, but he just didn't listen, and yelled loudly, I'm going to take this kid today. I see who of you dared to stop. In a word, everyone did not move. They were running business in the Shangyang commercial group. It was still the job they had finally found. If they offend Chen Mazi and return to the commercial group, he will add more energy and jealousy to open them, and the gain will not be worth the loss. Seeing him anxiously, Hyuga Lanmo laughed. You take me? How do you take it? Kill me. I tell you, I can enter the caravan, but there are people. Don't let my friend see that I didn't go back then and take you. Just ask. As soon as he said this, Chen Mazi gradually calmed down. He looked at Hyuga Lanmo in front of him with his eyes rolling, and suddenly he laughed. Don't worry, I won't make you embarrassed. Everyone is ready. Let's go. Chen Mazi, who was still noisy and wanted to entangle to the end, let go of Hyuga Lanmo in this way, and everyone did not rest well, and went on the road again. In the next 2 days, Chen Mazi didn't bother him again. Although the mountain roads were not easy to walk, they were much better than the muddy roads in the land of rain. And wherever they reached, it was deserted, and the villages they visited were also unpopulated. Only a few solitary earthen houses stood in the autumn wind. Finally, everyone reached the threshold set by the first bandit. Chen Mazi personally negotiated. In addition to giving more than 3,000 yuan to pass, he even gave the robbed portrait to the bandit. He pointed to Hyuga Lanmo in the caravan and said something with laughter. I started this road, and I planted this tree. If you want to cross this road, leave the road to buy money. If everyone passes the third pass, then the entire caravan is safe, and the most problematic is between the second pass and the third pass. Everyone was very nervous. Although they paid for the passing money, the bandit was out of sight and thoughtless. Who knows if they will go back in the next second and take away all the people and goods in this team? The northern part of Bailing Pass belongs to the territory of the Land of the Earth, and bandits in a radius of hundreds of miles are rampant. Although the Land of the Earth has sent people to destroy the bandits, they seem to know the situation. Every time a ninja appears in this area, will not come out. Advertisement. Suddenly, a group of people rushed down from the mountain, and the head of the person was holding a big knife in his hand with a fierce look. He was surrounded by more than 100 people, each holding a weapon. In an instant, many bandits surrounded these people. Stand up. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. If I guess right, the 3 passes should be said by a bandit, right? Da Zhuang scratched his head. I don't know, I have been with the caravan for 2 years, and I haven't heard that they are a family. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the bandits ahead, carefully identifying everyone present. Yuji was not among them. When Da Zhuang saw this scene, his whole body was trembling with fright, while the bandits laughed, as if admiring everyone's scared expressions. At the second pass, it was obvious that the number of bandits had increased, and some of them looked coldly at Hyuga Lanmo in the convoy passing in front of them, and sneered at him with white neck actions. Da Zhuang clenched his fists, looked back at Hyuga Lanmo, and said, Amo, I'm afraid your road will be difficult to follow next. What do you think he did? The sky darkened, and the caravan entered the Dahuling generation. Everyone carefully looked at the mountain ridges on both sides, praying for a safe journey through this place. After the ninja disappeared, they came out to harm the local people again, so that it is now like this. There are no people in Bailey. Even if there are people in some villages, there are some left behind old people who refuse to give up. But Hyuga Lanmo prayed in his heart. They hurriedly started, and then he would know if Yuzhan was in their nest. The caravan's vehicles creaked on the mountain road, all the way to the north, and there was not even a person to speak on the road. It must be a family. Others don't know. The old man in the caravan and Chen Mazi must know it. All the dazzling negotiations were seen in the eyes of everyone. Chapter 196. The horses screamed through the night sky, the torches were burning, and everyone in the caravan looked around nervously with their weapons. There was a wailing in Da Zhuang's heart, and he knew that when Chen Mazi was negotiating with those people, he betrayed Amo. Otherwise, after 2 years of business roads, why suddenly these bandits surrounded them? They have smashed enough wool and are ready to kill them. Who's Amo? Come out and meet someone. The bandit in the lead yelled, with a beard covering his cheeks, and a pair of copper bell eyes looked fierce against the torch. It's him, my lord, here is the man. Chen Mazi turned and ran to the back of the convoy. He was about to catch Hyuga Lanmo, but he didn't want the opponent to escape and kicked him on the chest. Superior. Chen Mazi was kicked upside down, and shouted loudly, "Smelly boy, you are impatient to live, these heroes are here today, you still dare to do it, I must let them kill you. My lord, kill him, or if he sells your news to Yanyan village or Yuyan village, you are in danger," Chen Mazi shouted loudly. The rest of the caravan cursed in their hearts, this be asterisk 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 d, if you were not busy, could the caravan be trapped? Ha ha ha. I will definitely kill people, but, you guys, don't even think about leaving. I have counted these goods and they're worth more than 200,000 yuan. If you count horses, they can be worth more than 300,000 yuan, which is just enough. Our buddies are spending this month, young ones, get them all up to the mountain. As soon as this remark came out, Chen Mazi got confused, got up quickly, and stepped forward to persuade. Big brother, you can't help but say credit. We said before, you help me get rid of that kid, and I will give you a confession in the future. At that time, I gave you 1,000 yuan more. You promised me, boss, you can't stop my caravan. The people from the Xiangyang business group will not let my young and old go. My family will point me to earn money. Money supports the family. F***KU. I'll count on Lao Su to kill you for $1,000? Do you think Lao Su is asking for a meal? If you don't honor a few dollars when you pass the road, who I know you are, come and arrest them all, NS. Numerous bandits started to do it, and the caravan personnel also started to do it. The people on the two sides became one, and in an instant, someone was injured at the scene. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Blue Mo exclaimed. Leave the green hills without worrying about no firewood. Dear brothers and uncles who run trade routes, don't fight against the bandits. Isn't it just a loss of some goods? NS. Advertisement. His goal is to reign stick, and among the more than 100 people, he does not exist at all, and he can't hold the caravan's people back. Since Yushinren is not here, as long as they don't resist, they will definitely be plundered by these bandits, so why bother struggling and pushing the boat along the river? Wouldn't it be right in his arms? When the others heard this, they wanted to resist, but where was the opponent of the bandit? Soon, except for 2 people were injured, everyone was captured by the bandit. And the one that Chen Mazi was crying was sad, and his mouth was constantly muttering. Obviously, it's okay. Only catch that B asterisk 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 D. As a result, you actually intercepted our caravan. You were your own way of cutting your money, except for our Xiangyang Shang. Outside of the group's business, no one takes this route at all. We give you hundreds of thousands of tolls a year, but you hijacked us. Where can I get this money in the future? A caravan passed by here, and you won't get any money. A asterisk hole, tell you to nag. The fierce man stepped forward and slapped Chen Mazi's face. In an instant, his nose and mouth were bleeding, 2 teeth fell, and half of his face turned purple. Wow! He burst into tears. The goods were robbed, everyone was tied up, and the bandits tied everyone to a rope and dragged everyone up the mountain. After passing through a hill, passing a forest, and then passing through a long narrow cave, after passing a few levels, there is a valley in front of everyone, and this valley is the nest of the bandits. Winding around, the crowd descended from the exit of the cave halfway to the valley below. In the valley, the lights were brightly lit, and groups of shabby and scrawny people stood on both sides of the road, watching the caravans dragged into the valley by the bandits with sad expressions on their faces. These were barefoot and dirty, with messy hair on their heads, and there was a bit of numbness in their eyes. The cottage is huge, and it took more than half an hour to walk from this end to the other side of the cliff. Along the way, there are all the kind of people who are dressed in tattered clothes. They look at them like they used to look at themselves. Advertisement. And those bandits, with big waists and round waists, with fierce faces on their faces, waved their whips at the crowds on both sides. What are you looking at? Go back to sleep, and you will start work tomorrow. Go, go. Although the whip fell from the horse's back at once, the people at the scene did not leave, but someone avoided the whip and moved. Everyone watched everyone in the caravan pass the street and walk directly to the cliff. 30 or 40 people in the caravan were taken into the cave, pushing and shoving them to kneel down. Chen Mazi was still crying, but at the moment, he didn't dare to speak anymore. The cry was in his throat, and he was a little breathless when he was choked. Brother, we are back. We have brought all of them into the stockade this time. Even the slightest negligence, we won't let him happen. So, brother, don't worry. On the high seat, a thin man sat in the position. He was wearing a gray robe, and a gloomy feeling filled his body. A woman stood beside him, wearing an orange dress. At this moment, she looked pale, as if she had been seriously ill, lowered her head slightly, and said a few words in the ear of the thin man. I didn't feel the existence of chakra, these people are ordinary people. The other party nodded, kill them all, it's useless to keep them. Brother, these 40 people, it's better to leave them to do farm work. The orchard in the mountain will be picked in a few days. It's just when people are used. Li Anshenbeard, who swept them into the valley, said. They are outsiders, it is impossible to let them stay here. Second child, don't forget, what is the purpose of our cottage for so many years? The thin man looked at the man in front of him coldly. Be cautious and never let any potential danger that might destroy us. Brother, I was negligent. Come here, take them all down, kill them all. If I knew that the cottage could not use these people, I was there at the time. Just get rid of these people, why do you still have to do this? Lien Pian's beard was annoyed, and he walked out with the knife. Chapter 197. The voice of expectation appears. Don't kill me. I am willing to follow the boss. I am willing to give you all my savings. Don't kill me, I beg you, save my life. Chen Mazi started crying again. He really regretted it. If he hadn't told the man named Amo had brought the portrait, the bandit would not trouble them. Everyone was dissatisfied, but they were still dragged out by others. Outside the cave, there is a small square. At the moment, the place is brightly lit and surrounded by bandits. They have bright weapons on, and shouting, "Kill them, kill them." Everyone was so frightened that their legs were weak, and some of the young children in the caravan couldn't help crying, and the Chen Mazi actually knelt on the ground, constantly kowtowed to the bandit, for fear that it would be him who would die in the next second. Execution. Lien P and Beard shouted loudly. Everyone was crushed and knelt on the ground. Hand up and down. Hey! Just as the scimitar was falling, a loud noise fell from the sky and hid the cave. Immediately afterwards, countless shurikens were thrown over in the darkness, and there was a clanging sound. All the scimitars in the hands of the bandits who executed the execution were hit, and bursts of sparks splashed in the dark night. Someone saved them. Among the poor outside the small square, no one yelled excitedly, and everyone screamed. Someone is coming to save us. In the dark night, there was chaos. Seeing that the boss's cave was blown up, the bandits all rushed to the rescue, but in the small square, everyone who was forced to kneel on the ground was slightly relieved, and they looked for rescue. People who lost their own. Who moved the hand? Have you seen it? Someone asked. Da Zhuang looked around with a look of surprise. I didn't see it, but where did Amo go? Since I entered this cottage, I haven't seen him. Amo. Advertisement. He was afraid that he was already in danger, and cried out loudly. I'm here, don't worry, I'm fine. In the dark night, a young man appeared in front of everyone, and he strode forward, all relaxed. Are you okay? Da Zhuang asked. It's okay. Hyuga Blue Mo waved his hand. Go over there and wait, I'll take care of it here. You be asterisk. D. Chen Mazi saw this scene and just wanted to curse. The caravan uncle on one side went up and gave him a punch. Shut up, and dare to spray dung with your mouth. I will kill you now. If it weren't for you, how could we be here? You scumbag, I really don't know why the captain chose you as the acting leader. I really want to beat you to death. When other people heard this, they accused Chen Mazi, and then everyone stepped aside. In the small square, the bandits came up, and the entrance of the cave had been cleared out, and the thin man and the thin yellow woman had walked out of the cave. There just reigned sticky and perception ninja Fuju. When they heard the explosion before, they were ready to flee, but they didn't expect that the secret road had been blown up, and Hushan was also put on a charm to seal chakra. It was impossible for them to leave here with the use of earthen hermetic technique. Now there is only one way, and that is head-on confrontation. Big brother, I'm really sorry. I have used the perception technique to its fullest extent before. I really didn't find any ninja among these people. I didn't expect them to get in. Fuju had long yellow hair, slightly lowered his head to explain, and his face was full. It's an expression of guilt. Yuji, the black market price is 20 million. Hyuga Blue Mo looked at the two people who appeared in front of him and said. Yun Yen did not answer, but just glanced at the Fuju on one side. The other party knew what he meant, and replied softly. He is the only one, and chakra's possession level is higher than Jongren. The caravan behind Hyuga Blue Mo heard this with a look of surprise. Someone sighed softly, is he a ninja? And Chen Mazi coldly snorted. What about ninjas? It's just a ninja. There are many ninjas in this cottage. Indeed, there are at least 24 ninjas here. They used to rule Yuyan village with Sancho Fish Hanzo. Later, Sancho Fish Hanzo was killed by Akatsuki. The remaining 1,000 people followed Yenyi and continued with Nagato. People deal with each other, but they don't want to be in a short period of 6 months. There are more than 3,000 people and only the last 20 people are left. In order to survive, they finally chose to give up. These people fled the country of rain, became incognito in the southern part of the country of earth, and became bandits. Advertisement turning around again, slices of transparent ice escape mirrors were erected around the small square, separating the bandits surrounding the square from the oppressed and unruly ordinary people. But what they didn't expect was that a cautious one actually included a ninja. 20 ninjas surrounded Hyuga's blue ink group. Yun Yen looked at him vigilantly, and said, kill him. Even if it is a Zhang Ren, he will never allow such omissions here. Today, he will do away with this person anyway. Hyuga Blue Mo threw off the cloak on his body, turned around, and all the air shurikens fell into his cloak, falling to the ground. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. 2 Dun covered it, and he soared into the air, which was also a 2 Dun, directly smashing the ninja who used the 2 Dun. Go to hell. And this place with a radius of more than 100 miles became their site. The local people were killed by them, caught by them, and fled. All the towns and villages were empty and the land was barren. In the cold wind, there was a rustle all around, and the shuriken appeared in the dark in the wind, turning around. The fire flickered in the ice mirror, and everyone was still wondering what ninjutsu it was. 20 people rushed up. Hyuga Blue Mo stood there, with a strong figure. A chakra shockwave burst out, and the 24 people who rushed up at the scene were knocked down. These bandits are particularly cunning. Among them, there are as many as 3 perception ninjas. The most famous is the Rotten Orange who follows Yuji. The people in this cottage were all captured by them and used to grow food crops, and then after the harvest, they sold money for the bandits to enjoy, but the people didn't even have enough to eat. He doesn't ask the other person's name or source, he only needs one result, that is, this person must die. Every time they attack, they must first send investigators to conduct preliminary investigations, and then let perception ninjas feel everything around them, let alone ninjas. Even if a samurai appears, they will stop their actions. Under the flash of fire, the rotating shuriken was tinged with a faint blue color. It was obvious that this was a hidden weapon quenched with poison. Because of their cautious style, they have been safe and sound in these years, and the den of thieves has grown bigger and bigger. Chapter 198 Xiao Nan organizes Xiaonan. I saw the bright blood red against the yellow-red flame, and then, layers of human blood were sprinkled on the ice mirror. Someone died. Some bandits were stabbed to death on the spot by the opponent's ice thorns before they realized what had happened. Some people clearly saw the blood in the mirror, but did not see the corpse appearing, let alone the young man. At this time, ordinary bandits had no ability to fight back in front of Bing Dun. In just 10 seconds, after the Bing Dun ice mirror disappeared, the small square was already filled with the corpses of the bandits. Although the 24 ninjas were still insisting, there were wounds all over their bodies, one by one. It was crumbling, as if it was about to die. Bing Dun disappeared, and the people around, seeing the scene inside, made a roar of surprise. Some even knelt on the ground and knocked their heads. Please, kill them, kill them. At the beginning, the roar sound was still a few people, and in a flash, it became the shout of everyone. It was oppressed resistance, it was everyone's roar rescue, everyone's plea, and the most true and urgent cry of the people who had been troubled by these bandits for a long time. The people in the caravan were dumbfounded. It was the first time they encountered this situation. First of all, the ability of the person named Amo was enough to surprise them. They didn't expect these people to be so excited. Kill them, kill them. The shouts resounded across the valley, echoing in bursts. In the night sky, a black figure floated by. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly and looked up. Suddenly countless papers fell from the sky, and when they were about to fall on the ground, they instantly turned into countless sharp knife-like weapons and shot them at the more than 20 ninjas standing on the corpse. Puff puff, the paper passed through the human body, and the more than 20 people sprayed blood on the spot, and fell to pieces on the pile of corpses. A figure appeared on top of the dead body. She had light blue hair, a bald head was erected on her head, a purple paper speech was inserted on one side, a pair of orange eyes, and her mouth was cold in the coal. There is a lip stud at the bottom, a red cloud black costume, and it is Angel Xiaonan from the Xiao organization. At this moment, she stood on the corpse like a hell ruksha, and her eyes slowly shifted from the opposite Yuji, and landed on the long-haired boy on one side. She looked at him differently, lowered her eyebrows for a moment, did not speak, and turned to look at the opposite side. Yu Nian, today is your death date. After she finished speaking, she sprinted, the paper in her hand appeared, and she attacked the opposite Yuji. Advertisement Yu sticks a sneaking body, and suddenly disappears, and the rotten orange beside him stands in front of Xiao Nan. Don't kill my big brother, kill me if you want to kill. Xiao Nan hardly had any hesitation, as he commanded his hands, the paper gathered together, turned into a spear, and passed through Fuju's body. Fuju died, and her eyes were still open when she fell to the ground. Hyuga Lanmo was surprised. This is going to cut it, stop it, I'm halfway through the fight, where did you come out? Why should I give people to you? He stepped up and chased him. Xiao Nan looked back coldly, fingers stretched out, and thousands of papers around him pounced towards Hyuga Lanmo. If these things touch his body, they will stick to him. Wrap him in layers until he suffocates to death. Paper dance is Xiaonan's best ninjutsu. This type of ninjutsu is not the blood succession limit, but it is stronger than the ordinary blood succession limit ability. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Hyuga Lanmo used Huo Dun to burn the paper in front of him, and a bang bang sounded. These papers were also mixed with explosive symbols. He rushed up, fast, and then he crashed into the cliff. Everyone was stunned. He actually hit the mountain desperately to catch the bandits? But in the next second, under the torch, where is the young boy? He has used the rock hiding technique to enter the mountain. Soil escape, water sticking technique. In the mountains, a strange sound sounded. Hyuga Lanmo looked back, but didn't want all the places around her body to become muddy cement. He struggled hard and couldn't break free from this sticky cement. If it weren't for the protection of chakras around him, I'm afraid he would have been grouted by these cements. ****. Hyuga Lanmo cursed in his heart. No wonder this man was called Yu Nian, who knew this kind of ninjutsu. As the surrounding mountain stones absorb the moisture in the mud, the cement-like mud becomes more and more viscous, as if it is about to solidify. If this continues, he will die here. If at the moment uses a different space to transfer, all the mud close to him will also be sucked into the different space. Advertisement then, he can only fight hard. The mountains absorb water quickly, and in just a few seconds, the mud has begun to dry out. The huge amounts of laser shot out from the palm of the right hand and rushed upwards, splitting the entire mountain in half. Yuji's abdomen was penetrated by the laser. He twisted his brows, turned around, and dived into the soil. He used Lan Dun again, and the huge laser beam fell from the sky, single and direct, and smashed into the rain's sticky hiding place. He condensed the whole body of chakra, using his fingers to crush all the cement in the palm of his hand. He printed, Lan Dun, with one hand. And the second generation water shadow and water lantern, water escape, oily, can very well turn the water quality into oil, which is against Gara sand, magnetic escape iron sand, magnetic escape sand, and Xiaonan paper the best weapon. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The disadvantage of paper dance is that it is afraid of oil. If the paper is stained with oil, then Xiao Nan will not be able to easily retract them. Hyuga Lanmo dodges and uses Huo Dun again to attack the opponent. Before, he wanted to catch him personally, but now it seems that he doesn't need it at all. Hyuga Lanmo descended from the sky, landed on his palm, and shouted loudly, the power of Mu Dun. It would be great if he could replicate the ability of the second generation Shuiying, and it would be easier to deal with Xiaonan now. In the darkness, Xiao Nan wore a pair of paper wings and rushed down. The paper in her hand began to change shape with her thoughts, and rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo. In an instant, Hyuga Lanmo went up and down, 300 feet below. Yuji was already trapped by Mu Dun, and he couldn't get up, nor could he escape. It's a pity that Shui Lantern Wanyue is already dead, and if you want to see him, you can only wait until the dirty earth reincarnates to see his corpse. Hyuga Lanmo's body can no longer move. At the moment, his body is as if there is a whole mountain pressing on him, his fingers are sealed in cement, and there is no way to unlock them. Hyuga Lanmo jumped up from the mountain, the mirror image perception appeared in his mind, and Yuji hid in the mountain. It really is a cunning and cautious loach. Water escape, water dragon bomb. Chapter 199 Paper Dance. Huge amounts of Shui Dun appeared, and attacked Xiao Nan on the opposite side. Xiao Nan dodged and avoided the paper dance. After a short while, Shui Dun fell and smashed onto the ground and turned into ice lumps. Looking at the ground again, there is no trace of the young man. Where did it go? Xiao Nan looked around differently, but was thinking about the way to deal with each other. Is this person Zhang Ren? It is absolutely impossible. There are two powerful fire escapes, water escapes, earth escapes, haze escapes, and ice escapes. There are two types of blood succession limits alone. In this ninja world, who can reach this level? Suddenly Xiao Nan's eyes widened, and a person appeared in her mind. Although she had never seen him, she had heard of his name a long time ago. Hyuga Lanmo. Is it him? Just when she was strange, a cold wind fell from the sky and rushed towards her. She dodged, but didn't want another figure to rush again, and it was accompanied by the burning of Huo Dun. Paper dance. Countless papers flew out. After approaching the flames, several of the explosion symbols made a violent sound, rumbling, and the sound of explosions echoed in the valley at night. In the next second, Xiao Nan's movements stopped, because she activated the sneak attack method. A few pieces of paper had sneaked into the boy's back, the huge amounts of explosions sounded again, and he was hit. But in the next second, there was a tang sound, and a puff of white smoke disappeared from the scene. It turned out to be a shadow duplication. Xiao Nan turned around again, a crystal escape appeared, and she was trapped in the crystal escape in a blink of an eye. And her eyes were looking at the top of her head, and the young man was floating there, like a god. She had never noticed it. The paper wings lost their function. She was wrapped in Jingdan. She was heavy and smashed towards the ground. If Jingdan was broken on the ground, what about her? Will it also be torn apart? Xiao Nan's face was as cold as ice, with a stubborn face. Is she going to die soon? From the air to the ground, she should have landed in 2 seconds, but after 10 seconds, she still didn't feel anything. And the sound of shattering did not appear, nor did the pain of splitting come. Advertisement. Suddenly Jing Dun turned around, and she saw the young man standing behind her, hugging herself. He was standing on the ground, holding huge amounts of Jing Dun in his arms, looking at him for an instant. What I said, that is my goal. Although I can guess who issued the reward announcement on the black market in my heart, it is mine and I will not let you move him. Bye. After finishing speaking, Hyuga Lanmo gently placed her on the ground, and then snapped a finger. With the sound of his fingers, with a pop, all the Jingdan that had wrapped Xiao Nan shattered, and she was intact. Xiao Nan looked at the young man in front of him and spoke to him for the first time. You don't think you let me go, I will let you go? After speaking, the paper Kumo appeared in her hand, pierced the opposite Hyuga Lanmo, and entered his body. He stood there, just looking at her like that. After a while, there was a bang, a puff of white smoke, the characters disappeared, and there was another shadow duplication. Looking at the scene again, there are still Hyuga Lanmo and the figure of Yuji. At a gold exchange in a small town in the land of the earth, Hyuga Lanmo threw the rain stick on the ground, and the other party struggled hard, but couldn't break the white cloth bag that sealed the chakra. The receptionist on one side saw this scene with a look of surprise. Well, why is this still alive? During the year, most of the people offering rewards were dead bodies, which were then placed in the freezer of frozen corpses, waiting for Party A's people to inspect the goods, but this time it turned out to be alive. What's the matter with life and death? Is the price higher? At this moment, Hyuga Lanmo is more concerned about money. No, it's mainly trouble. If this ran away, wouldn't we be blamed? Stop talking nonsense, just like this to the person who offered the reward. I believe they prefer him who is alive in public trial. Hyuga Lanmo said, then knocked on the table, pay for. The man went in to get the money. Yuji's mouth was sealed, and he couldn't speak. Public trial. Yun Yan's eyes tangled. Who is this boy? The outside world didn't know about the death of Sancho Fish in Rainy Country. Even Konohazanbi could not investigate the matter. How could he know that he would be tried in public regardless of life or death? Hyuga Lanmo took the money, turned and walked out. Advertisement. After the connection point, Hyuga Lanmo walked on the street. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on him, pulling his figure very long. At this point, all 5 reward targets have been completed. Hyuga Lanmo found a nearby hotel, took a good bath, and slept beautifully. The next day I started to deal with some official duties brought by Seahawks, most of which came from the Lanxiao men. The current Lanxiao men is different from the time it was under the management of East Secret Island Route. It used to be scammed, business products, and what happened? Do it all. Now he is separated from the Xiangyang business group, and everything has to be restarted. Although he doesn't have to worry about a lot of things, some things will still be carried out after he asks for his opinions and asks him to sign. I don't know if Pain, who leads Akatsuki's organization, is also so busy. but if it is him, haha. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the text on the note and couldn't help but laugh. He could even imagine Pain dealing with the official business of the village Kazuo Akatsuki, using the eyes of reincarnation and the 6 ways to make a contribution. Each person reads 1 copy. Documents, speed review, all signed, finished. Thinking of this, his heart was slightly balanced. Everyone should have lived like this. After dealing with these matters, he walked out of the hotel and went to the nearby street to buy some special agents from the country of soil to Wu Qianling. When he left, he didn't say goodbye to her. Don't cry for the little girl. When he entered a store, he first bought 2 plush toys, then went to another grain store and bought some sugar rice flours when he was about to leave. Suddenly several people screamed, "Amo, it's really you, Amo, why are you here?" The voice was Da Zhuang. Hyuga Lanmo looked back, and sure enough, Da Zhuang and a few caravans were unloading goods, while Chen Mazi was standing on one side. He was holding paper and pen in his hand, as if he was counting the quantity of goods, waiting for him. After seeing him, I was so scared that the pen fell to the ground. He looked around, trying to escape, but his footsteps were so scared that he couldn't even move. His legs trembled and stammered. For a long time, he squeezed a smile at Hyuga Lanmo. Where are you? Good, long time no see. Just 2 days, Hyuga Lanmo said coldly. A blast of cold wind blew by, and the whole street seemed to be bitterly cold in his icy voice. I'm sorry, sir, you don't remember the villain's past, don't be familiar with me. Chen Mazi's legs trembled, and he knelt on the ground. When other people in the caravan saw this scene, they all looked away and didn't even bother to look at him. Chapter 200. My lord, are you really here? Suddenly, another voice appeared, and only a few gorgeously dressed men appeared in front of Hyuga Lanmo, one of whom was obese with a smile on his face. Cheng Da, why are you here? Aren't you on the East Secret Island? Hyuga Lanmo asked strangely. He really didn't expect that he would meet Cheng Da in such a small town. No, I heard you came here, so I hurried here. I have been waiting here for half a month. I know that the caravan is walking slowly, and I know you have important tasks, so I didn't dare to pick it up. You have been waiting here, and finally I have been waiting for someone. We have not seen each other for a year. Here, I salute you. As he said, Cheng Da bowed deeply to Hyuga Lanmo, and several executives who followed him hurriedly bowed their heads and bowed to him. Hyuga Lanmo sighed slightly, and looked at Roar Lala in front of him with a stoop of people. His head ached. Cheng Da, are you doing things more and more high profile now? Faintly, there was a trace of anger in his words. My lord, I haven't seen you for a year. You must check the finances of the business group. With that said, Cheng Da handed over the 2 scrolls. This is the income of this year, please accept it. After Hyuga Lanmo rectified all the products and business of the former East Secret Island, he did not take care of the business affairs, because in his opinion, those things have nothing to do with him, but he did not expect Cheng Da to even deal with business. The group's profits are all counted under his own name. In Cheng Da's eyes, those things belonged to him. In Hyuga Lanmo's eyes, he seemed to have misunderstood something. My lord, please accept it. This kind of misunderstanding cannot be explained. If there are more explanations, things will become more troublesome. A smile appeared on the corner of Hyuga Lanmo's mouth. Whoever thinks it is too much money, this money can help Nanmo solve a lot of problems. Okay, I accept it. He reached out and took the scroll, opened one casually, and took a look. As expected, the reward was quite substantial. The caravan crew on the side was dumbfounded. These executives hadn't seen them before, but wasn't the person behind the crowd the boss of the food merchant who managed this area? He took over their work, but he was the head of several caravans. Advertisement characters like him are standing behind the crowd, so what is the identity of the fat man in front? Also, he was actually saluting to Amo, to a 12 or 13-year-old boy? These people were constantly surprised in their hearts, while Chen Mazi, who was kneeling behind, was so frightened to urinate. Hyuga Lanmo pretended to carefully look at the accounts recorded on the scroll, then looked at the silver liangs stored in the other scroll, and then nodded, good job. When Cheng Da heard this, his happy mouth couldn't close. Hyuga Lanmo looked up at the people, his eyes narrowed, but the money was also given, and the accounts were also read. Why don't these people leave? Waiting to invite them to dinner. After a long time, these talents reacted. Sir, if we have anything to do, we will leave, sir. How do I contact you in the future? Cheng Da asked nervously. Hyuga Lanmo handed him a summoning spell. Burn this, and I will naturally appear. Thank you, sir. Cheng Da took the spell with both hands and happily took everyone to leave. God knows how difficult it is for him to see him. But when he turned his head, he saw Chen Mazi who was kneeling at the door of the grain shop. He looked back at Hyuga Lanmo differently, and instantly understood what was going on. He stared at the general manager in charge of the caravan here. Tutu. Roar beckoned everyone to leave. The caravan leader knew it with all his heart, and stepped forward and gave Chen Mazi a kick. I don't know the heights of the sky and the earth, go away, our big boss is also you offended, go away. Chen Mazi began to cry, looking particularly ugly. The people in the caravan were surprised. This young Amo turned out to be the big boss of the Xiangyang commercial group. It was really incredible. After Hyuga Lanmo invited the caravan to have dinner, he left the crowd. On the top of the mountain, Hyuga Lanmo was sitting on a big rock with a grass in his mouth, looking at his name and photo on the bounty list previously obtained on the black market, and wondering, 30 billion, who made this, what about the price? Then who pretended to declare war on the 5 great ninja villages and the 5 great nations? Thinking of becoming the public enemy of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world, he raised his eyebrows slightly, and a sneer opened at the corner of his mouth. Advertisement Hyuga Lanmo raised his eyebrows and looked around. The difference was that he just wanted to go into the tavern to join in the fun. By the way, if these bounty hunters have any news about Anu, how come such a little guy suddenly appeared and hugged him? Do you want to worship yourself as your teacher? In the next second, the little doll was kicked out. His nose and mouth bleed, and the whole person fell to the ground. The old man on one side endured the pain and stepped forward to lift the little doll, but the little doll was dissatisfied and wanted to rush again. Go in. At the moment, a slender figure passed in front of the two and walked into the tavern. But people had already entered the shop, and the little baby wanted to rush in regardless of life or death, but was grabbed by the grandfather on the side. He stood up, used his divine power, and left here. As a ninja, I will never admit defeat, he yelled loudly, his face flushed, and he stomped in. Appeared again, already in a small town in the northern part of Poland. Little Wawa's gaze fell on the person, and he saw the face under his cloak and hat at a glance. He opened his mouth in surprise, and the whole person seemed to be stunned. Too much, you are too much, I want to avenge my grandfather. The little baby was 6 or 7 years old, with his fingers unprinted, but he couldn't even send a trace of chakra. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. His gaze fell on the two in front of him. They were dressed in tatters, but they were dressed as ninjas. They looked like two Sanran. Big brother, please accept me as a disciple, the little guy yelled again. His grandfather saw him like this, stretched out his hand and pushed him. Boy, what's the matter with you? The little boy pushed away the grandfather in front of him, sprinted forward, and hugged Hyuga Lanmo's thigh. Brother, please accept me as a disciple. On both sides of the street, many ninjas were chatting on the side of the road, and somewhere in the tavern, the screaming and screaming became a hole, and then an old man was kicked out and fell on the street, vomiting blood. The cold wind blows and the dust is blowing through the streets, and the whole town is filled with a taste of cowboy country. After speaking, regardless of Hyuga Lanmo's objection, he began to kowtow to him again and again. Hyuga Lanmo pulled out his thigh, turned and walked towards the store. Chapter 201 Uchiha Itachi, little boy, well, don't be impulsive, keep the green hills without fear of not having firewood. With that, the old man dragged the little guy to the opposite street corner, but the little guy was aggressive and refused to leave, just want to enter the store. They are very poor. Even eating has become a problem recently. Just now they just went to the store to ask for a glass of water. Unexpectedly, they were beaten by a 3-person ninja at a table. The reason is very simple. It turned out to be 2 of them. Appeared to affect their drinking. Hyuga Lanmo appeared in the tavern, and the creaking room door made the bustling tavern quiet for 2 seconds. Everyone turned their heads and looked around. Seeing that it was someone they didn't know, they continued what they had just done. Hyuga Lanmo found a corner, sat down, and looked around. There were a lot of ninjas in the room. The 3 people on the left in the front were wearing Atonin village guards. These 3 people have entered the store since Hyuga Lanmo. The gaze has been stopped on him. And other people are twittering, everyone has them, and they are talking in full swing. For more than 2 years, the number 1 person on the black market has always been Hyuga Lanmo. I don't know where this guy went, and we can't find it no matter how we find it. Sitting in the middle of the pub there are 5 people, each of them looks fierce and evil, and the voice is the loudest. Haha, it's as if you can find him if you know where he is. In the past 2 years or so, the Anbu of the 5 ninja villages has been looking for news of him everywhere, but there is no news. Just relying on you. Also want to find Hyuga Lanmo? On the other table, 2 people also started talking. Who don't want to? Ask everyone here, whose ultimate goal is not him. To win Hyuga Lanmo, in the ninja world, let alone become famous. I am afraid that he threatens to establish a country, and someone will follow him. If not, can the huge sky country follow him? It would be fine if I was the one standing at the top. Yilai stretched out his hand and opened his mouth, and any instruction would make the people who follow me look forward and obey me. Post, when I think of that picture, my heart is excited. Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo recalled his life in Nanmo village. It seemed that he hadn't reached that level, but if that was the case, it would be different from the rice bucket who only knew how to enjoy it. Everyone, have you ever heard of Anhi? Hyuga Lanmo couldn't help but start asking when everyone was happy. In Lan Shangmen and Anbu's investigation, there was no news of Anhi, so it was not easy for him to find this person with a reward of 25 million. This is why he came to this bounty hunter town today. Anhi? That bloodline clone ninja? I haven't heard of it? He had no news as early as 10 years ago, maybe he was arrested long ago. Besides, his kind of existence is not worthy of our action, only poor. Those who can't open the pot will hit the attention of people like him. Those of us all want to catch Hyuga Lanmo, ha ha ha. As soon as these words came out, other people also laughed. Some clinked glasses and drank, and some praised it. That's right, we are the people who occupy the first place in the personal rankings of the ninja world, such as Hyuga Lanmo. See if we are gone, we will all kneel down and beg for mercy. Advertisement ha ha ha. There was another burst of laughter. The tiger is not at home, and the monkey is making flowers. You people are really disgusting. Suddenly, in the corner on the other side, a person opened his mouth coldly. He was wearing a black robe and red auspicious cloud pattern clothes. His black hair was simply tied to the back of his head, and a cold air filled his whole body. There was a man next to him, with short black hair, a forehead from Wuyan village's rebellious head, no eyebrows, and a red striped tattoo from the bottom of his nose to the neck. He was also wearing Akatsuki's clothing. From the perspective of Hyuga Lanmo, this person is the Loquat Juzo. So, is the person sitting next to him with his back facing Hyuga Lanmo? Uchiha Itachi? After having this idea, Hyuga Lanmo stood up in surprise. His eyes were tightly looking at the man, linking all the timelines together, and he couldn't help but frown deeper. 13. The dividing line of Uchiha Itachi's life. Now he has killed the Uchiha clan, betrayed Konoha, and joined the Akatsuki organization? It seems that he still hasn't changed anything. He killed Shimura Danzo in public, but he didn't change his fate. Itachi? Hyuga Lanmo couldn't help but yell. Time seemed to stand still, and the crisp sound made the man sitting there slowly turn his head, and finally the eyes of the two collided. Boom. The huge amounts of explosions sounded. He is Hyuga Lanmo. Suddenly, someone from the Yin Village trio on one side shouted loudly. Everyone in the entire tavern slammed apart, and they opened up their battles and surrounded the Hyuga Blue Ink group in the middle. Advertisement at the same time, the three ninjas of Itoyakura sent a message to the Oshimaru base, informing Oshimaru that they had found the target person. There was almost no sign, and there was no nonsense, except for the two standing in the corner. Everyone started to attack Hyuga Lanmo. The boom boom explosion blew up the entire tavern. Shuriken, kunai, ding ding collided, water escape, and fire escape B*** chi towards each other. After a wave of attacks, looking at the scene again, there was no trace of the boy. Brother, please accept me as a disciple. A child's voice came from the street. Everyone rushed out of the tavern, and sure enough, Hyuga Lanmo was standing on the street, facing the wind, and beside him stood an old man and a young man, Sun Lien. On the other side, two wearing black clothes were standing in the tavern just now. Man in red cloud pattern clothes. Hinata Lanmo. Itachi Uchiha looked up at his former friend, his face expressionless. Hyuga Lanmo's brows trembled, his eyes were slightly warm, and his mood fluctuated. Have you joined them? Yes, and the purpose of my coming here, you should know. Uchiha Itachi's voice was steady. I don't know, but what I want to say is, don't be fooled by them. The idea they said is a conspiracy. As a person who knows the story of Naruto, Akatsuki is very clear about the purpose of the organization. The man on the opposite side gave a cold snort, looked at him, and said softly, I just ask you, do you want to join us? Although his eyes were cold, Hyuga Lanmo still saw the flames under his eyes, that kind of urgent hope. At the moment, although Uchiha Itachi's surface is calm and light, without the slightest wave of waves, his heart is like rolling magma. Hyuga Lanmo rebelled against Konoha earlier than himself. At the moment, he hoped that he could stand on the united front with him and join Akatsuki like him. Then the two of them could form a group. Thinking of that picture, it feels like life is pretty good. Chapter 202. As long as I am willing, the ninjas around were ready to go. They surrounded him, one by one, nervous. Everyone surrounded Hyuga Lanmo and the old one and the other around him, forming a huge amounts of encirclement. Before, because of fear, a frantic bombardment blasted the tavern to pieces, and several of them had been injured, but now, the super wanted criminal was standing in front of everyone, but they didn't dare to do it. The old man in the middle suddenly dragged his grandson back, leaving behind him to Hyuga Lanmo. Young man, they bully the less, too much, our grandson will help you. With that, the old man had already opened up the battle, and the little grandson beside him also took out a handful of kunwu, and looked at the other two people in a serious battle. Hyuga Lanmo didn't have time to care about other people. His goal was always on Uchiha Itachi. His eyes were cold and he whispered back, no, I won't join you because I'm not used to being used by others. The simple and direct answer has already expressed his position. Uchiha Itachi's fingers on both sides of his body moved slightly. If you joined the Kora no Kuni, didn't you get used by them? If the 3 generations did not rush to exterminate him, if he is still a member of Konoha, would his choice be changed? This thought only flashed through Uchiha Itachi's mind and then disappeared. It appeared in his mind in the form of the passing Uchiha Shisui. There is no if in this world. Hyuga Lanmo laughed. He looked down at the rickety old man and the small baby beside him, and said, will it not be taken advantage of? After speaking, the smile on his face slowly expanded, then he looked around, fingers stretched out, and slightly aroused. Come on. As soon as this word came out, all the ninjas around rushed up, including Uchiha Itachi and Loquat Juzo, who stood beside him with a decapitating knife. The old man was not the opponent of those ninjas at all. At the moment when the opponent rushed up, he was attacked by the opponent's ninjutsu and fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Although the little guy knew that his grandfather had fallen on the ground, he did not beg for mercy, but returned. Charged up, no one is allowed to hurt my master, I'm fighting with you. Uchiha Itachi's gaze shifted from Hyuga Lanmo's smile to follow his gaze, and fell on the child, who clearly didn't even have chakra, and by looking at them, he knew that he didn't know them, but they actually want to protect him regardless of their own life and death? Why? Advertisement. The little guy rushed up. Before Kuwu had ever raised his hand, he was kicked out by a scattered person in front of him, hit the wall on the side of the street, and fainted. Decapitate the big knife. Loquat Juzo rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo with his big knife. He looked at him tightly and tried his best. There was only one thought in his heart, and that was a hit, because he knew that this man was a murderous Hyuga Lanmo, and there were 7 kinds of tail beasts in his body. Chakra's monster is amazing. If he doesn't hit it with a single blow, then there will be no chance again. Boom. The chi escape exploded. More than 200 people on the scene were blasted out by him, and the moment the beheaded sword fell, huge amounts of magnetic escape appeared and blocked the sword. The huge amounts of fireworks followed the blade on the magnetic the stroke on the escape protection, squeaking flashes. At the same time, a fierce flame fell from the sky, Uchiha Itachi's fire escaped, and a giant flame ball swallowed towards Hyuga Blue Mo. Magnetic escape protection. Hearing this shout, Uchiha Itachi thought that Hyuga Lanmo wanted to protect him, but he didn't want him to activate a magnetic escape to protect the low-level ninja who fell beside him. But he turned around and jumped on one side of the room beam, the huge amounts of flame was still burning, and the decapitating knife rushed up from the other side. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes burst out of a kaleidoscope riding wheel. Lokwa Juzo didn't know what was going on, and had fallen into the illusion. At the same time, the decapitation knife fell into Hyuga Lanmo's hands. He flew up and down, one hard, big knife he hacked at the man standing on the street. Uchiha Itachi turned around to intercept, but he didn't want Hyuga Lanmo to be so fast, he had already kicked him several times and stopped his figure. At the same time, only a sound of pst was heard. Lokwa Juzo's body was cut in half by a decapitated knife. The impact force set him in the blade on the wall, and blood flowed out of his body, and he was no longer able to do so. Uchiha Itachi didn't speak, his eyes looked towards the corner of the street, and his fingers were slightly clenched. On the other side of the street, there was a laugh from Hyuga Lanmo. Haha, Itachi, we will meet again in the future. If, pity, advertisement the task of recruiting Hyuga Lanmo to join Akatsuki's organization failed. There was no wave on Uchiha Itachi's face, he turned to look at Hyuga Lanmo, and then his eyes fell on the magnetic escape that protected the old man. You are still the same. When the other ninjas saw this scene, they all chased up, but they were wiped out by Uchiha Itachi's fire. Uchiha Itachi's pupils contracted slightly and he snorted coldly, sometimes, you have no choice. There is no such kind of people at all, Lokwa Juzo said, enduring the pain, do you have such a person? Yes, if you are good to me, I will do my best, and if you are not good to me, I will give up. Hyuga Lanmo's face was full of random expressions. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Standing on the blazing street, Itachi turned his head to look at the dying Lokwa Juzo, nailed to the wall, and asked, is there anything you want to tell someone? You can tell me. Once Madara sent Akatsuki to organize 6 people to attack Wuwangcheng. After being defeated by Hyuga Lanmo, Kurozu offered a plan and declared war on the 5 major ninja villages in the name of Hyuga Lanmo. They wanted to cut his back and let him when there is nowhere to go, the only choice is Akatsuki. Although Pain knew that this was not easy, before that, his interest in Hyuga Imoku was not great. It was not until Xiaonan came back to report all her experiences in the land of the earth that he suddenly became interested in him. Thinking of it, they all felt that his mind was flooded. However, he did not expect that although he was indeed driven to death by the 5 great ninja villages and became a public enemy of the ninja world, he did not choose them, but chose the empty kingdom of nothing. Hyuga Lanmo dodged and tried to attack. After seeing the bloodshot eyes on his face, he turned around and left the scene with his old man and his grandson. After he finished speaking, his kaleidoscope riding round eyes appeared, and Amaterasu burned towards the boy on the opposite side, and bloodshots appeared in his eye sockets and flowed down the eye sockets. Hyuga Lanmo, if you didn't betray Konoha back then, could I ask you to protect someone? Chapter 203 The 6 Pen Strikes. Sora no Country? A country that once attacked the 5 great ninja villages. Self-righteous, overpowering. Highway's face was cold and his voice was hoarse. Baiju on one side laughed, his face was full of excitement, yes, it is that country. Didn't you deliberately send messages to the 5 great nations and the 5 great ninja villages in the name of Hyuga Blue Mo as the people of the ninja country? Did you get the declaration of war? Didn't you expect it? He actually became their leader, and now it seems that our organization is not comparable to a small country in his heart. That's because he still doesn't know the meaning of our organization. Uchiha, who was posing as Uchiha Madara while wearing a mask, said coldly. How about knowing? He has a way out. Baiju smiled even more, but he couldn't wait in his heart. For the past 2 years, he has been searching everywhere for Hyuga Lanmo's whereabouts. The results were all false news. Later, he was troubled and he didn't check it at all, but didn't want to. Just when they gave up, he unexpectedly appeared. And with the appearance of his news, Baiju felt his excited blood boiled again. It was the human column power of the 7-tailed beasts. If he was inside the Akatsuki organization, the synthesis of the 10 tails would be easy in the future, and they would leave the plan. Go further. Just cut off his retreat. Suddenly, above the high position, Pain, who had not spoken, opened his mouth. Everyone turned their gazes to look above. In the backlight, 6 pens appeared in front of the crowd. They had yellow hair, a black robe and auspicious cloud clothing, and they wore various nail-like accessories on their bodies. Dark. Dashemaru was standing among the crowd, seeing this scene, frowned slightly. Hyuga Blue Inc. Hyuga Blue Mo. After Hyuga Lanmo saved his grandson and grandson, he left some money and was ready to leave, but he didn't want the child to come forward and beg. I know you are Hyuga Lanmo, you are my idol, please accept me as a disciple. As long as it makes me stronger, I can do anything. He shouted loudly, and bowed to Hyuga Lanmo regardless of the pain on his body. Why do you want to learn ninjutsu? Hyuga Lanmo asked. For a person who does not have chakra, learning ninjutsu is very hard, and sometimes a lifetime of wasted time may not succeed. Definitely, this child is only 7 or 8 years old, and there are endless possibilities in the future. I want to live, I want to protect my grandpa, and I want to become stronger. The little boy was very excited. The two were thin and rags, showing how much they had suffered. Advertisement. Do you know Nanmo Village? Hyuga Lanmo asked. The two shook their heads. Let's go. I may not be your teacher, but looking at your grandfather and you dare to stand on the same front with me in front of the many murderers, I can give you a chance. Everything starts from the ninja school. Remember, since you have entered my village, you can't betray me for the rest of your life, otherwise, there is only one dead end. After speaking, a trace of killing intent flashed across Hyuga Lanmo's face. The two of them felt tense and nodded heavily. Don't worry, my lord, we will never betray you. Therefore, Hyuga Lanmo, who originally wanted to return to Nanmo after a while, took the two back to the village ahead of time. After passing the barrier and the reef guard point, Hyuga Lanmo changed to a boat to enter the southern country. The grandson and grandson were sitting on the boat with a look of excitement. Although the outer area of the southern country was filled with dense fog and surrounded by the barrier, they arrived inside. The line of sight gradually became clear. Grandpa, I can go to school. If Dad knows, he will be very happy. The boy looked at the islands on all sides with an expression of excitement on his face. Grandpa Tong was also very happy. He touched his head and said, this will be our home in the future. You have to learn ninjutsu and protect our home, you know? Yes. The little boy nodded heavily. The three of them rowed a solitary boat towards Nanmo City. At the same time, there was a ship on the same route as them, which was advancing side by side with them. Hyuga Lanmo leaned on the boat and yawned. He inadvertently looked back at the boat next to him. 6 people were standing on the boat, looking back at the three of them. The 6 people have uniform yellow hair, their faces are covered with strange rivets, and they are dressed in red clouds and black robes, looking at him on the boat for a moment. Hyuga Lanmo's brain is like a crash. The hairs of the whole person are exploded, and the open mouth cannot be merged. What's the situation? 6 Pen appeared. And is it still within the enchantment that the sea route enters along the only entrance and exit of southern Mexico? Are the people guarding the reef at 300 nautical miles stupid? Didn't even send out any alarm? Yes, the other party is 6 Pen, how can they be alerted? If it fails to pull him into the group, they will destroy everything he has in order to achieve their goals. This is the habit of the Akatsuki organization. Advertisement. Feel the pain. Only in this way can you find the dawn of dawn. With a grinning smile on Shira Dao's face, 6 black rivets were installed on his bald head, and a pair of reincarnation eyes stared at Hyuga Blue Mo, tightly. Then, the whole person rushed over. He is strong and accustomed to attacking with strange powers. In the future plot, he once broke one of Jiraiya's arm once he made a move. Therefore, Hyuga Lanmo must not be touched by him. Crystal Escape Protection. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the mist, you can vaguely see the tall traces of Nanmo City from a distance. Their target is Nanmo City. Above the sea, using magnetic escape is not easy to condense a large piece of magnetite sand, but water escape, ice escape, and crystal escape are all ninjutsu that are more suitable for sea warfare. Fortunately, I brought my son and grandfather and grandson back today. Otherwise, waiting for him to receive the news of the summoning charm, I am afraid that Nanmo City has been destroyed in the hands of these people. More than a dozen rockets were launched at him, huge amounts of light in the mist, tracing the evasive Hyuga Lanmo around the corners. There was no expression on the cold faces of the 6 people. Finally, their heads turned slightly and all looked forward. Hyuga Lanmo stood up, jumped into the air from the ship, and at the same time huge amounts of Huo Dun sprayed towards Lu Pen on the opposite side. Sawtooth attack. The opponent missed a hit, fingers stretched out, countless black sawtooths appeared from his arm, and rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo. Hey, what are you doing? Hyuga Lanmo finally reacted and asked. If you were caught by this thing, you must be riddled with flesh. He looked at them differently. The boat was still advancing as the wind fled chakra, while the 6 people on the next boat were watching him like that and also advancing. Hyuga Lanmo dodged, and then, the other party did not give him any chance to think. It was the strange force firebolt. Shiradao Pain stood up and landed on the sea, and the other 5 people continued to take the boat forward. I know your purpose, don't think about it. Chapter 204 Reincarnation Eye appears. Crystal Escape Protection appeared, intercepting rockets. The crackling sound was accompanied by the destruction of the red crystal escape, and the shining light dyed the mist red. Obtaining a moment of breathing, Hyuga Lanmo used Mu Dun duplication, separated 5 people at the same time, and swiftly chased forward. Is it Shira Road? Hyuga Lanmo shouted. Today, I will let you know what Shira is. With an instantaneous technique, he rushed towards the Shira Dao in front of him. He made a seal with one hand, water escape, wind escape, crystal escape, and ice escape. 4 ninjutsu surrounded Shira Road from all sides and carried out a rolling siege. Huge amounts of water dragon descended from the sky. Jing Dun was like a spear, stabbing towards the opponent's chest. Windblade only slashed the opponent's reincarnation eyes, and Bing Dun attacked from below, cutting off his legs. Boom! There was an explosion in the direction of Nanmo City. Although there is another layer of enchantment protection above Nanmo City, because of the distance, Hyuga Lanmo's perception technique is the largest, and he doesn't know the situation there, and he sent out 5 wooden duplications. The news came that they only intercepted 4 Pen, but Heavenly Dao Pen was not on the schedule, and one of the duplications had been chased down. With the ability of the Heavenly Way, a country can definitely be destroyed by oneself, and the small country of Nanmo is actually just a city. Here, he must fight quickly. Hyuga Lanmo gave up his ninjutsu attack, kunai appeared in his hand, and began a close combat. Blasting escape, blasting. Huge amounts of explosions appeared in the sea, high-energy hot air rolled out from the sea, exploded huge amounts of splashes, and the waves were turbulent, spreading around in circles. The fog became thicker and thicker, and the explosion made the sea gurgle as if it was boiling. Shiradao glanced around, only to find that there was no trace of Hyuga Blue Mo in the dense fog. Where did he go? Advertisement water waves clashed, and when Shiradao turned around again, a bright light flashed before his eyes. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The reincarnation eyes were cut by the other party's kunai, and the black blood flowed down his eyes. Eye sockets flowed down. Do you like pain? Do you like to use the painful feeling to make the other person agree with your feelings? Then I will make you painful enough. As he said, Hyuga Lanmo's hand lifted the knife and fell, and puffed at those eyes, down. Then there was a bombardment, which broke his body to pieces. The alarm bell in the city had already sounded, resounding across the sea. Hyuga Lanmo's instantaneous technique appeared in the sky above Nanmo City, and Heavenly Dao Pain was indeed in the city. Their purpose is very strong, so, at the moment, they don't care about attracting Hyuga Lanmo, let alone the consequences. Their only goal is to destroy Nanmo. Asura Road is dead. The other four Pain went crazy and generally cooperated together. After killing the four duplications, they all rushed to Nanmo City. South Mexico is an island country just 2 years after its founding. For the sake of safety, it has always implemented a closed-door policy, and its development is limited. In addition, the previous Wuwang City has been almost destroyed by the so-called Kongren and Akatsuki organizations, so it did not stay at all. What's the foundation? And this is not Konoha. The number of ninjas is limited. Facing powerful opponents, they can only be slaughtered. Boom. The largest bell tower in the city collapsed. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes widened when he saw this scene. F***K. Pain. Do you know how much money and how many people are needed to build a building? B****************** D. I'm going to kill you. As he said, he rushed up, and in the blue and white eyes, circles of reincarnation appeared, and invisible reincarnation eyes appeared. Vientian Tianyan, he pointed his finger towards him. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Although Hyuga Lanmo did not separate the powers of the 6 paths and maximize their abilities like Nagato did, he could use all the abilities of the eyes of reincarnation. Moreover, he retreats in South Mexico for a year, not just fishing every day. He not only healed his eyes, but also developed his own reincarnation ability. Vientian Tianyan is to attract the target, while Shenluo Tianzheng is just the opposite. The two forces collide with each other and make a sound of huge amounts of. At the same time, a dozen wooden duplications exploded next to Hyuga Lanmo, and each duplication has an effect. There is a pair of reincarnation eyes. Advertisement. Spiritualism. One of them used spiritism against the beast Dao Pen. The beasts produced by Hyuga Blue Ink's psychic are different from the beasts of the animal Dao Pen's psychic. The opponent is a psychic beast commanded by a black stick. Among them are chameleons, 8-foot crows, rhinos, lobsters, strange birds, and stones. Panda weight. Huge stature and infinite power. And the beast body that Hyuga Lanmo's psychic comes out of is the sacred beast from ancient legends, the white tiger. It does not require a black stick to command, it is a self-help battle. It is Hyuga Lanmo who once relied on the jade reincarnation eye of the 9 hooks. It is a psychic beast that uses time and space transfer and open time and space tunnels. This psychic beast appears in the ninja world. It was the second time. The first time he saw it when the two signed a psychic agreement. Why? Boy Lanmo, don't you know if I don't bother to see you? The white light of Baihu's body glowed with the twisting of his white hair. Fight, don't froze, kill them. Hyuga Lanmo explained, and then fought with Heavenly Wei Pain again. More than a dozen psychic beasts of the beast Dao Pain rushed up. They were originally going to destroy them in the city, but this white tiger not only blocked their way, but also the energy released from its body was huge. Its limbs were strong, and its nails were long and sharp, shimmering with chills. What is this? Baihu shook his body, stretched out his paws and patted the rushing beast body, and asked. On its side, it doesn't matter if it has a tiger's face, but on that side, the animal Dao has commanded all the psychic beasts to rush up. Pressing it from all directions, huge amounts of roar resounded across the sky. Some psychic beasts showed fierce light, some breathed fierce fire, and others were like swallows with toes like knives. Wow, presumptuous. The white tiger, one of the 4 ancient sacred beasts, made an impact. The energy burst on his body and his body suddenly increased. The tiger's claws went down. All the 5 psychic beasts that rushed up in front of him were injured. Here, the beast and the beast have formed a ball, and over there, the human world has already fought with Hyuga Lanmo's duplication. The melee speed of the two is fast and dazzling. Although there is duplication in front of him, the human world wants to grab his head, so that he may know some secrets that Hyuga Lanmo does not know. Duplication dodges to avoid his attack. One stands up and disappears and reappears. The other party already knows his location and fights with him again. Samsara's eyes are universal, so he can know the location of duplication in advance. Chapter 205 on the other side, the Hell Road has channeled the Hades, and used the reincarnation technique to chew and reshape the shattered Shira Dao that was previously killed in Hyuga Lanmo's hands and bombed. Huge amounts of Yan Luo was like a monster, standing outside Nanmo City, on the city wall. The guards trembled all over when they saw this scene. Some protective ninjas rushed out of the city gate and came to support, but wherever they had the ability to fight with pain, some were killed by the psychic beast weighing aside as soon as they came out, and some hadn't used ninjutsu before. Has been caught by the Hell Road and sucked up the chakra. The explosion of huge amounts of continued. All pen was intercepted by Hyuga Lanmo and Baihu outside the city gate, northeast. Psychic beasts hit the earth shaking. The entire Nanmo city was shaking with the battle of huge amounts of beasts. In the northwest region, the Asura Road began to bombard indiscriminately, his body shape changed, showing a state of 3 heads and 6 arms, just want to quickly kill the Hyuga Blue ink duplication in front of him. And this duplication figure was twisted, and it turned out to be 3-headed and 6-armed, and he fought close together. The human world grabbed Mu Dun duplication's clothes and began to absorb his soul, but that was Mu Dun duplication after all, where there is a soul. Looking at the hungry ghost road on the other side, using all his strength, he finally grabbed a Hyuga Blue Mo duplication from his back, and began to absorb his chakra, but he didn't want the other party to make a loud noise and disappear. Another duplication rushed up and, Lan Dun, appeared. Huge amounts of laser light fell from the sky, shining the sky so dazzlingly, and smashed it down towards the hungry ghost. The sharp sound fell from the sky, the hungry ghost was expressionless and stretched out his hands. All chakra was what he wanted, even if the opponent was using Lan Dun, he had to try to absorb it. Crack. The sound rang. Huge amounts of the beam of light pierced through the body of the hungry ghost road as if exploded. Then, the duplication shifted and the figure avoided. Melting the land and, huge amounts of Rongdan spewed out, covering up the corpses on the ground and turning them into nothingness. This time, he wanted to see that Yan Luo is still reshaping their bodies for them? Kill one. There are 5 left. The hungry ghost Dao just died here, but the animal Dao over there is no longer able to withstand it. The white tiger chakra is amazing, with white light, every time he moves out, it is like 1,000 horses, his eyebrows were frowned, and every time he killed a psychic beast, he would stretch his eyebrows and feed a little. Advertisement on the other hand, there is also Hyuga Blue ink duplication to cooperate. Every time a psychic beast withstands it, he uses Shenluo Tianzheng to extract the black stick from the psychic beast. He seems to know Pain's secret, as to make Nagato behind the scenes vigilant. 1 2 3 4 5 6, no, what's the matter? At the moment, Pain saw the problem. It was clear that there were more than a dozen people from the Hyuga Lanmo duplication just now. Why did they become 6 in such a short time? The duplication that intercepted them at sea before was not the state of reincarnation. So it's not surprising that the battle death disappeared, but since he used the universal reincarnation eye, the abilities of these duplications have risen a lot. And Pen's eyes are universal. After they were on land, only the hungry ghost road absorbed chakra and killed a duplication. Where did the others go? Where is the body? Hell Dao asked loudly. For some reason, he didn't even feel the existence of the body. He had clearly seen him fighting with the heaven before, but the lightning, the earth moved and the mountains shook, and there was a chaos. How could he not feel him? Where is it? After Tien Dao shook his eyes after the huge thunder escape, he turned his head to look at Nanmo City. His fingers were imprinted, and he began to use the earth to explode the heavenly stars. No matter where he is. They came here this time for only one purpose, and that was to let Hyuga Lanmo never find a way out and cut his life. At that time he could only follow Akatsuki's organization. But when his handprints were still finished, I saw Baiju appearing in the land beside him. His face was ugly, and his face was crying without tears. Pen, something happened. Tiandao Payan stopped unprinting, looking down at Baiju, his mouth cracked, and his vocal cords cried. Yuyan village was attacked by Hyuga Lanmo, and he used Earth Boom. As soon as he said this, it seemed as if all the voices on the entire battlefield were gone. His pain did not pass on to others, but let others deepen their pain in the Kingdom of Rain. How can this be done? In a flash, they have returned to Yuyan village. Don't froze, go quickly. Baiju cried out like crazy. He and Heiju have been planning for so many years, and finally saw the light of day. Is it just like that? Knowing that Hyuga Lanmo is so difficult to deal with, they won't do anything. Advertisement at the same time, the alien space was distorted, and Uchiha, who was impersonating Uchiha Madara, appeared. He already knew the seriousness of the consequences. If Pen didn't go back quickly, then the Akatsuki organization they had worked so hard to create would be destroyed. The bombing of Shira Road in the distance, the croaking of white tigers and psychic beasts nearby, the chewing of the hell, the flashing of thunder and lightning, and the collision of water and fire. Although everything continues, it is controlling Pen's Nagato's ears. There is no sound. On the battlefield, all the sights seen in the eyes of Samsara passed to Nagato's mind. Just like this war took place in Yuyan village, he didn't even dare to imagine what the village was like now. But at the moment, he didn't get the peace of the ninja world, and even took the Yuyan village he worked so hard to run in. If this country is destroyed in the hands of Pain, what will happen to Hyuga Lanmo? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But who is sure, Hyuga Lanmo really cares about this once empty country in his heart? And is this really the Yuyan village that used to be? Under the rain, a piece of debris broke the wall, and there were crying sounds everywhere. The opponent will not lose, so what about them? Will you win? With his current ability, might he join Akatsuki? To be more serious, to hate Shao organization, to avenge Nanmo country, to be lighter, he didn't care, anyway, he didn't lose anything. He just did the same as 3 years ago and just be a reflux ninja. He once said, in order to break this vortex, I created this underground organization. I have the power to instantly destroy a country. I want to make the world feel the real pain, so that the painful horror can restrain the war, real peace will come, and the dawn of dawn will illuminate the world of ninja. Although it now seems that outside Nanmo City, Pain still has the opportunity. If you exchange Nanmo City for Yuyan Village, it might be possible. Uchiha took the soil for a transfer and took them out of South Mexico. They didn't know that he had reincarnation eyes before, but now they know. Could this kind of ability be controlled by others? Like he once said, unless he is willing? Otherwise it will never be possible. Chapter 206 7 kinds of tail beasts surrounded the city, bombing in turn. Yuyan Village has disappeared. Nagato was dumbfounded, and Xiaonan's tears fell. Uchiha clenched his fist tightly with the soil, and Baiju screamed unwillingly. He looked cold on one side, wishing to rush up and die with Hyuga Lanmo now. Hinata Lanmo. We surrendered. Uchiha shouted loudly with the soil, and above the sky, Hyuga Lanmo, who was making an earth-explosive star, looked down as cold as if he hadn't heard it. Countless stones flew up into the sky, condensing into a huge amount of the sphere. Hinata Lanmo, we surrendered, Uchiha shouted again with the soil. Under the stars, Hyuga Lanmo was shrouded in darkness. He was dressed fiercely, decisively dressed, and a pair of reincarnation eyes leaped murderously, as if to punish the entire world. After the seven-tailed beasts destroyed Yuyan Village, they collectively looked here with fierce gazes. As long as the master ordered them, they could attack these people at any time. It's a strategy. Tiandao Pain said softly. His fists were tightly clenched. No wonder he was outside Nanmo City. He was not eager to end the war. It turned out that the main battlefield was here. He didn't know that Hyuga Lanmo had long foreseen the scene of Nanmo being attacked. His lowest thought at the time was not to turn it into a battlefield. Since it is not a battlefield, then there must be a battlefield. For example, launch an attack on the homeland of one party. Treating them in their own way is the best way to deal with them. Hinata Lanmo, who do you think this is? Suddenly, Uchiha dragged a person out of a different space with the soil. It was Wu Qianling. He pulled her arm hard, but she bit her teeth fiercely, reluctant to say anything. Speak, don't speak again, I will kill you, Uchiha said loudly. At the moment they needed him to leave here immediately. Hyuga Lanmo looked back and saw Wu Qianling at a glance. At the moment, the little girl had a pale face. She was obviously scared, but she stubbornly refused to bow her head. Advertisement, do you think I would care? You don't know what is buried in a starburst star? I tell you, it is an alien golem. Your plan will soon be ruined. What peace? What dream? What conspiracy? What salvation? I will turn you all into shit. Hyuga Lanmo did not stop. His gaze fell on Wu Qianling, his eyes glowing with red. Leave me alone, kill them. Wu Qianling shouted loudly. It was these people who repeatedly bullied Hyuga Lanmo and even destroyed Nanmo City. Heiju on one side saw this scene and was very anxious. He stepped forward 2 steps and grabbed Wu Qianling as soon as he stretched out his hand. He pinched her black fingers on her neck. From the words Hyuga Lanmo just said, he felt what does he seem to know. No matter what it is, no one else can destroy his Moon Eye project. Hyuga Lanmo, don't talk nonsense, make a deal. We will give in to each other. In the future, our Akatsuki organization will not infringe on southern Mexico, and you, don't ruin everything we finally got. If not, Akatsuki will revenge for you. Anyway, I don't care about another 1,000 years. Heiju finished vaguely, and turned to look at Baiju. Get ready, the fish die and the net breaks. Baiju received attention and waved his hand. Hundreds of Baiju duplications appeared around him, and then they sneaked into the ground and disappeared. You know, we have that ability, Heiju exclaimed. Hyuga Lanmo didn't speak, his eyes fixed on Highway's fingers. Yes, they have that ability. Life is alive, and he always pays attention to a goal in everything. His goal today has been achieved. He didn't want to destroy Xiao's organization. Besides, if he really puts them in a hurry, then the funeral of the people of southern Mexico is very likely will happen. For example, now that Baiju disappeared, where did he go? If he had an assassination or something, then the people in Nanmo City would suffer. Although he can leave it alone, he prefers to live frankly, rather than becoming a murder weapon with guilt. After all, Nanmo State bears all this because of himself. Wu Qianling was already speechless, her face flushed and her neck was pinched tightly by Black Ju. If their plan fails this time, what about a few years, 10 years from now? You know, Highway's mother-saving plan has lasted for thousands of years. Even if there is no Yu Chiba Madara and Akatsuki organization, there will be someone else to continue this matter. Would he really use what Akatsuki did to make himself a guilty person? No way. Good. After speaking, the air was twisted, and he disappeared without 1,000 spirits in his arms. Advertisement. He underestimated the enemy. Now that he has regarded South Mexico as his own country, he will be able to protect them and ensure their safety before they are full of wings. Therefore, at the moment, everyone in the Akatsuki organization only hopes that he will leave as soon as possible and stop staying anymore. Tiandao Pain saw this scene. A force that ended the gravitational pull of the Earth burst Skystar, and all the stones fell from the Skystar. At the moment, above the ruins in the distance, Xiao Nan looked at the ordinary people underneath and shouted loudly, Hinata Lanmo, I remember you. Both parties have a bargaining chip at the moment. Baiju, who is sent away, is a bargaining chip for Highway, which can threaten the existence of Nanmo, and Hyuga Lanmo's ability is their threat. If the other party turns back at the moment, they will lose all the ability to negotiate. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, he suddenly laughed. He raised his eyebrows and said, Thank you for your memory, but don't be sad, because this is a 50-step smile. Compared to what you do, I am nothing at all. Hyuga Lanmo stopped bursting into the sky, and the seven-tailed beast returned to his body. Seeing the person leaving, Pain and the others looked deep. Everyone looked at the place where he disappeared. Their fists were slightly clenched, and angry eyes burst out. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Highway didn't dare to make any trouble, and had already personally sent Wu Qianling to Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo looked down at Wu Qianling in her arms and transported chakra to diagnose and treat her body. Seeing that her complexion gradually recovered, he relaxed, and turned his gaze to the ruins of Yuyan village under the rain. He snorted and turned around to leave. He looked at Hyuga Lanmo angrily. He was only 13 years old, right? It seems that he is the same age as Uchiha Itachi, so he has such a big ability? Only when the world truly feels pain can the horror of pain restrain the war, and then true peace will come. Yeah, sure, if you really have the ability to make the whole world cry, then use it. If not, don't blame others for their ferocity, because you have done 100 times more than him. Chapter 207 Baiju's assassination. Lu Dao Pain stood on the ruins, Uchiha with soil around him, Highway, and Xiaonan, a total of 9 people, all had Hyuga Lanmo in their minds. If he is not a partner, sooner or later, he will become our enemy, Tian Dao Pain said. It's our news that is wrong, and all the information that investigates him does not reveal that he is the eye of reincarnation. If he knows, the situation will not become like this. Heiju, who was standing on the side, asked. Uchiha took the soil and clenched his fist. We shot, and we have never lost, Hyuga Lanmo, we will not let you go. In Nanmo City, Nanmo Country, inside the Lord's castle, huge amounts of the meeting room, Lord Wuyu, and a dozen old people standing in front of the window anxiously waited. After a while, a guard notified that the village had returned to the city and brought back the princess Wu Qianling. Not long after, Hyuga Lanmo strode over, and after handing Wu Qianling to the medical ninja, he rushed to the meeting room. The crowd gathered around. How are they? Who are they? This is the first time I have seen ninjutsu of that level. Hyuga Lanmo shook his head. A mysterious organization. We don't care about their affairs, we will solve our problems first. In the following time, according to the investigation in the city, the loss was counted. The clock tower was bombed, 2 high-rise buildings were destroyed, and the loss was about 200 million yuan. Hyuga Lanmo put a scroll on the table. I brought this from their nest. The right to compensate us. You take it. The reconstruction should be rebuilt, the compensatory rest should be paid, and the people's losses should be fully compensated. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo turned around to get the other side's information. In this gap, there was no sound in the room suddenly, and many people looked at Hyuga Lanmo, with expressions of horror on their faces. Only half of the face of Baiju appeared behind him, half of his body was wrapped in Nha Trang, one yellow eye with an angry expression, his mouth was cracked, his whole body trembled, and his hands were full of suffering, stuck on Hyuga Lanmo's neck. Advertisement. Why? Why do we do this? We are so good to you. You want to ruin everything we have, Hyuga Lanmo. I tell you, you will not succeed, even without us. The 5 ninja villages will not let go of you. It's clear that we can be friends happily. Why did you fail our kindness? Baiju's hoarse voice carried rage's emotions and roared loudly. Hyuga Lanmo snorted coldly. You chased me down, framed me, and called it good for me. That's really funny. This is the first time I heard this theory. Hinata Lanmo, Baiju exclaimed, we are not trying to make you make the right choice. These ants will only hinder your progress. You could have a better future, but you have become a new world. A pioneer of reform, but you have chosen an ordinary and disgusting path, and caring about people like them is an insult to people like you. His voice was very loud. He looked at the people in front of him, wishing to kill all the people here now, so that he could choose to be with them. When everyone heard this, they were all afraid. If he really chose that path, would they all die? I'll give you another chance. Choose us or these ants, and say. Baiju's kuwu sent a little forward. Everyone was worried and nervous. Some people wanted to persuade, but they felt that they were lighthearted and would only anger the white monster if they came out easily. What have you planned? Do you still use me to explain it? Baiju, you and Hei would never think that I was a fool like those people. I chose to be a man instead of being a fool, and I was still a product of your ignorance. I'm really not worth it for them. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo pushed his head back, stretched out his hand and opened his wrist, turned around again, and grabbed him tightly. Baiju, I know your plan. If you dare to appear in South Mo, I will treat you like a baby outgoing golem and smash it, don't you believe it? You. Baiju was in horror. He looked at the young man in front of him. He had reincarnation eyes and was able to channel spirits and golems. He believed that he could do it. The next second, he sent to the ground, ready to escape. Hyuga Lanmo's finger was still on his body. How could he let him go? Even if this one is duplication, it is absolutely impossible. Lei Dun, Lei Luo. The huge amounts of flash fell from the palm of his hand, directly smashing Baiju, who was about to be sent away. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Advertisement. Sooner or later, he will leave them. Dashi Wan didn't reply. If you lose, you lose? Is there any reason? However, his body is about to reach its limit, and it is time to change his body again. It would be great if he could get Hyuga Blue ink. Putting down Hyuga Lanmo's profile, his finger touched another personnel profile. There was a photo of an adult man on it, with an introduction to the man next to it. He carefully looked at the information in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more excited he became. He was struck by the curse of the sky for him back then, and has been waiting for him to attack, waiting for him to reach out his finger, begging him to help him. Unfortunately, the curse of the sky didn't work on him. The Yuyan village was destroyed, and news that it needed to be rebuilt soon reached the country of Tien. At the moment, Dashemaru became tight after hearing the news. The invisible eye of reincarnation has been activated. Hyuga Lanmo's reincarnation eye appeared, but unfortunately, he was not in Yuyan village at the time and left one step earlier, otherwise he would be able to witness the power of the invisible reincarnation eye with his own eyes. Lost. Haha, isn't even Pain his opponent? Orochimaru said softly. After a brief meeting between the two, they went their separate ways, and Orochimaru also had a new task to complete. Since joining the Akatsuki organization, his time is not all his own. Dashemaru returned to the base and took out all the information about Hyuga Lanmo collected over the years. After comparing them one by one, he filled in another piece of information. Dashemaru looked at the Hyuga blue ink in the portrait, which he painted based on his own memories 3 years ago. 3 years later, he has always wanted to see him. He is really a strange thing in the shinobi world, and any strange thing can happen to him. Unfortunately, Pain is not his opponent. The scorpion of the red sand stood on the side of the rock, and returned in a cold voice. He used a strategy to take advantage of the fact that Yuyan village is empty, not to mention that we were not there at the time. Otherwise, how could he succeed? Although duplication was dead, Hyuga Lanmo's words were passed to the ears of Baiju's body. At the moment, he was already fit with Heiju. The two shared the same body, with worried expressions in their eyes. 6 Co Chapter 208 The Disappearing Child and Nucleus, a middle-level body, and the body's blood has repairing ability. As long as the repairing blood is injected and integrated with it, it can quickly self-healing within 3 days, as long as it is not a terrible injury to the head and the heart. This person is the person who asked Hyuga Imoku about the whereabouts of many bounty ninjas in a small town in Nami country before, and it happened to be in his hands. Maybe he can really meet him, and he believes that as long as they meet, he will receive benefits. Even if he is killed again this time, he will see him. In southern Mexico, Hyuga Lanmo asked Jin Shi to arrange the accommodation for the child and his grandfather, and also registered for the child. From then on, he could study at the ninja school in southern Mexico. And Hyuga Lanmo, since he came back, he couldn't leave immediately. He needed to stay to deal with some affairs, but he didn't want to be busy. It was only half a month. In the past half month, he has not seen the sons and grandpas again until this day. Hong Yan suddenly reported that Little Tong had been lost, and put a note on his desk. After seeing the silver snake drawn on the paper, Hyuga Lanmo slowly tightened his fingers. Mr. Lanmo, it's really unexpected. You have not seen you in a few years. You have become the leader of a country. I know that if I meet you directly, you will definitely not agree. Therefore, I used some extraordinary means. I am waiting for you on the Bajiao Island. Don't play tricks. The child is in my hands. Dashawan. Seeing this note, Hyuga Lanmo turned around and glanced at the ninja map hanging on the wall. The main location of this map is the South Daxia Sea, which is the country of Nanmo and the surrounding area, and the location and distance of the Orochimaru. It's less than 1,000 nautical miles here. In the Naruto story he knows, he has many strongholds on sea islands. Is this octagonal island one of them? Is it true? Know it at first sight? Hyuga Lanmo prepares to set off. Jin Shi and Hong Yin kneel in front of him. My lord, please order us to rescue the children. We have been managing the affairs of southern Mexico, and we have never done anything for you. We owe you an adult. There are too many, so, please order, no matter what. We will do it desperately. Hyuga Lanmo was stunned for a long time before she said, Now, between me and Nanmo, it is unclear who owes whom. If it weren't for me, Nanmo would not be organized by Shao again and again. And the 3 is the target. The child will not suffer this catastrophe. After speaking, he flicked his sleeves, the air was twisted, and the person had disappeared. Advertisement characters like Orochimaru were not something Jin Shi and Hong Yan could deal with. He knew that what Baiju said in front of many elders last time scared everyone. So that Wu Yu later came to Nanmo village in person to show that she had no selfishness towards him, and said that if he did not want to stay in Nanmo, she would not force it, and if he wanted to stay, she was willing to. The whole country gave it to him, and even the giving papers were ready. At that time Hyuga Lanmo rejected her kindness and said that Nanmo was his home. Perhaps in the eyes of Akatsuki, people like Hyuga Lanmo shouldn't be the right choice to be concerned about a certain country, but he doesn't think so. He likes the smell of fireworks in the world and likes a group of people to eat barbecue together. Drinking scenes, like spring planting and autumn harvesting, and prefer to see peaceful and warm scenes here because of my own efforts. On the contrary, the appearance of the people in the Shao organization being used by Baiju and Heiju is what he finds the most pitiful. After a short while, he has appeared on the octagonal island. The sea breeze blows, and a salty smell fills the air. In the distance, a lighthouse-like building stands on the cliff. On the other side, Dashemaru is standing under the lighthouse with a few of his men. Far away, Hyuga Lanmo saw his exaggerated smile. Transferring again, he had appeared in front of him, looked around, and there was no sign of the child. Where are my people? Ha ha ha. Dashemaru laughed. It's really unexpected that you will really come to see me for a child, Lanmojin, long time no see. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, he saw a dark figure rushing in front of him. He leaned back, but was still pinched by the other party. I remember, you are on the list of me seeing once and killing once. Since you still live, then you can only die again. After speaking, he clicked and twisted the neck of Da Shiwan. After a burst of white smoke, the body turned into a group of snakes, twisting and drilling into the cracks on one side of the stone. His entourage all around saw this scene, their expressions horrified. Advertisement. Just when they didn't react, Changfeng Ramblade beside Hyuga Lanmo rushed past him like a torrential rain. Pissed scorn. The scene was in chaos, many people fell to the ground, pain came from the wind blade, some had their bodies severed, some lacked arms and legs, and screams sounded. Wind escape, big breakthrough. Orochimaru used wind escape ninjutsu to wrap the wind blade on the scene and blow it to the side. Before the other party made another move, he shouted loudly, "Lanmo-kun, stop, I asked you to come here to have a good time with you. Speaking, I don't want to be an enemy of you. The boy gave me away voluntarily, not the one I hijacked." His voice sounded from behind the huge boulder on the other side, and there was a kind of flattering tone in his voice. Hearing this, Hyuga Lanmo sneered. "If that's the case, why don't you bring people out for confrontation?" "Well, I'll let people come out, boy, Anhi, come out." Dashemaru walked out from behind the stone, and suddenly an exit was opened on the ground on the other side, and Anhi took the child out of the ground. "This is indeed a stronghold for him. You don't know yet, the Anhi you were looking for before is actually in my hands. He is not a copy ninja. His serum allows a person to heal quickly no matter what kind of injury is suffered within 3 days. Therefore, he is my test subject," Dashemaru explained. "I asked you to come this time, not because I want to be an enemy of you, and on the contrary, I want to join southern Mexico." As soon as he said this, Hyuga Lanmo frowned, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Do you think I will bring a person like you who experimented with children back to Nanmo?" "No, no." Suddenly Dashemaru knelt on the ground with one leg. "I didn't mean that, I don't enter Southern Mo, I just want to be your subordinate, as long as you agree, as long as you are I will do my best to fulfill your order." After speaking, he raised his head slightly, and a pair of vertical pupils and yellow eyes secretly looked at him. Hyuga Lanmo sneered, "Do you think I would believe you? Snake duplication?" Chapter 209. Sure enough, the Orochimaru in front of him heard this, and dashed towards Hyuga Lanmo. At the same time, countless snake bodies appeared around him. On the other side, in the cave, Orochimaru used psychic technique to get out of spirits. She rushed towards him. Really Orochimaru appeared. At the moment, he was old and sick. He looked forward to seeing Hyuga Lanmo's eyes full of desire. It would be great if he could have his body. He looked at Hyuga Lanmo with a greedy smile on his face. "Today will definitely let you come back and forth, the array of 10,000 snakes." Suddenly, when 10,000 snakes attacked, Dashemaru activated the 10,000 snakes array. Countless black snakes swarmed from all directions like the tide. They followed one after another and turned over the ocean. Each snake still had a long sword in its mouth. They didn't want to give each other any chance to breathe. 10,000 snakes sprinted, opening their big mouth and wanting to swallow Hyuga Lanmo. It thought that eating him would be able to sacrifice 1,000 living people. However, as soon as his mind wandered, he heard a loud noise, huge amounts of chakra shockwave, which exploded from Hyuga Lanmo's body, and the group of snakes coming from in front of him was exploded, and the whole cliff shook violently, collapsed downward. The escaped wand snake leapt several times and rushed over again. Orochimaru jumped among the falling rubble. His fingers flew up and down. Today is his only chance, but, no matter what, when Hyuga Lanmo comes, he will get what he wants. The hidden shadow has more snake hands. The ground sank, and the countless black snakes that came up like leaves collapsed from the shockwave in the middle, and the snake was blown by the shockwave and cut several blood marks on its body. Hyuga Lanmo's body floated up, but was covered from top to bottom by the snake shadow submersible of Orochimaru in the distance. Magnetic escape, magnetic current wall. The huge amounts of magnetic protection appeared, and at first it covered the many snake hands that rushed like a pot lid, but in the next second, countless spikes grew on the pot lid. The snake hand hitting on the protection of the magnetic escape was stabbed and retracted. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo turned around and appeared behind Orochimaru, raising the knife and dropping it, and the magnetic escape plunged into his body from top to bottom. He fell to the ground, but the psychic beast 10,000 snake did not disappear, which proves that this big snake pill is also a duplication. "Ah, Dad, save me." On the other side, the boy who fell from the cliff shouted loudly. At this time, Hyuga Lanmo realized that the Annie turned out to be the child's father. He leapt a few times to avoid the attack of the 10,000 snakes on the opposite side, and sprayed the huge amounts of lava at the 10,000 snakes with the molten rock bomb. Huge amounts of lava fell from the sky, and immediately after he used his newly developed ninja, Thunder Drift, Lightning Storm. The entire island is like falling into the world of thunder and lightning. The sound of pop, pop, thunder fell from the sky, covering the surrounding fields, and all the black snakes were killed by the lightning. Before the big opened mouth of one snake rushed up, he was hit by a huge amount of lightning in his head. Then in the next second, a haze appeared, splitting its body from top to bottom, and surviving it, split in half. On one side of the big snake pill is still preparing to use sealing technique to seal Hyuga Blue ink. But seeing this scene, the whole person is stupid. At this moment, Hyuga Lanmo had caught the falling child, and his father fell into the cliff and gravel, and there was no sound. "Boy, I just want to ask you one question, did you go with Dashemaru yourself?" In the thunder and lightning, he was dressed gracefully, floating in the air, holding the child in his arms, like a divine residence. "No, he arrested me. He said that I have the same blood as my father, and that I can do experiments if I arrest him. Although I also want to save my dad, I know the oath that I have sworn, I will not betray you, master," the little boy said firmly. Standing under the lightning, Dashemaru looked at the dead Wanshi, and felt a pain in her heart. God knows how much effort he took to protect Wanshi, a psychic beast, but he didn't want to meet Hyuga Lanmo just now. A few tricks, he was killed by the other party. Also, he knows the United Psychic Beast and all his abilities. He is not his opponent, but he just wants to try it. Dashemaru knelt on the ground with both hands on the ground, very pious. Mr. Lanmo, I'm taking it, please don't kill me. Hyuga Lanmo sneered and put the boy aside. The boy looked up at him, then looked at his father Anhi who was lying on the side of the gravel, with some kind of plea in his eyes. Advertisement, go. He lowered his head and said to him. N. The little boy ran over. Hyuga Lanmo faces the Orochimaru, and on the 5 fingers, there are 5 black magnetic thorns, which are thin and long. He came to him and said in a low voice, I won't believe you at all. After speaking, he raised his fingers and dropped forcefully. Just when he was about to insert and die, he said loudly, Lanmo-jun, I will help you kill 3 generations of Hokage. Within 5 years, if I can kill 3 generations, please allow me to join your door. Orochimaru took a breath and continued, I'm not working anymore. I need to change the container right away, and you know that you can't kill me. Even if I die now, I will be born again in a few years. So, please give me a chance. Hyuga Lanmo stopped the movement in his hand and sneered. You just said you would kill 3 generations for me? Yes, I do what I say. If I want to kill him, do I still need you? Adults value affection and righteousness and are not merciful to the enemy, but they will try their best to protect their friends, even a child. So I know that because of Konoha's friends, you will not attack the 3 generations, but I am different. Even if the other party is my teacher, as long as it's useless to me, I can kill him. Dashiwan's words were filled with a vicious atmosphere, as if to say something very easy. You should know that I don't believe you, I know, but I am willing to be your subordinate, Dashiwan continued. Haha, you are really a ring in a ring, you really think I'm a fool. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo's hands rose and fell, and a sharp magnetic escape of 5 fingers came down from the top, penetrating Dashiwan's head. His blood and brain pulp came out along the 5 magnetic eye holes. Why? I'm already willing to defect to you, why kill me, before dying? Dashemaru asked unwillingly. Hyuga Lanmo replied coldly. Do you think I don't know? 5 years later, Akatsuki's plan will begin. The so-called killing 3 generations is just one of your plans. You dare to play with me? Conspiracy? Want to kill 3 birds with 1 stone? I tell you, it's impossible. It was them who wrote the declaration of war to the 5 ninja villages in his name, and now they want to kill Hokage in his name, which is really ridiculous. Chapter 210 just for one of his hair. If he wanted his life, it would have been long ago. It is their turn. He keeps Konoha because Mr. Tsunade, the husband, is not thin to him, and the 3 generations will not live for a few years, so he should keep Konoha well. Make Hokage for Tsunade. It's their turn to frame him with conspiracy and tricks. One by one, really treat him as a kid. Indeed, Heiju offered a plan to frame him back then, thinking that after he had nowhere to go and resisted angrily, he became the public enemy of the 5 ninja villages, but he didn't want to. After putting Konoha together, he actually silenced the remains for more than a year later, NS. Their strategy was unsuccessful, so they set their sights on the country of Nanmo that took in Hyuga Lanmo. They thought that the 6 ways of pain would surely kill the entire Nanmo, but they didn't expect that this year, Hyuga Lanmo would not only rule. With his eyes closed, and the invisible reincarnation eye opened, ability, like pain, didn't say anything. He had already budgeted the scene of Akatsuki's attack early. Not only saved Nanmo, but also moved the battlefield, directly ruining Yuyan village. Because of this, the Shao organization has now stopped all external activities and has begun to rest and recuperate wholeheartedly. If you want to restore the ability of Yuyan village, I am afraid it will take at least 2 years later. On the other hand, Dashemaru had already planned everything for himself, such as leaving the Akatsuki organization, killing the 3rd generation of Hokage, looking for a new container, and so on. They wanted to turn this ninja world upside down, and Hyuga Lanmo would never be the knife they borrowed to kill. If people do not offend me, I will not offend others. If anyone offends me, I will pay it back. After Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, he turned to recruit the kid on Roar's side. Go, boy. The boy wiped his tears and ran over here. He immediately hugged Hyuga Lanmo's thigh. Master, my father said, I have found a good master. If it weren't for you, I would be the same as him. He is the subject of the blood test. His arms are purple because of the blood drawn, and no part of the skin on his body is good. Master, my dad said that he died as a relief, ooh. With that, the always strong boy cried. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the corpses of countless snakes in front of him, stretched out his hand to hug him, and whispered, It's okay, don't cry, do you still have grandpa? Let's go home. Advertisement. After saying this, Hyuga Lanmo forcefully appeared, exploded the entire island, followed by Huo Dun, which began to burn endlessly. The stronghold of Orochimaru on Octagonal Island was destroyed. Everything on the island was burned by the flames, and nothing was left. After Hyuga Lanmo left, the subordinates of Orochimaru hiding in other places appeared, and began a detailed investigation of all the places where they had fought, not missing an inch of land. On the boat, Orochimaru was sitting in a wheelchair, looking at the distant scene with an imploring expression. Genmaro on one side pushed him and asked softly, Sir, what are they looking for? Isn't the battle over? Find your hair. Dashemaru said. The reason why he took the risk to ask Hyuga Lanmo to come here is to get a piece of his hair. As long as he finds the hair with hair follicles, he can extract his DNA. Maybe he can cultivate his body cells so that he can study him. If the research is good, maybe he can integrate his body and cultivate a container with his ability. Thinking of this, Orochimaru became even more nervous, but it was a pity that Hyuga Lanmo hated him too deeply. Not only did he ruin this place, he even burned it with fire Dane. I don't know if his people can be under the ruins of this war. Found his hair? When Genmaro heard this, his face was shocked. It was because of a single hair that Mr. Orochimaru had spent so much effort? What kind of existence has Hyuga Lanmo become? Finally, someone found a strand of hair in the mouth of a dead snake, and by looking at the length and color, it was Hyuga Lanmo's hair. If Dashemaru was a treasure, she put the strand of hair in the box and brought it back to the experimental base. And after these 3 years of hard work, the development of Nanmo has made great progress. First of all, the enchantment of Nanmo has increased from the original 1 to 3. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the end, the experiment failed. Secondly, seafood has also been exported in large quantities. Although it is still a route, the number of ships has increased, and the trade exchanges have also increased a lot. In order to prevent other people from entering South Mexico, relevant cards are set up at the 3 levels of enchantment. Specially check the flow of ships and the passage qualifications of all personnel entering and leaving South Mexico. Advertisement: The Lanxiaomen, which is far abroad in Nanmo, started as a bounty ninja at the very beginning, and now it is gradually transforming to accept various high-level commissions. The general level is above level tasks, and Lanxiaomen will only take over. For the next 6 months, Dashemaru has been working on the cultivation of Hyuga Blue Ink's body DNA, but it has never succeeded. Moreover, as his experiment failed, all the cell molecules he extracted from the hair follicles were used up. And the Akatsuki organization, on the bright side, has given up entanglement with Hyuga Blue Mo, but outside of the 3 enchantments of Nanmo, there will occasionally be news about By Z or Highway, and they will occasionally came to investigate outside the enchantment of Nanmo, but there has been no further movement. And Lan Shangmen, a little-known school from the beginning, has gradually become a large organization hidden in the ninja world. Even for a while, the people of the 5 major ninja villages also conducted too many directional investigations on Lan Shangmen. First, he didn't sleep at night, and the results of laboratory research made him shocked. It was not the DNA that humans in this world should have. This kind of existence was the first time he encountered in Dashawan's lifetime. For the next 3 years, in addition to dealing with Nanmo village and Lanxiaomen every day, Hyuga Lanmo also had a relaxed life. At the same time, Ninja Village has developed rapidly. Ninja Village has not only built its own city wall protection, but also has a lot more construction in the city than half a year ago. The city library, power station, water conservancy project, smelting, people's livelihood and other aspects have been greatly improved. Ascension, even the number of students in the ninja school has more than doubled. I need more of his body cells, I need more. Secondly, in addition to the first gate Honglin, the 4 pioneers, Yu, Gangfang, Genki, and Junshu are becoming more and more famous in the world of ninja. Seeing the last frozen cell disappeared, the Orochimaru in the base screamed loudly. At this moment, he really envied the child so much that he could worship him as a teacher. In the southern part of the main island, another city was established called Xincheng. Although the population is only over 10,000, it is indeed a city for the production of agricultural materials. However, Shalai Chachu was mostly a Sanin organization with the purpose of undertaking tasks, and there was no other progress, so the matter was not resolved. If Hyuga Lanmo can let him approach him, he will do whatever he wants. Chapter 211 Nether Island. The Onbi of the 5 great ninja villages has also appeared in the barrier. Fortunately, they can still enter Nanmo City for a walk. However, some of these Onbis have come back and forth, and some even returned to their ninja village to report the news, knowing that this is the once empty country, and it will not launch a war easily. At most, it would send a few more ninjas over to test out the forces here, but the facts prove that even if the people who escaped from Onbi could escape from Nanmo this time, they were not seen to be able to sneak into Nanmo again next time with people. And after 3 years of growth, Hyuga Lanmo has become more and more handsome, and he has completely inherited the fine genes of the Hyuga family. People who don't know him can feel the gentleness of him at first glance, and his eyes are still not a cataract, but a deep sea blue. In a small town in the southern part of the country, Hyuga Lanmo sat in a seat with one hand supporting her cheek, and the other holding edamame into her mouth. He couldn't help but breathe while looking at the doorway. A cold wind blew, and a man wearing a Yishao organization costume walked in. His long hair was combed into a bundle behind his head. There was an icy breath all over the body, with 2 tears in his eyes. Zhenyi is extraordinary. After he entered the store, he sat across from Hyuga Lanmo. Hyuga Lanmo poured a glass of wine for him, and asked softly, "What have you been up to lately? Why don't you contact me?" "No way," the other party said, picking up the wine glass, and drank it in one gulp. "Hey, pay attention to your body. This wine has to be drunk slowly to taste." Hyuga Lanmo took a sip of the wine, then put it down. Uchiha Itachi did not speak, and sat for a while, stood up, and said, "Recently, I was investigating and collided with your Lan Shangmen people. I'm here to inform you that if I meet again next time, it won't show mercy." After speaking, he turned and left. Hyuga Lanmo laughed, yawning, and continued to drink alone. Hit it. What a coincidence. That night, Honglin's summoning charm lit up without knowing where he was. Hyuga shifted to the blue and ink space. When he appeared, he found himself on a cold island. The dark sky was covered with dark clouds. The sea was tumbling towards the shore. A black building stood tall in the distance. On the mountain, there was a gloomy and coercive aura. Something happened to Honglin. Advertisement. When Hyuga Lanmo appeared here, this was the first thought he didn't see. The surrounding sea was rolling, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and then the cold wind passed by, and fluttering snowflakes fell from the sky. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand to catch the falling snowflakes, and fell into the cold ice in his hands, gradually melting. 3 words, Netherworld Island, are engraved on a large rock on the shore. Looking around, apart from this gloomy island, the sea level in the distance is dark and depressed. Hyuga Lanmo uses perception technology, but because of the special boundary here, mirror perception cannot be effective. After a few longitudinal leaps, he headed up the mountain and encountered 2 corpses on the road. Although he did not recognize them, it could be seen from the marks on the corpses that they were from Lan Shangmen. In the past 3 years, Lan Shangmen in South Mexico has solicited a lot of protege and has communicated with the secret part of South Mexico, and implemented a fully integrated secret door development. It not only accepts commissioned tasks above a level, but also occasionally accepts it. Assassination investigation and other tasks. For this period of time, Hyuga Lanmo has been dealing with affairs in Nanmo, even if it is Lan Shangmen. Anbi or Hying brought some documents to Nanmo Ninja Village, and then he signed and dealt with it. So he doesn't care about the small things in the door, but Honglin is in charge of everything. As the highest-ranking leader of the entire Lan Shangmen besides him, it is certainly not easy for him to go out in person, and where things happen. Hyuga Lanmo came to the top of the mountain, and the towering building was right in front of him, but not far away, in the darkness against the white snow. 2 figures were standing on the other side of his position. The red cloud and black robe, the familiar dress, belonged to the Shao organization. In the blink of an eye, the clothes are fiercely strong. The 2 figures are set against the darkness. From the figure, you can see that one is the Uchiha Itachi whom I saw a few days ago. Ruan Ju, it is his partner Dried Persimmon Geekin. The 3 people's eyes collided, and soon, the Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark rushed over, his hand raised his muscles, his eyes were glowing white, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he asked in a cold voice, Hyuga Blue Ink? Hyuga Lanmo's gaze fell on the person behind him, and he stretched out his hand and waved, Itachi, long time no see. The other party did not speak, but looked at the towering building in front of him. Advertisement. The Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark rushed up, without saying anything, lifting the shark muscle and slashing. It is said that the people of Akatsuki's organization have changed too. As expected, they started fighting without saying anything. Hyuga Lanmo dodges and hides. The opponent chakra is amazing, and his power and ninjutsu ability are many times stronger than ordinary shinobu. Soaring into the air, a thunderbolt in his hand fell, the other party avoided, and the shark muscle sword swept over again. Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark promises that as long as his shark muscle sword is touched by Hyuga Blue Ink, he will definitely win, because his shark muscle sword can absorb the opponent's chakra, regardless of whether the opponent is the existence of a few orcs. As long as he is dipped in a big knife, he will suck his chakra dry, making him worse than death. In the Battle of Wuwangcheng, he fought against Hyuga Lanmo. At that time, Akatsuki organized 6 people to lose to him, and then hurriedly lost. Back then, he thought, if his sword hit him, then they'd definitely win. And in the First World War in South Mexico 3 years ago, Pain was out of 6 men and was disturbed by others. He hated that he was not in Yuyan village at the time, so he would definitely make him look good. Finally today, he saw him, so let them have a showdown, right? On the other side, Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly when he saw this scene, and did not participate. Instead, he disappeared after several leaps and rushed towards the building on the mountain. Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark flew up and down with the big knife in his hand. Hyuga Lanmo's speed was amazing, and his big knife could not touch it at all. With his back blocked, the big sword returned to his place. He began to use ninjutsu, water escape, big water burst. The first ninjutsu is his best ninjutsu. Huge amounts of Hinata Lanmo rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo. He used Woden to fight against each other. Fire and water were incompatible. The 2 sides antagonized, making a sizzling sound. The mist filled with water. Then, Hyuga Lanmo only felt that his body's gravity changed. He actually fell into his huge dungeon. Hyuga Imoku remembers that in the Naruto story, Kakigaki used this ninjutsu against Yao. In the dungeon, there is no sign of him at all, and even the big swordfish muscle seems to have disappeared out of thin air. Hyuga Lanmo floats in the dungeon. The perception technique cannot be used. He looked around vigilantly, and the method to counter him has appeared in his mind. Dissolution, the Art of Earth and Harmony, Chapter 212. Although this ninjutsu is inferior to Amaterasu, it is second only to Amaterasu's smelting technique in the fire escape to which it belongs. Melting escape spouts, water and fire are incompatible, and the squeaking sound will cool down the melt drop by drop, but the problem of the earth and the art is too high, and it is impossible to solidify the lava immediately. The huge amounts of mist was filled, and the entire dungeon began to gurgle with bubbles upwards. Hyuga Lanmo slid into one of the bubbles, and then got into one of the bubbles, using the ultralight rock technique to reduce the weight of his body, towards the dungeon, floating above. Soon, he will be able to escape this water prison. However, the Dried Persimmon Ghost Shark, who was ready to attack at any time, appeared, with huge amounts of mackerel muscle in his hand, with a sneer on his face. Hyuga Lanmo, who would have thought that you would die in my hands? After speaking, he raised the knife in his hand and cut it down at the Hyuga Blue Mo in the bubble. The excitement in his heart was beyond words, and the character who could not even win the 6 pen finally died in his hands today. The big knife smashed the bubble, and cut it diagonally along with the characters inside, but it turned out to be a shadow duplication when it tightened. Just when he was wondering, someone appeared behind him and turned to look. It turned out to be Uchiha Itachi. His eyes appeared with kaleidoscope blood-round eyes, and the corners of his mouth had a sly smile. No, Itachi never smiled, and he went up the mountain? It is impossible for him to appear in his own dungeon. Yes, that is Hyuga Lanmo after the transformation. When he was awake at the last second, a positive voice came from his mind. Then, he fell into his illusion. In the illusion, he was rippling in the sea, surrounded by sharks, happy and free. On the mountain ridge, Uchiha Itachi was standing in the wind and snow, looking up at the tall, gloomy building in front of him. Dead? Itachi frowned slightly, and looked back at Hyuga Lanmo who had caught up. Not yet, I have a good impression of him, not killed. Hyuga Lanmo cracked a smile and said softly. Itachi, come to my Nanmo, I will fully support whatever life you want. The corners of Itachi's mouth were cold and calm, and he looked back at him for a long time before he said, everything I do now, this is the life I want. Advertisement. When Hyuga Lanmo heard this, he did not persuade him deeply. Instead, he took out 2 tubes of serum and threw them over. The other party reached out and accepted. What is this? Healing serum. There is a ninja in our village whose blood is used to repair blood vessels. He developed it himself and injected his serum. It can quickly heal the injuries suffered by the body within 3 days. These 2 tubes are given to you. Hope occasionally can save your life. Hyuga Lanmo said. Uchiha Itachi put the serum away and said softly, thank you. And this one, take it. Hyuga Lanmo threw 2 more summoning spells in the past. Itachi nodded, took a deep breath, looked up at the building above, and said, unexpectedly, the people at Lan Shangmen also found this. This island is a bit strange, Hyuga Lanmo said. Definitely, let's go. After speaking, Uchiha Itachi pushed forward, and the 2 entered the building one after the other. Looking up at the foot of the mountain just now, I didn't find that this building turned out to be an abandoned castle. The windows leaked everywhere, the roof leaked in some places, and the walls in other places were also damaged. Walking into the hall, a gust of wind roar came, like a wild wolf roaring in the snow. Where is Honglin? The summoning talisman burns here, either he summons or his subordinates. What about others? He brought people here to investigate what on earth. The 2 of them walked into the castle, and gusts of cold wind mixed with wind and snow poured in from the dilapidated window, forming a vortex of wind and snow in the huge amounts of the house. Suddenly a pair of eyes appeared on the roof, staring abruptly at the 2 people below. Where is this place? Hyuga Lanmo knows very little about this place, and it is transferred from the summoning talisman space, so he doesn't know anything about it. The legendary Ghost Island often appears in the East Daxia Sea and South Daxia Sea on the night of the full moon, floating islands without specific coordinates. So how did you know? I have been investigating this island for half a year, and I found it out based on the time of its appearance and the range of its flow, Uchiha Itachi said. Advertisement. After speaking, Itachi walked inside and Hyuga Lanmo followed. The 2 of them made 2 turns in the long corridor, and found that they seemed to be back in the lobby again, not only looking around strangely. It's a pity that my perception technique is useless here. If not, I can see what is in this building at a glance. Hyuga Lanmo said, turning his head to look around, clenching his fist. However, also it's not impossible. After speaking, he suddenly rushed over and hit a wall with a punch. The wall collapsed, and a huge amounts of room appeared in front of the 2 of them. Inside the room, a pair of oily green eyes were looking at them. People were densely packed, all with human eyes. Hyuga Lanmo turned back a few steps and took a closer look. It was really a human being, but hidden in the darkness, and his green eyes were too abrupt. Just now he just saw that the wall here seemed to be built later, and he felt that there must be something tricky in it. He didn't expect to punch it down. After the wall collapsed, there was really something inside. The dust fell, and those people rushed out. Among them, some with weapons in their hands, and some with their bare hands, killed them. Uchiha Itachi and Hyuga Amo stand on the united front against the incoming people. Their eyes are green, their eyelids won't blink, and their movements are quick, but slightly stiff, as if they are under control. The man on the left rushed up, his hands were printed directly, huge amounts of fire spurted out, the flames covered the 2 of them, Hyuga Lanmo and Itachi dodged, and the man on the right also rushed up, holding a lot of hands. After the sword was scattered, it was water escape, followed by earth escape to cover up. The sound of the wind and the sound of ninjutsu's attack sounded above the entire hall, and the echoes were icy with a certain empty, horrible figure. Uchiha Itachi rushed up, kicked at one person, kicked the person's heart and collapsed in, and the other parties, pissed, vomited blood and fell to the ground. The ice thorn appeared behind Hyuga Lanmo, killing a large area. Before the person rushing up in front of him had completed the seal, he was pierced by thousands of ice thorns into his body and fell a piece of it. In less than a moment, the 200 green-eyed people in front of them were all killed by 2. And in the wall room opened by Hyuga Lanmo's punch, a passage appeared in front of the 2 of them. The 2 of them walked up there, and before they entered the room, they heard a click sound behind them. Chapter 213. Living puppet. The ninjas killed by them turned their bodies to resurrect one by one. The green eyes that disappeared when they were killed suddenly burst out again, as if they were reborn. Moreover, a flame-like red texture appeared on their foreheads, spreading to their necks and even their palms. This is a curse seal, Hyuga Lanmo said with certainty, and they are not resurrected, but dead. He was sure that he and Itachi did kill these people just now, although they still had green pupils flashing as before, but it was certain that they were already dead man. Itachi turned around and waited. More than 200 dead bodies rushed up in front of them. Because of the curse, their speed and ability were dozens of times stronger than before. One-time solution, Hyuga Lanmo exclaimed. And Uchiha Itachi replied loudly. The two leapt up. Hyuga Lanmo used Feng Dun and Qian Feng ran to cut all the dead bodies that rushed up in front of him into pieces. Uchiha Itachi uses Fire Escape, Giant Flame Ball, to burn corpses in Fire Escape. No matter what ninjutsu can be used with more than 200 corpses in front of you, as long as they are in this room, they will all be recruited. The two cooperated and the clothes were seamless. In an instant, all the dead corpses were wiped out, and the corpses were scattered on the ground and burned to death. The two left the scene and entered the secret road. Roar's whistling wind disappeared, and the flames outside were still burning. As they turned around in the secret road, the two felt their steps gradually descending, as if they had entered the castle basement. Woo! Suddenly a cry of cries sounded from the depths. The two stopped, and Itachi looked at Hyuga Lanmo next to him. Hyuga Lanmo nodded, and the two looked around. The tunnel in front of them had already diverged, and they needed to choose a direction. Help! Help! Suddenly another voice sounded inside the tunnel on one side. The cry just now was a woman, and this voice was indeed a man. I choose this side, you have to be careful. Hyuga Lanmo pointed to the passage where the man's voice was emitting, and said. Advertisement. Itachi nodded and turned to leave. Hyuga Lanmo heard that it was not someone else who called for help just now, but his subordinate, Hong Lin. He walked forward quickly, and from a distance, he saw a room, and Hong Lin was lying in the room, panting heavily. A hole was cut in his chest, and blood was constantly flowing along the wound. Out. Hyuga Lanmo stepped forward to support his body, took out the repair plasma from his pocket, and injected him. It's okay, don't worry. My lord, there is a person named Zhongchuan who is contacting the 5 major ninja villages and wants to destroy Nanmo. I followed him to this island, which is very evil here, Hong Lin explained, with a hard look on his face. Okay, I get it. Hyuga Lanmo used chakra to assist him in the treatment. Although his heart is damaged, he will heal him, and he will never let him worry about his life. Zhongchuan? 5 ninja villages? 5 years ago, someone pretended to be him and declared war on the 5 great nations and the 5 great ninja villages. Only Konoha took the initiative. The other villages didn't really do anything. Although they shouted and yelled a lot, they didn't make a move in the end. And in the past few years, they have only sent the Anbu secretly to investigate, and they really haven't done anything excessive to Nanmo. Compared to the Shao organization, they are still reasonable. What about this time? Will the 5 major ninja villages take action? Hyuga Lanmo's answer is very positive, that is, they will not take action until he really shows up to provoke them. As for the one named Zhongchuan, why did he do this? It seems that the only way to investigate is slowly. Did he disappear here? Hyuga Lanmo looked at the stone chamber. It was empty inside, nothing strange. Yes, I was in his ambush here. After he stabbed me, he ran away into the corridor deep. My lord, there is a ghost here. My man was killed by a ghost as soon as he got on the island. You be careful, lord, Hong Lin said with a face of difficulty. Hyuga Lanmo nodded, and after healed him for a while, he put him in a different space and ran into the corridor deep. Not long after they ran, I heard noises coming from all directions. It's Hyuga Lanmo. It's Hyuga Lanmo. You can't let him run. There are 7 kinds of tail beasts in his body. Kill him, kill him. The voice was all a woman's voice, high and low, and the voice was ethereal, like a ghost. Who? Hyuga Lanmo called out. He has wood attribute chakra in his body. The other party should not be able to use illusion spells on himself. Is it really a ghost? Advertisement. In this world, even the existence of witches and sprites can be used, and it is even more a ghost. Now that he knows the reason, he is not welcome. Just like the women in this secret road now, some of them are floating in the air, some are hanging upside down on the wall, with pairs of green eyes looking at him directly, without blinking. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. This time, Hyuga Lanmo was not in a hurry to kill them, but he wanted to see why these people could float in the air, and why were they like half-dead man. The attack of the opponent is not the same as the attacks of those people encountered before. Those people cannot fly and can only attack like ordinary ninjas. In front of these so-called female ghosts, dance up and down, flying in the air, floating in the air, and they can all do it. Arrive. Hyuga Lanmo felt strange before. Those people seemed to be controlled by others. Although there were spells added to their bodies after death and their attack power increased, they did not attack voluntarily before death. Obviously, they seemed to be controlled by others. The voice was faintly crying and reluctant, but no matter what it is, he is not afraid. As their bodies were injured, their eyes changed from their normal color to dark green, just like the eyes of those who attacked them outside. And those chakra lines are firmly controlling the women in front of them, enabling them to make difficult moves and hunt him down. After saying this, a dozen women suddenly drew out long knives and stabbed him. Hyuga Lanmo turned around and saw the shock burst inside his body, slamming the female ghost at the scene. It's not a ghost, it's a human. Suddenly, the surrounding walls disappeared, and female ghosts appeared one by one. They were glamorous and dressed in flimsy gauze. They were looming and erratic. They danced up and down, surrounding him. Hinata Lanmo, you must die. A line of chakras hidden in the dark appeared in his sight, covering the space. He dodges to avoid the attack of the opposite woman, staring at the woman in front of him who rushes over again, and at the same time, riding wheel eyes appear. Fate. Roar shouted and rushed up. What exactly is it? A puppet of a living person? Chapter 214 These people's ninjutsu is not very powerful. Even if the 200 ninjas outside attacked at the same time, it would not be as good as the ability of a low-level member of the Akatsuki organization, so Hyuga Amo wanted to take them down easily. It's just that he wants to know something, so he doesn't need to kill them all. Magnetic escape. Attack. Magnetic escape protection can protect the object you want to protect based on the owner's consciousness. Magnetic escape attack is just the opposite. Magnetic sand can turn into a long sword, kunai, and magnetic spurs, and pursue and kill the target in front of you. As long as Hyuga Lanmo's eyes go wherever he goes, the magnetic escape will be in place. Puff puff puff. A dozen or so magnetic killing sounds sounded, and a dozen women in front of them all fell to the ground, their bodies convulsed, spasmed, and severely injured. At the same time, the green brilliance in their eyes disappeared. As the pupils dilated, even the chakra line connected to them disappeared. Say, who sent you here? The last woman left, the magnetic spur was facing her forehead. The chakra line behind the opponent had been cut off by Hyuga Lanmo's chakra knife. He didn't kill her because he wanted to understand the reason. The woman's green eyes looked at Hyuga Lanmo tightly. There was no expression on her face, but the tears fell steadily. She was conscious. Her mouth opened for a long time without even saying a word. Without the chakra line, although she was not controlled by the person in the dark, she could not control herself. Kachacha. Familiar voices sounded, and in all directions, more than a dozen women who had died got up. Their current situation was the same as the 200 people just now. They rushed up, some of them attacked Hyuga Lanmo, and some of them killed the woman who was still alive by the wall. Puff. Hyuga Lanmo's magnetic escape flew out, shielding the woman from top to bottom. The female corpses who killed her hugged the magnetic escape like crazy, and their long nails scratched on the magnetic escape and sent out a sharp, harsh sound. Hyuga Lanmo faced these female corpses rushing towards him, using melt, leaving no one behind. The scene was quiet. Hyuga Lanmo used the technique of ultralight rock and walked inside with the magnetic protection like a mummy. Advertisement. When he reached a clean place, he turned on the magnetic escape, then took out the silver needle, and after stabbing a few needles at the woman in front of him, the woman took a deep breath and finally came over. She was beautiful, with a pair of green the eyes had disappeared and became her own yellow pupils. She looked around differently, and covered her eyes in fear. This is not a dream. Go ahead, what have you experienced in your dreams? The woman explained that she turned out to be a ninja from Union Village. She was suddenly attacked during a mission half a month ago, and then lost her sense of supervisor, but she felt like she was dreaming. She dreamed of a man with a pair of green eyes feeding them medicine, and then connecting their bodies with chakra thread and controlling them. She also said that the man had only one goal, and that was to kill Hyuga Lanmo. Is that person named Jonchuan? Hyuga Lanmo asked. The woman shook her head. No, there is a man under him called Jonchuan, and Jonchuan calls this man the Lord Netherhall. Master of the Nether Palace. He had never heard of this name, whether it was in the previous Naruto story, or in Lan Shangman's report or the secret part of Nanmo village. They have been protecting one thing, and the thing is called 10 Elephant Tianzhong. What is 10 Shang Tianzhuan? What does it have to do with him? Why did he kill himself? Many questions appeared in Hyuga Lanmo's mind. Vaguely, he felt that the thing should have something to do with Togo. Otherwise, how could Akatsuki organization send Itachi here to investigate this matter? Hyuga Lanmo looked around and asked again, do you know their location? It's authentic here and it's in all directions. His perception skills don't work on this island. He needs a guide. The woman closed her eyes, carefully recalled the feeling in the dream, and then stretched out her finger, over there. Hyuga Lanmo turned to the direction she pointed, and the woman followed and ran behind him. Thank you for saving me. It's okay, Hyuga Lanmo replied. The woman laughed. He seemed to be different from the legend. But his gift has already been activated. As long as he is given time, he must kill this hidden danger. Advertisement. Because there are 7 kinds of tail beasts on your body, for the safety of the shinobi world and to protect the world, I will kill you at any cost, the man said, suddenly bowed his head and coughed, and the whole person followed him, coughing and trembling. A man sat indoors, his whole body glowing with snow-white luster, his eyes were green, and he was looking coldly at Hyuga Lanmo in front of him. 4 men stood beside him, all with their heads down, like lifeless human puppets. Following the guidance of the woman, she quickly turned around. A huge amount of shishi appeared in front of the 2 of them. Huge amounts of lava sprayed over the sky, fast and powerful, and instantly covered the entire space in front of you. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Unexpectedly, you actually came. This was really something he didn't expect. If he knew that he would come to Nether Island, he would give him a big gift. Unfortunately, everything was too sudden. As Hyuga Lanmo was about to scold his mother, the other party slapped him on the seat, and the 4 puppets rushed up. I am Lord Netherhall. I am immortal left in this world. I want to protect this world, so you must die. Hyuga Lanmo pushed away the woman next to him. Escape, the technique of earth and harmony. It's boring for you. Can you tell me something I don't know? I have tail beasts on my body, whether it's 7, 8, or 9. What does it have to do with you? 10 elephants, can it be related to 10 tails? The other party refused to get out completely, so he could only press to ask. There, however, the 4 people around this so-called Nether Palace are different from the ordinary ninjas outside. They all seem to be at the level of ninja. Not only do they shoot quickly, but they also have curse marks on their faces from the beginning. Those people were not the same before. The curse marks on those people's faces were in a state of flame, but these people were in a distorted geometric state. He looked up at him as if he looked at enemies of several generations. Why against me? Hyuga Lanmo looked at the huge amounts of room, and there were many scriptures engraved on the surrounding walls. Damn it. The 5 ninja villages were afraid of him, so they could tell why. Akatsuki's organization forced him to join the group and was able to find out the reason. And this guy, who fell from the sky, never appeared in a Naruto story, suddenly appeared such a guy who claimed to be a god, and then killed him. Isn't this a joke? Chapter 215 also, they are not puppets. This reminded Hyuga Lanmo of the curse imprints that Orochimaru had extracted from Shigeo's natural immortality, which could take on a geometrical state on some people. Does this nether hall have anything to do with Dashemaru or Shigego? The 4 of them avoided the meltdown in front of them, and the so-called netherworld hall on the opposite seat suddenly got up and ran back. The stone slab behind him opened, and he escaped. Stop! Hyuga Lanmo wanted to chase him, but the 4 people in front of him dragged him. What's the point of hiding? Hyuga Lanmo yelled. Mu duplication appeared, smashed the wall with a fist, and chased him down. The 4 dead ninjas in front of him avoided the ground and melted away, and several leapt to kill him. One of them was still using the magnetic ninjutsu's blood inheritance boundary, plus the effect of the curse seal. His chakra he normally, it had to be 10 times stronger. The other party used the magnetic escape, and the magnetic sand rushed towards Hyuga Blue Mo from all directions, trying to cover him. Melt escape, direct burning technique. No matter how strong the magnetic sand is, it is afraid of dissolving the lava. The magnetic sand is burned to red. Then using water to escape, the magnetic sand cools quickly and becomes an iron plate. The other 3 were unwilling to show weakness. 2 Dun, Feng Dun, and Thunder Dun attacked from 3 different directions. The little girl who saw this scene while hiding at the door was frightened and dumbfounded. She had never seen such a strong ninjutsu. Could it be that if she died before, the curse would happen like this? Lan Dun. Hyuga Lanmo avoided the opponent's attack, using Lan Dun. Even if the opponent has a curse seal, and the chakra is 10 times the usual amount, it is not as much as Hyuga Blue Ink's general chakra usage, let alone his fairy status. Even a random tail beast chakra can instantly destroy this 4 people. Coupled with the Lan Dun in his hand, it was originally the limit of blood inheritance. Ray's shot, the laser beam struck Magneto, and sparks burst out instantly. The 3 of them fell to the ground on the spot. Another Magneto ninja stayed for 3 seconds under the protection of the Magneto. 3 seconds later, a wooden escape came from behind him. The ground drilled out and penetrated his body directly. Advertisement: the entire battle was extremely fierce. Whether it was speed or ninjutsu, it was a master showdown, but the battle only took 10 seconds to end. Hyuga Lanmo chased him down, and at the end of the corridor, he saw Uchiha Itachi, who, in cooperation with his duplication, was fighting the so-called Nether Palace. After that, the Netherworld Palace was suddenly stunned, and standing motionless, he was hit by Uchiha Itachi's illusion. The duplication disappeared. Hyuga Lanmo came to him. The 2 stood still, looking at the pale, Nether Palace. Say, where is the ancient book? Uchiha Itachi came with Akatsuki's mission, so he naturally had to complete his mission first. The Netherworld Palace suddenly moved and walked in the same direction. Hyuga Lanmo and Itachi followed him and came to the room where he was before. Then on one wall, he pressed a button, a hidden grid appeared, and it was placed inside. 4 or 5 banned books, one of which is exactly what he used to introduce, the forbidden technique of chakra living puppets. There is also a handwritten note, which records his method of extracting the human curse, and there are some details. One of their gods is like Shigego, who is born to absorb natural energy, and this man is a medical ninja. Before I thought it was Orochimaru who instigated this, but now it doesn't seem to be the case. Hyuga Lanmo said while reading the manuscript. Now he has an illusion, there should be no danger. According to the record, if he uses the curse seal, he is a very dangerous person. Hyuga Lanmo talked about what happened to Jari. Uchiha Itachi took out the innermost scroll. It was an old bamboo slip. The knots were connected by animal skin threads. Itachi placed the bamboo slips on the table and opened them carefully. With the sound of slamming sounds, some complicated oracle bone ancient inscriptions appeared on the bamboo slips. Although the handwriting was vague, it was still possible to see what was written on it. Hyuga Lanmo approached the bamboo slips and looked at the words carefully. When he saw what was written on it, he was taken aback. This is the so-called Ten Shang Tianjuan. No wonder this person wanted to kill himself. It records how to synthesize the 10-tailed sacred tree with the human body. With this method, there is no need for the help of the outside golem, but the second half of the bamboo slip is missing, and the first half is all about the 10-tailed tree. The danger of Renjuli in the ninja world, and the legends of the sacred tree's harm to the ninja world, and the sacred tree cannibalism. Don't you ask me what is recorded on it. Advertisement. Yep, the 2 were about to leave. He looked back at the man who was still in the illusion and asked Itachi, don't you kill him? Lanmo, do you know the characters above? Itachi asked without recognizing such ancient oracle bone characters. Almost. Hyuga Lanmo smiled. Really? Not for the time being. I have to wait for him to wake up and look for the second half of the bamboo slips, as well as the so-called guardian of the gods. He also has to put a long line to catch the big fish and bring out all the clues, so I can't kill him for the time being. Itachi said. Uchiha Itachi lost his voice and just looked at the friend opposite. For a long time, he said, even without this, you are already very dangerous. I believe you can protect yourself. Well, since you have seen it, I will take it away in a while. On the side of the island, the air twisted in front of Hyuga Lanmo, preparing to leave. Uchiha Itachi said again, with a certain entanglement on his face, and then asked for a while, you haven't returned to Konoha for many years, right? Don't you plan to go back, even by other means? Hyuga Lanmo left, and when he reappeared, he was already in the Lanxiangmen headquarters on a street in the slum area of the capital city of the Kingdom of Sichuan. Hyuga Lanmo opened his mouth and said briefly, Tenwei, the sacred tree, the moon reading, and the dangers of people like me. Itachi shook his head, did not speak any more, but waved his hand to him. Farewell, if there is news from the gods, I will burn the summoning talisman to find you. I don't care, I just need to complete the task. As he said, Itachi carefully rolled up the bamboo slips and wrapped them in a yellow cloth. When he was about to put it in his pocket, he suddenly asked, it said above, what? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Mainly I don't want to return yet. If I want to return, I will definitely return. By the way, can I find a place to have a drink? Hyuga Lanmo said. Hyuga Lanmo nodded, leaving the flying Thor technique from the man, so that it would be easier to find him in the future. Chapter 216. Although Lanxiangmen has changed a lot in the past 3 years, the headquarters has always been in this little-known ruined house. Compared with other branches, there is no place to stay here. But don't underestimate it. Below this headquarters, a secret base like an underground palace has long been established. Hyuga Lanmo showed up with Hongulin, handed him to his subordinates, and said to him, your body should be fine. In the future, there will be news about the protection of the gods. Please inform me directly. You don't need to investigate yourself, you know. Quote. Yes, this action damaged 6 of his subordinates, and Hongulin almost died on Nether Island. Since the Lord had given the order, he dared not follow it. Hyuga Lanmo left and went straight back to his home in Nanmo Ninja Village. He took out the handwritten notes he got on Nether Island from his backpack and looked at it carefully. Finally, according to the manuscripts and Hongulin's report, he sorted out all the things of this so-called protection of God. This church is not very big, not only has its footprints all over the ninja world, their goal is very simple, is to be entrusted by an ancient god to perform the so-called guarding the peace of the ninja world. It's definitely this so-called god guardian, although it has lasted for hundreds of years, it has not done anything to prevent the ninja war, and even the 3 wars of the ninja have not seen them. In recent years, the activities have been frequent, all because of Hyuga Blue Ink. He was the first person in the ninja world to have 7-tailed beasts in the same body. This reminded them of the Ten Shang Tianjuan. They were afraid that he was the container of the sacred tree and the chief culprit in disturbing the entire ninja world. He was ready to destroy him. It's just that they didn't expect that they would be noticed by Lanxiangmen when they were secretly investigating South Mo. Schumann Hongulin did not report the incident to Hyuga Lanmo before there was no definite evidence, but had been secretly investigating the incident. In this way, after investigating for 3 months, their secret stronghold, Nether Island, appeared, so Hongulin decided to take someone to investigate the Nether Island first. As you can imagine, several subordinates gave the head away, and he almost died in it. If Hyuga Lanmo hadn't left him a summoning charm in advance, I'm afraid he would have died on that floating Nether Island now. Advertisement. And this protector of the gods, the head is the person who is complemented by the God Lord. This person is naturally able to absorb natural chakras and has the power of the god. And his 2 right-hand men are the masters of the Nether Hall on the Nether Island, and the master partial temple in a certain stronghold. The specific location of the stronghold is not recorded in this manuscript. But what is certain is that the curse seals used by those people on Nether Island are from their Lord. The master of the Nether Hall used a living puppet, while the master of the partial temple used a dead man puppet. There is only so much recorded in the manuscript about the god's guardianship. After reading the manuscript, Hyuga Lanmo thought about the bamboo slips he had read before, and he had a question in his mind. Although the bamboo slips recorded the legend of the sacred tree, the method of synthesizing the 10 tails without external golems, and the harm to humans caused by the 10 tails, it did not mention how the secret technique Ten Shang Tianjuan was practiced. From the content of the bamboo slips, it can be seen that the main content of the 10 elephant Tianjuan should be in the second half of the volume. The exact location of the second half of the volume is not recorded in the handbook. It seems that only by finding the guardian can we get clues. Although Hyuga Blue Ink has a mirror system that can synthesize 10 tails autonomously, it is not known whether the 10 tails of the system synthesis have the ability of Ten Shang Tianjuan. For the next month, no matter it was Uchiha Itachi, or Lanxiangmen and Onbi, there was no news of the gods. It wasn't until one day after another month that Hongulin suddenly brought a secret report, saying that the protector of the gods took the initiative to ask Hishiang Lanmo to go to a certain sea area in the western part of Unokuni. At this time, Itachi also found Hyuga Lanmo, and later he learned that in fact, Itachi wanted to solve the problem of the gods, but the other party sent an invitation letter, and he couldn't avoid it, so he called him. This time, the dried persimmon ghost shark did not appear, it should be to perform other tasks. From the west coast of the country of fire, it took less than 3 days by boat to arrive at the country of Uno. This is a peaceful country, but the more you go west, the more different the situation is. Occasionally, you will encounter impassioned people on the road. Missionary. Advertisement. And this sect that is desperately preaching crazily is actually the Cthulhu. However, as they walked longer on this land, Hyuga Amo and Uchiha Itachi faintly felt what the Cthulhu was doing. They don't want peace. As long as their lives are meaningful, even if it is the last trace of blood, they are willing to fight for an extraordinary life to the end. Such a doctrine is really for fear that the world will not be chaotic. But how other people live and how they choose are other people's business, and what they need to solve is their own business. When they came to the west side of the sea, Hyuga Amo and Uchiha Itachi stopped and took out the map to check the nearby landforms. This time the place they asked you to is called Ghost Elephant Island. I just inquired about that place. There are many horror legends in that place. According to Akatsuki's investigation, some time ago, the guardians of the gods wanted to win over the people from the 5 ninja villages to deal with you. But I don't want the shadow-level figures of a few villages to look down upon them at all, so they are ready to start. This time they invited you to come here, they made perfect preparations. What is waiting for you on the island, I don't know. But I can be sure that this so-called guardian has combined all their strengths and just wants to take you down. After finishing the explanation, Itachi put the map away and looked at the vast ocean. He glanced at Hyuga Lanmo who was eating edamame in a blink of an eye. He reached out and knocked his head. Are you serious? Okay. Okay. In fact, Hyuga Lanmo was going to go directly to the Ghost Island, but Uchiha Itachi was too cautious and had to take a boat through Unokuni, and after conducting another investigation on the Protectorate of God, the two were prepared. Action. Is it Hyuga Lanmo? Just as the two of them were standing on the beach in the setting sun and admiring the sea, a small boat stopped on the shore, and the man on the boat was covered in black robe, even his hair and face were in the black robe, leaving only a pair of eyes on the black robe to look outside. This person speaks without ups and downs, and his posture standing on the boat is also strange, like a zombie. Itachi, do you know? There are 2 masters of the Great Hall, one is the master of the Nether Hall we met 2 months ago, and the other is the master of the Partial Temple, and the master of the Partial Temple is playing Deadman. Hinata Lanmo said softly in Itachi's ear, I guess this person should be a dead man. Itachi frowned slightly, how do you know what's going on in their education? Chapter 217 You are not afraid of death. Have you forgotten? I took the code of the Nether Hall. Hyuga Lanmo replied in a low voice. A black line fell on Uchiha Itachi's forehead, and he worked hard for 2 months to investigate it, and it turned out that a handbook had solved it. Traveling westward, the setting sun gradually disappeared above the sea level. As soon as the two of them sat and stood on the boat, they soon disappeared above the sea. After the small boat the two took, there were several small boats silently following. The man on the boat looked at the person next to him and asked, Are you sure, that boat is the one going to the island of God's guardianship? Yes, Lord Wu Duan, this time is our chance to be loyal to the evil god, anyway, this time we must destroy the god's protectorate. Yes, Master Cthulhu hail, Master Cthulhu hail. The people on the boat were very emotional and whispered. These people are the people who preached in the western part of Unokuni. When Hyuga Amo and Uchiha Itachi passed the small town before, Hyuga Amo gave these people a note, saying that they were threatened by others and became a sacrifice to the gods. Sacrifices, I hope they can save him. Definitely, this approach is just a strategy of Hyuga Lanmo. There are 2 churches in a country, and there will definitely be a hostile relationship in some aspects. Therefore, Hyuga Lanmo bet that those who are of the Cthulhu cult will definitely take action when they hear about the location of the god's protectorate. Sure enough, after the other party took his note, he quickly made a countermeasure and followed up secretly. The traps prepared in advance, invite them into the urn. Then he didn't care about making the trap a little more muddy. The night was deep, and layers of thick fog appeared above the sea, and above the sea, there was a woman's ethereal singing. They had heard this voice on Nether Island. They belonged to the Nether Hall. Advertisement. Moving on, passing around a few hidden reefs, and then around a towering island that was blocking, suddenly an island glowing with green light appeared in front of the two of them. This is the Ghost Island. Hyuga Lanmo asked. Uchiha Itachi on one side did not speak, and he was also shocked by the sight in front of him. Although there was thick fog before, everything is clear here, even the full moon in the sky is so bright and bright. From a distance, the torch on the Ghost Elephant Island was brightly lit, illuminating the entire island, but the flame from the torch turned out to be green, like a ghost fire. Hinata Lanmo, you really are not afraid of death. On the huge amounts of reef by the sea, a man stood there, wearing a long ponytail, tattoos on his face, green eyes and a smile on his mouth. And beside him, stood hundreds of people, like the rowing man, all covered in black robes, covering the whole person in darkness. If you are not afraid, you have to bite the bullet. I'm sitting at home, and disaster is coming from the sky. I don't know what's going on. Even if you count on me one by one, you always run away. I can't solve the problem, so it's better to solve the problem quickly, free up time and have a few drinks with my friend. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo patted Uchiha Itachi on one side, looked back at him, and said, right. There are only 2 words in Uchiha Itachi's heart, losing friends. He smiled and looked at the man on the island. Okay, courageous, courageous, please. The man was not angry, turned around and made a gesture of asking, pointing his arm to the highest peak of the island. Hyuga Amo and Uchiha Itachi jumped ashore, and under the full view of the enemy, they followed this so-called partial shrine to the mountain. At the seaside reef, several Cthulhu ships stopped their actions, because the picture before them at this moment was no longer something they could deal with. That person is Hyuga Lanmo. Hurry up and notify Lord Cthulhu that they have arrested Hyuga Blue Mo. Although they don't know this legendary character, the fact that there are 7 kinds of tail beasts in their bodies will be enough for them to be surprised for half a lifetime. Therefore, they believe that it is definitely not a trivial matter that the Guardian caught Hyuga Blue Mo. For this kind of thing, Lord Cthulhu must take care of it. Advertisement. Yes. The person on one side wrote the password note, took out the carrier pigeon, tied the superstition to its lap, and let it go. Here, Hyuga Blue Mo and Uchiha Itachi got on the island, and walked all the way up towards the top of the mountain. Countless people in black robes are standing on both sides of the road, and the singing of women is still spreading in the air, adding a strange atmosphere to this mysterious island. Unimpeded all the way, the two arrived at the place. On the top of the mountain, around the huge amounts of open space, a human head and skeleton were picked up on the tall bamboo poles, and the gloomy atmosphere was blowing through the wind. And those people wearing black robes have surrounded the open space, and the surrounding oil-green torches are spitting out ghost fires. Hinata Lanmo, welcome to the God's Guardian. At the top of the open space, a man was sitting on a tall stone chair. He was strong, with green eyes shining through, and the whole person was set against the full moon, and his hair exploded. Like a god who was ready to fight at any time. And he was standing on his left 2 months ago, the so-called Nether Hall Master that Hyuga Blue Mo and the others saw on Nether Island, then this person is their chief teacher, the so-called Kobe Master. Don't say those polite words, you are obviously a grand feast, you want to kill me. Hyuga Blue Mo stood in the middle of the clearing, looking up at the tall man. Yes, people like you are damned. 7 kinds of tail beasts exist in one body. This is simply an existence that shouldn't exist. In order to protect the ninja world, we protect the heavens and we must destroy your evil spirits. The man above said with a loud voice. Uchiha Itachi snorted in his heart when he heard this, and he really went against Akatsuki's plan. No wonder Akatsuki wanted to destroy them. Anyone who blocked his way and knew his plan must die. It's really funny. You keep talking for the safety of the shinobi world. So what are you doing? Killing and setting fire, catching the living as living puppets, and using curse seals to work for you when you die, setting up skeletons around to show how many people you have killed. With such a style, don't label yourself as a good person with a good sounding voice. Speaking of which, you are just a bunch of evil ways. Hyuga Blue Mo sneered and retorted. Hearing this, the man from the Nether Palace on one side said angrily, you too, rebelled against Konoha, provokes the 5 ninja villages, and disrupts the entire ninja world. You are a monster, AB***********D who is punishable by heaven and earth, what's the matter? Right, say us. So, fight each other, kill and kill, make a fuss, who is good? Why do you spend so much talk? What protects the ninja world? What is the rule of God? It's a group of bastards who shook their heads and sold dog meat. Quote. Chapter 218. He deserves to die if he has a tail beast in his body, so why don't they go to the major ninja villages to find someone Zuli to settle accounts? Because they don't have the ability, and because the 5 ninjas ignore them. Want to find a sense of presence from him? Okay, he will let them exist today. Indeed, the so-called apologetics has been circulating for thousands of years, many of which have ceased to flow. The doctrine has long been distorted by people like them to 8 ditches, and now in the entire apologetics, even a person who can understand oracle bone inscriptions know, and even though the Ten Shang Tianjuan is a secret treasure in the teachings, it has been elevated to the pavilion by them. As for what was said in it, they didn't know at all. However, from ancient times to the present, the warning passed down by their older generations is that the human pillar power with tail beasts is very dangerous, especially if a person with 2 or more tail beasts appears in the body. If they cannot be used for them, they must be killed. Otherwise the shinobi world is uneasy. They don't understand other things, but they remember it clearly. Moreover, the people of this generation of the gods were killed wantonly by the people of the evil gods. In order to establish the prestige of the religion, they must obtain greater power, such as the strength of the human pillar. Therefore, the Hongman banquet this time is not only to kill Hyuga Blue Mo, but also to gain the power of the tail beast in his body to consolidate his position in the religion of Unokuni. It's just that, they won't say it. That's because you don't know our ability. Above the high position, the stalwart man suddenly yelled. Don't even think they can't understand the ancient texts on the 10 elephants, but they have studied the methods of suppressing the tail beasts for so many years. This time they invited you to enter the urn, they had already prepared everything. He began to seal the seal, and the speed was fast. With his movements, huge amounts of light emerged from the ground and the light burst into the sky. Hyuga Blue Mo and Uchiha Itachi looked around, the curse seal was activated, and the inscription appeared. This is the curse that the ancient gods left for them to suppress the tail beast. They have not used it for so many years, and it finally came in handy today. Hinata Lanmo, today is your death date. Since the other party doesn't let nonsense, then let's start. The blame is that he is too naive, thinking that the religion can be destroyed by his own power, which is simply a joke. He had never seen their methods before, and compared to the viciousness, they were no worse than Cthulhu. The surrounding curse imprints emitted huge amounts of light under the moonlight. Hyuga Blue Mo turned around and pushed Uchiha Itachi away, and the opponent directly assumed the state of riding wheel eyes, rushing towards the high position. Looking at the above, there is no trace of the Lord God, he seems to have disappeared out of thin air. And the man in the Nether Palace had already fought with Itachi. Advertisement. At this time, huge amounts of singing sounded over the entire island. At first it was slow and peaceful. The more you listened, the singing became more and more intense, like the drums of war, with a clamor of clank. With the sound of singing, countless black gases covered up from all directions, covering the entire open space. Itachi, you have to be careful, this gas is poisonous. Hyuga Mo shouted. He had eaten Shanqing pills given by the ancestor of slugs, and it was not poisonous, and he was not afraid of the poisonous gas. It's just that there are other existences in this black aura. The spell is activated, and the curse seals on all sides are like restricting the use of chakra, forming a large net to firmly bind Hyuga Blue ink. Sure enough, this Lord God is much stronger than his subordinate ability, and he has never seen such a spell. However, he can even break Konoha's rectangular seal. Is he still afraid of it? Huge amounts of chakra light appeared, the reaction combined with the power of the tail beast, all resisted, the spell on the top of the mountain was instantly suppressed, but it was not broken. But the seal of the spell has weakened, and if there are 2 or 3 more attacks, the spell will be broken. The people in black robes all around rushed up. They were quick in shape, moving in unison, going in and out, attacking left and right, just like the formation, they had been trained in advance. If everything that I encountered on Nether Island makes people feel that God's protection is not enough, then at the moment, Hyuga Mo's evaluation of them has increased by 1 section. This time they are prepared, and indeed ability has also improved. Phew. For example, this formation. If Hyuga Mo uses a magnetic escape attack, the ninja behind the opponent will use the earth escape to cover, and the people below will use the earth escape to attack. After the earth escape, when he just reacted, it was the fire escape, rushing to burn in all directions. The flame of one person is not high, but with the power of everyone, the flames burst into the sky, swallowing the Hyuga Blue ink in the formation. Kill, live or die, kill him. At the moment, those Cthulhu people who secretly followed came to the shore and stopped moving when they saw this scene. Advertisement. The puppet rushing up in all directions like a formation is not his opponent at all, and Uchiha Itachi has already killed the man from the Nether Temple who escaped last time. He is standing on a high position with the corpse under his feet. The transformed Kobe-sama fought together. And this action has gathered all the power of the god's guardian, and it is finished. They gained the power of the tail beast and became famous in the world. They were defeated. From now on, there will be no god's guardian in the ninja world. And the spell hidden underground was also destroyed. In the high altitude, the Lord appeared. He was already in the state of curse. His body was like a monster, his eyes glowed with oil green luster, and a pair of wings flashed under the full moon, like a monster generally. On the other side, Hyuga Mo saw the chaos at the foot of the mountain, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Here comes the Cthulhu. Several people who had been brainwashed by the doctrine rushed up, and the scene was even more chaotic. Wait until they lose and hurt us. Don't forget our doctrine, a young man said happily with an expression of excitement in his eyes. My Lord God has appeared. Someone yelled, and the believers on the island knelt down. Only the puppets were still attacking Hyuga Mo. In the crowd, I don't know who shouted, and then the dead bodies on all sides, and the living puppets controlled by the chakra line above all rushed up. Then if the tail beast falls into the hands of the God Protector, won't we lose the opportunity? Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. When the others heard this, they said in unison, okay. Go. The people of the Cthulhu cult at the foot of the mountain fought with the people of the Protector of the Gods, and they were in a mess. On the mountain, Hyuga Mo used a burst of escape, making them even more devastated. According to the manuscripts of the man in the Nether Palace, this is the source of the entire god's apologetic curse. He is a person who can absorb natural chakras by nature but cannot bear it. The Cthulhu cult is going to go up even if it doesn't work. If you die, you won't give up. Anyway, you will not give up if you are alive. Blasting escape, chakra burst. The huge amounts of chakra exploded, and the sound was earth-shaking. The entire island was shaking violently. All the attacks were bombed out. There were no bones of the people close to the explosion, and the surrounding people fell. Chapter 219. Boom. With an explosion, on the top of the mountain, Hyuga Mo shattered hundreds of corpses in front of him. Above the sky, the Lord, who was in the state of cursing, avoided Itachi's physical attacks and rushed down. He is the same existence as Shigego. He belongs to a man who was born to absorb natural energy. It is precisely because of this that he was caught. Among the masters of the older generation of the gods, they have become the masters of this generation of gods. The curse imprints used by all humanoid puppets in the Nether Hall and partial temple are all extracted from his blood. His eyes have the function of controlling the puppet and connecting the nerve chakra. Only the puppets made by them will have that kind of puppet eyes, and some believers with weak ability do not. It can be concluded from the manuscripts that their guardianship has nothing to do with Orochimaru, but the curse status in the two organizations is somewhat similar in some respects. The opponent rushed over. Hyuga Mo dodges the opponent's attack, and just about to kill with a backhand, he saw a young man rushing over like an arrow from the string. He was holding a red 3-segment scythe in his face. With a kind of excited smile. Move quickly but do not care about life and death. The guardian man used the curse seal state, and his whole person was like a mutated monster, his fingers and nails glowing with silver light. He suddenly rushed out in front of the boy in the black jacket and grabbed it. The other party didn't even flash. With ha-ha laughter in his mouth, a sickle cut open the abdomen of the man of God. The two of them were not afraid of death. Although the divine master man was physically injured, he cared at all and rushed towards Hyuga Mo again. Hyuga Lanmo used Huodun to blast the opponent away, and turned to look at the young man in the gray-haired leather jacket. He always felt a little familiar. After watching for a long time, he suddenly remembered that the man turned out to be a member of the Cthulhu cult. Sure enough, he got the other party's blood, laughed loudly, opened his mouth and licked the blood on the sickle, then activated the curse. The death is based on blood. All other Cthulhu people gathered around to protect Fei Duan. Hyuga Lanmo jumped several times and came to Itachi. It's okay, should it be resolved this time? Itachi looked surprised. It was obvious that the Kobe man was still in a weird appearance. After knocking down the two Cthulhu people, he rushed forward with a frantic expression of wanting to kill Hyuga Lanmo. How did he say that he was all right? His goal is only Hyuga Lanmo. But at this moment Hyuga Lanmo didn't want to fight him, because he still wanted to see with his own eyes the power of the dead division of the Cthulhu cult. Advertisement. Feijuan's face showed a skull mark, and the blood on his body ran to the ground. He began to draw spells. A triangle was set in a circle. This was their Cthulhu spell. It's going. Hyuga Lanmo dodges the crazy pursuit of the man in the state of curse, while watching the flying section below. And Uchiha Itachi's gaze also fell on Fuden, and occasionally shot out several guardians who rushed up. Before, he had already killed the man in the partial temple. At the moment, among the leaders of the Guardian of God, only this monster leader remained. Feijuan stood on top of the curse. While laughing, he began to meditate on the doctrine, not caring whether the surroundings were a battlefield or not. What is he doing? Uchiha Itachi asked. Should you be chanting a spell? Hyuga Lanmo laughed, and continued to fight the curse-printed man in front of him. The leader of Kobe's ability is superb, all of them have strong attack power, and they can fly. Hyuga Lanmo didn't fight him wholeheartedly, and suddenly made him back a few steps. Concentrate. Itachi persuaded on one side, and continued to look at the strange boy below. And at this moment, on an ancient tree on the other side of the mountain, a tooth was coming out of his head. Black and White looked at Hyuga Lanmo and Uchiha Itachi, with angry expressions on their faces. They two are together. Baiju's hoarse voice sounded. Itachi was with him in the last mission. Is he betraying the Akatsuki organization? Heiju didn't care much when he heard this. His eyes fell on the flying section in the center of the field, and he said, even if it is, what can you do? Baiju lost his voice, and now Akatsuki needed Uchiha Itachi, and the Hyuga Blue Mo was something they couldn't afford to offend. Before their wings were full, neither of them could move. Then stay with him for a while. Baizetsu looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, turning to look at the center of the field. On the other side, Hyuga Lanmo was annoyed by the harassment of the cursed man, and hit his eye with a punch. The green eyes glowed cold in the moonlight, which was really annoying. Advertisement. The other party yelled and fell into the distance. When he covered his eyes and raised his head again, under the moonlight, on the high seat, there was no sign of the two of them. He looked around differently, but he didn't feel at all to the other's existence. What's the matter? What about Hyuga Lanmo? He shouted loudly. In the state of curse, he seemed to be more rational and able to think calmly compared to Shigego. Under the moonlight, Hyuga Lanmo was floating in the dark night, standing on the magnetic sand on one side, standing on his friend Uchiha Itachi. The two looked at the island like a sea of fire below, silently watching the fly section protected by the Cthulhu cult. What the hell is he doing? Who can make a silent man like Uchiha Itachi ask questions twice? I'm afraid that only the flying section in this world can do it, right? Finally, Fei Duan ended the doctrine of silent chanting, and began to scream loudly. Next, you will be very painful. Ha ha. As he said, he suddenly drew a pitch-black spear, pointed it at his body, and pierced it. With a sound of pissed, blood splattered. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened. On the other side of the tree, Black and White definitely looked surprised. What is that person doing? Is it suicide? The ethereal singing of the women on the island continues. The black poisonous gas has been blown away by the wind, and the sound of blood flowing makes people fearful. With the death of the Nether Hall and the partial temple, the corpses that relied on chakra and curse seals have lost their ability to move, and Hyuga Lanmo's previous wave of explosions has turned them into shredded corpses. On the island, there is a smell of corruption and blood everywhere. The green ghost fire on the island is still burning, coupled with the red flames of the fire escape, burning here like hell. Cthulhu, Kobe, are actually for some of their own interests. Living dead man, whatever it is, it will eventually become a corpse. As the flying spear fell into his abdomen, on the top of the mountain, the man with wings suddenly vomited blood like the monster Kobe leader, and a slit opened in his abdomen. Chapter 220. All the people alive were shocked. Above the old tree, Black and White was also surprised. Even Uchiha Itachi twitched his brows and feet and moved twice. Hyuga Lanmo floated in the air, and seeing this scene with his own eyes, I didn't have any feelings. As expected, the feeling of the scene was even more shocking. Do you hurt? Let me sacrifice you to our Lord Cthulhu today. He will be very happy. From then on, your guardian will be wiped out, right? As he said, Fei Duan pulled out the black spear from his abdomen and bowed his head. He looked at his body. Where is the next part? Which part of your body do you hate the most? As he said, the spear fell again and aimed at his thigh. The man's curse status had disappeared, and blood appeared on his legs. He looked at the Cthulhu cultist in the middle of the venue in horror. What's the matter? Why is this happening? Under the moonlight, Hyuga Lanmo floated in the air like a god, smiling at the corners of his mouth, looking at everything below with cold eyes. Suddenly his eyes were deep, and he dashed down. He grabbed the collar of the Divine Master Man, reincarnation eyes appeared, read his thoughts, and quickly found the position of the second half of the 10-elephant heaven. The green pupils of the opponent's eyes were tightened, and the whole body trembled. He wanted to ask for mercy, but didn't want to use the spell. The dead division of blood did not give him a chance. He picked up his bloody March sickle, and after throwing it out, he faced it. His body was cut off. 3 sickles were nailed to him, and under the mark of the skull, he laughed wildly, and blood spurted from his mouth, but his eyes were looking at the man above the high position, and he said, "Does it hurt?" Regret for offending the cult. After finishing speaking, the other party also spurted blood, convulsed all over, his body collapsed, the blood flow continued, and he fell to the ground and died. Hyuga Lanmo reached out to search for his corpse, but didn't want him to explode with curse marks all over his body, and surrounded him around him. A new curse-printed corpse was produced. This is a forbidden technique for God's apologetics and an ability owned by the Supreme Leader. This is hundreds of times stronger than those puppets controlled by curse seals. His body began to constantly absorb the natural chakra, his eyes flashed green lightning, and the entire island was shaking with his movements. In the distance, the person hiding in the tree saw this scene with a look of surprise. "Leave quickly, that person is about to explode." Indeed, as the corpse continued to absorb the rhythm of the natural chakra, his body became larger and rounder, and the chakra light jetted out from his wound, as if it was about to explode. "Hinata Lanmo, let's go." Uchiha Itachi, floating on the magnetic escape of ultralight rock art, shouted loudly to the ground. Advertisement. Boom. The sky-shattering explosion occurred, and the body of the God Lord Man exploded. Huge amounts of chakra beams shot straight into the sky, and the entire island was illuminated by day-like chakra light, and then exploded. Everyone disappeared, and the Cthulhu in the middle of the field seemed to be shattered by this chakra shockwave. Hyuga Lanmo had already used the earth to escape into the ground. With the rumbling and shaking the mountain, finally, everything was calm. The enchantment was broken, and all the green ghost fires on the island were extinguished. After the baptism, it became an ordinary island. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the tunnel in front of him and walked away. As he moved, finally, in a room with luminous beads, he saw the second half of Shixiang Tianjuan, but this second half. Not a bamboo slip, but a stone tablet. This stone monument is so huge that, against the entire cave, at the moment has slowly cracked, as if it would collapse at any time. The oracle bone inscription appears on the inscription. Hyuga Lanmo has read it in a hurry, and tried to keep everything in his mind. Sure enough, the important cultivation methods of the 10 elephants are in the second half of the volume. The first half mainly talks about the harms of the 10 tails of synthesis, while the second half contains the methods of synthesis and the energy of the 10 tails of the sacred tree. The benefits of people. To activate the power of the 10 tails, you must have reincarnation eyes. This is the ultimate pupil technique of the chakra fruit, which can automatically master the changes in the nature of the 6 chakras, control the power of yin and yang, and possess extraordinary ability, which is called having the god of creation ability, definitely can also destroy everything. If it is further strengthened, it can also evolve into reincarnation writing round eyes, start infinite monthly reading, and allow creatures all over the world to enter a dreamland like an illusion, and then they can be free to do whatever they want with the 10-tailed ability. At the same time, with the increase of chakras, it will be able to activate Wonkwan Hirazaka, have the ability to freely shuttle in any time and space, and can create the space ability you want. Everything recorded in this is the ability that Itsuki Kagaya possesses, and it is also what the future Akatsuki organization wants to do. This is an island country, and it is the first stage of the future Konoha Kakashi leading Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura to fame. They are not famous. Hyuga Lanmo doesn't care, but Mizu Wu Yubai can't die, otherwise I'm sorry they knew this since childhood, and he, who was familiar with the plot of Naruto, couldn't change the fate of Uchiha Itachi. Couldn't it be changed? Bai's fate. Advertisement. Damn it, people who don't know what they're doing all this day have forgotten such an important thing. Hyuga Lanmo understands the importance of this thing. No wonder the organization wants to destroy the gods. It has to be said that they have indeed mastered some things that the 5 major ninja villages do not know in some respects. Hyuga Lanmo frowned slightly. This girl looked like water without moon white. Thinking of him, his face paled in shock. He hurriedly got up, picked up the gift box, and ran out. Although he doesn't know if the specific time is this year, he should still have a chance to catch up now. Hyuga Lanmo came to a small town by herself, sat down to eat and drink, and yawned when she was bored. A little beauty walked in outside with a gift box in her hand, and walked in front of him shyly. "Big brother, this give it to you." The other party laughed, waved his hand, and said, "No need." The two got together in a hurry, and they dispersed in a hurry, without time for a drink. Thinking of this, he moved from another space and disappeared from the scene. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in the coastal town of Nami country. It was already dawn. Uchiha Itachi said goodbye to him, and Hyuga Lanmo said again, "If the Akatsuki organization can't go down, come to me Nanmo, I will give you the best life." It's a pity that the guardian who knew this secret is still gone. After speaking, the girl put the present on the table, turned around and ran away. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The world trembled, the stone tablet shattered, and the cave was about to collapse. Hyuga Lanmo used a different space to transfer, left the secret room, reappeared, and had come to Uchiha Itachi. The two looked at each other, turned and headed towards Unokuni. After speaking, Itachi jumped several times and disappeared. Chapter 221. Once, he thought that by killing Shimura Danzo, the fate of Uchiha's family would change, and Itachi would not leave his favorite Konoha, but he did not expect that Shimura Danzo was just a facilitator in that incident. It seems that the most important person is not him, and the crux of the problem should still be in the Uchiha clan. Although Hyuga Lanmo never asked Itachi, he asked the people in Onbi to inquire about it. The content of Onbi's investigation is, 3 years ago, the Uchiha clan was suspected of conspiring against Konoha and starting a war, and there was chaos in the village of Konoha, but later I don't know why, the Uchiha clan was extinguished. Onbi didn't know, but Hyuga Lanmo knew the reason. It was Itachi's choice. He would rather slaughter his clan, protect the village and his younger brother, and finally rebel against Konoha. He can't change what happened, but from now on, what doesn't happen, he should try to prepare for the rainy day, so that those who treat him well can live well. Water has no moon white. I have come to see you. Hyuga Lanmo appeared on the coast. In the distance, a bridge was under construction. Looking at the length of the bridge, it seemed that Kakashi was bringing 7 classes here. It's over. Is Bai already dead? Is he late? Hyuga Lanmo was uneasy, grabbed a passerby and asked, Big brother, has anyone died in this place during this time? It's the kind of ninja that broke out in a war, fought for 700 rounds, and then died on the spot. Quote. The other party looked at him with a strange look, and then said, Are you sick? Then he flicked his sleeve and left his sight. It's really late. Bye. I'm sorry we met when we were young. You know my friend, it's better to know a splash of papa. Bye. Hyuga Lanmo screamed to the sky. At this moment, a shallow quarrel came from a household. Father, you can't go. Have you forgotten the past? I don't want anyone in the family to sacrifice for the bridge. Someone must take the first step bravely. I won't admit defeat. I'm going to Konoha. I don't believe it. This bridge can't be built. Then, an old man rushed out of the house and walked to the dock with a backpack on his back. Go. Hyuga Lanmo hurriedly followed up. Is it old Mr. Dasna? Are you going to Konoha to entrust a mission? This time you entrusted AC level mission, right? Father. It seems that everything is too late. Advertisement. Dasna looked back at Hyuga Lanmo, ignored him, and continued on. Father, you see if I can do it or not. I can do it as a ninja if I have a small salary. Or you hire me. As long as Kakashi and the others do not appear, Bai will not die. Dasna snorted coldly. Do you think I don't have common sense? Ninjas have foreheads, why don't you? If you talk about Sanin, I don't believe it at all. After speaking, he moved on. Hyuga Lanmo stepped forward and grabbed his collar and picked it up. You old man, why are you so stubborn? You don't need a ready-made ninja, where are you going? The other party stood up in the air, screaming in fright, what are you doing? You brat, let me down. Oh my waist. Hyuga Lanmo quickly put him down, and many people surrounded him. Well, let's talk about it, how much are you? The old man rubbed his waist and asked, watching the crowd with vigilant eyes. Sure enough, 2 people looked at them fiercely. People. Well, I usually don't have a mission. Even if I do, it will cost at least 20 million. In most cases, 50 million is normal, and occasionally there are 80 million. Hyuga Lanmo was thinking about it, and Dasna had already turned and left. What are you kidding? I have so much money. I have built the bridge a long time ago. It seems that I have to go to Konoha to find Shinobu. As long as they are willing to come, I will definitely can succeed. I don't need money, can I? Hyuga Lanmo rushed forward, grabbed Dasna, and then stuffed a pack of gold coins in his arms into his hands. Can I just use the money? As long as the bridge continues to be built, don't stop work, I am willing to give you these gold coins. Dasna looked at him strangely, then looked down at the purse in his hand, thought about it carefully, as if he had nothing to lose, and then nodded. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Let me tell you, what is your purpose? Hyuga Lanmo looked around, and whispered in his ear, I'm here to find my friend. He is under Cardo, and I can't find him, so take advantage of you. Okay, I like refreshing people. Don't forget, you are here to protect me, go and work. Now that he knows the other party's purpose, and the other party is willing to help himself, the old man has no reason to refuse. 2 ordinary people who committed murder in the middle of the night, it seems that the other party didn't take him seriously. Advertisement. In this way, the 2 reached an oral agreement and the bridge continued to be built. After speaking, the 2 turned and ran away. Hyuga Lanmo said, go back and tell Teodi not to cut and white again. I'll wait for them on the bridge. And Hyuga Lanmo sat on the bridge and waited for a long time, but no one from Cardo showed up. Bored, he found a chair and sat on it, roar fell asleep. When Inari heard this, he turned his head to look at his room and walked in. He closed the door and asked softly, you really are a ninja? Dasna's daughter, Lubo, was worried about her father and whispered, Dad, you'd better go to Konoha. At least there is a chance to save your life. No extra explanation, what courage. What salvation. He didn't want to say that he could feel the low atmosphere of this small town. Cardo's oppression made them lose their lowest conviction. Old Mr. Dasna is a warrior. He wants to use his persistence to wake everyone up, and want them to be awakened. Know that as long as you work hard, some things can be changed. What should I do? There are many ninjas under Cardo. Trust me, I'm a ninja too. Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, and walked into the room. In this way, that night, Hyuga Lanmo stayed at the old man's house and shared a room with his grandson Inari. The little guy didn't like to talk, and he ended up clean. Yes, Hyuga Lanmo yawned and fell on the bed. I can see him tomorrow, and sleep well tonight. In the evening, Mr. Dezoner brought Hyuga Blue Mo back home. Seeing the two leave, Dasna, his daughter Lubo and his grandson stood at the door with a nervous expression on their faces. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. When I slept in the middle of the night, there was a movement from the door, and someone broke into the door, but before they could do anything, he was kicked out by Hyuga Lanmo wearing pajamas in the room. Hyuga Lanmo flew out again, and the two were seriously injured by a kick. They stepped back and threatened. Dasna, if you don't ask for a helper, we can keep you for a few days. Since you have asked for a helper today, don't blame us for being polite, Mr. Cardo will definitely kill you. The old man raised his head and glanced at Hyuga Lanmo who entered the room, and shook his head firmly. It's okay, I believe him. Chapter 222 The Battle of Water and Ice. And this suppresses everything, only a fuse is needed, then let him be the lighter. The next day, Lubo was worried about his father, and went to work with his father in the morning. Everyone is in place, what should they do? Hyuga Lanmo is still sitting on the wooden chair, yawning. As time went by, more than a dozen men with fierce faces appeared on the bridge, some of them holding hammers and some holding an axe, with rogue smiles on their faces, and they walked up and down, shaking them 3 times. It's those local ruffians, they are Cardo's people. Lubo standing on the bridge said worriedly. Hyuga Lanmo sat on the chair, some distance from the construction team of Mr. Dasna. And those people who want to trouble the old man must pass by Hyuga Lanmo. A dozen people saw the listless Hyuga Lanmo from a distance and laughed. Look, it's that kid, I don't know the heights of the earth, the person who hurt us last night, let him look good today. Then, a few people walked up without a hassle. One of them kicked the chair where Hyuga Lanmo was sitting, and said, Smelly boy, I heard that you are impatient. I arrested you today and executed it in the public. Let the people here see who is the boss. As he said, the man stretched out his hand to catch him. Hyuga Lanmo didn't even hide, and put his foot on the man's stomach. The opponent was kicked out and turned into a long-range arc and fell into the sea. When the other people saw this scene, they all rushed up. He turned around, kicked a few times, and dozens of ruffians in front of him fell to the ground. And Hyuga Lanmo was still sitting in the chair, the expression on his face didn't even change. On the coast, the people on the street all came to see this scene. Even Inari, who was playing on the shore, rushed onto the bridge, looking at Hyuga Lanmo with admiration. These rascals left the bridge in AP*S, and within a quarter of an hour, 6 Zongren appeared on the bridge. Advertisement. Is it a ninja, the ninja next to Kato? On the shore, watching the lively crowd whispering, Lubo hugged Inari's body with a nervous expression on his face. The construction workers on the other side of the bridge also stopped. Old Mr. Dasna looked at this side warily, with a worried expression flashing on his face. A few Zongmen used ninjutsu to rush up. This time, whether it was speed or ability, they were hundreds of times stronger than those rascals. The water escape came from both sides of the bridge, some like water jets, some like cannonballs, with wanton murderous intent, rushing towards the bedding. At the same bridge position as Hyuga Lanmo, Lubo and Inari standing by the bridge screamed, because looking at Shui Dun from their direction is even more terrifying. If they are attacked, they will suffer. The attacker will definitely be shot to death by the flood. The screams, the shock of the water escape, and the cold smile spreading out from the corner of Hyuga Lanmo's mouth sitting on the chair in the middle of the bridge seemed to appear at the same time. It's over. Someone on the shore shouted loudly, and they knew they couldn't fight Cardo. Dasna was too overwhelmed. What bridge to build? There is no hope at all in their small town. But they didn't expect a scene to appear. The water escape from the few Zongren in front of them all condensed, extending from the sea to the bridge, forming a huge amounts of ice umbrella on Lubo, Inari and the boy's head. What's the matter? In our hot country, the water column turned into ice. This phenomenon is simply not understandable by ordinary people. Lubo and Inari were even more surprised, because the huge amounts of ice umbrella was just above their heads, like a work of art, and the floating water gleamed with white luster in the sun, like precious jewels. Several people rushed up, using unified ninjutsu, water escape, big cover art. Hyuga Lanmo made a seal with one hand, and chakra shocked, Shui Dun, cover it up. Huge amounts of water emerged from the sea, like a huge waterfall with a fast flow, and rushed to the 6 people in front of him. The opponent uses water escape, and he also uses it. When the two sides collide, the comparison is the amount of chakra possession. Wow, the water escape collided, and the water escape of the 6 Zongmen was not as powerful as the water escape of Hyuga Lanmo. In an instant, they were hit by the waterfall like water flow. Just about to resist, they felt the biting cold appearing. 6 people in an instant he was frozen in the ice escape waterfall. Advertisement. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Shui Wuyubai looked at the young man in front of him, carefully identified and doubted. The words said, the waves on the sea were rolling, and then, huge amounts of murderous aura bulged out of the sea, and the decapitating sword slammed towards Hyuga Lanmo with lightning speed. Puff puff puff. 6 Zongren were killed on the spot, the blood was stained with ice, and the people inside did not look down on them. The impact of the decapitation sword is very strong. If you don't dodge and avoid it, there is only a dead end, but in the middle of the bridge, the boy is still sitting there. Be careful, Inari shouted loudly on one side. Is it that simple? They only used 2 water escapes in total, and they were all destroyed. The ice escape is still there, and the bodies of those people are firmly frozen between the icicles, looking a little bit oozing. Finally, I am willing to appear. Hyuga Lanmo turned around and shot a fire escape, colliding with the opponent's ice escape. At the moment, behind Hyuga Lanmo, a large sharp ice thorn appeared, spurring him swiftly. What happened? The ice escape was changed so quickly. Before they had time to react, the huge current of water that collided between the 2 sides was frozen in the ice escape. On the bridge, Lubo hugged Inari tightly. The 2 closed their eyes and waited for Shui Dun to attack, but there was no sound for a long time. When they opened their eyes again, the person who rushed up there was already frozen. Corpse. Teodi frowned slightly. No wonder Lu Zhongren can't deal with it. It seems that Dasna has hired an expert this time, Hyuga Lanmo. I heard that the previous user of the decapitated sword, Loquat Juzo, died in your hands. They quickly used chakra to warm up, wanting to save themselves from the ice escape, but didn't want to. Out of their sight, the young man sitting in the middle of the bridge, his fingers fluctuated slightly, the ice escape beside them quickly cooled down, and the inside a strange change occurred, as if spikes had grown between Bingbing, piercing their bodies. Hyuga Lanmo smiled at the corner of his mouth, reached out and caught the sword, and then stood on the sword. After rotating 2 times with its strength, it fell to the ground and the beheaded sword fell into his hand. Are you, Hyuga Lanmo? Hyuga Lanmo laughed, turned his head and looked around. Don't cut the peach field anymore. Should it be nearby? Bye, come with me. This kind of life is not for you. Chapter 223. Oh, originally, I didn't come to see you today, but I know that the person who can protect Bai must have a different position in his heart. Therefore, in Bai's face, as long as you are willing to surrender, I am willing to take you in. Hyuga Lanmo said. Stop talking nonsense, take his life. Since he is working for Carduo, then he must do his best. As for what he said to take in, what is Nanmo? He didn't care about it at all. When the decapitation broadsword fell into Hyuga Lanmo's hands, he lost a handy weapon. He used Shui Dun to rush up, and Hyuga Lanmo flipped the broadsword in his hand and rushed towards the opponent. Shui Wuyubai frowned. He was naturally kind. Hyuga Lanmo was his old friend from childhood, and he was his close relative if he didn't cut it. At this moment, he started to contradict. Can't he make a move? Hyuga Lanmo's instantaneous technique is so fast, before the opponent's Shui Dun finishes the seal, he rushes up and cuts down at him. With a, wow, it was just water duplication. Water escape, the technique of water dragon bombing. A water dragon descended from the sky and rushed towards Hyuga Lanmo. Then, the entire shore was filled with dense fog, and the peach ground was no longer cut in the fog, and the figure was lost. He used the fog hiding technique. Hyuga Lanmo avoided the water dragon's attack, turned around and turned to fire escape. The water and fire hit, making a sizzling sound, and the nearby fog became thicker. White, do we still have to fight? Hyuga Lanmo didn't care about the danger hidden in the dense fog, turned and looked at Mizuki Shiraki behind him. Bai's face was icy, and at the moment he was wearing women's clothing with a tangled expression on his face. Hyuga Lanmo doesn't care about some of his hobbies, but he knows that others are good, he wants him to live, definitely if he has to choose to die, he has no choice. I heard that you became a public enemy of the ninja world. Are you okay? Hyuga Lanmo laughed, waved his hand, and said, it's okay, it's okay. At this moment, Daoji did not cut it again, and Kanai put his hand on Hyuga Lanmo's back, and at the same time grabbed the hilt of the decapitator with his other hand, trying to grab the decapitator with his own strength. Return. He thought that a thin person like Hyuga Lanmo would definitely be less powerful than himself, but he didn't want his palm to fall on the hilt of the knife, but he was kicked out by him. At the same time, he decapitated the big sword and sprinted at him. Cut it over. Advertisement. Still water duplication. Immediately afterwards, in all directions, more than a dozen peach fields appeared without cutting them, and they came to the Hyuga Lanmo to kill, beheaded and fluttered in the air, turned around and killed them all. Seeing this scene, Bai looked nervous. If any of these duplications were not cut, would he kill him too? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitation, making seals with one hand. Bing done, 1000 killing Shui Shang. This ninjutsu and Hyuga Lanmo's ice escape ice thorns are of the same nature. Thousands of kills and watershow are densely pierced with Hyuga Lanmo. Bing done appeared beside him, blocking the attack. Bing done, magic mirror ice crystal. More than a dozen ice mirrors surrounded him. Generally, ninjas fell into the ice mirrors, and only the parts were trapped. But Hyuga Lanmo's body chakra exploded, and shockwave shattered all the surrounding ice mirrors. Immediately afterwards, countless black magnetic escapes appeared on the shore, swarming towards the bridge, and all the ice escapes on the bridge shattered. In the dense fog, the black of the magnetic escapes and the white of the ice escapes were in sharp contrast, and the magnetic escapes attacked. On top of Bing done, a clear sound was made. Don't cut and continue to attack, with the mist hiding technique, superb, weird and uncertain. Suddenly, Hyuga Lanmo waved his hand, and he threw the decapitated knife in his hand. Daoji didn't cut the time and rushed out secretly in the thick fog. At the moment, the magnetic escapes floating around suddenly crushed towards no more. Shui Wuyubai is using Bing Dun to fight against Hyuga Lanmo, but he doesn't want to freeze under his feet. The black magnetic evacuations fix him in circles, from bottom to top, layer by layer, magnetic escaping from all sides will hold him. Attached to an iron ball, integrated with the magnetic escape that was trapped and never cut. From the outside, Hyuga Lanmo seems to be floating in front of a huge amounts of sphere. Only the people inside know that the sphere is hollow and there are ventilation holes, but the lily trapped inside does not cut his hands. Both feet are trapped by the magnetic escape. 2. Give you a choice, to live or die. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo's voice came from outside the magnetic escape, and at the same time, the changes in the magnetic sand within the magnetic escape have turned into strips of magnetic thorns, ready to attack at any time. He gave them the opportunity. If they don't cherish it, don't blame him for being polite. Although he had thought about saving the whites anyway before, there is a saying that, a strong melon is not sweet, once they want to die. Woolen cloth. Does he force others to survive? In the magnetic escape, Bai watched deeply and did not cut it again. His sword had been thrown into the sea by Hyuga Lanmo. At the moment, they had no ability to resist. Give you a minute, you can discuss it. As he said, Hyuga Lanmo waved his hand, and the magnetic ball flew towards the other end of the bridge until it fell on the tower crane and got stuck on the tripod. Here, when the dense fog dispersed, Cardo appeared on the bridge with a group of ninjas. Looking at the scene here, they thought that Bai would be dead if he didn't cut it again. Kill him, Cardo yelled, and many ninjas around rushed up. The magnetism around Hyuga Lanmo turned into countless magnetism thorns, and flew towards the ninja who rushed up. The ability was strong, and it could dodge one or two, while the ability was weak, and it was directly pierced by the magnetism. Kaduo was nervous when he saw this scene, because he knew that among these ninjas, Baihei had the strongest ability without cutting. If both of them died in the hands of each other, then these people would be useless. He quietly stepped back. Go, prepare to escape the scene. But he didn't want a group of people behind him to block his way. The fuse had been ignited, and now he was about to explode. Kill him, this profiteer, kill him. The people roared. Someone first gave Cardo a punch, followed by everyone's revenge. You can't kill me. The lord who killed my country of Wave will not bypass you. Do you know how much tax I pay him a year? Avoid it. At the moment, Cardo still believed that his status and money can save his life. But I didn't want to. A huge amounts of ice slipper fell from the sky, penetrated his body directly, and nailed him to death on the street on the spot. Looking at the bridge, under the clear sky, all the ninjas died and fled, and the young man actually flew into the sky and came to the tower crane, his clothes fluttering and domineering. Don't cut it anymore. Your employer Cardo is dead, do you two think about it? Dead or alive? Hyuga Lanmo's cold voice sounded outside the magnetic ball. Chapter 224. Bai looked at him. No matter what choice he chose, he would follow. Live, we don't want to die. In the end, don't cut his mouth to answer. Hyuga Lanmo waved his hand, and the magnetic ball lost control of chakra and fell into the sea. Only then did the two realize that they were standing on the tower crane. The reincarnation eye appeared, and a black rod appeared in Hyuga Lanmo's hand. He broke the black rod, and when the opposite did not respond, he suddenly inserted it and entered his body. Since you are allowed to live, you must work for me. From now on, you can't betray me, otherwise I will make you worse off than death. Without cutting, he felt his heart violently aches, and then a strange signal appeared in his body. He seemed to understand the effect of the black stick, and he nodded. Yes, don't worry, we dare not betray. In this way, Baihei no longer cut was taken by Hyuga Lanmo to the western base of Lanxiaomen, and gave them to the head of the western part, Yu. If they did well, they would sincerely want to work for him. If you do, then he will naturally give them a better future in the future. If you don't cut the two hearts, then the fate between them can only go to this, then don't blame him for not giving them a chance. On the way back to Nanmo, Hyuga Lanmo stopped suddenly, turned around and came to a towering mountain beam, and sat down to rest. Recently, the message of 10 elephants Tianjuan always appeared in his mind. Although the things recorded in the 10 elephant Tianjuan guarded by the gods were known by Hyuga Lanmo, among his tail beasts, the 8 tails were still missing. Except for one, the other 7 beasts have all been raised. It's also time for him to copy Yao. In the past few years, because I was busy with village affairs, I didn't care about the growth of the system, and I already had enough ability to protect myself, so some things were delayed. Now that there is time, he should indeed visit the 8 Rabbi Zuliki. Thinking of the uncle, Hyuga Lanmo smiled at the corner of his mouth, turned and set off in the direction of Thunder Country. Advertisement. In Union Village, the commercial station of Nanmo Country, the two couples at the door of the store looked nervously at the teenager beside them, their bodies tense. They never dreamed that Hyuga Lanmo would appear here. Master, do you really want to live permanently? I will prepare a room for you. The other party was nervous. They never thought that the famous Hyuga Lanmo would come to their store, although secretly they are also South Mexico people, but for so many years, they have never seen him once. If it hadn't been for him to show up today with the golden waist card, they would not believe their eyes. They were not in Wawangcheng during the Sararan rebellion, so they didn't understand him. Although they admitted that they were from the southernmost state and hadn't worked for Wu Yu in business for so many years, for Hyuga Lanmo, there I understand that it comes from rumors from the outside world. Hyuga Lanmo is so young, so handsome, and has a particularly good attitude, not at all like what others have said, how fierce and inhumane. Moreover, he has a beautiful scenery and a lovely smile, which is simply the type of a sunny big boy. Well, any room will do, you don't need to be too cramped. Hyuga Lanmo stood in front of the two, smiling. Yes, the two were full of excitement, and they hurried to clean up the room. In this way, Hyuga Lanmo stayed in Union Village, and the store's husband and wife took good care of him. He was fine on weekdays, and he would stroll around on the street. When something happened, he would help in the store. Occasionally, they would use illusions to ask the ninjas of Union Village, friendly, about where Kurabi was going, but they didn't even know. Wouldn't anyone know the whereabouts of Yao? On this day, Uncle Zhao and Aunt Zhao left the village to pick up the goods. Only Hyuga Lanmo was left in the store. He sat on the chair inside the counter, yawning boredly. At this moment, someone approached the store. Boss, has the dried squid arrived? I want 3 bags. Hyuga Lanmo stood up, turned around to look for the whereabouts of the dried squid, but soon, he felt the atmosphere in the whole shop was different. An air of cold came from behind him. He slowly turned his head and saw it at a glance the 2 Yumu people. It was her who spoke just now. She is tall, she has receded from her childhood youth, her yellow hair is combed into a whip, her brows are slightly furrowed, and her big eyes are looking at him for a moment. For a long time, she said 4 words, Hyuga Blue Mo. Although the tone was questionable, her eyes were very positive. Although the two hadn't seen each other in 7 or 8 years, she would never forget his appearance, especially since there have been more and more rumors about him in recent years. It deepened the look of him in her mind even more. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes fluttered. The first thing that came to mind was that he couldn't hurt the Zhao family. He turned around and grabbed the money bag on one side and ran away, which created a scene of robbery. Don't run. The 2 wooden men chased them down. Hyuga Lanmo jumped on top of the beams of the houses in Union Village, and the 2 behind him were closely followed by wooden men. At the same time, 2 more ninjas rushed up, following them and asked, Teacher Yu, how come what's going on? Catch him. He is Hyuga Lanmo. As soon as these words came out, the 2 were shocked. One of them hurriedly went to the village to report, and the other followed the 2 Yumu people to continue chasing. After a while, all the ninjas in Union Village were dispatched, and the alarm in the village had been sounded, as if there was going to be a battle in the ninja world. Hyuga Lanmo lamented in his heart that the 8-tailed Kurabi did not wait, but waited for a group of killers, but if he really wanted to leave, no one could stop him, and now, he just wanted to see if the hidden village is chaotic, will Kurabi appear? The art of multiple shadow duplication. Countless Hyuga Blue Mo appeared, heading in different directions, all the ninjas scattered around and chased. Hyuga Lanmo shook off the people behind, using the transformation technique to become the village Omoi, and once again returned to the ground crowd. Like many other people, looking up at the ninja jumping around in the sky I rushed into a restaurant and happily ate the famous barbecue here. After he finished eating, the outside battle had already begun, and many shadow duplications were fighting against Union Village ninjas. The scene was really explosive, and Hyuga Lanmo, who had transformed into an Omoi, found a position with the best sight, sat down and watched the battle while eating edamame. This was the first time he watched his battle as a third party. Good fight. Chapter 225. Even if it is a shadow duplication, he is not reconciled to fail casually. Although he didn't use his best, it definitely came up with the ability of several hundred average values of Hyuga Blue Mo. In the old days, Hyuga Lanmo's wind escape was not able to transform into 1,000 winds, or it was like a flying dragon in the sky, huge in form and full of power, but now, the wind escape used by the shadow duplications is the same as that of the ninjas of the upper ninja level. The usual wind is the same. There was also the earth escape. After 2 earth walls were erected to block the attack, the shadow duplication disappeared. Definitely, this is also directly related to the subjective consciousness of the ontology. For example, Hyuga Lanmo himself wants to fight, so there are more chakras for all shadow duplications. Naturally, he will be able to do well in fighting, and the owner does not want to fight, but just wants to watch the excitement. Then these hundreds of shadow duplications will get fewer chakras, and the supervisor's fighting awareness is weak. Naturally, when fighting other ninjas, they become casually dealt with. It's okay, the long knife is good. Hyuga Lanmo sat on the roof, watching the waves of people fighting in the distance, and commented in his heart. At the moment, someone rushed to the roof and reached out to grab him. He turned his hand back and killed the other person, only to find that the other person was a 10-year-old girl with his fingers back. But the other party didn't notice the danger at all, so he stepped forward and grabbed his ear, raised it forcefully, and said, Omoi, how come I can't find you? Are you hiding here to watch the excitement? The girl was dressed in black, with yellow eyes and short red hair. She curled her mouth and looked at him. Why don't you talk anymore? Do you want to be lazy? As she said, she grabbed Hyuga Lanmo's ears and went down the stairs on one side to the park on the other side. There, a woman was standing under a tree, looking at them coldly, the woman with yellow hair, a pair of green and blue eyes, covered with frost. This person is the future hot body, beautiful ninja Samui. It's just that the figure is still shriveled now. She, Omoi, and Karui are the apprentices of 8 Kurabi, and they are members of a group. Sammy said, let's go. 2 days later, the master will check us once a month. We should start. Advertisement. Yes, Karui replied, and then threw the package in his arms to Hyuga Lanmo, with a grieving expression. you take this, the master dragged the ticket we bought, but I didn't sell one. At that time, you can explain to the master that anything can be resolved with your open mouth anyway. Kurabi is a ninja who likes rap very much. His biggest wish in his life is to hold a concert of his own, and he has been working hard for this goal. For example, contract venues, sell tickets, and come to a vigorous rap. Is it just his audience? Ha ha, it's really the three disciples in the first row, no one else. Even so, his concerts are always disturbed by his elder brother, the fourth generation of Raking Eye. When he is light, he is reprimanded, and when he is heavy, he is inevitably beaten. So far, he has not held a successful concert. Even so, he never gave up. The so-called tickets in this package are exactly the tickets for the concert that Kurabi asked the three apprentices to sell. Omoy, you are very strange today, why didn't you say a word? Karui on one side looked back at him. Samui also turned his head, with a bit of inquiry in his eyes. Hyuga Lanmo looked embarrassed. Although these two dolls were a lot smaller than him, he was a fake after all. He turned his head, the appearance of Omoi appeared in his mind, he coughed his throat, and said, following the way he spoke, I was just thinking, that Hyuga Lanmo is so powerful, there are so many duplications, and I don't know which one is. It's him, what should he do if he beats me? I can't beat him, and what if he kidnaps me again? If he becomes me, how should I respond? Hey, it's so troublesome. After Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, he sighed. Fortunately, he had seen Hokage in advance and knew the character traits of each character in it. Otherwise, it would definitely show up. There was no sound at the scene, and the two girls turned their heads to look at him. Hyuga Lanmo had already figured out a countermeasure. If he really reveals the stuff, the child can't kill it, so let them use illusion skills for both of them. Be obedient. Time seemed to stand still. The two looked at him for a while. Just when Hyuga Lanmo thought he had failed to impersonate him, Karui suddenly stepped forward and punched his forehead. Why did Hyuga Lanmo become what do you look like? Does he have no brains? He wants to use the transformation technique to become a master Raikage. Which onion are you? Go. Advertisement. The three set off, walked towards the village gate together, and out of the village, they headed south, and then took a boat out to sea. Along the way, Hyuga Lanmo didn't ask Kurabi's whereabouts because he felt that the original owner Omoi should know where he is. If you talk nonsense and miss out, you will be boring. Although the two girls are not difficult to deal with, they are not honorable when they win, and it is impossible to lose. It is better to maintain the status quo and wait until you see Kurabi. Hyuga Lanmo sat on the ship's fence, looking boredly at the rolling sea, stretched out his hand to take out a generation of edamame, and ate it. Samui, what do you say Hyuga Lanmo wants to do in our village? Does he really want to start a war? He is alone. On the other side, Karui asked. Sam Yi shook his head slightly. I know very little about him. I just heard that he is a monster, an impossible existence in this world. I used to feel that he has 3 heads, 6 arms, and a strange face. I only know today. Oh, I see. After speaking, a cold Sam Yi laughed, and Karui also laughed. It's not bad, right? I saw that the shadow duplication is very handsome. It should be the same as him, haha. On the other side, the ninja on the boat said angrily when he heard this, no matter how handsome he is also our enemy. Don't forget the tragic situation of Cornon's attack on Union Village. Lan Mo cramped him and avenged the ninja who had sacrificed. When the two girls heard this, they stretched their shoulders and stopped talking. Hyuga Lanmo sitting on the fence did not explain. Today, some things are said or not, right or wrong, it doesn't matter anymore. Now his purpose is that others respect him, and he will respect them. Zhang, if the opposite is true, don't blame him for being rude. There was a thick fog on the sea, and the ninja on the ship used ninjutsu to make the ship move quickly. The ship reached its destination early the next morning. There are stone thorns in the vertical sky everywhere here. They are huge. Birds cry from the island, and the bottom is green and dense with trees. Chapter 226 All tickets. Seeing the familiar picture, Hyuga Lanmo has confirmed that this place is the mysterious and erratic Union Village Paradise Island. This is an island very suitable for cultivation. A few years later, Naruto Uzumaki and Kurabi made huge amounts of contributions. The 3 people went ashore and went all the way up until they reached the stronghold. A building resembling a 8-tailed bull ghost appeared in front of the 3, and a ninja appeared to greet them. Is it time for the monthly assessment again? Welcome. The other party said, welcoming the 3 of them in. In the inner chamber dojo, the master of the 3 of them, Rabbi Yahweh Renju, was standing in the middle of the dojo, with 2 ninjas standing on each side. He has a strong aura, a stalwart figure, a muscular body, sunglasses, 7 knives on his back, and the word, iron, tattooed on his right arm. Begeya Road, Sengoilu, are you ready? Kurabi had already stepped forward, looked at the 3 apprentices in front of him, then raised his brows with the ninjas on his back, and whispered, how many tickets are sold? Are they not enough? I know, there must be many. People are rushing to see my performance. Hyuga Lanmo's eyebrows twitched, and he passed the package in his hand. Oh, master, it doesn't seem to have sold much, but you can rest assured, master, the 3 of us will definitely be there on time. When Hyuga Lanmo saw Kurabi, he was so excited that he talked about rap just like him. Seeing this scene, the other party looked happy, stretched out his hand and took Hyuga Lanmo, holding him high. You are my most proud successor to rap, oh yeah. Master, I have included these tickets. They cost 5 yuan each, a total of 3,000 tickets, 15,000. I paid the money. It is worth paying a little to meet an idol. With that said, Hyuga Lanmo drew out his purse, then took out 15,000 yuan and handed it to Karabi. With a touch of his face, his tears and nose flowed out, and he hugged Hyuga Lanmo again. God, I didn't know that my apprentice liked my rap so much. You gave me great confidence and encouragement, thank you apprentice. Quote. As he said, he reached out and took the money in his hand, watching Hyuga Lanmo with little stars with his eyes. The two girls on one side saw this scene with a look of decay. They were trying to escape the master's concert. Unexpectedly, Omoi had spent money to buy all the tickets and promised the master that the three of them must be there. Is he crazy? Advertisement. Karabi was moved for a long time, and finally calmed down. He returned his hand, put the ticket package aside, and said, happy, and the assessment has to continue. Today you have to work hard, otherwise you will not want to leave the island for the next 6 months. In this sentence, he did not rap, but was very serious. Hyuga Lanmo has started mirroring since the first time he saw him. I just don't know how long this process will take. The competition started, 3-1. 3 11 or 12-year-old children are fighting against Karabi. They are all of the lower endurance level, and Karabi can deal with the three of them very easily, but these are all his own apprentices, and naturally they are a lot tougher sometimes. For example, Omoi, the only boy in this group, is not only the Thunder Ninja, but also his disciple of his own swordsmanship. He also bought all his tickets. He definitely needs to take special care of him. While fighting the attacks of the other two apprentices, Karabi specializes in Omoi. Up and down, the action is exaggerated, funny and quick. Oh, Beigea Road, Sengoilu, good pace, sword skills are getting longer, but your leg strength is a little bit weak, oh yeah. Karabi played and rapped, even with the rhythm of rap. Is the leg strength insufficient? Hyuga Lanmo stood up, rushed forward, pressed his feet, and put a kick on his wrist. So what about now? The opponent is worthy of the eight-tailed man Zuli, the well-known Karabi in the ninja world, and the rap uncle loved by many Naruto fans. Hyuga Lanmo spent 30% of his strength on a kick. In the ordinary ninja confrontation, at least the opponent's wrist can be knocked off. But I didn't expect that in Karabi's place, he didn't say anything bad, and his expression didn't change. He just said, not bad, good, a little better. What about this? Hyuga Lanmo came up with fighting spirit, although now he has transformed into a child who is only 11 years old, and in order to avoid the perception-type ninja from discovering himself, chakra is also suppressed at the level of shinin, but his physical skills are definitely his true ability. Even if it was because of chakra's lack of control, he did his best. Rotating, kicking, crotch digging, elbow topping, kunai flying shot, knife cutting. Advertisement. No, Beigea Road, make a deer, no one is allowed to disturb us. It's been a long time since I had this feeling with anyone other than my eldest brother, oh yeah. After speaking, he suddenly rushed up, lay plow knives. Fighting against his own master, he didn't even have red ears or breathe, as if he was very relaxed. Hyuga Lanmo moved quickly, up and down, and even Karui and Sami who were cooperating in the battle were shocked. Is this the Omoi they knew in the ordinary day? Lay plow hot knife. Also, he was timid and fearful on weekdays, and when he met Karabi who was always talking about some scared people, this time, it was different. The two faced each other with ease. In the internal vision system, the speed of copying the human column force tail beast is really slow. As soon as this remark came out, all 4 people at the scene were stunned. They used this trick against the 12-year-old Sha Ren. If he cooperates with the upper-tailed beast chakra, then the power is unimaginable. It's not bad. Karabi was also interested, and the corners of his mouth slightly twitched, and the whitebeards on both sides moved slightly with his mouth. Karabi elbows inward and rushes up. Standing 2 meters tall, he stood in front of Hyuga Lanmo, who was only 11 or 12 years old after his transformation. He appeared to be physically strong and huge. There was a clash of extreme, and the two played a dozen rounds regardless of the outcome. The 2 ninjas on the other side were relieved, because they felt something was wrong from just now. This was not the usual level of Omoi. Not only that, but the lollipop he had habitually held in his mouth was gone. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. At the same time, the 2 ninjas standing on both sides watching the test slightly frowned. The 2 looked at each other and said, Master Karabi, if you don't stop the test first. We have something to ask Omoi. Quote. Master. Karui couldn't help but reminded him that it was his apprentice. Hyuga Lanmo frowned. The other party had discovered that he was a fake Omoi, and he was forcing himself to make a move. The 2 girls on one side had already withdrawn from the competition and looked at Omoi in the middle of the dojo in surprise. Chapter 227. But since it has been discovered, he doesn't hide it. It's no matter where it can go. Lay plow hot knife. Although Hyuga Imoku doesn't know how to use this ninjutsu. But he can bluff. Chakra burst open. Lay Dun chakra poured his whole body, strengthened, and rushed over. This is a head-to-head duel, a body-to-body collision, a contest of ninjutsu chakra. Boom. The sound of huge amounts of sound spread in the dojo. The big and the small 2 ran into each other. Because of their height, Hyuga Lanmo's elbow hit the opponent's abdomen, and his head happened to avoid Karabi's elbow. Even so, the extra power of Karabi's Thunder Plow Hot Knife also changed Hyuga Lanmo's face. That was a strange movement. Hyuga Lanmo's entire body was almost tilted, one foot was fixed on the ground, and the other was already suspended. This kind of action will only cause the power to get out of control, and he can obviously make a very powerful confrontation. With this kind of action, he can only send out 30%. However, he released the suppressed chakra in his body. Puff. Hira opened his mouth wide, and even the sunglasses on his eyes flew out with the impact. A breath of heat spurted from his mouth, and he looked at him in disbelief as he was half smaller than himself. The guy said, Begaya Road, you are not a Lei Li hot knife. Hyuga Lanmo retreated to the opposite side, returned to his position, stood up, and whispered, yes, no. Who are you? On the other side, the two ninjas asked in unison. Hyuga Lanmo didn't look at them, but looked at the Yaochi rabbi in front of him, with a deep smile on his mouth. Karabi stretched out his hand and swayed, motioning others not to speak, then twisted his neck and moved his arms. Take a deer, the strength is good, avoiding the weight is light, attacking my weaknesses, avoiding my strengths, is a smart ninja, oh yeah. No one is allowed to disturb, let's continue oh yeah. Advertisement. Thank you for the compliment. Hyuga Lanmo smiled at the corner of his mouth and stretched out his arm, please. He didn't particularly care who he was. At this point, Hyuga Lanmo was very happy. The two fought together again. Although no rule was specified, neither of them used ninjutsu. This was a competition between swordsmanship and physical skills. On the other hand, Karabi's sword skills are among the best in the ninja world. One sword is not good, two knives are not good, then three knives are not good. Although Hyuga Lanmo is inferior to his sword skills, he is worse than him because of his fast speed and good eyesight. Besides, his chakra has risen to the same level as him and can compete with him. Definitely, this is the case when Hyuga Lanmo has reservations. To be fair, he only used his own chakra. He would not use it if the opponent did not use the tail beast chakra. This is a respect for his opponent. Boom. A cut was made in the wall of the dojo, and the three knives flew up and down, the swords were shadowed, making it difficult to see the battle between the two. The cold light shot, the wall cracked a gap, and the dojo was completely destroyed. The two guardian ninjas looked at the scene and gave each other winks. One of them quietly retreated. This incident must be reported to Hokage of the 4th generation, otherwise it will appear. Under the circumstances, they cannot afford the responsibility. Ping pong pong, the blades of the blades are overwhelming, sparks are flying everywhere. When the opponent uses 4 knives, Hyuga and Blue Ink retreats steadily. Not only that, but the knives in his hands are no longer good. Chakra has only reached the present. Under the opponent's treasured sword, it has been dilapidated. With a Kong froze, his knife was completely cut off, leaving only the handle in his hand. Hyuga Lanmo dropped the handle, took out 2 kunai, and hit each other again. For a long time, the battle between the two human body arts is in full swing. Samui and Karui were stunned and dazzled. The speed of the two was so fast that they couldn't even see what tricks they used. Bang! After Hyuga Lanmo turned and shot into the air, he kicked Karabi's face with a kick. The opponent was kicked back several steps, with an excited expression on his face, and the number of knives increased to 5. Knife. At the same time, the 2 kunai blades in Hyuga Lanmo's hands were knocked out again, and the blades were so uneven that they could no longer be used. Ha ha ha. Begaya Road, Sengoilu, not bad, little guy, I seem to like you more and more, oye. Karabi's hands were getting faster and faster. Advertisement. This time, except for the two fighting, no one could see their movements clearly. In the dojo, the weapons met and sparks shot all over. Only the sound of ping pong pong was heard, but the two of them could not be seen at all. Silhouette. From the dojo to the hillside, from the hillside to the dense cave, from the audience to the audience, and from the dense forest to the beach, the two played happily, Karabi laughed, and Hyuga Lanmo was blood boiling. His figure shifted, and he stepped past him, turning the sword flower with the magnetic sword in his hand, and there was a crisp sound in the cold, and the knives in his hand were shocked by him by 4. Can you ask your name? He asked. The hero didn't ask where he came from, but after midnight, I became more and more curious about you, Sengo Yalu. He shook his fingers, and a magnetic sword slowly grew out of his hand. He asked, is this okay? However, just when the other party thought he could win him. Definitely okay. Karabi rushed up, with 5 knives tucked in his body, like a rotating harvesting machine, coupled with the strength of his impact, and the coordination of flying up and down. It is to make Hyuga Blue Mo retreat steadily. Since the opponent has used the power of the tail beast, Hyuga Lanmo is not welcome, and his chakra improves once more. Hanada Lanmo. The other party replied. Forehead. This is not only a competition duel, but also a rare opportunity for cultivation. Since it is a physique duel, naturally some ninjutsu cannot be used, but he no longer has a weapon in his hand. The magnetic escape is varied, offensive and defensive can be used, but if he only regards it as a sword, then it is not ninjutsu. He hasn't remembered how long it has been, and he hasn't had a physical exercise like this with people. This is really a rare opportunity. Karabi kicked his toes backwards, and the 4 knives fell into his hands again, increasing the strength. All 7 knives started, and at the same time, he had exploded a little bit of the power of the tail beast. Hyuga Lanmo has been struggling occasionally from the beginning to being handy now. On the contrary, he is more relaxed. He replied, I have always had a good impression of you. The two played from the evening until late at night, and the tailed beast chakra also used a little from the beginning, slowly increasing, and finally exploded with six-tailed power. Hyuga Lanmo also used the three-tailed chakra. Chapter 228. Suddenly, Kurabi stopped his moves, looked at the child in Omoi state in surprise, and then laughed. I'll just say it. It must be you, ha ha ha. He smiled happily and used the seven knives again. Come on, go on. He had received news earlier that Hyuga Lanmo appeared in Union Village. After everyone chased him, many of his shadow duplications suddenly disappeared and no one was found. He still thought he would not have come to Paradise Island, right? Unexpectedly, it really came. As soon as the words here landed, I heard a wild roar on the beach. Kill him, there will never be future troubles. The visitor was the fourth generation of Hokage, and beside him, was followed by a frightened Omoi, with a lollipop in his mouth, nagging something. The sudden appearance of Hokage broke the balance between the two. Hyuga Lanmo burst out of the tail beast chakra, a sweep, and the magnetic sword in his hand knocked all the seven swords of Kurabi on the ground. Seeing this scene, Kurabi exclaimed, Begaya Road, you don't respect me. After doing it in the middle of the night, it's not your true power. With that said, he turned around and carried the knife. It's not that I don't respect you, it's that the chakras I use are the same as you, and I really drew a tie with you. If I break out the chakras, I will naturally strengthen you a bit in strength and ability. So, before it's fair, I'm taking advantage now. Hyuga Lanmo tells the truth, the fourth generation of Hokage doesn't care about them, and he kills him with a shock, Lei hot knife. Big brother, no, he doesn't respect me, I want to fight him. Kurabi understood that what Hyuga Lanmo said about fairness and justice was actually unfair and unfair. The match between the two is speed, strength, ability, chakra. If he always keeps the same chakra competition, is it still called a duel? That is called letting go, which is a form of unfair existence. It belongs to the back door, not fair competition. You don't need ninjutsu, it's only understandable than physique and swordsmanship, but you still need to control chakra. Who do you look down on? Kurabi collided with the fourth generation of Hokage. He stopped his figure with a look of anger. Hinata Lanmo, take out all your ability, I want to fight you fairly. Advertisement. After speaking, all the seven knives on his body were sheathed, and his fingers were ready to seal, and at the same time, the eight-tailed power appeared on his body. The next thing we will compare is ninjutsu and chakra. Take out all your abilities. Kurabi braved the red-tailed beast chakra, and at the same time, 8 tentacles of Yao appeared under his body, dragging him up. My partner is Yao, my ability is him, and he is me. I'm him, I'm going for a bite, Sengoilu, yeah. The crappy rap, coupled with his strange movements, and the coordination of the 8 huge amounts of octopus claws, formed a strange atmosphere of battle. The fourth generation of Hokage retreated to the side, frowning at the two, while Omoi hid behind a sharp stone on one side, his scared teeth trembling. Hyuga Lanmo's elimination transformation technique, the whole person returned to his original appearance, with long hair floating, and a pair of dark blue eyes looking forward indifferently. Is the following really better than ninjutsu? No matter what ninjutsu it is. Hyuga Lanmo asked. He admitted that he did delay time before. After all, the system needs time to replicate. Therefore, he must cooperate with the system. This is no alternative. However, it seems that the speed of system replication has increased a lot now, because Kurabi has already appeared in the half-tail state, so even if it is a quick fight, it should be able to replicate successfully. If not, he only needs to extend the battle time a little longer. Bump your teeth, Sengoilu, don't look down on the stinky guy on the opposite side, let him go, if you don't beat you all over the floor today, I won't be called Chalabioye. Okay, then the first thing I want to use the most is the magnetic knife, 1, 2, 3, 4. With the appearance of the numbers in Hyuga Lanmo's mouth, there are more and more magnetic knives on his head. Didn't he use 7 knives? Then he would use 70, 700. Wow, the magnetic knives were assembled and shot towards Kurabi below. The 8 tails of the 8 tails were panicked. He thought he would catch them all, but he didn't want him to just make a silly move. Then he put on a wrap shape, one hard, and chakra bombarded out, blasting all the magnetic knives. Open. The magnetic escape changed and turned into a spear, stabbing him. Advertisement. At the same time, Hyuga Lanmo sprinted, and Lan escaped from his hand, descending from the sky, and attacked the Kurabi below. If magnetic escape is a scattered attack, then Landun is definitely a targeted attack, and this time Landun did not leave Hyuga Lanmo's palm, then Landun is definitely the maximum level of daily peace. Kachacha. Oh my god, it's amazing. Kurabi didn't directly meet him, but jumped and avoided. 8 scrolls of the tail beast. Maybe it was midnight, maybe it was because Hyuga Lanmo's release of water made him feel unhappy. Anyway, the current Kurabi just wants to make a quick fight, a stand-up, his figure is wrapped in the tail beast, huge amounts of check carrots surrounded them, and the tail beast was slightly suspended in the air, spinning at high speed. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes widened. This is Yao's skill, with a wide range of attack. Even the tail beast can be physically injured under its impact. He glanced at his system hurriedly, and the 8-tail mirror was successfully copied and can be cloned directly. Then he doesn't have to drag on any longer, his body forcefully, 9 tails appear, and the body chakra bursts open. The 8 scrolls of the tail beast spin faster and faster, and the form is getting bigger and bigger. Chakra surrounded half of the island, and with one impact, it rushed towards the Kyuubi standing in front of Hyuga Lanmo. The sound of huge amounts of sound came with the whirling wind speed. Kyuubi opened his mouth and shouted, "Master, back!" After that, a forceful, even with his front feet to withstand the attack of Yao. The creaking chakra friction broke through the air, and the 4 generations of Reikage and the 2 ninjas who rushed over, as well as Omoi, Karui, and Sami were bombarded by the 2 rival chakras. Got out. The entire island was shaking. Hyuga Lanmo raised his sleeves to block the impact of the tail beast chakra. The 4th generation of Reikage, who wanted to watch the battle but did not want to fly out, rushed over and punched him. "Where run? Today, you must stay." Hyuga Lanmo dodged, leapt longitudinally, and kicked to his neck, and the opponent stretched out his arm to fight. With a bang, the two slammed together. As soon as the 4th generation Reikage stretched out his hand, he grabbed Hyuga Lanmo's ankle, and then began to shake it. Chapter 229. In terms of weight, the 4th generation Reikage's body weight can be more than double that of Hyuga Lanmo. He is also a melee ability ninja. After a while, his other hand also grabbed Hyuga Lanmo's calf. Then one hard. He wants to break his calf. Quite cruel. Originally, he could use his power to dodge his attack, but Hyuga Lanmo didn't choose that method. Rather, his brows were frowned and he shouted, "Steel escape, get up." The technique of overweight rock. Heavy, heavy. Isn't it a ratio of weight? Don't you want to break his legs? Then he would not give him any chance. Suddenly, a person of average weight became like 10,000 caddies in the hands of the 4th generation of Reikage. Even his calf, in his palm, was like a copper wall and iron wall. He used his force twice without success. He strove to hold on to his feet, firmly grasped his ankle, and refused to let it go, with the other hand reaching out to grab his collar. His face was flushed, blue veins were violent, and his legs trembled. It can be seen that this weight is already at his limit, but Hyuga Lanmo's super heavy rock art is still increasing. At the same time, he bent over, grabbed the opponent's stretched wrist with both hands, doing what he was just now, exerting force. Pull. Kacha. With a sound, the hand bone broke. The 4th generation of Reikage gritted his teeth, holding Hyuga Lanmo's feet in the other hand and refused to relax. This is a stubborn performance. He didn't actually think about how to defeat Hyuga Lanmo. But there was a voice in his heart that he couldn't let go of him, and let him go, it would be difficult to catch him in the future. Everyone watched this scene nervously. 2 colors of chakras, one blue and one gold, are diffused. At the moment, suddenly the whole island shook, and the 2-tailed beasts fought into a ball, then rolled all the way and fell into the sea. Hyuga Lanmo can sense Kyuubi's situation. It turns out that just when he was fighting against the 4th generation of Reikage just now, Yao used the tailed beast 8 rolls to carry Xiaoju together. If it was just a rigid confrontation, Xiaoju's ability is absolutely above it. But unexpectedly, Bawei who rolled into a ball and rushed over suddenly exploded. When he touched Xiaoju, his 8 claws stretched out and hugged him. After that, the 2-tailed beasts fought against each other, and the 8 claws of the 8 tails tightened. Xiaoju's 9-tailed chakra punched and kicked it. Under the turmoil, the 2-tailed beasts rolled over and fell into the sea. Advertisement. Although Hyuga Lanmo believed that Xiaoju would be fine, but as the owner, how could he stand by and kick away the injured 4th generation Reikage in this situation, and he turned back and jumped into the sea. Xiaoju, come back. Hyuga Lanmo activated the system and retracted the tail beast. Turning around again, Yao rushed over, entangled him, and covered him with countless octopus paws. The sea water rushed from all directions, and the 9 tails in the income system were dissatisfied. The other tail beasts were deeply affected and walked irritably around the system. The master was trapped. Why didn't the master use the power of the tail beast? We rushed out and killed the octopus. But Hyuga Lanmo didn't make any movements. The reason is simple. In the octopus tentacles, Kurabi has a flattering smile on his face, holding a small white flag in his hand, swaying towards him. He looked at him with an expression of excitement and joy on his face. What do you want? Don't you continue? The sudden suspension of the battle made Hyuga Lanmo a little confused. Yao just trapped him and didn't use any attacks. Kurabi laughed. Let's go, let's have a drink. I've long wanted to go out for a while, and finally meet someone who knows me. How can I just let it go and leave? After finishing speaking, the octopus pushed hard, and the sea rolled for a while, and the 2 of them rushed to an unknown place under the protection of the 8 tails, like arrows from the string. On Paradise Island, the 4 generations of Reikage led several ninjas, standing on the shore looking at the sea, waiting for the appearance of 2 people and 2 tail beasts, but 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, half hours passed, and there was still no movement. Suddenly the 4th generation of Reikage seemed to understand. He shouted at the sea, "Kurabi, you come back to me. This guy has disappeared for 3 days, and he has disappeared after a fight." After galloping in the sea in the middle of the night, in the next morning, Kurabi finally landed on the shore with Hyuga Lanmo. With sunglasses, he looked at the people on the street with excitement and Hyuga Lan beside him. The corners of Mo's eyes were drooping, and he broke away from his restraint in a dull way, and said, "Uncle, since I don't want to fight, then I will leave, and there is still something at home, so I won't accompany you." Advertisement. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo used the transfer of different space. Just about to leave, he felt that something behind him seemed to be stuck on his body. He turned around to look, but that thing stuck on his entire back. I can't even see it. The art of wood duplication. The thing in duplication's gaze reached his mind, an octopus sucker. The sucker was very small and stuck to his back. Duplication pulled it hard, but couldn't pull it anyway. Haha. Begaya Road, Sengoilu, little brother, don't struggle, oh yeah, since you have bought my 3,000 concert tickets, I can't let you run away, oh yeah, no matter what. I want you to successfully participate in my concert oye. After speaking, Karabi twisted for a while, then crossed his hands, made a six-finger rap motion, and stood on his side. Before. Puff. Hyuga Lanmo didn't expect that he dragged himself away from the 4th-generation Reikage's attack, it turned out to be because of this. Isn't your concert half a month away? Don't you need to go back to prepare? Besides, I happen to have something, see you in half a month. After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo left again. If he wants to leave, he can still stick to himself. Facts have proved that the octopus really has the ability to cling to people, and the octopus's maritime cognition ability is really strong. 3 days after Shang Lanmo left the Land of Fire and moved back to Nanmo Village in alien space, Karabi appeared in Nanmo Ninja Village. With a curious look on his face, he looked around and asked, Begaya Road, this is the country of the sky. Great, wow, oye. God knows how surprised Wu Mang, Hong Yan, and Jin Shi looked when they saw him in the office. They immediately started the battle with a nervous look on their faces. After so many years, no one has been able to directly enter the village chief's office in Nanmo Ninja Village. Who is this person? Hyuga Lanmo knew that it was the octopus sucker on his back that attracted him, so he waved his hand in motion to the 3 people in front of him to step back. In the office, only 2 of them are left. Chapter 230. Hyuga Lanmo, isn't this the country of the sky? I heard those villagers call this the country of Nanmo. It's pretty good. He turned around to visit the office with a look of curiosity. I finally know why so many people in Union Village are afraid to participate in your concert. You are really terrifying. Don't let any audience go. Hyuga Lanmo did not regard him as a threat, while looking at the information in his hand, said while opening his mouth. Ha ha ha. Begaya Road, Sengoilu, as a good rapper, you should not let anyone who likes rap. After speaking, he turned and walked out. It's the first time I came to Nanmo, and I am very curious about this place, so I am going to visit the country of Nanmo. Maybe I can hold a huge concert here. Oh yeah, I have seen it. That Nanmo the city seems to have a large population, and the city's architecture is also good. There are also huge amounts of cliff castle. I can hold a concert in the castle. Wait a minute, I feel that your concert still has shortcomings. Hyuga Lanmo stepped forward, grabbed him, and then used a different space to transfer, taking him away from Nanmo. How can outsiders visit his nest? Even if Karabi's love for rap is higher than dual competition, but in his heart, Union Village is definitely the first place. He doesn't want him to report to the 4th generation of Raking, Nan after he knows the situation here. The peace of Mexico will never allow anyone to break it. So quickly take him away is the best choice. Appearing again, the 2 have returned to the shore where they had landed in the Land of Fire. How long can you position the octopus sucker? Hyuga Lanmo asked. If it is a lifetime, he can only cut the flesh and remove it. Begaya Road, Sengoya Lu, only half a month oye. Karabi said, pointing to the roadside stall, and asked. Begaya Road, what do you think of that dress? How about wearing it for this concert? Not bad, Hyuga Lanmo said as he learned his tone. It's okay to go back to the village anyway. It's not bad to come out and relax with this uncle. It's only half a month anyway. Karabi laughed loudly and went forward to try on clothes. This uncle, regardless of his age, but the whole person is full of youthful vitality, and unlike those hard-headed ninjas, things that you look for will not change. Advertisement. Compared to the rumors of Hyuga Blue Mo from all walks of life, Karabi seemed to believe what he saw more. The narrow clothes were wrapped around him, his belly button was exposed, and his body was tight. He lifted his breath vigorously and asked, Lanmo, do you think it's okay? Hyuga Lanmo gave him a thumbs up. He relaxed happily when he saw this scene. With his movements, his abdomen swelled instantly, and the cloth that was attached to his body cracked and cracked. You accompany my clothes, you accompany my clothes. The stall owner of the roadside stall quit, and stepped forward to grab Kira. Karabi hurried to pay for compensation, and the stall owner took the money before letting him go. Next, eat delicious. He took Hyuga Lanmo from one side to the other at the barbecue stalls throughout the street. He grilled fish, grilled scallops, and grilled crabs, but there was no grilled octopus, and Hyuga Lanmo was not welcome. Anyway, he paid. The 2 of them feasted, drank and clinked glasses, sang rap, did rap movements, and laughed happily. After that, the 2 participated in a local flavor rap group, and the threesome rap concert was tonight. In the venue, there were no empty seats, and it was very lively. Everyone's emotions continued to rise with the rap of the 3 people, and everyone was jumping and shouting. Flames and lights constantly hit the 3 of them. They were sweating and singing heartbreakingly. Their mouths were like tumbling, bursts, crackling, making people overwhelmed. Karabi was stunned. He seemed to be full of blood. He jumped and shouted constantly. His eyes were full of worship expressions, and the excited tail beast chakra was about to be revealed. Hyuga Lanmo smiled and stood on the railing at the back, watching everything on the scene. Karabi began to sing as if he hadn't heard it. Uncle, are you sure you want me to enter the village? Hyuga Lanmo raised his eyebrows and asked. Advertisement. At the entrance of the village, after several guard ninjas questioned him, he turned his head and waved his hand at Hyuga Lanmo. At the moment, Hyuga Lanmo had turned into Omoi. Hyuga Lanmo followed him one by one. Far away, when he saw the gate of Union Village, his eyes became deep and quiet. Looking at the dilapidated wallet, Kurabi finally realized that he could no longer wander outside, and his concert would begin in 5 days. Besides, this time on the road to Union Village, it would take 3 or 4 days. Beigaya Road, Sengoilu. Oh yeah, today I gather together to welcome my friend Lanmo Hyuga. You all said he is heinous and crazy, but I think he is good and good. Supreme is absolutely above me, and the tail beast is stronger than me. Why don't you dare to agree with him one by one? You don't know his advantages at all. How much do you know about him? If you do, just shut your mouth, oh yeah. So, he hurriedly dragged his only audience back to Union Village. The concert finally began. The next day was his concert. This afternoon, he didn't even take a break, so he was busy going to the street to make publicity. Even the villagers asked him about Hyuga Lanmo, but he was too lazy. Reply. After speaking, he stepped forward and entered the village. After a crazy night, Kurabi and Hyuga Lanmo returned to the hotel to take a bath and sleep comfortably, and then went to other places to continue eating delicious and fun things, spending all the way, not only gave Hyuga Lanmo a piece of money to him. All the 5,000 yuan in ticket money was spent, and he himself took in 30,000 yuan. The two entered the village and lived in Kurabi's home. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Karui pointed to Hyuga Lanmo, looked at Kurabi on the stage, stammered and said, Master, look at. Although the relationship between the two is awkward, it is also an experience, a different experience in the Naruto world. When Karui, Samui, and Real Omoi saw the person next door, they were so scared that they didn't dare to breathe. Kurabi looked back at him, and finally remembered his identity, and then shook his head like a rattle. Beigaya Road, Sengoilu. No, you absolutely can't enter the village like this. You transform into Omoyuya, so we can continue the happy rap concert, oye. In the front row, Hyuga Lanmo who turned into an Omo sat, and on the other side, a dozen or so places away from him, sat an Omo too. Chapter 231. Here, Kurabi has already started his rap. At the door, someone entered the venue. At first, it was one person, and then 2 and 3 people. Samui looked back, his eyes widened, and he pulled his good friends on both sides, and the 3 of them all turned around, only to see that the person who came first was the 4th generation of Lei Ying'ai from Union Village. He was full of anger, frowning, bandages wrapped around his wrists, and behind him, it was Anbu and Shangren in the village who came in. After these people entered the meeting place, they didn't find a place to sit down, but surrounded the entire seat, and their eyes all fell on the person who became Omoi. That person is definitely Hyuga Lanmo, do you believe it? Omoi peeked at himself on the other side and said. His 2 companions nodded heavily. The transformation technique is still the same as before, nothing new. Isn't he who else? Besides, didn't the master sing all of them? Welcome Hyuga Lanmo, you. At the moment, the 3 of them felt like the teenagers sitting over there. They had become targets of public criticism. In the entire venue, except for him, were the 3 of them sitting there. And the appearance of the 4 generations of Reikage, it is really terrible. Kurabi on the stage was still talking about his non-rhyming rap, Beigaya Road, Sengo Yalu, about the incident of Kongren attacking Union Village back then, although I did not go to destroy the Kongren troops, but I have read the war report written by the ninja who returned in the later period 3 times. Hyuga Lanmo, he helped everyone, Kuni no Kuni, and the entire ninja world. Are you not grateful that the illustrated news still treats him as an enemy? He doesn't care about his reputation and status, but I think he is good, oh yeah. To shut up. Boom. The 4th generation of Reikage really couldn't listen anymore, and with a shock, he rushed onto the stage and punched Kurabi. He fell to the ground with his cheeks falling to one side. Brother, he is just my audience. Whatever it is, he shouldn't appear in Union Village. As long as he appears, whether he is Hyuga Lanmo or someone from the other 4 ninja villages, he should be arrested and investigated. After speaking, the 4th generation of Reikage waved his hand and said, get it for me. Regarding this point, Hyuga Lanmo really admitted that what they did was right, let alone Union Village, even Nanmo, a small country with no known names, would be fully captured if it came to an outside ninja. Advertisement. So, this is a normal phenomenon, but whether this normal scene can be realized is another matter. Wait, I didn't come here to threaten you Union Village, just to attend the uncle's concert. Isn't that okay? Hyuga Lanmo changed back to his original appearance, stood up and stood on the seat. He is tall, blue, with long, loose black hair, and blue eyes as deep as the sea, looking at everyone. That's right, he was looking for me before to buy my concert tickets, and this time also to attend my concert. Why can't he come and go safely? What do you want to do? He shouted loudly, shaking with the glasses above his nose. Boom. The 4th generation of Reikage punched him again. Hinata Lanmo, when you think of our Union Village, come and go as you please. Today, if you don't explain clearly, don't want to leave. After speaking, the 4th generation Reikage waved his hand, all the ninjas in the venue used thunder dunge. Suddenly, the thunder sounded in the venue. The 3 little guys were so scared that they hugged together. They were in the middle of the target. At the moment, they didn't dare to move, for fear that Hyuga Lanmo would take them hostage. Lei Dun appeared, and the magnetic escape in Hyuga Lanmo's hands was also brewing. With a bang, all the ninjutsu in the hands of Thunder Dune ninjas have been connected, and a huge amounts of Thunder Dune grid is formed above the huge amounts of venue. This is the method used by Union Village to catch giant psychic beasts and tail beasts, used to deal with Hyuga Lanmo today. I don't know what you want me to explain. Sararin attacked the 5 ninja villages a few years ago. That incident has nothing to do with me. I think the agreement I signed with the 5 ninja villages at the time should not have been destroyed by you. Extinction. Besides, aren't all the ninjas who participated in the besieging Wawang city still alive? People and evidence gathered, and they wanted to frame me for failing. However, there is a good saying, if you want to add to the crime, there is nothing wrong with it. I've already said it, it's up to you what you want. Judging from Karabi's face, Hyuga Lanmo will not do anything first, but this does not mean that he will not resist. Catch him again. The 4th generation of Reikage is anxious, no matter if he is framed or not, since he appeared today, he will naturally try his best to keep him behind. The thunder net shrank, and huge amounts of light grid pounced on him. Hyuga Lanmo threw the magnetic escape from the hands of Lanmo, the lightning collided with the iron sand, and a huge amount of noise was heard instantly. Advertisement. Thunder abuse level. The 4th generation of Reikage rushed up, lifted his palm, and rushed to Hyuga Lanmo's cheek. His fist carried a sliver of thunder. If he was hit, he would definitely turn his back on his back. Seeing this scene, the 3 little ninjas around Hyuga Lanmo hugged their heads in fright and shrank into a circle. Karabi couldn't help yelling, "Be careful." But Hyuga Lanmo, who was standing on the back of the seat, pushed hard, raised his thigh, and thunder was also on his leg, resisting him. With a sound of boom, the collision of the two made a violent sound, and the seat under Hyuga Lanmo's feet was unbearable and shattered into dregs. And Hyuga Lanmo also fell on the ground because of the damage of the chair. But his thigh was still kicking. The 4th generation of Reikage's arm wore a golden metal brace, and it slammed on his thigh like that. That's it. On one side, Karabi frowned. His elder brothers, Thunder Abuse, could not be resisted by anyone. This thunderous physical technique with Thunder Dodge can destroy a 50-centimeter thick copper wall and iron wall with one punch. The movements of the two were still, and above them, Lei Dun, which collided with magnetic escape, was still squeaking sparks. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were cold and stern, and one kick was on his metal wristband, and the other foot had been hit by the opponent's impact and fell into the concrete three-pointer under the floor. But he didn't change his face or form, his 2 legs stood upright, his waist straight and his legs straight, without any change. Lei Dun, Ji Guai. Seeing that he was not injured, the 4th generation of Lei Ying retracted his palm and began to seal. Regardless of his wrist injury, it did not affect his use of the other hand to attack. Huge amounts of thunder and lightning were generated in the venue. In the light, a monster seemed to be born against the thunder and lightning, rushing towards Hyuga Lanmo with teeth and claws. Chapter 232 The Failed Union Village. The magnetic escape from Hyuga Lanmo's hand appeared, turned into several magnetic rods, and thrust into the ground. He turned and printed with one hand, water escape, fountain. The water escape spreads like a fountain and connects to the thunder escape. Not only does it not reduce the thunder escape, but it increases the opponent's ability. When the surrounding ninjas saw this scene, they thought Hyuga Lanmo was crazy. Actually used a wrong ninjutsu. Does he think he lives long? This time it will definitely not work. All departments are ready to close the net. There was already a triumphant expression in their eyes. Just now they used the thunder net together, and they didn't do anything about him, but he was broken by a magnetic escape. This time Master Reikage went out in person and used Jiguai, he definitely couldn't do anything about it. NS. The monster with thunder and lightning instantly grew bigger under the help of Shui Dun, and the powerful thunder and lightning rushed over. Huge amounts of light shone on the entire venue, and the dazzling light blocked everyone's eyes. Then, the huge amounts of explosion sounded, the entire venue was blown out, and the surrounding ninjas were also shocked and seriously injured. The 3 little ones on the seat were violently guarded by Karabi and left the scene. On the most prosperous street in Union Village, several buildings surrounding the theater have all been affected. On the street, the yelling of people became a whole, and everyone ran around scattered. More ninjas gathered around, standing around the ruins. Looking at the theater that was blown flat, the magnetic rod was still inserted on the ground, creaking with the light of thunder, and the ghost had disappeared. At this time, the 4th generation of Reikage understood why Hyuga Lanmo would use the water escape fountain to increase the energy of the ghosts. It turned out that he was already ready to detonate the ghosts. Those magnetic evacuation sticks can not only effectively control the action of the monster's teeth and dance claws, but also can combine the thunder escape on it into an encircling circle, and add the water escape to increase the electric current, so the electric explosion of the monster is naturally a matter of course. In the middle of the ruins, Hyuga Lanmo stood there. He looked at Karabi in front of him and said, "Uncle, your rap is good, but the concert did not succeed." Hira shook his head heavily. "You go quickly, I know you have that ability, I am sorry for you, I hold them, please take my face, and leave here quickly." Advertisement. After speaking, he rushed towards his elder brother. "Karabi, do you want to be a betrayal?" Reikage shouted loudly. "Brother, do you think you can win against Hyuga Lanmo? I am protecting our village." He also retorted loudly. Looking at that boy again, he has already risen into the sky. At present, he already knows that he has Lei Dun, Land Dun, Water Dun, Magnetic Dun, and Chakra is amazing, and the battle tactics are also good. Can such a person really win? Hinata Lanmo, We don't have any deep hatred, this matter is for my face, forget it, we will meet again in the future. Kurabi shouted loudly, his mouth cracked with a big smile. Although this concert was not a success, it was the happiest time for me in so many years. Thank you, accompany me to see the rap singing of the local trio. Kurabi confronted his brother and prevented him from attacking Hyuga Lanmo, while shouting loudly at the young man floating in the sky. Hyuga Lanmo laughed. Although this time was a bit wasted, he had to admit that the benefits of being with Kurabi were far more than what he had gained. First of all, the eight-tailed beast in Hyuga Lanmo's body has been cloned successfully, and it has successfully entered the cultivation stage, and the cultivation speed is very fast. This is directly related to the close contact with the eight-tailed man's column force, because Hyuga Lanmo has studied that in the clone-tailed beast mission in the mirror system, the longer the contact with the original tailed orc's column force, the faster the growth of the clone, which is better than cultivation and promotion must be several times faster. Seeing that the system interface has developed a Yao with the size of an arm, Hyuga Lanmo nodded. Then uncle, take care. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. The fourth generation of Hokage furiously shouted loudly while fighting against his younger brother. Suddenly the Union Village ninjas from all directions rushed up, each holding a long and wrong iron chain in their hands, and shot it at Hyuga Lanmo who was about to leave. There was thunder escape on the chain, creaking lightning, and the chain with a seal mark. Seeing this scene, Hyuga Lanmo's face was cold, he did not dodge, all the chains pierced towards him. Everyone looked at him closely, some were surprised in their hearts, and some couldn't believe it. Some lasers fell on the village building, the building collapsed instantly, and some fell on the dome building, destroying a piece of advertisement. The opponent was in the sky, and his most applicable close-in technique could not be hit at all, so he used his own long-range attack Thunder Escape to blast him down. Hyuga Lanmo dodges and dodges, waving his hand as a blow to land escape. Hua Leng. More than a dozen chains passed through his body. Hole. Die. The fourth generation of Hokage was relieved at Kurabi. After a sprint, he rushed to Hyuga Lanmo, lightning exploded. Huge amounts of Landun fell on the fourth generation of Lei Ying'ai, it was too late for him to dodge, and his anger attacked his heart, as if he didn't even want to dodge. Everyone was in chaos, and the medical ninja rushed to diagnose and treat him, and Kurabi exploded with the power of the tail beast and prepared to fight. The huge amounts of laser lightning were produced, and the rumbling sound was endless, and the people in the whole village fled in a hurry. Grab him, Seal. The fourth generation of Hokage thought his plan had succeeded, and shouted loudly. He looked around and said, Hongolin, what are you looking for? Kurabi has stopped fighting with the fourth generation of Hokage, looking nervously at the sky. He was planning to leave just now, but they didn't let him go, and then he didn't let them. The power of the laser is huge, hovering from Hyuga Lanmo's hands to the entire village. Although it did not cause extensive damage, the loss is immeasurable. As you can imagine, the whole person fell to the ground, his eyes widened, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. However, those iron chains passed through his body, and he was as if nothing had happened, dashing through the chains, making a vertical leap, and ascending to the sky, using land escape. It was a bombardment against Union Village. After a battle was over, Hyuga Lanmo came to the South Daxia Sea coast of the country of Sichuan, and used duplication reincarnation eyes to check his body. Sure enough, the octopus sucker that Kurabi positioned on his body disappeared, and he could feel that there was nothing to be felt. Signs of tracking. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hyuga Lanmo disapproved, turned around and disappeared. Chapter 233 You are my master. What should be the important thing for the other party to meet here? When he started the perception technique, there was a commotion around him. Hyuga Lanmo stopped and turned to look around. On the coastline, dozens of ninjas appeared. After that, all the ninjas knelt on the ground. Behind them, Orochimaru came over. Knelt in front of him. Hyuga Lanmo, I would like to recognize you as the master, and I will look forward to you from now on, without any regrets, please accept me. As he said, he fell on the ground, motionless. Hyuga Lanmo turned to look at Hongolin who was kneeling on the other side, frowning slightly. Hongolin hurriedly said, My lord, the headquarters was attacked a few days ago. It was Mr. Orochimaru who rescued us. At that time, we were poisoned and we would die soon, so, you promised to bring him to see me. Hyuga Lanmo asked coldly. Then if he threatens you to kill me with the lives of all of you, you will do it too. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were slightly pale, and he was completely cold, looking at Hongolin. The villain dare not. Hong Lin knelt on the ground, shaking all over. You have nothing to be afraid of. He asked you to bring him to see me. Didn't you come? In that case, Hongolin, Lan Shangman doesn't need you anymore. After that, Hyuga Lanmo used Wanxiang Tianyan, grabbed Hongolin in his hand, stretched out his hand and pulled the waist card on his body, then made a mark with his finger and grabbed his forehead. In an instant, his soul was sucked over by him. That was the power of the human world in the eyes of reincarnation. On one side, Orochimaru saw this scene and quickly interceded. My lord, calm down. I admit, I want to study you, but I dare not be disrespectful to you, please let him go. He didn't mean it, he did it for Lan Shangman did this for hundreds of protege. Others don't know what you are, don't I know? Orochimaru, you have a lot of conspiracies and tricks. In order to see me, you poisoned my protege and rescued you. Do you think I would not see come out? Don't forget, I'm Tsunade's apprentice. What kind of disease Honglin has suffered, I can see at a glance. At the moment, Hong Lin, who had been sucked away from his ordinary soul, suddenly woke up when he heard this. I just want to follow you. I can't help it. It's so difficult to see you now. That's why I made the move. Please forgive me. Orochimaru looked sincere, as if he really wanted to submit to him. Same. Hyuga Lanmo let go of his finger, Honglin fell to the ground, and his soul returned. He gasped and looked at Hyuga Lanmo in front of him in disbelief. Advertisement. There will be another time, let's kill it. Hyuga Lanmo said to Honglin. He breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Orochimaru kneeling in front of him. With his fingers pressed, a small black rod appeared on the palm of his hand. Don't you want to follow me? Then show your heartfelt heart. After speaking, he broke the black stick in his hand and threw it out. This is a weapon created by combining the yin and yang power of the reincarnation eye. It can accept the main signal and at the same time seal the host chakra, and it is also a super weapon against the tail beast. Nagato used it to control Six Pen. Hyuga Lanmo's gaze fell on Dashemaru's body, and he continued, you want to be clear, if this black stick enters your body, whether you are a snake duplication now or change your body in a few years, this thing is like an infection. The source is always in your blood, and everything you have will be within my grasp. Are you sure you want to follow me? On hearing this, Orochimaru flashed a look of shock on his face. He had heard that Hyuga Lanmo once studied a germ that can be transmitted in the hair of ghosts, and finally won thousands of ghost soldiers in one fell swoop. And squeezed and killed the banshee. Does this black stick also have this effect? He hesitation. He does want Hyuga Lanmo's body cells, but he dare not bet his life. Ha. Hyuga Lanmo laughed, stretched out his hand and wanted to suck back his black stick, but didn't want Dashiwan to pounce forward, holding it tightly, and refused to let it go. In the next second, he pushed the tiny black stick into his heart with a strong effort. He endured the corrosive sensation from the wave of Bosnia and Herzegovina sticks, and said, Master, you believe me this time. Right, I started with Lan Shangman headquarters, and there is no other way. I really don't know what I should do for you before I came up with this. Master, rest assured, I won't dare to do it again next time. Hyuga Lanmo's eyebrows moved, he didn't expect that he would actually do it. If you want me to believe you, just show your sincerity and don't play any tricks. After speaking, he flung his sleeves and left the scene. Honglin called out at Lanxiangman and directly brought it back to Nanmo village. He was downgraded and was responsible for the protection of Nanmo village from then on. And all the work of Lan Shangman will be handled by Hongyan. Hyuga Lanmo finished all this before returning to his home. Advertisement. I started to look at my own system carefully. The 9-tail beast clones have been completed. The system rewarded a big gift package. Hyuga Lanmo clicked it on, and 2 prizes appeared in the big gift package. A golden pill and a mirror. In such a long time, it is the first time that he has obtained treasure chest rewards in the system. The golden core label says, the mirror system super rewards, the elixir of life. Warn the host, when you take this pill, your growth age will stop at what age, and it will never change, please think carefully. Hyuga Lanmo's mouth bends, and after reaching out to pick up the pill and take a closer look, he put the pill back into the system list. He is only 17 years old this year, and he can't eat this food yet. I'll talk about it in 2 years. Mirror label. The mirror system rewards the shining consciousness mirror. As long as the mirror is opened in consciousness, all characters who appear in consciousness can carry the host's ability, and do not share the host chakra. The time limit is 1 day, and the inheritance will be inherited after a day. Special note, restricted by blood. This is not bad, can it improve others? Although limited by blood, even ordinary ninjutsu, if someone can play its huge role, it should not be underestimated. Hyuga Lanmo asked, what if I have multiple characters at once? The system replied, it can also be distinguished. Hyuga Lanmo is overjoyed and continues to study the mirror of consciousness. Here, Hyuga Lanmo received the system reward. On the other hand, the seriously injured 4th generation Hokage was furious and sent an envoy to the Hokage office in Konoha village. The 3rd generation Naruto Sarutobi cut his brows and frowned, and Hyuga Lanmo was early. He rebelled against Konoha 7 years ago. He injured 4 generations of Hokage. What can he do? Anyway, if you don't give us an explanation, we don't mind starting a war with Konoha again. Thank you for reading this story at Fictions Chapter 234. The 3 generations of Naruto were helpless. We have been looking for news about the empty country in the past few years, haven't we? Never found it. If we find it, we will definitely try our best to capture the rebel ninja Hyuga Lanmo and give an explanation to the many ninja villages. You don't need to look for it. Our Union village already has Hyuga Lanmo's whereabouts. Let's ask you one thing. If we form a joint army to siege the sky country where Hyuga Lanmo is located, will you join? With a look of anger, he asked. In the office, the 3 generations of Hokage, Mito Menyon, and Kaharu after turning to sleep, winked. Mito Menyon on one side said, we Konoha have our Konoha investigation methods and guidelines for handling matters. If you want to form a coalition army, you should not ask our Konoha opinions. You should ask the other 3. Big Ninja Village. Instead of shouting here, Hyuga Lanmo killed Danzo-sama and betrayed Konoha as early as 7 years ago. People in the ninja world know this, so what he does is we can be responsible or irresponsible. Do you want to leave it alone? The envoy of Union Village asked. It doesn't matter. You can't ask us about the formation of a coalition army. Our opinion is the same as everyone. If the other 3 ninja villages agree to join the coalition army, Konoha will naturally agree. If you disagree, we will also agree. Don't participate. The 3rd generation of Hokage has understood the meaning of Mito Menyon. Their opinions are biased and follow the trend. If you do not engage in specialization to provoke a war, you will not be delayed and avoid problems. Okay, you wait. The Union Village envoy finally left Konoha. After 7 years of no movement, Hyuga Blue Mo finally appeared. The fists of the 3 generations of Naruto were slightly clenched. He hasn't forgotten the killing of Shimura Danzo back then, and he still used his 60-year-old Hokage as a monkey. He would not fail to report this grudge. He made a trap for him and led him to the Death Forest in the northern part of Konoha with a small Calamus's summoning charm, where he was sealed and sealed, and what about him? He also made a set for him, and under the full view of everyone, pretending to be captured, after entering Konoha, the muffled remains disappeared. For 2 years in a row, the people in the 5 major ninja villages misunderstood that he had hidden Hyuga Blue Mo, wanted to swallow the 7 big-tailed beasts, and kept pressure on him. Yenian village also said that if he didn't evenly divide the 7-tailed beasts he got from Hyuga Blue Mo among the other 4 ninja villages, they wouldn't mind abandoning the 4th Ninja World War. In those 2 years, Konoha was walking on thin ice in diplomacy, until the 4th generation of the Wind Shadow of Cheyenne village Luasha was seriously injured by Hyuga Blue Mo. Everyone completely believed that he really was not in Konoha. Advertisement. After that, there was no news of him for several years, and now, he has appeared. 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi clenched his fists forcefully. Shimura Danzo, for the sake of Konoha, worked hard. Even if he died, he should die in the hands of the enemy, not in the hands of a little hairy boy like him. Therefore, for Konoha, for his own face, for Danzo, he wants to avenge this revenge. In a small town 30 miles south of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura, who had just finished watching the movie, stood outside a courtyard wall, with expressions of inexplicable expression flashing on their faces. What is the mission this time? Why did Mr. Kakashi let us wait for him here? Naruto Uzumaki asked. The other 2 did not speak, because at this moment they heard the sound of horseshoes. On the side of the courtyard, the superstar Fuji Fengshui jumped out of the wall on horseback. Approaching, the courtyard door opened, and a group of people in samurai armor chased them on horseback. Princess Fengyan is in danger. Uzumaki Naruto yelled and rushed out. Sakura and Sasuke Uchiha by his side followed closely behind him. The 2 groups of people smashed into a ball, and the town was in chaos. It was not until the appearance of Hama Kakashi that all this was stopped. After explaining each other, it finally became clear that the person who sent someone to stop Ms. Feng Shuihui was her manager, Mr. Santafu. His purpose was simple, to get her to cooperate with this filming event. Our task this time is to protect this Ms. Fujikatsuki, who plays the role of Princess Fengyun. In the studio, Kakashi looked at the 3 people in Class 7 with a smile on his face. But the beautiful woman on the opposite side was frosty. If you really want to go to the country of snow, I don't want them to protect, I have someone to choose. Advertisement. After finishing speaking, she stretched out her finger, took out a diary with a code lock from her backpack, and then opened it carefully. There was a yellow paper in the diary, and a strange cinnabar pen was written on it crookedly, of the spell. He is the one who really owns colorful chakras. Fenghua Xiaoshui's face was solemn, her eyes were deep, she looked at the diary as if she was fascinated. When Naruto Uzumaki heard this, he was surprised. Oh, really own colorful chakras? Who is that? You signed this agreement, otherwise I won't agree to go to Snow Country. After speaking, Fenghua Xiaoshui pulled out a contract and threw it to Kakashi. At the moment, Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura, and Sasuke Uchiha are the ninjas who teamed up to complete the mission in the village. This mission can protect their long-admired Lady Fuji Kazuyuki. There are 100 willingness in their hearts, Naruto. Kakashi, who grabbed the contract and looked to one side, shouted, "Sir, sign, sign." Kakashi hurriedly passed by, and there was nothing too much in it. It was nothing more than this mission. Konoha was not allowed to conflict with the ninja she invited. Otherwise, compensate Konoha. It is said that Ms. Fuji Fushui has a big brand and is a person who is not easy to offend. As expected, a small contract has such a serious compensation. Kakashi laughed, with a look of embarrassment. If not, we will discuss this matter with the village. Okay, I don't need you anyway. Fenghua Xiaoshui raised her eyebrows slightly, her face reluctantly. When Naruto Uzumaki heard that he would still apply to the village department, he screamed impatiently, "What else do I need to apply for? No matter what the identity of that person, even if it is rebellious, we will not conflict with him. Stars, but we all want to be in our dreams." After speaking, he reached out and grabbed the document, took a pen to sign, and his movements were fluent and fast. Kakashi was about to regret seeing this scene, so he was pushed aside by Uzumaki Naruto, and then handed the file to Fenghua Koyuki. "Ms. Fuji Fushui, do you think this is the case? We can protect you. Task." Fenghua Xiaoshui looked at the text, nodded, reached out and picked up the baby-like summoning charm, took a deep breath, and lit the fire. As the flame extinguished, the air twisted the vortex in the shooting sight, and a person appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 235. He wore a black cloak, was tall, with long black hair, dark blue eyes, and his handsome appearance was like a star from a movie. Hagi Kakashi lost his face in shock, retired and launched a combat action. "It's you." He thought for a long time, but he didn't expect that the person who appeared here turned out to be Hyuga Lanmo. The same is true for Hyuga Lanmo. He thought about it and didn't expect to see the Kakashiban trio in this state, the two god-level figures Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke in the future world. He looked at the scene in surprise, and finally fixed his gaze on Fenghua Xiaoshui. The other party looked surprised, and there was water mist in her eyes. She rushed up and stopped in front of him, feeling a little at a loss. Okay, long time no see. Hyuga Lanmo remembered that he once gave Fenghua Xiaoshui a summoning charm, and she used it today. Have not seen you for a long time. According to Shinwei coordinates, Hyuga Lanmo can be sure that it is not too far away from Konoha village. Unexpectedly, he, who hadn't even appeared around Konoha for many years, came here in this way. Sit down, please, what do you want to drink? Tea or juice? By the way, have you eaten? I will invite you to sushi at noon. Fenghua Xiaoshui felt so happy in her heart after I haven't seen you in 7 or 8 years. For so many years, she has been inquiring about him. There are a lot of rumors outside, and there are a lot of good and bad things about him. She has always wanted to see him, but she only has a summoning charm, which is special. Precious, she wants to use it when it is most suitable. This time, the filming crew decided to go to the snow country to shoot the next movie plot. She originally refused to go back in her heart, but she thought of him. If he is by her side, then even if he goes back, it shouldn't be a bad thing. All the staff's eyes fell on Hyuga Lanmo. After working together for so long, it was the first time for them to see the superstar Ms. Fuji Fushue being so caring about a man. On weekdays, you can't even see her smiling face, but now, not only has she given up her seat to that man, she has even invited him out to dinner. What kind of gossip news is this? Everyone whispered, everyone was guessing the identity of this person, even the agent San Teifu who was next to Fenghua Xiaoshui was surprised. Hyuga Lanmo looked at the people at the scene, and probably already understood the situation. He stretched out his hand and pulled Fenghua Xiaoshui, and asked, are you going to the snow country? The other person looked at him touching his finger, his cheeks were flushed, and he nodded heavily, will you accompany me back? Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo thought about his schedule and nodded slightly, okay. Fenghua Xiaoshui jumped up happily, her eyes fell on him with a happy expression on her face. On one side, Naruto Uzumaki opened his mouth when he saw this scene. She was his movie idol. He stepped forward and separated the two, then stared at Hyuga Lanmo, with a dissatisfied expression. Hey, you who is it? Report your name. Hagi Kakashi was so scared that he couldn't close his mouth. Originally, he thought there would be a big battle, but he didn't expect that Hyuga Lanmo just looked at them and didn't do anything. Although he didn't believe what happened back then, but after so many years, who knows what kind of person he has become now. In any case, it was true that he killed Shimura Danzo in front of everyone. Now that Naruto provoked him like this, would he anger him? Naruto, come here, Kakashi said out of protection for Naruto Uzumaki. But the other party would not be so obedient. He still stood between Hyuga Lanmo and Fenghua Xiaoshui, looking up at Hyuga Lanmo with dissatisfaction. He bent his eyes, looked down at the little baby in front of him, and said, me. Everyone calls me Amo. Amo, you are the protection ninja that Ms. Fujikaze is looking for. Which ninja village are you from? Why don't you have a forehead protection? Naruto Uzumaki continued to ask. Kakashi on one side saw this scene, feeling nervous, wanted to step forward to pull him over, but was afraid that his random movement would cause the other party to misunderstand him, so he stood still and looked at the two of them. I'm Sanin, so naturally I didn't bring any forehead protection. Hyuga Lanmo said. When everyone heard this, they also understood him somewhat. Are you Sanin? Come here. The director on one side suddenly waved his hand at Hyuga Lanmo. When Fenghua Xiaoshui was about to stop, Hyuga Lanmo waved her hand and walked over. You have to fill out this form, otherwise you can't follow the filming team to the snow country. You have to know that Ms. Fuji Kazeku is a big star. If you want to protect her, you can't just anyone, you too. I see, we hired Konoha's people, and you, we are not familiar with, what if you are a liar? Advertisement. It's delicious, it's delicious. Too boring, he wanted to amuse the three people in front of him. And Sasuke Uchiha looked at the vast sea, frowning, as if he didn't even look at this side. Kozakura looked envious, her eyes stuck to the food on the table. Hyuga Lanmo sat in a rocking chair, with the sunglasses that Fenghua Xiaoshui had brought him on his face, with a juice straw in his mouth, and looked at the three children on the other side, the smile on the corner of his mouth gradually widened. Anyway, those delicacies are not poisonous, they are all prepared by Fuji Fengshui for him. It doesn't matter if they eat it at all, right? Hagi Kakashi's face was guarded, and the fist in his hand was slightly clenched. And he doesn't need any protection tasks at all, just sit on the rocking chair on the deck and watch them take pictures. Definitely sure, please. Hyuga Lanmo stood up and made a please gesture. Cut. Naruto Uzumaki swallowed a ball of saliva and turned to not look at him. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. For the next half an hour, the three of them ate and swallowed, and even Sasuke Uchiha, who had always been steady, was a little disregarded of his image. The director on one side had a black face, and even Mitsuha was embarrassed, while Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura looked at him eagerly to enjoy life. On the traveling merchant ship, all the delicious, and fun things were given to Hyuga Lanmo by her. Do you want to eat? Hyuga Lanmo took off his sunglasses, raised his eyebrows, and asked. The director was chattering. Fenghua Xiaoshui stepped forward and snatched the form in his hand and tore it off. He is not the kind of person you can treat casually, he is my friend. After speaking, she glared at the director, dragged Hyuga Lanmo and left the scene. In the following time, Hyuga Lanmo was almost served by Fenghua Xiaoshui as a king. Naruto Uzumaki touched his stomach and asked suspiciously, is it really possible? Are you sure? Chapter 236. After all, he was a child, and his defensive mentality was not so strong. After a while, he became a part of Hyuga Lanmo, especially Naruto Uzumaki, who talked a lot and was funny. But after Sasuke Uchiha had eaten enough, he sat on the fence on one side, nothing happened. Hagi Kakashi looked at Hyuga Lanmo and sighed in his heart that he has not seen him for so many years, he is still the same as before. The ship continued to move forward, and 2 more days later, after the shooting mission on the ship was completed, it finally reached the territory of Snow Country. The snow-capped mountains are towering, the sky is full of snow, and the road is peaceful. Although Hyuga Lanmo is a ninja who protects Fujikazuki in everyone's eyes, he has become a protected person in everyone's eyes. For example, now, Ms. Shuihui even took a leather jacket against the wind and snow and put a cotton coat on the man. I know, you ninjas have chakra protectors, you are not afraid of this cold weather, but you should also pay attention to avoid catching a cold. Quote. The film crew saw this scene with a look of disbelief. What the hell is he here for? Is he really a ninja? Along the way, eating, drinking and having fun, living more comfortably than celebrities. Others also sneered, but Miss Shuihui didn't care, she still looked admiring and caring. Hyuga Lanmo thanked him. It's okay, it's too thick to wear this one. If something happens, don't act. It's okay, there are them anyway. Then, she pointed to Kakashi and others. For the first time, he looked at Kakashi and others from the standpoint of playing big cards, and he was in a different mood. In the following days, the filming continued, and then things developed according to the plot as they should be. Feng Hua and Rang Dao showed up with his 3 subordinates, and the fight with the Kakashi group was earth-shattering and enjoyable. The ninjas of Snow Country are good at using chakra armor, which has improved their ninjutsu a lot. Feng Hua Rage kept telling Feng Hua Koyuki to surrender the hexagonal crystal to unlock the secret treasure of the Snow Country. If you don't give it, grab it. After that, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, and Kozakura are in a battle with them. The shooting team also seized this opportunity and did not miss any shots to shoot. They hit from the seaside glacier to the top of the mountain, and from the top of the mountain to the road, Kakashi shot. Although these people were very noisy, they failed in the end. In the evening, everyone gathered together to talk about this. Naruto Uzumaki and others knew that Miss Fujikazuki turned out to be the real princess of the Snow Country, and when she and Hyuga Lanmo were separated from the minds of the northern Black Ho family, he was taken back to the land of fire by Kakashi, and later grew up there to develop his acting career. Advertisement. Now she came back, and her danger came. But don't worry, I am not afraid of having Amo by my side. He saved me back then. I believe that this time, he can also save me. After hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto shouted in dissatisfaction. What? He didn't take any action at all. He kept standing there watching the excitement. Okay. We saved you, okay. Sasuke Uchiha also frowned slightly. He had seen the possession of this chakra named Amo with his riding wheel, but he was flat, how could he become a hero with Ms. Yukie? Is it a liar? Others also looked down on contempt, feeling that Hyuga Lanmo had done nothing along the way, but became a hero in the eyes of Miss Shuihui, which was a bit shameless. Some people even rolled their eyes at him from behind, and everyone looked down on him anyway, only Miss Shuihui regarded him as a treasure. Naruto, those are not important, as long as we can complete the task. Kakashi warned Naruto. But he is taking advantage of us. He waved his arm and looked dissatisfied. To shut up. Others don't know, but Kakashi Hagi knows it, and when Hyuga Lanmo followed the crew to Snow Country, he had notified 3 generations of Hokage through a secret report. He believed that Konoha would take action soon. He also knows that he was wronged when Sararin attacked the 5 great nations. But as Konoha's ninja, he can only stand on Konoha for certain things. As for the innocence of others, there are 3 generations of Hokage to judge. Next, everyone made a plan for the future. The shooting of the shooting, the resistance of the resistance. Fenghua Xiaoshui's goal is also very simple, that is, while completing the shooting task, to snatch her own country back, she wants to let her Hyuga Lanmo took a look, she was a princess who would not give up her country. In the next few days, the fighting between the 2 sides continued, and the wind and the raging waves were like crazy. They launched a strong offensive against the Kakashi 4, even taking advantage of the local people in order to achieve their own goals. In 2 or 3 of them, he almost caught Fenghua Xiaoshui, but was kicked out by an unknown teenager standing beside her. It was also at this time that Fenghua Rutao seriously noticed Hyuga Lanmo, who had been by Fenghua Xiaoshui's side. Who are you? I'm going to kill you. Fenghua raged, and appeared in front of everyone in the train, while Santafu also appeared on the battlefield with local supporters. He used mechanical arrows to attack them. Beheaded. Countless kunai sprayed out from the launching port and shot at the people on both sides. Advertisement. Ah, don't. Fenghua Xiaoshui shouted loudly. In the distance, Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Sakura are also helpless. After all, there are too many arrows, dense, like a rain of arrows. Boom. There was a loud bang, and huge amounts of an ice wall that was longer than a train appeared in front of everyone, jingling, and Kuo shot on the ice wall and landed on the ground. Everyone is saved. Who helped us? It scared me to death. I thought it must be over this time. The supporters were saved. Fenghua Xiaoshui's chairs almost fell, and the director and film crew hiding in the dark opened their eyes wide in surprise. Who used this ninjutsu is really too strong. Not only them, but even Uzumaki Naruto opened his mouth wide in surprise. Ah, Mr. Kakashi, is it the ninjutsu you use? It's so strong. Kakashi looked back at Hyuga Lanmo, blood following boundary being done. He was the only one on the scene. Sasuke Uchiha followed Kakashi's eyes and already had the answer in his heart. The war continued. Fenghua and his men left in a train. Kakashi blew up the suspension bridge, and half of the train fell under the cliff. Hyuga Lanmo turned around and picked up Fenghua Xiaoshui, and asked, "Are you ready?" "Ready. Let's set off." Fenghua Xiaoshui was not afraid at all, nodded heavily. Seeing this scene, Santeifu and others stepped forward to block. "What do you want to do? Where are you going to take the princess?" "You will know soon." Chapter 237. Shuiji's Forbearance Sticker. Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, and left here with Fenghua Xiaoshui using the instantaneous technique. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto, the unexpectedly #1 ninja, also used the technique of shadow duplication, appeared on the train, and followed Fenghua Rage. "Fight together. Fenghua and Raging Waves, we have gone to the secret treasure place." Hyuga Lanmo shouted loudly. On the train, everyone heard this, and Fenghua raged on his face. "My treasure can't be taken away by anyone, chase it." The crowd abandoned the train and used their skateboards to chase them up, followed by the 7th ninja team chasing them quickly, and behind them, the crew of the filming team followed. Unexpectedly, the speed of that person named Amo is so fast, no wonder Miss Shui Wei likes him. At first she thought he was just a little white face. It turned out to be a bit strong. "Hurry up and don't miss any valuable pictures," the filming crew director shouted. Finally, Hyuga Lanmo appeared in the secret treasure with Fenghua Xiaoshui. Huge amounts of mirror-like objects were scattered and erected around the secret treasure. Fenghua Xiaoshui slowly stuffed the hexagonal crystal on her neck into the secret treasure. In the void in the middle, Fenghua and Rage stopped, thinking, as long as the treasure appears, these people will all have to die, and the treasure can only be mine. As time passed bit by bit, everyone looked at the secret treasure in a strange way. No treasure appeared, but the snow on the mountain melted, revealing layers of greenery below. "This is the treasure of our snow country. Our country's heater can make the snow country spring come," Fenghua Xiaoshui announced loudly. "No, it's impossible." Fenghua and Rage couldn't believe that he had worked hard for more than 20 years. In the end, what he asked for was not gold and silver jewelry, but a heating device. He didn't believe everything he saw, so he rushed forward with his face. There were angry expressions all over. He activated his body's machinery and prepared to destroy this place. 20 ninjas around him also rushed up with him, and the temporary disappointment has made them lose their ability to think calmly. Kakashi took the 7th class to stop them, but there were too many of them. Even if they intercepted one or two, it was impossible to stop everyone. And the chakra on Fenghua and Rage has also become extremely huge because of the mechanical device, Black Dragon Blizzard. Naruto Uzumaki yelled in surprise, and the 3 of Sakura and Sasuke Uchiha tried to intercept him as fast as they could, but the ninja next to Fenghua Rage rushed up and fought with them for a while. In between, the 3 of them could not rush to the front line. Advertisement. Bing done. Black Dragon Blizzard rushed towards Fenghua Xiaoshui with huge amounts of impact. She moved slightly to Lan Mo's side, her fingers grabbed his sleeves. Lan done. Scattered all over the lockup element. Hyuga Lanmo made a seal with one hand, and a loud sound appeared, and the dazzling laser surrounded the Black Dragon Blizzard and the wind and flowers like a circle of light. After that, the laser pierced him and his blizzard into a sieve as if exploded. The laser circle is radiant, immense, and powerful. The flash of light, like dazzling sunlight, sprays on the erected mirrored stone platform around the altar. In an instant, all places are shrouded in colorful light. The world changes color, the spring flowers bloom, the sun shines from the sky, and falls on the melting snow and rivers in the distance, extending the colorful rays of light. Seeing this scene, Fenghua Xiaoshui rushed into Hyuga Lanmo's arms. "We won." Everyone looked at the direction of the top of the mountain in surprise. Is this a colorful chakra? Sunny colors. Can that man really use colorful chakras? Naruto Uzumaki grew his mouth and looked at this scene in surprise. There were scenes only in the movie in his mind. He said to Kakashi in amazement, "Sir, look, colorful chakra." Kakashi's eyes were deep, and he nodded slightly. If it were him, even if it wasn't a coincidence, it would be possible. He still remembers the exclamation scene when he was using the fairy art, the golden light covering his body, the colorful facial makeup on his eyelids. Even the 7-tailed beasts could have more than control. Even Konoha's most powerful chakra, the seal, he can also rely on his own ability to break through. The past is vivid, and the way he uses ninjutsu will never be forgotten. Everyone got together to check the wounded and carry out mopping up work. After she finished speaking, she reached out and grabbed his fingers, leaned forward, stood on her toes, and kissed his lips. Just like a dragonfly, but with infinite tenderness. Fenghua Xiaoshui's filming mission has been completed. She and Santa Fu will stay to manage the snow country, so they can't go back with everyone this time. Advertisement. On one side, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Hyuga Lanmo tightly, with deep longing in his eyes, but he knew that Landun was the limit of blood inheritance. Even if he could accept someone as an apprentice, that apprentice might not be able to achieve his effect. After the kiss, she let go of her finger, laughed, and stretched out her palm. Give me another summoning charm. If I'm in danger, you will come to save me, won't you? I want to. Naruto Uzumaki raised his hand and shouted while jumping. On the coast, she looked up at Hyuga Lanmo, and said softly, can you stay? We will stay in the snow country and live our happy life without asking about the world. Then, the last wish. Fenghua Xiaoshui has understood that he has his own life, his own goals, and she can't just leave him here for her wish. Everyone set off, ready to return home. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hyuga Lanmo gave him a brain boom and turned to leave. However, he always feels that he is not only capable of Landun and being done. Who is he? Master, you can accept me as a disciple, I feel that we are particularly fate. He lifted his leg to catch up. Hyuga Lanmo nodded slightly, took out a charm from the scroll of alien space, and gave it to her. She nodded with satisfaction and placed it on her chest, as if this were everything to her. And rushed to the middle of the two, with a star-like color in his eyes. Master, give me one too. Hyuga Lanmo looked down at her with a serious face. Thank you Xiaoshui, there is no pure land in the world of shinobi. Sooner or later, everyone will not be able to escape everything that should come. If you don't work hard now, I'm afraid you will not be able to protect it in the future. Therefore, we cannot avoid this world. Hey, I want to worship you as a teacher, okay? Don't be so stingy. Just agree. Naruto Uzumaki seemed to have found a new idol, and wandered around Hyuga Lanmo. Chapter 238 Wind Blade. Fortunately, Kakashi grabbed his collar, his face was cold, and he said softly, Naruto, don't make trouble, he is not something you can offend. The ship is ready to sail, everyone is ready to leave. As soon as Hyuga Lanmo was about to use his divine power, Haki Kakashi, who was standing aside, said, Hyuga Lanmo, Hokage-sama, would you like me? He had already received 3 personal news from Naruto Sarutobi, asking him to keep Hyuga Lanmo no matter what, and go to the ninja stronghold in the northern part of the country of fire to meet. He endured it until the end of the mission before telling the matter. Hyuga Lanmo. Sasuke Uchiha was slightly shocked when he heard the name. He leapt to the two of them and looked up at him. The corners of his mouth twitched and moved, and he didn't say a word for a long time. He is Uchiha Itachi's friend, Hyuga Amo. Huh, what? Sasuke, why are you so excited? Who is Hyuga Lanmo? Do you know? Very few people at the age of Naruto Uzumaki knew him. Naruto please. How could Hyuga Lanmo not go? After 7 years, he would like to see what medicine is sold in Sarutobi Zangord. Please. Probably because he was afraid that Hyuga Lanmo would disappear, Kakashi got on the boat and made a, please, gesture. Obviously, he asked him to accompany them on the boat to the northern stronghold of Konoha. Along the way, Naruto Uzumaki constantly noisy, that, brother Hyuga, just teach me, what is your circle like Landun? Can I learn it? Idiot, Naruto, that is the limit of blood inheritance, you can't learn it at all. Sakura on one side frowned and said. Then teach me anything else. I'm idle anyway, can't it? Big brother Hyuga. Ow, you are from the Hyuga clan, were you also Konoha's ninja before? Why haven't I met you? Do you know Hinata Hyuga? By the way, there is Neji Hyuga. Naruto seemed to have discovered this and couldn't help but cried out in surprise. I still teach you ninjutsu. Hyuga Lanmo saw him talking more and more, and hurriedly stopped. Feng Dun, wind blade. A wind blade appeared in his palm, and he said, let you have 1 arm and 2 legs, let your horse come here. Hearing this, the other party rushed up with surprise on his face. Don't look at Uzumaki. Naruto is now at the lower ninja level, but if his potential bursts and uses the tail beast chakra, ability is definitely above the upper ninja. Advertisement. While sitting on the fence of the ship, Sasuke Uchiha saw Hyuga Lanmo move around, jumped off the fence, and looked at him closely. Naruto Uzumaki rushed up and down his hands, the technique of multiple shadow duplication, the spiral pill, all attacked towards him. And Hyuga Lanmo had a wind blade in his hand, staying on the spot, with 1 arm out of the battle, waving dazzlingly. 10 seconds later, all shadow duplication on the scene was wiped out, and Uzumaki Naruto was still caught by his wind blade. Cut all over the body wounds. Kakashi stood on the bow and saw this scene, his eyes were deep. Sasuke Uchiha was about to move, and finally, he couldn't help but rushed up. Chidori. Lei Dun descended from the sky with twisted lightning. He attacked after consideration. At Hyuga Lanmo's current level, the wind escape wind blade in his hand was absolutely unable to defeat his Chidori. Boom. With the sound of huge amounts of, the ship shook violently. Chidori fell in the air, but could not continue to descend. It turned out that Hyuga Lanmo had already used the wind blade to meet the Chidori in his hand. The wind escape in his hand followed the influx of chakra in his body and hit the Chidori, sending out huge amounts of light. His figure did not move, using only 1 palm. After his Chidori collided with the wind blade, after emitting a dazzling light, as the chakra of his body was exhausted, the Chidori slowly disappeared, and from above and Sasuke Uchiha's shoulder was cut by the wind blade. Just as the two were about to impact again, his wrist turned, and countless wind blades appeared around him, rushing towards the two. Kakashi was ready to fight back, but dozens of other wind blades stopped in front of Uzumaki Naruto and Sasuke, and did not hurt them. Naruto, I only give you this one, wind blade. If you want to learn this well, you must learn how to condense your wind escape chakra in advance. If you succeed, the spiral pill that cooperates with you in the future will become a spiral hand. The sword, coupled with the ever-increasing chakra, will be infinitely powerful. A card fell in front of Naruto. When did you cut this card horizontally 3 meters away with wind done, and when did you bother me again? After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo yawned, waved to the two in front of him, and turned to go to the cabin. This time, the ear should be quiet. Sure enough, Naruto Uzumaki didn't catch up again, but started training with concentration. Advertisement. In the cabin corridor, Sasuke Uchiha appeared behind him. Hyuga Lanmo turned slightly, and asked, "What's the matter? Have you seen Itachi?" "Yes. Where is he? Want to seek revenge from him. Your ability is not enough." After Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, he moved on. The other side jumped several times and stopped in front of him. "If you see him, tell him, one day, I will kill him." He stretched out his hand and pushed his face away, yawned and said, "Then I will tell you, he will never die with me." After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo pushed open the door and fell on the bed, ready to sleep. "Then I will kill you together." Uchiha Sasuke's shout came from outside. For the next 3 days, Uzumaki Naruto has been training his own way of using wind escape chakra, and Sasuke Uchiha also started his own training. Seeing that both of them are working hard, Sakura also joined the training, not willing to waste time. Ranks. A few days later, Naruto Uzumaki finally succeeded. At a distance of 3 meters, he used the wind to split the card from the horizontal middle position. 10 meters. When he came to Hyuga Lanmo excitedly with his grades, the other party just said 2 words coldly while eating edamame. I have to say that Naruto Uzumaki is not a clever ninja, nor a character with extraordinary ability, but he has a strength in him, a strength to never give up. Never give up, this is his forbearance. So, finally when the ship docked and everyone disembarked, he succeeded again. Because of this success, the wind blade had appeared in his palm. Yes, practice more. Splitting one card at a time does not count as ability. If you split 10, 20, or hundreds of cards horizontally at a time, your Chinfeng Ranbian will be successful in your practice. Hyuga Lanmo bid farewell to Naruto. He was going to Konoha's northern stronghold with Kakashi, and the 3 in front of him had to return to Konoha according to Kakashi's request. Chapter 239 3 Generations of Calculations. Master, will we see you again in the future? Naruto Uzumaki looked sad. Perhaps. Hyuga Lanmo finished speaking, and said goodbye to the 3 of them, and followed Kakashi to the northern stronghold. The mountains are verdant and the 3 generations have been waiting here for 2 days. Seeing the two appearing from a distance, their eyes become deeper and deeper. Seeing him, Hyuga Lanmo appeared in front of him with a blinking technique. Speak, what's the matter? There are no ambushes around, and through mirror perception, Hyuga Lanmo already knows that even if it is an ambush, he is not afraid. 7 years ago, he could easily defeat him in front of him, and now it is. Hyuga Lanmo, I personally invite you to return to Konoha. I don't know what your opinion is. 3 generations directly stated their goals without delay. Hyuga Lanmo's dark blue eyes shook, and he had to admit that Konoha was a different kind of existence in his heart. No, he refused simply. The expressions on the faces of the 3 generations have changed. After a few years, he is already a file-size guy. He is tall and strong. The fine genes of the Hyuga family are undoubtedly displayed in him. The so-called concierge, if you don't return to Konoha, then you can only be Konoha's enemy in the future. Do you want to think clearly? Didn't I become Konoha's enemy a long time ago? Hyuga Lanmo felt that he was wasting time. Is there nothing else? I remember I still owe you a task. Now you can propose it, and I will do it for you. In the Snow Country, when Kakashi asked him to meet the 3 generations of Hokage, he thought that the other party was going to give him the last task, but he didn't expect it to be an irrelevant matter. No, but if you return to Konoha, we will no longer be enemies in the future. You must know that among all the people who betrayed Konoha, I am the only one who is willing to accept it again. The tone of the 3 generations was full of threats. Hyuga Lanmo laughed, turned around, and the air around him twisted. 3 generations are so forgetful. Have you forgotten what you did to me? You forget, but I will not forget it. Now it's not a question of Konoha or not. But because of you, I won't ask Konoha anymore. Think about the last task, and then contact me. After speaking, he is ready to disappear. But when he entered a different space, 3 generations threw a scroll. Appearing again, he was already at the entrance and exit of the outermost enchantment of southernmost state, holding the scroll thrown by the 3rd generation of Hokage in his hand, and stretched out his hand to open it. Advertisement. The big black letters appeared before his eyes. Hyuga Lanmo, the 5 major ninja villages have officially launched an extermination operation against you. If you are willing to surrender, we will open a side to you. Blame the ruthless underlings of the coalition. Fire Country Konoha Village, Thunder Country Union Village, Earth Country Rocky Hidden Village, Wind Country Sandy Hidden Village, Water Country Misty Hidden Village. No wonder, when the 3 generations of Hokage met with him, it turned out to be here to send the declaration of war, but before he declared war, he wanted to try to win him over, but he failed. But he promised him to return to Konoha. What will happen to him? Is it because he is an enemy of the other three countries? After all, this declaration of war was planned in advance by them. Hyuga Lanmo can think about it and know what he did. It must be to bring him back to Konoha, hide his whereabouts, and then unite with the other 4 ninja villages to destroy Nanmo. For him, it really kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, he didn't believe him at all. My lord, there are a lot of Anbu who have come here to investigate recently, and Baiju often appears. Several figures appeared behind the South Daxia Sea Enchantment Reef. It was the Anbu that the South Mo Kingdom set up here. Send an alert to the village, the war is imminent, full preparations. Hyuga Lanmo said. The 5 major ninja villages declared war. Better than Akatsuki's organization is that they will not sneak attacks, but will fight with swords and spears. Definitely, how fair is the 5 major ninja villages against a small country with a population of less than 200,000? This is the end of the matter. Even if it is unfair, they can't shrink back, and they have to fight to the end. Will war be launched in 2 days? It takes at least 10 days to get from Union Village to here. It seems that they have been prepared long ago, and this trip to the snow country by Hyuga Lanmo also created a lot of preparation time for them. The 3-layer enchantment was all intact. After reinforcement, Hyuga Lanmo used multiple wooden duplications to guard it in all directions outside the 2nd-layer enchantment. All the people are soldiers, and all the men are holding weapons and waiting in the Nanmo National City. And Hyuga Lanmo stood on the reef at the entrance and exit of the barrier, a golden chakra leaking out, his figure fluttering and his eyes cold. Advertisement. Hyuga Lanmo didn't talk nonsense with them, while Jinshi spoke for him, asking loudly. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hundreds of warships were juxtaposed on the sea, and ninjas from various countries stood on the ships, holding flags waving, and waiting one by one, with perseverance. Tiandao Pain frowned slightly when he heard this. After 3 years of hard work, Yuyan Village has been restored to its original state, and the staff of Xiao organization is slowly growing and expanding. At the moment, there may be a chance for them. Haha, who would have thought that Hyuga Lanmo had done his own evil and could not live, and he actually injured the 4th generation of Reikage 2 months ago. Now the 4th generation of Reikage has contacted Konoha and the 3rd generation of Naruto swordsman, and the 4th generation of Cheyenne Village. Daifengying Luasha, Daemu of Yanyan Village, and Wuyin Village are ready to fight the Southern Mo Kingdom in 2 days. We don't need us to avenge our grudges. Someone will do it for us. Although the number of people is limited because of the maritime war, the plastic surgery is strong. Uchiha brought the soil with a whirlpool mask, and his face was cold. Maybe, our Moon Eye plan can be advanced. Taking advantage of their chaos, we can also implement our plan. Above the sea, Hyuga Lanmo has made all-out preparations. Outside the 3-tiered barrier, not only the 5 ninja villages gather, but several small neighboring countries have also participated in the conquest. The Tea country on the west coast and Shangzhiguo to the northwest. The northern part of the river, as well as the ninjas from several small island nations, have joined the ranks of the coalition forces. The 3 people confronted tens of thousands of people in front of them, and the picture was really shocking. At the moment, the dim light in a certain base of Akatsuki's organization formed a sharp contrast with Baiju, who leaned back and laughed. Several large teams were surrounded at the entrance of the enchantment, and on the other 4 sides, ships from major ninja villages surrounded the enchantment. Only after the leaders of the 5 ninja villages gave orders, they began to attack Xiaonanmo. Hinata Lanmo, do you know that you are guilty? The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi, as a shadow-level figure in the village of Hyuga Lanmo, took the lead in questioning. For a while, South Mexico in the South Daxia Sea became the goal of everyone. What's wrong with my lord? By his side, there were only 2 people, Wuming and Jinshi. Chapter 240. But he was not in a hurry or irritated, and looked at the army ahead coldly. The reason why they do inquiries in advance is nothing more than to be famous as a teacher. So many people bully a small country, so naturally they have to have a justifiable reason. Fortunately, since everyone is here today, let's make it clear that anyway, they are fair and comfortable. Even if these movie class figures can be brainwashed, how many people can tell? In the past, Hyuga Lanmo didn't care if he was splashed with dirty water, but recently, their dirty water didn't just come to him alone, behind him was the southern country of hundreds of thousands of people. If he depends on him, he will fight directly with the other party, but before the meeting, Jinshi said that it was reasonable. If the other party used words to plant in advance, they must refute it. This is the process of the war. Definitely, there are many people who don't follow the process, anyway, the winner is king. Hyuga Lanmo instructed Sora no Kuni, that is, the current Nanmo country, to attack the 5 ninja villages. Are there any? 3 generations of Hokage asked loudly. That's what the witch and Shenong did. It has nothing to do with my adults. Besides, didn't all the people who participated in the battle were still alive? You should know better than us in your heart. Also, back then, we adults have signed a contract in order to save you. Now this contract is in my hands. Can you deny it? Jinshi sneered, looking at the 3 generations in front of him, and questioned loudly. When everyone heard this, they whispered, and in this group, there were people who surrounded Wawang City 8 years ago. They knew what happened at that time, and it was indeed Hyuga Lanmo who saved them, if not. He took action, only that the zero tail carried by the ghost banshee and Shenong had already attacked one of the ninja villages, and they didn't need to talk nonsense here. Sarutobi Rijin was choked by Jin Shi and couldn't say a word, his face was sour. Hinata Lanmo, when you were 5 years old, you attacked my Yenian village and grabbed my tail orc's pillar power. Can you? Suddenly, Oyemu glared and shouted. He was surprised. It would be better to go directly in. Everyone has to be famous and have to make inquiries. You want to kill the four-tailed man, Zuli Laozi. Can't my grown-up just help his eldest brother? What did Laozi do wrong? He just doesn't like you struggling around. Isn't it possible to fight against you? You're talking about a five-tailed man. Isn't he standing in your Yenian village's team to conquer my southernmost state safely? I don't know him, my lord, but you can recognize it at a glance. Advertisement. As the backbone of the village's cultural and political affairs, Jinshi is not just as simple as ninjutsu. He is able to take care of the ninja work in Nanmo Ninja Village and Nanmo City when Hyuga Lanmo is away, which shows how smart he is. In addition, he had participated in 3 ninja wars before, and he had a good understanding of a set of procedures for joint operations, so he had a meeting 2 days ago and he learned about the contradictions between him and the 5 major ninja villages from Hyuga Amo. I hope it can be used today. Sure enough, the first thing they did was to condemn. There is definitely a direct war, but so many people are fighting against a small country of hundreds of thousands. No matter how shameless the 5 ninja villages are, they also want to use Nanmo's certain crimes to paste their face and find a reason for themselves. Standing on the high rock, Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand and landed on the Han among the ninjas in Yenian village. The other party is looking up at him, and still doesn't understand, what was his purpose of kidnapping him back then. You. Ono Mu angrily blows his beard and stares. You are arrogant. This old gentleman, I think you are the one who is arrogant. Why did Lao Zi leave Yenian village? You should know better than us. This time, Oyemu lost his voice. Indeed, Lao Zi knew a lot of things he didn't know, such as killing caravans, grabbing food, beheading villagers, in order to find the inner ghost, he would rather kill by mistake than let it go, etc. On the battlefield, in order to win, there are certain things that have to be done, but those things cannot be said in the open. Since they want to calculate the old accounts, they cannot count themselves in. You made a big noise in my Union village, wounded more than a dozen ninjas in my village, destroyed the buildings in my village, and almost hurt my life, did you? The 4th generation of Lei Ying'ai in Union village said loudly and loudly. Shouted. My lord is just going to see Karabi's concert. Isn't that okay? If you surround him and kill him, we adults can't resist. You mean that there are things that only allow you to set fires, not our small country to light up the lights. Yeah, you unite and want to attack us, do we have to obediently die? Advertisement. Back then, did he issue a challenge to our 5 ninja villages? This is our adults' notes. You can go back and compare your so-called challenge book, but if you have a little brain, you can see that the challenge book is not written by our adults at all. Here, in addition to the representative, One-Eyed Blue, from Wuyin village, the other 4 ninja villages are putting pressure on Hyuga Lanmo. On the periphery, the people from the Akatsuki organization have arrived, and Baiju has heard the conversation between the 2 parties. Remember all the information about the tail orc Zuli. If they can't take advantage of the chaos to take Hyuga Lanmo today, then they can only go. Tail beasts have been collected from various places. In the rear, Highway waited for a long time, but he couldn't see the fight between the 2 sides. He couldn't help saying, Moji. After using the explosive talisman, he exploded in the rear team of the Ninja Alliance. The instantaneous explosion directly pushed the imminent war to the cusp of the storm, and also tore the last fig leaf of the 5 ninja villages. The war began, and the ninja coalition rushed up and began to destroy the 1st level of enchantment. Hyuga Lanmo's ninja team guarded in the 2nd level of enchantment. Outside the entrance and exit of the 3rd level of enchantment, Hyuga Lanmo's chakra impacted, and a piece of it had already fallen in front of him. The Hyuga Blue Mo's duplication hidden behind had already fought against Akatsuki, and when Heiju threw the explosive talisman, duplication had already rushed up. Soon, because of attacks from all sides, the 3-layer enchantment was forced, and the ninja allied forces confronted the ninjas who were guarding the 2nd layer enchantment in Nanmo village. Compared with the joint confrontation between the 5 major ninja villages and the surrounding small countries, there are only a few hundred ninjas. The 6,000 guards of the southern Ink country is simply vulnerable. For the attacking ninja coalition, it was just a drop in the bucket. In Nanmo City, the guards without chakra stood on the wall, waiting in full battle. Waves of confrontation from the sea in the distance came. Chapter 241 Dividing Consciousness Mirror. Wu Yuhua has let everyone set up cannonballs, and only hopes to hold on for a while when the army is under pressure. The fiercest part of the war is the main body of Hyuga Lanmo. The ninjas in each village before the exam are all opposed to Hyuga Lanmo. The 2 people in Union village are composed of wooden people, Yenian village Han, and Wuyin village Green. As well as the 5 great ninja movie level figures, all go into battle. Hyuga Blue Mo ninjutsu is fully open, Mu Dun fights against the tail beast, Suzuo no Hu fights against the coalition forces, and the fire dragon flies up and down. The art of multiple shadow duplication. Even so, he has time to launch more ninjutsu again. And he directly activated the fairy mode, and the tail beast chakra used it casually. Funhui Consciousness Mirror. In the system, he has turned on the consciousness mirror, and all ninjas appearing in his consciousness will get his ninjutsu ability. Not only did all the frontline Nanmo ninja ability greatly increase, but the ability of the thousands of disciples of Lan Shangman who came from behind was also instantly improved. The two sides fought, and soon, the ninja coalition forces above the sea retreated steadily. At the moment, huge amounts of changes took place on the scene. In the northwest corner, several shadow-level figures appeared, the first generation of Naruto Chinshuju, the second generation of Water Shadow Ghost Lantern, the second generation of Taingwu, the second generation of Reikage. A total of 4 people appeared on the sea, one person he arrived at thousands of troops, and came with huge amounts of chakra. Hyuga Lanmo, who was fighting, was shocked. Is it reincarnated from the dirty soil? Is it an enemy or a friend? If they were enemies, he didn't mind releasing all the tail beasts in his body, and now against 2 people, he only released 2. Enlighten the host, if you find a person who can be copied, do you want to start mirroring? Suddenly, the system made a report. Copy in all. It just so happens that he has a few ninjutsu that he especially wants to learn, especially the ninjutsu of the second generation Water Shadow and the second generation Earth Shadow, which are the dangers and the dust-free fascination he has always dreamed of. Yes, start copying. The 4 rushed from the back of the ninja coalition army, with great momentum, riding the wind and the waves all the way, as if the sky had fallen. Advertisement. Several movie class figures were shocked when they saw this scene. The 3 generations of Naruto Tobihiro looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He knew that this was reincarnating from the dirty soil, but it was a forbidden technique. Can it be used? Is it Hyuga Blue ink? He turned around and looked at the other party with a look of surprise, and instantly understood that this was not the technique he used. Regardless of the fact that these 4 people are the seniors of the Ninja Alliance, but they don't want to be in the alliance, they start to kill the quartet. They are Hyuga Lanmo's people. This news instantly exploded within the coalition forces. Hyuga Lanmo sneered at the corner of her mouth. Orochimaru, is this showing loyalty to him? The war continued, and because of the use of the dividing consciousness mirror, and the addition of the 4 great shadow grade reincarnations, the situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. The ninja coalition forces of less than 10,000 people began to collapse in an instant. The Eastern Theater, Southern Theater, and Western Theater all retreated and moved closer to the Northern Theater. Mu done, water done, wind done, Suzuonengu, spiritualism, and rebirth from the dirty earth, copied from all directions. The 10,000 ninja coalition was defeated. Hundreds of warships were wiped out by Shui Dun, and the shadow class figures in the 5 major ninja villages were shocked. In less than an hour, did they fail? They couldn't believe the ability of the allied forces. With the cover of ice escape and water escape, the ninja coalition forces have retreated to the north and soon disappeared on the coastline. And the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages are already very strenuous just to fight against the shadows who reincarnated from the filthy land, not to mention the Hyuga Blue Mo who is in the state of a fairy behind. And Akatsuki organization, after defeating Hyuga Lanmo's duplication, was about to move forward, and saw the defeated ninja coalition forces. In order to prevent early exposure, they quickly disappeared. I declare that the country of South Mexico will be lifted from its closed doors and will be fully open from today. Hyuga Lanmo watched the ninja coalition receding like a flood, rising to the sky, and the golden chakra burst out all over, making a loud announcement. The huge amounts of sound resounded through the sea and sky. Since they didn't let him have a way to survive, they will rise up to attack from now on. Advertisement. South Mexico adheres to self-development, avoids the edge, does not like to fight with other countries in the ninja world, but can avoiding really bring peace. Facts have proved that if you fall behind, you will be beaten. Only by constantly advancing and strengthening yourself can you protect your country and people. Shanshu. Earth escape, the technique of great rise. Doing nothing and endlessly, Hyuga Lanmo was covered in golden light, with colorful facial makeup on his eyelids, falling from the sky, fingers unprinted, and the imprint fell on the reef beneath his feet. Booming. The ground began to tremble, the seawater rolled, the land in the sea rose, and the seawater fell, and a new land was created around the country of South Mexico. The ninja flying above the sky looked down, looking at everything below in disbelief. What power is this? How many chakras are needed to move mountains and seas, and create a country's territory with just one person? The movie class figures in the 5 major ninja villages were even more surprised when they saw this scene. What did he do? Is this a new continent? Retreat, retreat, fully retreat. Lei Ying-I yelled loudly, and he realized in horror what kind of existence he had provoked. The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi and Onoki also hurriedly evacuated with people. Hyuga Lanmo was crazy and could rise up a continent. This continent was even bigger than the sum of the country of tea and the country of bears. This power is no longer theirs. Such a shadow-level figure can touch. Xiao Organizer has returned to Yuyan village through Shenwei, and on the south bank of the country of Sichuan, only Baiju is still checking the situation. He looks at the sky above the sky, with a golden Hyuga blue ink, and his eyes are full of longing expressions. It would be nice if he was from Akatsuki's organization. Above the South Daxia Sea, a new continent emerged. Hyuga Lanmo used the fairy technique to escape. After the great rise, he turned around and disappeared. Appearing again, he has returned to Nanmo village and summoned all the ninjas in Nanmo. After 3 years of development, Nanmo village at the moment has 700 ninjas. This number definitely does not count as Lan Shangman protege. He needs to leave a part of his homeland. Besides, the people from Lan Shangman have already rushed over. Soon, they will be able to return to Nanmo Ninja Village. Tigers don't show off their power. They treat me as a sick cat one by one. Even the small countries around us have come to bully us. In this case, we also take this opportunity to settle the bill with them. Don't make me feel better, neither will I let them have a good time. Hyuga Lanmo personally ordered his troops, and left 10 wooden duplications. One turned, he took 100 ninja village ninjas he chose around him to the nearest place to this newly rising continent, the country of Tea. Chapter 242. The country of Tea did not have its own ninja village, and some things were only entrusted to Konoha. In recent years, because of the existence of the southern Ink country, they were afraid of being attacked suddenly, so they established their own ninja village, and the number of ninjas there are only 200 people, and they are all scattered people. The number of ninjas who can get on the table is even rarer. Participating in the campaign against Hyuga Lanmo this time completely responded to the call of the 3 generations of Hokage. Because of the special geographical location, they were also afraid that the Nanmo Congress would suddenly attack them, so they made a contribution to destroying Nanmo with the 5 ninja villages. In doing so, they have 4 calculated benefits. First, they can suppress Nanmo, a small and mysterious neighboring country. Second, they believe that the 5 ninja villages will jointly wipe out Nanmo for the first time, and they will definitely succeed. Third, if it succeeds, in the future, the credibility of these small countries that have participated in the siege will increase among the 5 ninja villages. Fourth, because they are on the same front as the 5 ninja villages, the 5 ninja villages will not stand idly by if they have anything to do in the future. It's just that after they calculated their calculations, they didn't expect that the 5 major ninja villages and the ninjas from several small countries around them, a total of more than 10,000 ninjas, would have lost in the hands of Hyuga Lanmo, and they would lose after only 1 hour of joint combat. NS. And this time, the number of ninjas out of the country of Tea was less than 50 ninjas, and they were all of the middle to lower ninja level, but these 50 people also completely offended Nanmo. At the moment, as the land of South Mexico rises, the surrounding countries are all panicked like an earthquake. The people standing on the coastline of the country of Tea can already clearly see the new continent. This kind of power is simply terrifying. At this time, the southernmost state no longer needs thick fog to cover up and guard the enchantment, and no longer implement the secret lockout policy. They just appeared in front of everyone in such an upright manner. What can they do? On the coastline, Hyuga Lanmo appeared out of thin air with 100 ninjas, heading straight to the capital of the Tea country. The capital had long received the news and closed the door tightly, and the ninja team of only 200 people in the country of Tea was in this capital, under the direct leadership of the lord of the country of Tea. Hyuga Lanmo was full of anger, followed by 100 ninjas behind him, with a fierce aura, came to the gate of the city, and after a dirt escape, the city wall was dried up, and a crowd of people walked into the city. The guards and protection ninjas opened the battle line, but they were overturned by the few leading Monin village ninjas who walked ahead. All the way unimpeded, Hyuga Lanmo came to the lord's mansion, their door was closed tightly, and they were still making the final resistance. Hyuga Lanmo sneered, with a cold glow on his face, a seal with one hand, and Lei Dun descended from the sky and turned to this famous mansion. Advertisement. Shocked shouts of horror sounded inside, row after row of houses were destroyed by thunderbolt, and at the gate, Wu Mang had already kicked the gate open, and 100 ninjas swarmed in. Not long after, the whole family of the lord and dozens of ninjas in the mansion were all arrested and brought to the entrance of the mansion, kneeling down in front of Hyuga Lanmo. Are you convicted? One by one, didn't you ask him for the crime? Today, he also asked them. Convicted, convicted, no matter what compensation is required, we are all willing, as long as you let go of our lives. The country lord knelt on the ground, tears bursting with tears. My compensation, the country of Easy Tea belongs to Nanmo, and you have disappeared from now on. Hyuga Lanmo's eyes were bloodshot, and he was cold and domineering. The lord of the country trembled with fright, and looked up at him nervously. We only send 50 soldiers, but only 50. You are going to take my country, and I will let those 50 people pay you back. Can't it? If I am killed in Nanmo this time, do you think that 50 people will be able to pay off the debt with hundreds of thousands of lives? Or are you going to let me do it? A powerful ninja can destroy a country by one person, and even more powerful, can also make or destroy a planet, such as the Earth exploding the sky, the reincarnated eye, and so on. Therefore, don't doubt his determination at the moment, he will not hesitate to avenge him and let him slaughter the country. I would rather die than surrender, said the Tea country daimyo tentatively gritted his teeth. Okay. Hyuga Lanmo stretched out his hand, Mu Dan's cutting technique appeared, and it fell on the lord of the Tea country. Mu bomb exploded from directly inside his body, scaring his family to crawl to the side, yelling. Drive all his family out of the country of Tea, and Wu Mang will take 30 ninjas to stay behind. From now on, this will be the territory of the Kingdom of Southern Mexico. In the shrine in the middle of the deep pit, the meteorite star, enshrined by them was sucked by him and held it in the palm of his hand. This is the holy thing you used for cultivation. Rubbish. Hyuga Lanmo shakes his hand and leaves, heading to the country of bears. Advertisement. In the village, few ninjas were able to use the peacock technique a few years ago. Shangzhiguo is not far from the country of Tea, and their star ninja village still has a certain reputation in the ninja world, especially the unique ninjutsu peacock trick in the village, which is infinitely powerful. Then lead others to the mansion of the country. After speaking, he threw the meteorite to the ground. They attacked collectively, but lost to several Zongren under Hyuga Lanmo, and in a flash, they were charged again. After entering the village, there was a fight. Hyuga Lanmo's people are still under the influence of his shining consciousness mirror. Their ability is outstanding, and they can deal with the ninja of the Star Ninja Village. After speaking, he waved his hand, leaving Jinshi and 20 ninjas. Kai Xing rushed up, and Hyuga Lanmo in the fairy state kicked him into the air. He took the peacock magic method to kill again, land unattacked, and after piercing his body through a hole, he fell to the ground. In Shinran village, Hyuga Lanmo led 60 people to appear, and 20 of them have already gone to the famous mansion in the country of bears. Seeing this scene, other ninjas rushed up to protect the Red Star. But today, no matter what ability the other party has, he will accept them. When did we come here? If it wasn't for you to unite with the 5 big ninja villages to bully us Nanmo, how could I visit your little star ninja village? After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo's invisible reincarnation eyes appeared, fingers stretched out, Vientian Tianyan. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It's unity, but it's a pity that you are stupid. You don't rely on yourself for your cultivation. You rely on a radiant meteorite. You still think you have magical powers. It's hopeless. After speaking, Hyuga Lanmo looked around and shouted loudly. Announcing. From then on, the country of bears belongs to the territory of southern Mexico. Seeing this scene, other ninjas in Shingnan village rushed up like crazy. You slander our baby, we are going to kill you. At the moment, the Star Ninja village is smoky. The so-called Star Shadow is extremely conceited. Seeing that Hyuga Lanmo and others are unkind, he even rants. I'm telling you, you don't want to go crazy, otherwise, don't blame us for being polite. Chapter 243. It's over there. Compared to the country's master of tea, the country's master here is smarter and directly signed the transfer treaty. His only requirement is not to kill the people in his city. Hyuga Lanmo agreed and went to the country of Sichuan instead. The country of Kawamayo has already deployed a guard army outside the city, plus the assistance of the 2 countries of the country of fire and the country of wind. At the moment, there are 50,000 guards and 600 ninjas waiting outside the city. There were 30 ninjas beside Hyuga Lanmo. Seeing this scene, he didn't say anything and killed him. This battle will shock the wind and fire. Hyuga Lanmo floated in the air, looking at the army in front of the capital of the kingdom of Kawachi, hand commanding. 30 ninjas around rushed up. They were originally the elite ninjas left by Hyuga Lanmo, and they were matched with their own shining consciousness mirror points. The ability given to them, at the moment, even ordinary earth escape, fire escape, can also exert huge amounts of power. Ordinary guards can only rush up to give people away, and only the 600 ninjas can resist 1 or 2. With the passage of time, Hyuga Lanmo's brows gradually curled into a ball, and he fell to the ground, joined the ranks of the war, and walked towards the capital. Along the way, more than 600 ninjas used all kinds of ninjutsu to stop him. They all knew that among the more than 30 people, he was the most important one. As long as you kill him, Nanmo will become a piece of sand. Hyuga Lanmo kicked his legs, topped his elbows, jetted out fire, covered up with water, and got lasers. All the way, with his eyes locked, he came to the gate of the city, jumped up and jumped up. On the city wall, many guards fired crossbow arrows, and magnetic shields were used to protect him. They couldn't hurt him at all. He landed on the wall, grabbed Daimyo Kawa no Kuni by the neck, and asked, want to die and want to live? Master, please be merciful, be merciful. Actually, I am not like attacking Nanmo. For so many years, although Nanmo is my neighboring country on the sea, it is good for our country of Sichuan, but you have also seen that our country of Sichuan is sandwiched in 2. Among the big countries, Master Naruto wrote a letter asking the country of Sichuan to send ninjas to join the coalition. We have no choice. The daimyo of the country knelt down and begged for mercy, hoping that he would let him live in the people of the country of Sichuan. Hyuga Lanmo's face was cold. So, should we sacrifice Nanmo? Advertisement. No, the winner is king. Since the 5 ninja villages have failed, they will definitely have to pay the price. My lord, we are willing to belong to the country of Nanmo. After finishing speaking, the lord of the country of Sichuan said to him deeply, salute. You are sandwiched between 2 big countries. There is a riot in the north of the country of Rain. I want to belong to our Nanmo. I don't want it. You will continue to retain the position of the name of the country of Sichuan, but from then on, the country of Sichuan must be Nanmo. Dependent countries submit confessions every year, and all major military and political rulings can only be carried out with the consent of Nanmo. Yes. The daimyo of the country of Sichuan quickly agreed. Compared to the country of tea and the country of bears, he is already considered good here, and he can still keep his country's name and his status, and the people don't have to suffer, which is not bad. He is very satisfied. Hyuga Lanmo does not want the country of Sichuan, and he also has his own considerations. He classified the country of Tea and Shangzhiguo as Nanmo to expand himself, and these 2 countries belong to the peninsula position. Whether it is dealing with foreign enemies or in terms of geographical management, it can be more effective and quick to integrate into the South Mexican forces. On the contrary, the country of Sichuan cannot. The country of Wind on the left, the country of Fire on the right, and the country of Akatsuki in the north, the country of Rain. For such a country, he must think about it, instead of distracting to govern such a 3-sided enemy. It's better to turn him into a dependent country, and it's not bad to give him some money every year. Besides, the total population of southern Mexico is only 180,000 people. There are 2 cities and 1 ninja village. Needless to say, other small towns and small villages are just cities. If the expansion is too fast, and if you don't bother to manage it, Nanmo will only become a flash in the pan, and it might even hurt the former city of Nanmo. No matter how strong his Hyuga Lanmo was, no matter how strong he was, no matter how strong he was, no matter how many chakras, it would not be possible to suppress the hearts of all the people. Therefore, it is the best choice for Nanmo, the country and the people that are invaded by him, to stabilize the national bureau. As for the 5 major ninja villages, I will find them tomorrow. That night, an emergency meeting was held in the castle of the Lord of Nanmo City, and all the veteran-level figures were present, including several backbones in the ninja village. This time, I made a preliminary reservation for the capital, city lord, country lord, and management personnel assigned to various places in Nanmo. The meeting went on all night. Hyuga Lanmo fell asleep, and they continued. When he woke up, it was already the next morning, and the complete personnel assignment had been presented to him. He casually glanced at it for a day and said, "Can the golden stone be there?" Advertisement. Tell your lord, he is still in the country of bears. Ow, you have been busy all night. Go to rest. I have something to deal with today. First go to Jinshi, Honglan, and also walk with me. Lanmo, what else do you have? Wu Yu asked worriedly. Yesterday was the most turbulent day in the history of Nanmo. In the morning, the 5 major ninja villages attacked Nanmo and lost collectively. After that, the head of the village, Hyuga Lanmo, led 100 ninjas to regain the tea in just one afternoon. The country of bears, also lists the country of Sichuan as a subject country. This kind of ability, I'm afraid it has never happened in the entire history of shinobi. Can they really withstand the pressure of all parties in the days to come? The so-called fight is easy, but it is hard to keep it. Now it is time for him to sit in Nanmo, but he is not in her heart. Hyuga Lanmo left a wooden duplication, and said, "I'll deal with our biggest crisis, what should you do and do?" After speaking, he took Honglan and disappeared to the scene, then went to the Bear Country Star Ninja Village to take the gold stone, and went directly to the Fire Country. In the Daimyo Mansion, the alert has been upgraded to the highest level. Yesterday, the 10,000 coalition forces in the 5 ninja villages were defeated in the South Daxia Sea. Originally, the daimyo of the country of fire was going to a secret base to avoid the limelight. The scary Hyuga Lanmo came to the door. After a few years of absence, he has become more and more handsome, standing in the courtyard with his 2 subordinates, with a frosty expression on his face. The name of the country of fire, I thought that back then, your 3rd daughter was saved by me. I didn't think you didn't know how to avenge you, but you avenged it. He approved the 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi to lead a ninja to attack me in Nanmo, and I did it in Nanmo. Why are you sorry about it? Is it because our elementary school is so bullying and deliberately doing it? Hyuga Lanmo was cold and murderous. The Fire Country daimyo protected dozens of ninjas around him, and they all stood in battle, and cold sweat was on the verge. Chapter 244 Bargaining Chips. The Fire Country daimyo swallowed and eased the tension, pretending to be calm, and said, "I think there is any misunderstanding among us. Just give me a chance and I will help you investigate." In recent years, he couldn't understand what the 3rd generation of Hokage did, and he had also ordered Wushin to step down 3 times, but he cooperated. When the 4th generation of Hokage was in power, he retreated to the 2nd line, but he did not expect that the 4th generation of Hokage was because of Kyuubi. The chaos was sacrificed, and he sat back in Hokage's position again. Although he is a daimyo, he generally does not participate in the affairs of the ninja village. As for the fact that the 5 major ninja villages jointly sent troops to Nanmo, he actually agreed with the mentality of winning. But the facts proved that they lost, and now, this Ruksha ordinary character is standing in his yard, begging him for an explanation. Regardless of the protection of so many ninjas around him, he was certain that if the other party wanted his life, he would definitely not survive. Although the name of the daimyo is very important, the question asked by the other party is obviously that they are unreasonable. If you don't give him an explanation today, I am afraid that in the future, he will be endless. Investigation is clear. Okay, let's collectively investigate it, right? After saying that, Hyuga Lanmo reached out and grabbed him, scared that he screamed, and the ninja next to him rushed up. Jin Shi and Hong Lin confronted everyone. Taking advantage of the gap, the 2 grabbed Hyuga Lanmo and disappeared with their supernatural powers. If you want your name to return safely, let the 3 generations of Hokage go to Qingshui town on the south coast of the Iron Kingdom to see me. In the end, only these words echoed in the air. This is still the case for the other 4 big names. The daimyo of the water country has avoided the barriers. Hyuga Lanmo used the concentration layer on those close to him to find him, and the stubbornness of the Daming Leiji was not defeated by Hyuga Lanmo's slap. As for the country of the wind, Daming, who understands the truth, didn't bother him too much, so he obediently followed him to the country of iron. The 5 big names gather together. This scene is really unique. Among them, the daimyo of the country of the wind has the most face, and he also has an entourage around him. On the hillside on the west side of Qingshui town, in a small earthen house, 5 people were sitting together around a table, their faces pale. Advertisement. 5 adults, do you discuss how to deal with this matter before the movie class figures come? What to do? You hijacked us here, we will surely start a war and annihilate you Nanmo. The name Lei Zhiguo is the most fierce. He will never forget the slap Hyuga Lanmo gave him before. But no one spoke to the names of the other 4 countries. You mean you want to continue fighting with me, then you don't have to go to South Mexico. It's not far from your Thunder Country. You can start now. I don't mind destroying your capital and destroying your ninja village. Then let you change your name to Nanmo Country. Hyuga Lanmo sneered at the corner of her mouth, with a murderous expression on her face. Do you have that ability? If you have a try, I'll know. Hyuga Lanmo pushed hard, and 3 beasts burst out of the door, looking at the 5 people at the scene through the window. The 5 people saw the tail beast hundreds of times bigger than themselves, their eyes showed fierce light, and the chakras all covered with blue light, as if the next moment they would open their mouths and swallow them all alive. They were too scared to speak. Now, even the yelling name of Thunder Country shrank his neck and shut his mouth. I'm a little tired, go take a rest, and you can discuss it yourself. If you fight, I will start 4 wars as you wish. By the way, I forgot to tell you that I have 6 tail beasts here. Besides, he can still integrate the 10 tails. If he becomes a 10-tailed person, plus Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke who have not grown up, then this ninja world will really change. But as said before, he likes fireworks in the world, so as long as he is not forced to rush him, he will not do that. Hyuga Lanmo let out a breath, waved to Hongulin and Jinshi, turned and left. The two looked at the 5 people on the scene and made a request, please start your discussion. The remaining 1 tail and the second tail stared at the other 4 people closely. And now the 5 big names have been arrested by him, guarded by the tail beasts, they have no capital for negotiation. If Hyuga Lanmo had used the tail beast on the battlefield of Nanmo, would there be a war in the entire ninja world now? Advertisement. And following the 5 shadows, the ninjas in the 5 big ninja villages surrounding the periphery can hardly believe their eyes, that is the tail beast, and the 3 tail beasts did not attack the first time they saw them. This is simply weird. The 4 generations of Hokage walked in front, watching 9 tails next to him nervously. Probably his gaze was too direct. 9 tails actually rushed over and pressed him under his body. His nails are clasped on his shoulders, and just a little bit to the left can cut his neck. The 5 shadows are strange. In their impression, every time the tail beast appears, it will inevitably be charcoal, and the 3 tail beasts, Hyuga Lanmo, are as if they have been domesticated. Although all the canthus are exposed, they did not attack, just looked at them fiercely. When the great name of Lei Zhiguo couldn't help resisting, Hongulin directly made him speechless. The 5 big names in the room saw this scene and all stood up, feeling nervous. It's all human, there is nothing you can't stand, at least your family is healthy, someone is protected, and you have food. Do you know how ordinary people live? Sometimes half of a steamed bun can be snatched by a fight with others. Would you like to try that kind of life? A big name. Others will praise you as a big name. If everyone suppresses you, throw you on the street to see who you are. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. During these 2 days of waiting, the 5 famous so-called daimyos in the ninja world eat military food when they are hungry, drink cold water when they are thirsty, and sleep on the table when they are sleepy, and there will be people waiting when they go to the toilet. It is really a bit of dignity. Nothing. But why is this beast so obedient? After that, Hyuga Lanmo directly announced that the kingdom of southern Mexico had come into existence. Not only that, but in just 1 day, he had regained 2 small countries and accepted the country of Sichuan. When they saw the 3-tailed beast squatting outside the small earthen house on the hillside, they were shocked. Hyuga Lanmo is sitting on the roof, looking at the 5 people in front of him, the 4th generation of Hokage, the 3rd generation of Naruto Tobihi, the 4th generation of Koushige Rasa, the 3rd generation of Tukajo Noki, and the representative of the last siege of Nanmo. The one-eyed, blue, in Wuyin village. Here, they have no right to show off at all. The 5 ninja villages joined forces to fight together. Tens of thousands of ninjas surrounded Nanmo. Although they were not small, they were embarrassed to lose. In 1 hour, the war only lasted for 1 hour. Nanmo's ninjas rose to the ground and resisted. They beat the flowers and water. Finally, 2 days later, all the movie class figures from the 5 ninja villages arrived.